Chapter 1, The God-Level Promotion System is Bound. Breaking news, world's richest man's son Ma Chenggang fails at tiger parenting, his contracted spirit beast has died. Renowned expert bluntly states that teachers, as children's second parents, bear undeniable responsibility for failed spirit beast evolutions. Divine Deer High School, Principal's Office. If no spirit beast in Class 8 successfully evolves by next Monday, you can expect to be fired. Fire me if you want. Faced with the dean's threat, Qin Yan didn't react well either. Even Ma Chenggang, the world's richest man, had failed at pushing his child to excel. His class was full of delinquent students to begin with. Why was it so shocking that their spirit beasts failed to evolve? A year ago, a specially recruited teacher with connections arrived at Shenlu High School, and Qin Yan, who had originally been in charge of the honors class, was reassigned to the underachievers class. In the director's eyes, Qin Yan was clearly discontent. Not only was his class ranked last in the city, but some donating companies even considered withdrawing their funds because of it. Director Chili found herself powerless to change the situation. Little did they know, Qin Yan felt helpless inside. His colleagues and superiors all thought he was expressing dissatisfaction through his passive work attitude. But in reality, how could he be dissatisfied? He doesn't understand anything at all. For a year after transmigrating into the beast-taming world, Qin Yan had been waiting in vain for his golden finger. By day, he relied on scraps of social experience to nervously cling to this barely sustaining job. By night, he had to study hard to learn this world's beast-taming knowledge. Even so, the vast gap between him and the professionally trained teachers couldn't be bridged by burning the midnight oil alone. This past year, merely surviving had drained every ounce of his energy. He'd long had a premonition that this job wouldn't last. As expected, about to lose his job, he really didn't have the energy to keep up the facade of a corporate drone anymore. On the way back to the classroom, the beautiful female teacher from the second year of high school stopped Qin Yan. Lu Jingyi became a teaching backbone in just 1 year at the school. Teacher Qin, could you help take a look at this evolution path? I really can't decide which direction to take. Qin Yan, don't ask me, there's no answer. With that, Qin Yan turned to leave with a stony face. Ding! Survived for 1 full year. Trial passed. God-level promotion system has been bound. Beginner's gift package, complete guide to spirit beasts has been distributed. Qin Yan was stunned, completely frozen in place. After a whole year, the golden finger has finally arrived. Warning, detected that the host's honor value has dropped to 1, which is extremely dangerous. When the honor value reaches 0, the host will be eliminated. Qin Yan was stunned again. It's over. He's about to die. Wait, Teacher Lu bit her lip, mustering her courage to say, Teacher Qin, you shouldn't be like this. Why not show your true abilities? Warning, the last point of honor value is about to dissipate. From Teacher Lu's recognition of your dedication, Qin Yan then gave Teacher Lu an incredulous look. His only connection with Teacher Lu, just borrowed Teacher Lu's teaching materials. Others only saw the surface of his teaching flaws. Teacher Lu actually saw through his true nature. Does Qin Yan work hard? Working from dawn to dusk, never late, never leaving early, never taking leave. Already trying hard enough, yet still unable to change the fact that he's a lousy teacher. That's what pains him the most. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Qin Yan tightly grasped Lu Jingyi's hand, shaking it vigorously up and down. Lu Jingyi's ears instantly turned red as she withdrew her hand. And no problem. This evolutionary path. Put, can Teacher Qin still understand evolutionary pathways now? The homeroom teacher from the next class, Wang Tianlei, walked over with a sarcastic tone. He was in his early 20s, sporting the currently trendy male model looks. While his words were directed at Qin Yan, his gaze drifted toward Lu Jingyi, filled with admiration. What a coincidence. Teacher Lu, would you like to have lunch together? Lu Jingyi frowned slightly, ignoring his attempt to strike up a conversation. Qin Yan was also annoyed by him. Ms. Lu, how about we talk in the office? Hearing this, Wang Tianlei turned sideways to block their path and sneered. Teacher Qin, the deadline for submitting the statistics on the number of evolved spirit beasts for our graduating class is next Monday. Instead of pestering Teacher Lu here, you'd better start sending out your resumes early. Wang Tianlei still felt a sense of superiority over Qin Yan, who had replaced him as the worst performing teacher. Besides, his looks and figure weren't much worse than Qin Yan's. Before Qin Yan could say anything, Lu Jingyi spoke up unhappily. Mr. Wang, you've got it wrong. It's me who's seeking advice from Teacher Qin. Lu Jingyi's explanation didn't quite convince Wang Tianlei. How is this possible? Teacher Lu was a key member of the teaching staff. Qin Yan said calmly, did Teacher Wang forget that I'm still a special grade teacher? Wang Tianlei was instantly stunned. How could he have forgotten about this? Now that you mention it, that seems right. A special grade teacher is more skilled than a teaching backbone. Wang Tianlei suddenly realized. Standing together with the three of them, I turned out to be the worst teacher. no longer paying attention to Wang Tianlei standing nearby. Qin Yan couldn't stop thinking about that precarious 1-point honor value, eager to salvage it as soon as possible. Let me take a look. He took the document and skimmed through it. The complete guide to spirit beasts instantly flooded his mind with a wealth of knowledge. Fortunately, he had laid a solid foundation through relentless studying over the past year, allowing him to apply his knowledge flexibly now that everything had clicked. Lu Jingyi calmed her racing heart and shifted into work mode, beginning to discuss the student's ideas. This student's contracted spirit is a blaze hound, and his first evolution goal is to enhance either the spirit beast's defense or its base stats. The evolution path simulated two options, merging with either the shell tortoise genes or the green wolf genes. One boosts defense, the other improves base stats. On the surface, there doesn't seem to be any issue. The evolutionary path designs in the academy also mostly follow this purely evolutionary route. However, Qin Yan spotted the problem. The genes of the molten tortoise shell can indeed enhance the blazehound's defense and elemental values, but there's a high probability they'll weaken the blazehound's proud speed, which is a critical flaw for it. As for the green wolf, its fur genetics are just too dominant. From what I know, flamehounds absolutely despise the color green. It's best not to choose either of them. Lu Jingyi fell into thought upon hearing this. Wang Tianlei, who had been eavesdropping, found it utterly absurd. This was the first time he'd heard that spiritual beast evolution required considering the beast's preferences. That's absolutely ridiculous. Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. Teacher Qin, seems you really don't know anything at all. Just to save face, you've started spouting nonsense, even claiming to know what dogs like. That's so far-fetched. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Qin Yan subjected to such mindless ridicule, Lu Jingyi arched her willow leaf eyebrows and said, Teacher Wang, have you never read Master Ming Yan's evolution from a spiritual beast's perspective? Wang Tianlei's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Master Ming Yan was certainly known to him, but evolution from the perspective of spiritual beasts was something he genuinely hadn't read. Touching upon the blind spot in his knowledge, Wang Tianlei began to lose confidence. Lu Jingyi turned to look at Qin Yan, her eyes shining with admiration. Teacher Qin's analysis aligns perfectly with Master Ming Yan's, even surpassing it in the finer details. Truly impressive. Hearing this, Wang Tianlei felt as if his blind spot of knowledge had slapped him across the face. A faint, stinging pain. Master Ming Yan, a nationally renowned evolution guidance master with countless fans, even more impressive than Ming Yan? Is Qin Yan really that knowledgeable about spirit beast evolution? Not sure. Let's hear more. Chapter 2, Gaining Recognition from a National Level Master. Qin Yan continued, to prevent the flame hound from failing its evolution or becoming depressed afterward, it is recommended to follow a similar racial evolution path. Based on the flame hound's data, it would be more suitable to fuse with the stormhound's genes, as long as the gene ratio is well balanced. Not only will the racial values improve, but there should also be some pleasant surprises in elemental skills. Qin Yan's words suddenly enlightened Lu Jingyi. Meanwhile, Wang Tianlei was already skeptical of Qin Yan's explanation. When he heard Qin Yan mention integrating the stormhound gene, Wang Tianlei's eyes lit up, convinced he had caught Qin Yan's mistake. The stormhound gene contains recessive volatility factors, with a high probability of acute incompatibility reactions during evolution. Qin Yan, you'd actually suggest such a terrible idea just to save face. Teacher Lu, he's risking your students and your teaching career with this. Would you dare take that gamble? Wang Tianlei looked at Lu Jingyi with confidence, expecting to see some hesitation and disgust towards Qin Yan on her delicate and charming face. However, unexpectedly, Lu Jingyi didn't even glance at him. There's no need for Teacher Wang to worry. My student is naturally my responsibility. One honor point has been preserved. Please continue your efforts. Host, Wang Tianlei wanted to say something more. Qin Yan, however, said impatiently, talking about fusion without mentioning genetic ratios is nonsense. If you don't understand, go read more books. Does blabbering here help your brain evolve or what? Qin Yan's sharp words left Wang Tianlei stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha. This young man speaks in such an amusing way. 5 meters away stood a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes. He had been eavesdropping for a long time and finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Yan turned his head upon hearing the voice. The newcomer appeared to be around 45 years old, with thinning hair, messy eyebrows, but bright eyes. He went straight to Qin Yan and began lavishing praise without hesitation. Not bad, quite a promising talent for evolution. Who would have thought that even in a small school like Shinlu High, there'd be such a knowledgeable teacher, especially one so well-versed in low-tier spirit beasts. Truly rare. Ding, honor points +1. Qin Yan was somewhat surprised to hear the system notification. The middle-aged man then turned his gaze to Wang Tianlei, his expression still relatively mild. As for this teacher, the professional knowledge needs some improvement. The moment this person started by praising Qin Yan to put him down, Wang Tianlei was both angry and furious, and couldn't help but blurt out what was on his mind. Qin Yan, Is this a plant you hired? Qin Yen, are you out of your mind? Hearing this challenge, the man seemed to recall something. He pulled an object from his trouser pocket and calmly pinned it to the left side of his chest. It was a red badge, signifying the master-level beast evolutionist rank, one of only 11 in the entire nation. The sight of the badge's rank made all 3 people present gasp sharply. Wang Tianlei stood frozen in shock. The 11 grandmasters are protected by the state and remain highly mysterious, with no images of their appearances ever revealed online. That's why the 3 of them didn't recognize them. The man smiled at Wang Tianlei and said, "Sorry, I forgot to hang this up earlier," almost caused a misunderstanding. Now this should prove I'm not a plant he hired, right? Before Wang Tianlei could process it, he reflexively replied, "Fair enough." The man still had things to do, so he smiled at Qin Yen and left. "Qin Yen, you need to go to the principal's office. The principal is looking for you." After snapping back to reality, Wang Tianlei relayed the principal's message and hurriedly chased after that master. If he couldn't properly apologize, he wouldn't be able to sleep for the rest of his life. And then, Qin Yen turned towards the principal's office while receiving a system notification. Ding! Host has mastered all learned knowledge within 3 minutes. Aptitude rating S+. Reward, permanent skill, diagnostic touch. PS. Can be used to diagnose any issues with spirit beasts. Diagnostic touch. By touching the target's hindquarters with your hand, you can identify their problems. Qin Yen? If it's just a diagnosis, why touch the spirit beast's butt? Is the system some kind of pervert? Because the buttocks have the body's thickest nerves, making them most suitable for sensory transmission. Qin Yen fell silent for a moment, quite particular about science. As expected, the moment Qin Yen stepped into the principal's office, he was severely scolded. Donating companies withdrawing their donations is no small matter. The principal was so furious he could barely contain himself, even wanting to fire Qin Yen on the spot. However, Qin Yen had legitimately earned his position through examination and was protected by the state, so even if they wanted to dismiss him, proper procedures had to be followed. "You're nothing but a rotten apple," Principal's son cursed, his beard trembling with rage, until a knock on the door came. "Come in," Principal's son said with a stern face. A young male teacher pushed the door open. It was Xiafeiyu, the teacher who had been specially recruited by the school. "Oh, it's Teacher Xia. What brings you here?" Seeing Xiafeiyu, Principal's son's expression softened considerably. Teacher Xia has good teaching skills, and the Xia family has also donated a lot of money to the school. Xiafeiyu glanced indifferently past Qin Yen, who was standing nearby, and looked at Principal's son. "Principal, I'm here to bring you good news." "Oh, what good news?" "I heard that because the school's reputation has plummeted, some donating companies want to withdraw their contributions. The Xia family is prepared to donate another small goal, but they have a proposal." Principal's son stood up in surprise. "What proposal?" "Next Monday, the college will host an open-form graduation class beast duel competition and invite leaders from the Education Bureau and the president of the Beast Tamer Union to attend." At that time, Xiafeiyu glanced meaningfully at Qin Yan beside him. He smiled and continued, "At that time, we can also take the opportunity to publicly discipline teachers with poor teaching abilities and improper attitudes, thereby restoring the school's reputation. This method can restore the school's reputation, and can also regain the interest of donating companies, can still receive a small fundraising goal. Most importantly, it will ruin Qin Yan's reputation in this industry, making it impossible for him to survive." Xiafeiyu is confident that the principal will definitely agree. Of course, the last point is Xiafeiyu's personal agenda. Principal's son pondered for a moment but didn't quite agree. The Beastmaster duel tournament can be held, but a public punishment? I don't think that's necessary. Principal's son wanted Qin Yan gone, but he hadn't considered completely ruining the young man. Principal's son suggested, "How about this, only let the rocket class and the experimental class participate in the finals? That would still showcase our school's excellence." Xiafeiyu, however, said apologetically, "Principal, this is the higher-ups' decision from the Xia family. If we don't comply, I'm afraid the donation matter might." This, Principal's son found himself in a dilemma. Ding! Mission triggered. Host must lead the students to participate in the graduation class beast taming finals and secure first place. Reward upon completion. Primary element potion *15. The mission has finally arrived. Qin Yan had already planned to participate. After all, honor points are directly tied to his life, so he must find a way to increase them. This on-campus beast duel tournament came at just the right time. It's an open duel tournament. There's bound to be a huge crowd. The bigger the crowd, the more honor points he can earn. At this moment, Qin Yan spoke up. "Principal, since it's a competition between graduating classes, how can our class be left out? Not only will we participate, but we also have the confidence to take first place." Principal's son, He was at a loss for words in response to Qin Yan's inexplicable confidence. Ahem. Xiafeiyu suppressed a smirk and pushed cheerfully. Since teacher Qin doesn't mind, Principal, you might as well agree. Principal's son glanced at Qin Yan as if looking at a little darling. He agreed. Chapter 3, out of 15 students in the class, 14 requested sick leave. Very quickly, all the students received the notification. Qin Yan walked briskly to the door of Class 8, Grade 12. There are a total of 8 classes in Grade 12 if everyone can count. That is, it must be obvious that this is the worst performing class at the bottom of the ranking. Full of underachievers and troublemakers. Exactly. Qin Yan is the homeroom teacher of this class. Why is the class so quiet today? There must be something fishy going on. Are these little rascals secretly plotting something behind his back? He raised his hand, pushed the door open. Walk in. But what greeted him was an empty classroom. Ha, why is there no one here? It's class time. Although it's common for students to run off to the bathroom during lessons. But with Class 8 of Grade 12 having only 15 students, surely they couldn't all have gone to the restroom? Qin Yan scanned the room and finally spotted one under a desk. Qin Yan walked over. Knock on the table. Du Yutong, come out. Caught in the act. Du Yutong awkwardly crawled out from under the table. Teacher. Qin Yan was puzzled. What are you hiding under the desk for? Picking something up. Why are you alone? Where are the other students? Du Yutong thought about it and realized it would be hard to make up an excuse, so it was better to just tell the truth. Teacher, we heard that not only did you sign us up for the school's beast taming finals, but you also boasted that we'd take first place. The students are afraid of embarrassing themselves, so they all called in sick. Qin Yan, that's exactly the kind of thing these little rascals would do. I wasn't here. Who did they ask for leave from? They said they'll submit the leave slip when they come back next Tuesday. Why haven't you left? I'm the class monitor, so I stayed to support the teacher. Du Yutong said insincerely. Actually, her legs had gone numb from sleeping, making her unable to stand up. Otherwise, she would have run away long ago. Qin Yan nodded. Then let's get ready for class. Du Yutong sat down with a miserable look on her face. It's fine if I didn't get away. Just her alone, and she still has to attend class? Woo-woo, so tragic. Qin Yan walked up to the podium. Du Yutong, release your contracted spirit from the beast space. Oh, okay. Du Yutong's contracted spirit is a chubby little creature. It's about the size of a palm. Plump and pudgy. Looks like an oversized Tang Yuan. Nyo nyo. Fei kun yo cooed adorably, rubbing and rolling around happily in Du Yutong's palm. Qin Yan flipped through the records related to Du Yutong's contracted spirit beast. On it was the evolution plan he had written. He had studied desperately for a year. It wasn't that he had no ideas, but he didn't dare draw conclusions without certainty. Spiritual beast evolution is irreversible, whether good or bad. It will follow the student for life. Du Yutong, the evolution direction you want is to enhance Fei Nyo's elemental strength and eyesight. Why do you want to improve eyesight? Du Yutong explained. Because Nyo-Nyo's skill bubble bomb has never hit its target accurately. I suspect it has vision problems. Have you taken it to the Spirit Beast Hospital for a checkup? Qin Yan asked. Du Yutong shook her head. No. Bring it here. Let me check it. Du Yutong's first reaction was doubt. I've never heard of the teacher being able to treat spirit beasts before. Could it be that he wants to use Nyo-Nyo as a guinea pig? Du Yutong hesitantly carried the spirit beast over, soothed it, and then handed it to Qin Yan. Qin Yan took it and used the diagnostic hand skill with his question in mind. Images related to the problem flashed through Qin Yan's mind. Fei Qinia's vision was perfectly fine. It just listens to Du Yutong more, basically going wherever she points. The hit rate is 0. What else could it be? Qin Yan looked up, glancing at the colorful chandelier in the middle of the classroom, then leaned closer to Nyo-Nyo's ear and whispered something. Suddenly, a bubble bomb shot out, heading straight for the chandelier. The next second, the chandelier exploded with a bang. Colorful glass fragments scattered all over the floor. The loud noise startled Du Yutong, and this sudden scene, it also left Du Yutong completely stunned. She stared wide-eyed at the mess in the classroom. Then she turned back to look at the chubby Kunyo obediently rubbing against Qin Yan's palm. It's hard to believe this was caused by Nyo-Nyo. Du Yutong stammered. Nyo-Nyo. Hit it? Du Yutong found it unbelievable, but the facts were right in front of her. She had just witnessed Nyo-Nyo using the bubble bomb skill with her own eyes. This is the first time Nyo-Nyo has hit the target. How did you manage that, teacher? Qin Yan handed Fei Kunyo back. He said helplessly, the little one's vision is fine. As for you, try to minimize body movements when commanding spirit beasts in battle. Distance can create visual discrepancies. It's better to switch to verbal commands in the future. Hearing this, Du Yutong suddenly understood. So it was my fault all along. She felt ashamed as she recalled how she used to complain to Nyo-Nyo about its poor accuracy. She quickly lowered her head and apologized. Nyo-Nyo, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you before. Nyo-Nyo nuzzled against her palm. indicating it was okay. Seeing how well-behaved Nyo was, Du Yutong felt even more guilty inside. If it weren't for the homeroom teacher, she would have continued to misunderstand Nyo. And besides, so our homeroom teacher wasn't trying to use Nyo as a lab rat, he really could identify the spiritual beast's issues. Teacher, thank you, you're truly amazing. Du Yutong expressed her gratitude sincerely, looking at Qin Yan with reverent eyes. Because of Nyo, she genuinely accepted Qin Yan as their homeroom teacher from the bottom of her heart. Du Yutong thought about Monday's beast duel competition. If not a single student from Class 8 of Grade 12 participates, wouldn't the homeroom teacher lose face? She decided to support the homeroom teacher. Isn't it just about losing face in front of the whole school's teachers and students? What's the big deal? She could just wear a head covering to participate. Ding! Honor value +1. Qin Yan handed Du Yutong a piece of paper, which detailed Nyo's evolution path. Nyo is in great condition and ready for evolution. My suggestion is to fuse with the Gyarados gene to enhance elemental strength and attack speed. If you agree, I'll apply for the gene evolution serum right now. Students at Shinlu High School can each apply for a free dose of genetic evolution serum. The prerequisite is approval from the homeroom teacher. Qin Yan had just reanalyzed Fei Kinio's evolutionary path and repeatedly calculated the ratio of the Dragoncarp gene. Nyo can evolve now? Du Yutong looked at the paper filled with evolutionary path analysis, both shocked and delighted. She had thought, so the homeroom teacher had already planned out Nini's evolutionary path, and it was so thoroughly considered. What kind of teacher is this? Du Yutong looked at Qin Yan with deep gratitude in her eyes. Qin Yan nodded, rubbing his forehead with slender fingers as he said with a headache, I originally planned to apply for all 15 of you together, but these guys actually all ran off. Du Yutong thought to herself, if it weren't for her numb legs, she would have missed it too. That was close. But, those students who took sick leave would probably regret it to death if they knew what they missed. Qin Yan stood up. Let's go. We're heading to the Spirit Beast Evolution Room. Followed Qin Yan to the Spirit Beast Evolution Room. Du Yutong was very excited along the way. As she turned a corner, she nearly bumped into a male student from the experimental class. Seeing the other person limping, Du Yutong thought she hadn't actually hit him, so she asked, Classmate, is your leg okay? The male classmate waved his hand sheepishly. It's nothing. I was squatting in the bathroom for too long. My legs went numb. Hearing this, Du Yutong's eyes lit up. Your legs went numb? Hey, you're in luck. Ha! Watching Du Yutong's cheerful figure walk away, the male classmate was utterly confused. Leg numbness equals good luck? That's so random. Are you sick or something? A girl passing by remarked. Ha! Isn't that Du Yutong, the class monitor of Class 8? Class 8, Grade 12? The leg-numb classmate suddenly looked enlightened. The underachievers class. No wonder they're so weird. But the direction she's heading seems to be the Spirit Beast Evolution Chamber. Spirit Beast Evolution Chamber? Does Class 8 even need to apply for genetic evolution serum? The girl quickly edited a message and sent it to the school group chat. Come on, let's go check it out. Chapter 4, Are you crazy? Even coming up with such a terrible idea? Over here. Qin Yan led Du Yutong to the building housing the Spirit Beast Evolution Room. At the entrance of the building, coincidentally, I ran into Lu Jingyi who was bringing her students along. What a coincidence, Teacher Qin. What a coincidence. They exchanged greetings and walked in together. Beast Evolution Chamber. The supervisor was yawning out of boredom. This place, it might be weeks before anyone comes here. Definitely the most leisurely position in the entire school. Easy yet boring. I really want to find some excitement. At this moment, a knock sounded at the door. The supervisor immediately perked up. Work's coming in. He quickly pressed the button to release the lock. Qin Yan and the others walked in together. Just about to close the door, Wang Tianlei unexpectedly brought his students over as well. Seeing Qin Yan also present, his footsteps immediately faltered. Seeing this scene, the supervisor couldn't help but laugh and said, Well, what's the occasion today? All three teachers are gathered together. Naturally, the supervisor recognized all the teachers in the school and said with a smile, In order, it's Teacher Lu first, Teacher Qin second, and Teacher Wang third. All three of them indicated they had no objections. After applying for the evolution serum, Lu Jingyi summoned a flamehound and immediately administered it to the creature. Although the evolution chamber is enclosed, the school specially installed a glass wall to stimulate student progress through a more visual approach. They also encouraged students to actively observe the process. This glass wall not only allows a clear view inside the evolution chamber but, with the aid of special equipment, also enables distinct audio from within. At this moment, outside the glass wall, students and teachers had already gathered in a crowd. I know that student, it's Yang Mingrue from the second year of high school. Only a sophomore? And his spirit beast has already met the evolution criteria? That's insane. If the evolution succeeds, admission to a top university is guaranteed. So envious. Indoors, after consuming the prepared Stormhound gene evolution serum, the Blazehound closed its eyes and lay motionless on the ground, and Yang Mingrui by his side, already sitting cross-legged at the designated spot as instructed by the supervisor, with monitoring devices attached to the body. This is to prevent any unexpected incidents during the evolution process, as the monitoring devices can provide immediate response if needed. Generally, the evolution process takes at most a dozen minutes, and if it fails, the duration is even shorter. To avoid interfering with the spirit beast's evolution, everyone quietly waited for time to pass. Yang Mingrui slowly closed his eyes as well. Unexpectedly, only 3 minutes had passed. The detection instrument emitted a beep 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 sound. Lu Jingyi nervously stepped forward. The supervisor immediately leaned in, moving closer to the monitor to check the situation. At a glance, he was instantly shocked. Oh no, classmate Yang's temperature has exceeded 38.5 degrees and is still rising. Lu Jingyi's expression immediately changed. It's normal for a beastmaster's body temperature to rise during their spirit beast's evolution, but under normal circumstances, body temperature rises gradually. Reaching 38.5 degrees in just 3 minutes is unusually fast. Unless, the supervisor glanced at the comprehensive data and said, this situation likely occurs because the genes of the Flamehound and Stormhound are incompatible, causing an acute rejection reaction. Teacher Lu, you need to be mentally prepared. To be honest, with this situation, Teacher Lu's career is basically over. It's just that before it reaches that point, the supervisor doesn't want to be too harsh. But we can't rule out individual physical differences. We can observe for now, but if Yang's temperature exceeds 40 degrees, we'll have to intervene. Lu Jingyi took a deep breath and stared at Yang Mingrui with a complicated gaze. An abnormally elevated body temperature is indeed a primary reaction of acute incompatibility, but not entirely. She had seen another case before, almost identical to Yang Mingrui's current condition. The only question is, which type Yang Mingrui belongs to, and in just a few more minutes, she would be able to confirm it. Outside the glass wall, the onlooking students also grew tense. They didn't even dare to discuss it loudly. How could this happen? An acute incompatibility reaction actually occurred. How terrifying. Whoa whoa, my spirit beast is evolving the day after tomorrow, and I'm so scared right now. I'm even more scared. Mine is tomorrow. What will happen to that classmate? As soon as this question was asked, the air outside fell silent for a moment. During their second year of high school, students learned about acute incompatibility in the beast evolution theory class. Once this condition is confirmed, the evolution must be forcibly terminated, and once forcibly terminated, it will cause irreversible damage to the spirit beast, making future evolution impossible. If it doesn't stop, the students will lose their lives due to the extreme heat and elemental chaos. The evolution path of Divine Deer Academy has always prioritized stability, and such a situation has never occurred before. Not to mention them, even the teachers observing from the periphery didn't expect the scene to actually happen. And just as the students were whispering among themselves, Wang Tianlei's mocking voice came from inside the evolution chamber. Qin Yan, what kind of bad advice have you been giving Teacher Lu? The originally planned lava tortoise shell gene and green wolf gene were such safe choices, weren't they? Yet you insisted on suggesting the Stormhound gene instead. I told you long ago, the Stormhound gene carries recessive agitation factors that trigger acute incompatibility reactions. But you just wouldn't listen. What else is there to say? The genes of the molten tortoise shell weaken the speed of the blazing hound, making it a critical flaw. The green wolf genes for inheritance is too dominant. The blazing hound absolutely despises anything green. If it weren't for your nonsense and reckless advice, classmate Yang Mingrui wouldn't have ended up in such a dangerous situation. Wang Tianlei obviously said it on purpose, and his words instantly made Qin Yan the target of public criticism. The students were all puzzled. Do we need to consider the preferences of the spirit beast when it evolves? Blazing hound hates green? My spirit beast is a blazing hound. How come I didn't know that? Then what color does your blazing hound like? How would I know what color it likes? Does it even have a favorite color? Right, do spirit beasts even have favorite colors? But, they can be picky eaters and have favorite foods. Why can't they have favorite colors? If there are, then do you have any other preferences? As we were saying, the doubts in the students' minds had unknowingly turned into reflection. Director Chili was also watching from the sidelines, her face already ashen. The acute incompatibility incident was already a major event that could affect the school's rating. If it was caused by malicious human intent, the situation would be even more serious. Qin Yan. These two words were practically spat out through gritted teeth by Chili. Inside the evolution chamber, the monitoring device continued to beep incessantly. Yang Mingrui's body temperature was still soaring. 38.6 degrees. 38.7 degrees. 38.8 degrees. When Wang Tianlei accused Qin Yan, Qin Yan was carefully analyzing the data of the Flamehound and the ratio of the Stormhound's genetic evolution serum. In the end, he concluded there were no issues. He looked up and turned his gaze toward young Mingrue. He stepped forward and walked over. Qin Yan had already become the center of attention. The moment he moved, the crowd's eyes filled with confusion. What does he want by approaching Yang Mingrue? The supervisor looked nervous and reached out to stop Qin Yan. Qin Yan, what are you trying to do? Who would have thought? Qin Yan's target wasn't Yang Mingrue, but the blazing hound. He crouched down, patted the blazing hound's rear, then completely relaxed his expression. Qin Yan, what are you doing? The supervisor shouted. Due to the angle, others didn't see Qin Yan's movement. It seemed he just approached briefly before retreating. He didn't do anything. I didn't do anything, Qin Yan replied. The inspector remained suspicious, but the detection equipment showed no abnormalities, so he didn't press further. Yang Mingrue's body temperature continued to soar. 39 degrees, 39, 5 degrees, 40 degrees. The supervisor picked up the handheld device. Once intervened, the Flamehound will lose all potential for evolution. But, we really can't wait any longer, the supervisor decided. It's already over 40 degrees. Student Yang Mingrue hasn't responded at all. According to the instruments, he has fallen into a coma. The situation is very dangerous. Teacher Lu, we must terminate the evolution immediately. No, don't terminate it, Yang Mingrue anxiously shouted. He could clearly hear everything around him, yet he couldn't move, couldn't open his eyes, and couldn't make a sound. He was nearly frantic with anxiety. He could feel that his current state was extremely comfortable, incredibly comfortable. It wasn't acute incompatibility at all. Instead, he had encountered some kind of opportunity. It absolutely must not be terminated. Absolutely not. Someone save him, quick. Chapter 5, Teacher Lu, you've got something there. After repeatedly checking Yang Mingrue's condition, Lu Jingyi decisively reached out to stop the supervisor, and those who stepped forward to stop it together. There was also Qin Yan. The supervisor couldn't understand the actions of the two teachers. Teacher Qin, if it weren't for your reckless suggestions, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Do you think it's not chaotic enough? And Teacher Lu, this is your student. Even if you refuse to accept the facts, delaying further will only make the situation worse. Facing the doubts, Lu Jingyi remained firm. It's not yet time to terminate. Not yet time for what? The supervisor said anxiously. The human body's temperature tolerance limit? By then, it'll be too late. Teacher Lu, what exactly are you thinking? Lu Jingyi glanced back at her student and voiced her speculation. I believe Yang Mingrue encountered a stroke of luck, not genetic incompatibility. Lu Jingyi's words reignited hope among the students outside the room. A stroke of luck? Could it really be a stroke of luck? Genetic incompatibility sounds terrifying. It'd be so much better if it were just a stroke of luck. Something good must happen. Praying for classmate Yang's smooth evolution. Praying and praying. The supervisor was left speechless upon hearing this, even finding it absurd. He thought Lu Jingyi must have been provoked, starting to indulge in wild fantasies. Teacher Lu, you're truly insane. Step aside now. Just as the supervisor's hand was about to touch Lu Jingyi's shoulder, it was blocked back by a distinctly bony hand. Qin Yan looked into the inspector's eyes and said earnestly, Teacher Lu guessed correctly. Yang's condition isn't due to genetic incompatibility but rather synchronization with the perfect fusion evolution state of a spirit beast. We absolutely must not forcibly terminate it. Inspector? What? Perfect fusion evolution? This is even more outrageous. He scoffed and said speechlessly, perfect fusion evolution. How could it possibly appear on an ordinary spirit beast contracted by a common person? That's just a flamehound. Throughout my years in this profession, I have participated in the evolution of every spiritual beast at Shinlu High School. Some have succeeded in evolving, but failures are even more common. Yet never has there been a perfect fusion evolution. Not even once. Qin Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and retorted, not even once. So it's absolutely impossible? Absolutely impossible. This was the answer in the supervisor's mind, but he lacked the courage to say it out loud, because at this very moment, both indoors and outdoors fell silent. It was as if an inexplicable, powerful conviction was stirring within him, leaving him too afraid to speak. Why is Yang Mingrue crying? Du Yutong was the first to notice Yang Mingrue's unusual behavior. He still couldn't move or speak. The tears streaming endlessly from the corners of his eyes made everyone realize he might actually be conscious. Then why was he crying? Was it due to pain, or fear, or something else? Lu Jingyi still didn't move an inch, and emphasized once again, I share Teacher Qin's view. I will take responsibility for my students and bear all the consequences. This time, after a moment of hesitation, the supervisor finally stepped back. With things having reached this point, persisting further would mean he'd have to bear the risks as well. It's just a pity about that talented student. By now, Nearly 10 minutes had already passed. As per tradition, Yang Mingrui's evolution had reached its most critical moment. At this moment, the access control to the evolution chamber suddenly opened. Chili stormed in furiously. She has a tall and hot figure, exuding an overwhelming presence. Both of you, get out of my way. As she spoke, the spiritual beast totem behind Chili, the blue sparrow, manifested, and she intended to use the power of beast taming to forcefully push the two away. The evolution of spiritual beasts becomes increasingly difficult with each stage, and only after completing 3 evolutions does the spiritual beast totem appear, allowing beast tamers to share in the power of beast taming through the totem. At the age of 35, Chili had already completed the 3rd stage evolution of her spirit beast, a clear testament to her exceptional beast taming talent. Staying at the school as a director was truly an underutilization of her abilities. Seeing this, Lu Jingyi no longer hid her power in order to protect the students. A moderately sized flame barrier suddenly appeared in mid-air. The flames were extremely hot, forcing Chili to take several steps back. No one is allowed to come over, Lu Jingyi said coldly. Beside her, Qin Yan glanced at Lu Jingyi's stunning profile illuminated by the flames, equally astonished. Teacher Lu, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Moreover, the scene was quite pleasing to the eye, and Qin Yan couldn't help but steal a few more glances. The temperature inside the evolution chamber soared. Yet, Chili's forehead was covered in cold sweat. When the students saw the totem displayed behind Lu Jingyi, they were completely stunned. A totem? Doesn't the totem indicate that a 3rd level evolution must be completed? Teacher Lu is only around 20 years old, and already made his spirit beast complete a 3rd level evolution? Impressive. Even Chili, the school's director, had no idea that Lu Jingyi's spirit beast had already completed a 3rd level evolution, especially after seeing the 3-feathered red bird totem hovering above Lu Jingyi's back, was utterly shocked. Lu Jingyi, who on earth is this person? The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Just then, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted from the blazing hound's body. Soon, the red light dissipated, and the blazing hound stood up with renewed vigor. This signified that it had successfully completed its genetic metamorphosis. Meanwhile, Yang Mingrui finally opened his eyes. It's finally over. Lu Jingyi let out a sigh of relief, and the flame barrier immediately dissipated. This scene elicited a burst of intense cheers from outside. Success! Wow, that's amazing. The first thing Yang Mingrui did after waking up was to approach Lu Jingyi and Qin Yan. He said with immense gratitude, "Thank you both teachers for your protection. If it weren't for you, I would have." Everyone else thought he was experiencing acute genetic incompatibility, and the supervising teacher was about to forcibly terminate the Blazehound's evolution. If it weren't for the 2 teachers' desperate efforts to stop it, he couldn't imagine the consequences. He knew that both teachers were taking enormous risks by doing this. He even risked his own career. Thinking of this, Yang Mingrui's eyes turned red again. Ding! Honor points +1. Lu Jingyi smiled and patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "As long as it went smoothly." Qin Yan also raised his hand and patted his other shoulder. Well done. But in Du Yutong's eyes, this scene took on a different meaning. So heartwarming. It's like parents comforting their son. After murmuring to herself, Du Yutong snapped back to reality and quickly shook her head, dismissing this terrifying thought. Both the homeroom teacher and Mr. Lu are so young. Where did they get such a big son from? Lai the ignored flamehound squeezed between Qin Yan and the other 2, letting out a dissatisfied sound. It had just completed its evolution, shouldn't it be the main focus now? After evolving, the flamehound grew a size larger, its fur not only lengthening slightly but also changing from its original dark red to a fiery crimson. Supervisor, shouldn't we test the flamehound now? Lu Jingyi reminded. Oh yes, right, it's time for the test, the supervisor replied awkwardly. He really wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but he still had work to finish. First, conduct a genetic test on the flamehound. Have Yang Mingrui command the blazing hound to use elemental skills to attack the designated position. Then analyze the data. Very soon, the analysis results are out. Chapter 6, Perfect Evolution. Qin Yan's analysis was correct. Type, Flamehound. Base stats, 120. Elemental skill, Fireball. Apart from changes in appearance, the base stats have risen from 30 to 120, achieving a leapfrog growth. The elemental skill has also evolved from a regular fireball to an explosive fireball. Lu Jingyi couldn't help but look at Qin Yan with admiration. The result was exactly as he had analyzed. Along with the increase in racial values, there was also a pleasant surprise in elemental skills. Moreover, indeed, the Blazing Hound achieved a perfect evolution. Being able to make a spirit beast undergo perfect evolution in the second year of high school means not only top-tier universities but even double first-class institutions are easily within reach. Putting everything else aside, Shinlu High School could really make a name for itself across all of Shining City with this. It actually turned out to be a perfect evolution. While shocked, the supervisor couldn't help but feel a bit of lingering fear. Just moments ago, he had been about to forcibly terminate the Blazehound's evolution. If it really gets terminated, then he would become the school's sinner. Equally frightened was Qili, but she quickly turned her spearhead toward the inspector. Luo Changping, how did you check the data? You actually mistook perfect evolution for genetic incompatibility. Even I was misled. You nearly caused a disaster. Seems to me you've been way too idle in your daily work. The supervisor wiped his cold sweat in fear, not daring to utter a word. Wang Tianlei's face turned the worst of all. His endless slander against Qin Yan. Because of the sudden turn of events, it all became laughable. He even felt that the teachers and students watching outside the glass wall were looking at him with strange expressions. Teacher, is it my turn next? Du Yutong couldn't wait after witnessing a perfect evolution. Qin Yan handed the application data for the Garrido's evolution serum to the supervisor. The formulation of the evolution serum must consider multiple factors such as the spirit beast species, base stats, physique, weight, etc., and requires complex calculations and verifications to determine the final ratio. The actual ratio must be measured with absolute precision. Any issue in any step could lead to the failure of evolution. Qin Yan watched as the supervisor prepared the mixture according to the data, then took it and handed it to Du Yutong. Let's begin. Du Yutong summoned Fatty Nyo and fed it the evolution serum. Then she asked excitedly, Teacher Qin, do you think Nyo will also achieve a perfect evolution? Qin Yan nodded and said calmly, yes, it should. Now go sit down properly. Du Yutong obediently sat in the designated spot, cradling Nyo in her arms, while the supervisor connected her to the monitoring device. Most people assumed Qin Yan's remark of "it should" was meant to comfort Du Yutong. However, Lu Jingyi was brimming with confidence. If Teacher Qin said it would happen, then it surely would. Of course, where there were believers, there were also those who didn't believe a word of it. Although Qin Yan did interfere with Yang Mingrui's evolutionary path. However, in the eyes of some people, student Yang Mingrui's ability to achieve perfect evolution was due to his inherently exceptional talent. Qin Yan was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, merely lucky to have touched a stroke of fortune. Another perfect evolution? Who does Qin Yan think he is? In an attempt to regain the face he had just lost, Wang Tianlei targeted Qin Yan again. Humph. Teacher Qin, do you think perfect evolution is as common as cabbage? That it just happens whenever you say so? Your student barely met the evolution standard by the end of senior year, mediocre talent at best. It's already a miracle they evolved successfully. In response to Wang Tianlei's renewed provocation, Qin Yan deflected with ease. As a teacher, how can you not wish the best for your students? What kind of mentality is that? Wang Tianlei wanted to say something more. Qili shot him an impatient glare. What's all this nonsense at a time like this? Just shut up. Both inside and outside the room, everyone waited in silence, just as everyone was wondering whether Fei Qinyu would successfully evolve. But this time, it actually turned out just like Yang Mingrui had moments ago. Only 3 or 4 minutes had passed when the detection device suddenly beeped. But this time, the inspector didn't dare to jump to conclusions. While excited, his gaze hesitated toward Qin Yan. Wait a little longer, Qin Yan said. Then he approached Fei Kunyo and checked its status. When he returned, his expression was extremely relaxed. Bring me the evolution path to take a look. Qili asked the supervisor for Fei Kunyo's evolution path. The more she looked, the tighter her frown became. The school has always prioritized stability in designing evolutionary pathways, but this pathway is far too bold. Both the Ragefin Dragon and Stormhound carry recessive frenzy genes in their DNA. Precise ratio calculations must be made based on the spiritual beast's condition. Even the slightest deviation could trigger acute incompatibility reactions. Qin Yan's actions were tantamount to putting students at risk. Qili's heart was in her throat again. Another 6 or 7 minutes passed. A faint blue glow emanated from Fei Kunyo, and as it faded, her body underwent a transformation. Following, Du Yutong opened her eyes in delight. Teacher, Nyo has successfully evolved. Well done. Qin Yan praised and asked her to direct Nyo to conduct the test. The results came quickly. Type, Feek Nyo. Base stats, 101. Elemental skill, Bubble Bomb Freeze. Each evolution of a spirit beast will bring about some changes in its appearance, whether minor or significant. On both sides of Fei Qinyu's plump, milky white, and rounded body, 2 additional ice blue stripes, similar to those unique to the violent carp dragon, appeared, significantly enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Apart from that, both elemental strength and attack speed have been significantly improved. The unexpected surprise is that the base stats have increased from the original 25 to 101. The first evolution can make the base stats exceed 100, which already puts it in the ranks of perfect evolution. The supervisor looked at the test data, so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Another perfect evolution. Encountering 2 perfect evolutions in a single day. This is just too fantastical. Yeah, Du Yutong had already had a premonition during the evolution process, and upon hearing this, she jumped up excitedly. Nyo, you're amazing. Wang Tianlei was humiliated again, thinking Qin Nian would mock him a few words. Unexpectedly, Qin Nian didn't even glance at him. He actually ignored me outright? Wang Tianlei was furious. Teacher Wang, it's your turn next, the supervisor reminded. Wang Tianlei, holding back his frustration, handed over the evolutionary path he had designed. After obtaining the evolution serum, he gave it to his student. With a stern expression, he instructed, make sure your spirit beast fully integrates with it. You understood, teacher, the student replied tremblingly. Wang Tianlei was quite confident in his design and calculations. He thought, even the spiritual beasts of Class 8 students achieve perfect evolution, mine certainly can too. After 2 consecutive unexpected perfect evolutions, the students outside the glass window couldn't help but feel heightened anticipation for the third one. Even Chili found herself lost in thought. What if it really is 3 a day? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the student, eagerly anticipating another miracle. About 2 or 3 minutes passed. The monitoring device beeped again with a beep beep. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. No way. Is there really going to be a third perfect evolution? Wang Tianlei was the first to react. He took a step forward, his expression ecstatic. Ha ha ha, my student's spirit beast is about to evolve perfectly too. Let me see. How high has the temperature risen? Is it even higher than those 2 students? Supervisor. Indeed, the temperature is higher than theirs. Ha ha ha, fantastic. The evolution path I designed is the most awesome. Wang Tianlei was getting carried away, even failing to notice how strange the supervisor's expression was when he said those words, and how speechless everyone looked upon hearing his words. Chapter 7, Everyone Failed. Old Wan, what are you so ecstatic about? What was he so ecstatic about? The supervisor gave Wang Tianlei a speechless glance. The instrument beeped just now because the evolution failed, and the high body temperature was an adverse reaction after the failed evolution. Wang Tianlei was still looking at the student with great anticipation, hoping to turn the tables against the odds. However, the next moment, the student stood up with a dejected look. The spirit beast automatically returned to his taming space. Wang Tianlei's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Teacher, my spirit beast failed to evolve, the students said with their head lowered. The student's words hit him hard, but Wang Tianlei still refused to believe it. How could the evolution fail? The body temperature clearly rose. How could the evolution fail? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In fact, evolutionary failure is a very common occurrence in major schools. But with 2 perfect evolutions as comparisons, Wang Tianlei inevitably felt a huge psychological gap. In his rush to save face, he only ended up losing it even more. That student looked even more dazed, clearly hit by a greater blow. However, as his homeroom teacher, Wang Tianlei was so trapped in his own feelings of failure that he couldn't snap out of it. For the moment, he simply couldn't spare the effort to comfort the student's emotions. Among the teachers present, only Chili was the most suitable to step forward and console the student. Chili also realized this and approached the student, saying, classmate, don't be discouraged. Failing to evolve is a very common thing. You still have chances. Unexpectedly, the student immediately covered their face and broke down crying. There are no more chances. No more chances at all. My family simply can't afford the genetic evolution serum. Chili sighed. This situation is not an isolated case, but rather the reality faced by most students. The research funding and costs for genetic evolution serum are indeed too high for ordinary families to afford. To be precise, being a beastmaster is inherently an expensive profession. Therefore, beastmasters who can achieve great success are extremely rare. If it weren't for the government covering most of the costs, allowing ordinary people to have the opportunity to become beastmasters, the number of beastmasters in the country would be even smaller. After returning to the classroom, Qin Yan instructed Du Yutong to study on her own while he reviewed the spiritual beast information of the other 14 students one by one. Occasionally, he made some adjustments. However, Du Yutong was preoccupied with the upcoming Monday's Beast Duel tournament. Even though Nyo has evolved perfectly, I'm the only one participating. It's hard to fight alone against many. If we lose then, it's no big deal for me, but our homeroom teacher would lose face big time. As the class monitor, I must shoulder my responsibilities and do something for our homeroom teacher. Du Yutong secretly took out her phone, opened the class group chat, and sent an edited message. Our homeroom teacher helped me apply for the gene evolution serum. And guess what? My little girl evolved perfectly. It took quite a while before the first reply came through. Class monitor, did you just wake up, dreaming about Feek Nyo evolving? Du Yutong rolled her eyes and replied, it's true. But, class monitor, what kind of joke are you telling? I laughed so hard I lost the game. So funny, tell us another one. Du Yutong said helplessly, if you don't believe me, Go check the school group chat. Shortly after leaving the evolution room, the school group chat was buzzing with heated discussions. After a while, this can't be real. Nyo has truly evolved perfectly. Oh my god, this is the moment to defy fate. Class president, we bow to you. Class monitor, we'll follow your lead from now on. Seeing they finally believed her, Du Yutong didn't forget to provoke them. The homeroom teacher said they originally planned to apply for all 15 of us, but unfortunately, you all got sick. What? Did the homeroom teacher originally plan to apply for gene evolution serum for them too, but they missed it due to illness? Ah, the regret is killing me. Absolutely devastated with regret. Why are they pretending to be sick? Wait a minute. They're faking illness to skip Monday's school beast battle tournament. Could it be that the homeroom teacher had this plan all along, letting their spirit beasts evolve together, then stunning everyone at the tournament and rising to the peak of their lives? Wah. Is this the missed chance to defy fate? But they were all faking illness. Seeing the class group chat go quiet, Du Yutong knew they must be drowning in regret. She reminded them, it's 3:30 p.m. now. There's still time. Oh right. In that case, then what are we waiting for? Guys, you rest first. I'll go back and submit a leave note. I'm already on my way. No need for you to go, I'll help cover for everyone. Damn it. Don't even think about cutting in line, I'm going first. Regarding the students who requested sick leave, they collectively recovered their health in less than half a day and came bouncing back to class. Qin Yan wasn't too surprised. He had already anticipated this scene. Even if they don't come today, he'll drag them back one by one tomorrow. Wait until everyone is here. Qin Yan scanned the room and mocked. Oh, so all you Lindias have miraculously recovered in less than half a day? What a medical marvel. Faced with such mockery, the students didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Each of them shamelessly grinned with wide open mouths. Ing at Qin Yan. They were simply too excited. Qin Yan continued his sarcastic taunts. Oh, you guys are something else. When it comes to doing the hard work, you run faster than rabbits. But the moment evolution is mentioned, you bounce back like springs. Whoosh. Don't you have anything to say to me? Teacher, we were wrong. Although these students performed poorly in theoretical subjects, they had always been thick-skinned, always looking to gain more and lose less. At this moment, dropping to one's knees and sliding forward was incredibly swift. Then it was only natural to ask the question they cared about most. Teacher, when are we going to the evolution chamber? Facing those bright, expectant eyes, Qin Yan didn't keep them in suspense, stood up and said, right now, for Monday's Beast Duel tournament, none of you are allowed to be absent. Oh, rawr. Qin Yan led the students back to the evolution chamber. Class monitor Du Yutong naturally followed along. She now had complete trust in their teacher. If the teacher said he would take them to the evolution chamber, then their spirit beasts would definitely evolve. She was so looking forward to that moment. However, everyone arrived at the evolution chamber full of anticipation, but the supervisor poured cold water on their excitement. The reason is that the school has a rule: each class can apply for no more than 2 doses of genetic evolution serum per day and no more than 5 doses per week. Since it's rare for a class to apply for multiple doses of evolution serum in a single day, this rule has essentially been ignored. The supervisor had almost forgotten about it. If it weren't for the incident in the evolution room serving as a wake-up call, he wouldn't have taken out the supervision regulations to review them after the room was empty. I really can't recall this regulation. Apply for 14 at once. Apply for 15 in a day. Who would have thought Teacher Qin would pull such a slick move? So class 3 to 8 hasn't had a single evolution all year, just to gather for one big spectacle. The supervisor wiped off his cold sweat again, still feeling a lingering fear. Since Qin Yan had arrived here, today was the first time he had applied for a genetic evolution fluid for a student, so he had just learned that there was such a restriction. Qin Yan, isn't there any other way? Supervisor, this rule is set by the principal, so if you have a problem with it, you can go directly to the principal. Alright. Qin Yan turned back and explained to the students, you guys go back to your classes and wait. I'll go find the principal. The students had no objections and hooted and hollered back to class 8. Qin Yan, on the other hand, went to the principal's office. Chapter 8 He's going to apply for 14 at once. Qin Yan, what do you take Spirit Beast Evolution for? Is it child's play? And applying for 14, you think you're going to go to heaven just because you stumbled into a perfect evolution? Get the hell out of here. Principal's son stood on his chair, condescendingly and angrily staring at Qin Yan. It can't be helped. This Qin Yan guy is too tall, and without that there is no momentum at all. In fact, upon receiving the news that the school had suddenly produced 2 perfectly evolved spirit beasts, one of which was also the contracted spirit beast of a student from the 3rd year 8th class, Principal's son had already changed his opinion of Qin Yan. He thought that when he saw Qin Yan next time, he must be gentle. Qin Yan has always been a good teaching talent and needs to be retained with a good attitude, but it can't be resisted. He's going to apply for 14 at a time. Qin Yan was helpless. Principal, would you like to take a closer look at the contents of these evolutionary paths? What am I looking at? I'm not looking. Principal Sun threw those 14 applications for genetic evolution liquid onto the table with force. The wind blows. Blow open a page. The principal overheard the contents. He instantly recognized that the evolutionary path analysis on it had shades of Mingyan. Principal Sun instantly subsided, sighed, and got out of his chair. Qin Yan, this guy, even the wind is helping him. You wait. With that, he picked up the 14 copies of the evolutionary path and took them and left the principal's office. It didn't take long. The door to the principal's office opened again, except for the principal. Qin Yan, however, also saw a familiar face that surprised him somewhat. Little youth, hello again. The middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. This person was none other than the spirit beast evolution master that he had met in the corridor earlier. Good day, master. Qin Yan politely returned. I'm fine. These evolutionary paths, you designed them? The middle-aged man asked in amazement as he held up the stack of papers in his hands. It's me. Qin Yan nodded. I wasn't wrong before. You really are a genius. The middle-aged man exclaimed, then smiled and said to Principal Sun, Old son, you've dug up a treasure. This young youth, his knowledge in spirit beasts is even better than mine. Really? Principal Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise, his headlines gathering in a heap. Naturally it's true. The middle-aged man exclaimed. It's true that the latter waves push the former waves forward. Principal Sun pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. Since you said that, it seems that this is a great opportunity for my Kamishika High School. It's up to you to choose, the middle-aged man said with a smile. The more Qin Yan listened, the more puzzled he became. Couldn't help but ask, who the hell is this? Principal Sun, he is Mingyan. Qin Yan? Hey, I'll go. So it's Grandmaster Mingyan. Then I'm not making a fool of myself. There's no need to be modest. Your knowledge of spirit beasts is indeed superior to mine. Mingyan said again. Alright, you guys make your own decisions about your school. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Principal Sun waved his hand. Go go go. I don't know you yet. Saying that you have something to do. You must have gone to play games again. Mingyan good-naturedly laughed. Oh, see through not to tell the truth. After Mingyan left, Principal Sun waved his hand to greet Qin Yan. Sit down. Qin Yan sat down peacefully. Principal Sun also personally poured a cup of tea and brought it to Qin Yan. Taste. Qin Yan was quite thirsty after a busy day without bothering to drink water, so he picked up the tea and took a sip and poured it down. After drinking it, it leaves a good taste in your mouth. This tea tastes pretty good. Tea in the principal's office is just great. It was the first time he'd ever had that kind of treatment. I have to say, sitting down for a cup of tea just doesn't feel the same as standing and listening to a lecture. Principal Sun saw him drinking tea like a cow, and did not see any offense, poured him another cup. Qin, Principal, these 14 evolutionary pathways. Principal Sun waved his hand to interrupt Qin Yan's words and said in a tone of speaking to his juniors. Young people are just indolent. Have some tea first. Qin Yan was indeed thirsty and drank 3 more cups of tea in a row before he could quench his thirst. The principal refilled his glass seeing that he would not continue. With a serious face, he asked, Qin Yan, tell me honestly, in this year, when you didn't apply for the genetic evolution liquid for the children in class 8, were you planning to do this long ago? Qin Yan simply admitted, yes, good boy. Principal Sun slammed the table in anger and joy. You even fooled me. Principal Sun thought Qin Yan was really upset over the class transfer and had let the students off the hook. Unexpectedly, facing one of the worst classes, he still has such a high heart. To the Imperial Beast Evolution diligently study and strive to improve, and really let him do it. Principal Sun looked at Qin Yan as if he was looking at a golden lump. Qin Yan, your kid is even better than I thought. I was the one who looked away. These 14 evolution paths, I approve them all, but the time of evolution can't be during the day or too early. Tonight at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock at night. The group sneaks back over the wall to the school. Each one is excited and behaves furtively, and quietly opened the door to the evolution room. It was the principal who took the lead. Principal Sun hadn't done anything out of the ordinary like this in years, and his heart was pounding with old excitement. Close the access door and dim the glass to black opacity. Principal Sun then put his head down. With a serious face, he reiterated, Class, I'll emphasize once more that this matter, whether it succeeds or fails, must be kept strictly confidential. Got it? We will certainly not divulge it. The students responded that the matter concerned themselves as well, and they would not mess around. Principal Sun nodded with satisfaction and activated all the instruments. While waiting, the students released all their spirit animals. There are white caterpillars, large-billed ducks, bobolinks, and incendiary chickens. Qin Yan took out a stack of evolutionary paths, removed one, and handed it to the principal. Let's start with the vice squad leader, Lee Junyan. You go first. The superintendent was off duty, and besides, the matter needed to be kept secret, so naturally he wouldn't be called over. Principal Sun took out the gene evolution liquid and personally mixed it according to the genetic ratio calculated by Qin Yan. Lee Junyan's contracted spirit was a white caterpillar with a glistening white body, 2 tentacles of the same color on top of its head, a body length of about 30 centimeters, and a skill of spitting silk. With a weak attack ability and a skill that was just a support, Lee Junyan wanted to boost the white caterpillar's attack power. When Qin Yan designed the evolutionary path, he focused on Lee Junyan's needs while taking into account the characteristics and preferences of the white caterpillar and chose to have it fuse the genes of the thunder spider. As usual, the white caterpillar drank the thunder spider gene evolution liquid. Lee Junyan hugged the white caterpillar and sat down at the designated spot. However, 3 or 4 minutes, the detection instrument beep ring. The whole process was exactly the same as when Fat Coco Nui evolved. 10 minutes later, the white caterpillar's body lingered in a circle of white light. With that, Lee Junyan opened his eyes full of surprise. Teacher, Big Hair's evolution is complete. Chapter 9. The principal intends to make a big deal out of it. Well done, Qin Yan said. Next, there was genetic testing, and spirit animal skill testing. After uploading the data, the principal silently rubbed his hands together, a heart already hanging high. Although these evolutionary paths were affirmed by Ming Yan, in the end it was not as reassuring as seeing the results with his own eyes. Soon, the results came in. Species, white caterpillar. Race value, 111. Elemental skill, spitting threads attached thunder. The white caterpillar's appearance barely transforms, except for an additional lightning marking on its abdomen. The skill spit silk even adds an attached lightning effect, and the attack power is greatly increased. And with a racial value of 111, it's clearly another perfect evolution. After seeing the analyzed data, Principal Sun's hanging heart finally settled down. Both of those perfect evolutions in the afternoon depended on Qin Yan's perfect analysis of the evolutionary path. 1 perfect evolution may be accidental, 2 may be especially accidental, 3, that's absolutely, positively powerful. He couldn't wait to see all of these students' spirit beasts perfectly evolved. The other students also congratulated Lee Junyan and all jumped at the chance to try. The next couple hours, every 10 minutes or so, a different color of light would flash within the spirit beast evolution room, and then it's followed by a round of cheers from the students. This pomp and circumstance lasted until 3 o'clock in the morning of the next day. A group of talents walked out of the evolution room with dark circles under their eyes. Although they hadn't slept all night, their spirits were incredibly high. All go home. All the teachers and students of senior class 8 are on vacation today. Go back and have a good rest. Principal Sun smiled and snapped. Yeah, thank you, Principal. No school today. Bye Principal. Bye Old Ben. Once again, the students quietly climbed over the wall and left the school. As for whether or not they'll be able to sleep tonight, there's no telling. You go back to rest too. Principal Sun's eyes at this moment looked at Qin Yan with more care than his own grandson. Ding, honor value plus 15. Too sleepy, Qin Yan went back to the school's temporary dormitory nearby. It's too late in the day to go home. After dawn, Principal Sun, who hadn't slept all night, entered the office with a big black eye. He's been up all night, and Principal Sun is ready to do something big. The spirit beasts of the 14 students of the 3rd year 8th class applied for evolution on the same day, and he deliberately placed the time at night to do it quietly. The reason why Principal Sun had carried out this matter in secret was because he was preparing to come out in front of the Education Bureau as well as the various leaders of the Imperial Beasts Union. But then he came up with an even bolder idea, a layout that could catapult Shenandoah High School to the top stream of high schools in Hyannis. After carefully envisioning it, Principal Sun thought it would work. Sitting behind his desk, Principal Sun made himself some tea without haste. Then he turned over the contact information for the major colleges and universities, as well as the major high schools in Hyangning City, and picked out a few important ones to call. Hello, is this Principal Lee from First Middle School? I'm Mr. Sun, the principal of Kameshikan High School. Yeah, we're hosting a head-to-head competition at our school next Monday. Would like to invite your school's graduating class over for a... What? Not coming? Then you're missing out on major colleges and universities. Yeah. All the major universities are coming. The enrollment office of the First Imperial Beast Academy is also here. The winners will also receive great prizes. How lucrative. Well, you'll find out when you come to Xiangning City. The first high school is a provincial key high school. Difficult to invite some of the normal. Principal Sun had to offer his own collection as bait. In the attraction of the heavy treasure, Xiangning First High School really agreed. The next step was the First Imperial Beast Academy admissions office. Hello? Is this the First Imperial Beast Academy admissions office? I'm Mr. Sun, the principal of Shinlu High School. Ha ha ha. Yeah. We're having a gobblers match final at school next Monday. The graduating classes of all the major high schools in Hyannis are here to attend. Teachers from the admissions offices of colleges and universities will be there, too. Yes. The students from the first school will come, too. You must come. Well. Compliments of. The first middle school in Xiangning City is really a living signboard. Principal Sun exclaimed. It just works. Take care of the number one college in the country and the rest will be much easier. Hello? Is this the XXX College admissions office? I'm Mr. Sun, the principal of Kameshikan High School. We're hosting a Sentinel Battle of the Beasts final at our school next Monday. The graduating classes of all the major high schools in Hyungnam came to attend. The enrollment office of the First Imperial Beast Academy is also here. You want to come too? No problem. I'll save you all a good spot. Principal Sun is full of sets. Took care of the other college admissions offices with the Hyungnam First High School and First Royal Beast Academy admissions offices. Then the news that the First High School of Xiangning City, the First Imperial Beast Academy admissions office and the admissions office of other colleges and universities were coming to Shinlu High School to participate in the final round of the Imperial Beasts was used to convey the news to the other high schools in Xiangning City. Not a moment too soon. Principal Sun's phone was just ringing off the hook. Hello? Yes, this is. Your school also wants to bring your graduating class to participate in the Imperial Beasts match final organized by your school? Of course you're welcome. I just don't know what prizes your school is planning to bring over. A flurry of phone calls came through. Principal Sun's mouth was dry from fooling around. Finally, the big event is finalized. After a night of fermentation, the fact that there were 2 Imperial Beast Masters at Shinlu High School with perfectly evolved spirit beasts blew up across the campus. Yang Mingrui from Senior 2 and Du Yutong from Senior 8 have even become campus stars. Yang Mingrui, only in his second year of high school, people had trained their spirit beasts to an evolved state, and had even completed a perfect evolution. It's absolutely genius. The other one named Du Yutong is even more bizarre. The poor student who was in the garbage class until yesterday has managed to step into the ranks of geniuses as well. And it's all because of the most bizarre person behind it. Senior Class 8's homeroom teacher, Xin Yen, heard about. He was on the verge of being sacked by the head teacher yesterday afternoon because of his poor teaching ability. It turned out to be less than half a day. The head instructor's bowels then turned green. With reddened eyes, he looked at Mr. Xin, crying and begging him to stay. The above is the rumored Plath version and is not guaranteed. Xiaofeiyu also promptly conveyed the news to the family. The head of the Xia family who got the news hurriedly made a call to the capital city. Didn't I tell you guys to hold him down? What's with the perfect evolution? Hearing the somewhat disgruntled voice on the other side of the phone, a layer of cold sweat could not help but break out on the forehead of the head of the Xia family. It's also 100 secrets. I thought he really gave up, but I didn't realize that he was hibernating, and now he's even overshadowed Feiyu. Come on, I'm not here for your bull asterisk. Yes. There are only a few days left before the city's high school graduating class finals, and Feiyu, on his side, still needs your help. Got it. Tell him to send over the information of 3 students' spirit beasts. This time I'll contact that evolutionary path design master directly instead of his disciple. One perfect evolution is nothing. Just crush him in terms of quantity. To make good use of the city's big competition, this time, we absolutely have to press him into the mud, so that he will never have the chance to get up again. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no mistakes this time. Hang up. The head of the Xia family couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Chapter 10 Diagnostician Examination. And the other side. Qin Yan couldn't help but be confused for a split second after receiving the call from the principal. Countryside High School Royal Beast Match Finals? The entire graduating class is participating? What's the big deal? Qin Yan, this is an opportunity for Shinlu High School. And for you too. Make sure you take first place in the final match. Compete for our Shinlu High School. I'm looking forward to the performance of the 8th class students. Go for it. Principal Sun hung up after that. Qin Yan, are you trusting me a little too blindly? But, the school Mikado finals were upgraded to the citywide high school Mikado finals. Does that system mission still count? Ding! It is detected that the host's graduation class beast match final mission has been upgraded, and the reward primary spirit beast medicinal liquid *15 will now be upgraded to intermediate spirit beast medicinal liquid *15. Qin Yan, got it. This mission still needs to be done. Other schools Qin Yan is not worried. The only other one is Hyangnyeong one. It is said that Xiangning No. 1 middle school introduced the International Imperial Beast Alliance Subordinate Research Institute 3 years ago. The Research and Development of Intelligence Simulation Battle Room version 2.0. It does an excellent job of training students to play against each other. Even Qin Yan, as a Class 8 teacher, had to admit it. The comprehensive quality of the students in the top class of Xiangning No. One middle school is certainly not comparable to these 15 ancestors in his class. To win the final match, they will have to be given its special training to quickly improve the sparring experience of the students. Just the small fights in the school certainly won't do. It's too limiting to put them in a real sparring match. Where is the best place to choose? At that moment, Qin Yan saw a pop-up advertisement on his cell phone. The Fighting Beast Pavilion is now hiring a senior spirit beast diagnostician with a negotiable salary, negotiable benefits, and everything is negotiable. The Colosseum? Yeah, Qin Yan's eyes lit up. Since it is a special training, it is natural to choose the place with the most competition atmosphere in the whole city of Xiangning. The Colosseum is definitely the best choice. Is there a better way to experience the real atmosphere of sparring in countryside than going to a fight at the Colosseum? 6 days until next Monday. Off-campus special training. It's not too late. In order to get the matter of off-campus special training settled as soon as possible, Qin Yan quickly got up, took a fighting bath, and took the city shuttle bus to the Colosseum. According to the rules of the Beast Fighting Pavilion, only Imperial Beast Masters who had graduated from high school or above were allowed to sign up for the Beast Fighting competition. Qin Yan stood at the entrance of the Fighting Beast Hall and confirmed the recruitment information on it. The Fighting Beast Pavilion is now hiring a senior spirit beast diagnostician with a negotiable salary, negotiable benefits, and everything is negotiable. Word for word, not false advertising. Qin Yan came here for the words all negotiable. The first middle school has almost wrapped up the top students of the entire city of Xiangning. In order to win Monday's final match, this venue, Qin Yan must take. The front hall of the Colosseum was very wide, with a monogrammed ceiling decoration on top, and rows of lamps, illuminating the whole hall very brightly. Hello, I've come to apply for the job of spirit beast diagnostician. The female receptionist wearing the uniform black slim-fit overalls of the Fighting Beasts Hall instantly had her eyes light up. Recruitment information posted for half a year has not come to apply for the job. After all, Xiangning City, senior diagnostician above too rare. One finally came today, and so young. She hurriedly pulled out a sheet from the table and handed it to Qin Yan with both hands. Smiling and following the process, he said, "Please show me your senior diagnostician credentials, then fill out your personal information over here, and I'll take you over for an interview later." Qin Yan, I don't have a qualification certificate yet. I heard that I can take the test directly at the Fighting Beasts Hall. Can I do it now? Receptionist, you are only intermediate and now you need to test for an advanced license, right? Qin Yan, I need to start the test at the beginning. Front desk? Qin Yan's sentence directly gave the female receptionist a whole won't. Not even a junior license? Then what the hell are you doing applying for a job? No. Can I take the test today? Qin Yan asked again. Yes. The female receptionist's smile was instantly a bit strained, and she replaced another list and handed it to Qin Yan. Fill out this sheet, then follow the lines on the floor to get to the diagnostician examination room. Thanks. Qin Yan finished filling out the form, received a junior pass, and went to the junior diagnostician examination room under the breathless gaze of the female receptionist. The diagnostician test has both theory and practical exercises. It's almost the end of the semester, and a number of college students in related fields have come to take the test, all gathered in a line in front of the door. Qin Yan had just come over when a boy in front of him wearing a white t-shirt turned around to accost him in a self-conscious manner. Hey man, you flunked out too? Qin Yan. First exam. The boy looked shocked. Looking at your age, you should be a senior, right? Just taking the test for the first time? As the teaching backbone of Shinlu High School, Qin Yan was actually not that old. Through this year, Qin Yan had gotten a basic understanding of his situation. He once took a break from school due to an injury that prevented him from being able to imperator, and went straight into the workforce in order to earn money for his treatment. 2 years on the job, no healing from the injury and no college diploma. He's still coming in as a sophomore on his retainer. No, I joined the workforce, Qin Yan said. The boy nodded indistinctly. Ah, got it. Hobbies. Qin Yan nodded casually. The profession of spirit beast diagnostician. It wasn't exactly an ostensibly glamorous profession compared to that of an imperial beast master. Moreover, this career has a long pre-commitment to learning, and the knowledge involved is more difficult to learn. It's hard to get ahead as a low-level spirit beast diagnostician, and it's hard to get a high-level. Career is based on the word stay. The balder the head, the higher the rank. Anyway, basically, only people who are really into this hobby would choose this line of work. Those like Qin Nin, who came for the diagnostician's job benefits, are probably the exception. My name is Lu Haoyang. What about you, big brother? The boy asked. Qin Ian, brother Qin, how's your theory memorization going? Not bad, should be able to pass. How about you? Qin Yan asked casually. I'm not very good. Lu Haoyan looked at the time and immediately became nervous. The test is in 10 minutes. I'll review and review. You don't usually work hard. But you think you can really do it in the heat of battle? A boy in front couldn't help but sneer. Lu Hao Tian, you grandson have the ability to not flunk out. What's the point of talking about me? Lu Hao Yang shot back. Who are you calling a grandson? I'm your brother. In front of the door of the examination room, two college students fought as if they were elementary school chickens. Generations were messed up to the point of explosion at one point. It's childish as hell. Qin Yan wanted to laugh as he watched. What are you mocking? Lu Haotian saw the smile on Qin Yan's face and instantly thought he was being mocked. A participant still comes to take the diagnostician exam. Really thinks he is that material? Qin Yan. He smiles and gets shot lying down? Seeing this, Lu Haoyang hurriedly apologized to Qin Yan. Brother Qin, don't get on his bad side. My brother he has an anxiety disorder. The diagnosed kind. He loves to be anxious when it comes to exams. It's fine. Qin Yan didn't want to bother with him. After all, fighting with elementary school chickens and whatnot was too boring. Chapter 11 Diagnosing Big Mouth Duck 007. Lu Haoyang saw that his brother finally subsided, so he opened his book to review. As the saying goes, if you don't sharpen your spear in the battlefield, you won't be able to get away with it. Qin Yan's gaze fell on the textbook, the title of which was Elementary Spirit Beast Diagnostic Theory. As he turned the pages, Qin Yan also saw what was inside the book. The book also has a large number of key memorization sections scratched in black handwriting, and Lu Haoyang couldn't stop scratching his head and getting stuck when he memorized this part. For Qin Yan, everything written in this book, whether it needed to be memorized or not, had long been engraved in his mind, and is just the tip of the iceberg. Soon, the theoretical examination begins. Crowds of candidates lined up to enter. Find a seat according to your pass. The test will take 45 minutes, and the clock will now start ticking. Qin Yan got the test paper and looked at it broadly. Did not have to do any thinking at all. Swished and wrote down the answers, and was the first to get up and hand in the paper. Holy, that fast? Seeing this, the hearts of the other students who had come to take the test panicked for a moment. There are still 40 minutes left in the exam. Those who finish the theory first can go on to take the practical test. If one of them doesn't pass, there will be one more chance to make up the test within a month. The invigilator dressed in the uniform work clothes of the Fighting Beast Pavilion reminded. With the invigilator's reminder, the mood of the other candidates gradually stabilized again. The Spirit Beast Diagnostic Room Junior Practical Exam Room was next door, and the door was open. Qin Yan walked straight in. There were two invigilators in the room, both of similar age, both in their 30s, judging by their badges. One is called Wu Hao and the other is called Zhang Yiheng. Doing what? The invigilator named Wu Hao asked with a frown. Exam. This is my pass. Qin Yan held out the pass to the other party. Wu Hao looked at the clock in surprise. The theory only started 5 minutes ago. Right, and you're late? It was late, so you had to take the practical test first and then make up the theory later? I'm turning in my paper. Two invigilators. The practical assessment for junior diagnosticians is relatively simple. Candidates will need to draw straws first to determine which one will be the subject of the exam. Yes, the title is 6 Spirit Animals. As long as you diagnose the main problem that exists in the spirit beast, the test is considered passed. Come here and draw lots. Wu Hao was dumbfounded for a long time and said, Qin Yan drew. Big Mouth Duck 007? According to research, the quality of a spirit animal is directly proportional to its rarity. The higher the initial racial value of a spirit beast, the rarer the number. According to the International Imperial Beast Alliance's current categorization of spirit beasts were categorized into common, rare, precious, rare, and legendary, the 5 major rarity classes. With an initial racial value of 23, the toucan is classified as common. It was also one of the best spirit beasts to breed among the existing spirit beasts. The question that Qin Yan drew wasn't difficult. After all, it was only a beginner's test, and the Fighting Beast Pavilion couldn't possibly come up with a question that was too difficult. Diagnostic time is 15 minutes. Here's the diagnostic sheet, and the diagnosis is filled in according to the format. Wu Hao handed the diagnostic slip to Qin Yan and then said, Come on, I'll take you to the hatchling rearing area first. Qin Yan followed the other party to the area where the large-billed ducklings lived. The large-billed duck belonged to the amphibious spirit beasts, somewhat like a shortened pufferfish with 4 walking legs, with yellow fur, small and dull eyes, and stubby limbs. These cubs looked dopey and cute, and the food was obviously good, judging by their generally plump size. The lawn is clean, the river is clear. To say what would be wrong, the first thing Qin Yan would wonder is if they have a bad stomach from eating a lot, because there were more students coming to the test today. The problematic spirit beasts in each area had already been labeled in advance. On the Big Mouth Duck side, there were 3 that were labeled as questionable. Which one is 007? Asked Qin Yan. The feeder pointed to a large-billed duck lying on a grassy bank and said, That would be the big-billed duck 007. I don't know what's going on. He's become a bit reluctant to go into the water lately. He only goes down for a few minutes every day at noon. His fur is dry all day long, and the skin on his body is on the verge of peeling. And also, he's too skinny, the breeder said with a sad face. Qin Yan looked over. In a crowd of fat ducks, number 007, a large-billed duck, is decidedly on the skinny side, only compared to other fat ducks. Of course, in fact, the 007 toucan still looks to be within the standard weight range. What kind of spirit beasts are kept next door? Qin Yan asked. To the west are small-billed duck pups and to the east are pink crystal cat pups. How is 007 eating on a regular basis? What about the trajectory of its activities before something went wrong? Qin Yan continued to ask. Here's what's weird. 007 has arguably the biggest appetite, and the food is the same as all the other large-billed ducks. I just don't know what's going on. It doesn't grow meat after eating it. Qin Yan. He seriously suspected that the breeder had raised the spirit beasts as meat ducks. As for 007's activity trajectory, it's quite normal. It will lie on the lawn and sunbathe just like other cubs, except that it doesn't like to go into the water. The breeder finished and scratched his head. He really didn't find anything abnormal about 007 normally. Qin Yan nodded his head. It seemed that he couldn't ask for any useful information. However, Qin Yan also had a direction to guess. At first, Qin Yan thought that 007 looked thin because he didn't eat as much as the other large-billed ducklings. But 007 is the biggest eater. That would be a bit of an anomaly, unless 007 has a lot of activity as well. But the breeder said that 007's activity trajectory was normal. 007 has a good appetite, is not athletic, and is thin. That's illogical. Qin Yan guessed. 007's activity level should be so high that food is being consumed. The keepers just don't know it. I need to do a check on 007. Come in with me. The keeper opens the door to the toucan duckling rearing area and heads straight for 007. He then picked up the 007 big-mouth duck. This cub is a bit naughty. Be careful, haha, the breeder warned. Qin Yan was just about to step forward when the big-billed duck spat a line of water at him. Qin Yan quickly dodged out of the way. That line of water then fell onto the invigilator Wu Hao, who followed behind. Gah! Wu Hao wiped the water on his face and was a bit speechless. This kid reacted fast enough. And as Qin Yan approached 007, instead, I found a few pink hairs on it. The coat color of toucan ducklings is on the tender yellow side. Pink fur, probably from the pink crystal cat next door. This little guy isn't as honest as he appears. Qin Yan already had a guess in his heart. Just the feeder's hand. Checking out the large-billed duck. Through examination, Qin Nin found that the skin underneath the wings of the large-billed duck, underneath the fuzz, was ulcerated and looked like some kind of ringworm caused by a fungal infection. This made Qin Yan even more convinced of his suspicions. He used the hand of diagnosis with the question and some relevant images appeared in his mind. And the reason why the big-billed duck doesn't like to go in the water is exactly as he thought it would be. I'm done diagnosing. Qin Yan lowered his head to fill in the diagnosis. The breeder was surprised. That's all it takes? Chapter 12, Intermediate and Advanced Diagnostic Technician Company Exam. Not much of a problem. Qin Yan wrote back while writing. Breeder has a pretty big mouth. The whole process from the beginning of the diagnosis to the writing of the diagnostic sheet was only 4 or 5 minutes. This is also too fast. If the diagnosis is correct, wouldn't that be breaking the record of our Fighting Beasts Pavilion's Junior Diagnostician Practical Examination? The breeder laughed and flirted, but in reality, he was not optimistic. Wu Hao also felt that this diagnosis was a bit ridiculously fast. Everything still depends on the diagnosis though. It's no good going fast if the results aren't correct. Wu Hao took the diagnostic slip handed over by Qin Yan. Just take a look. Immediately freeze. How did it turn out? Breeder asked curiously. Before a problematic ordinary spirit beast is used as a test subject, it will be diagnosed by a diagnostician first. The diagnosis is known only to the invigilator and the curator. Breeders have no right to know. Wu Hao, broken record. Breeder, seriously? Diagnosis: the big-billed duck was infected by the pink crystal cat cubs with ringworm, so it doesn't love to go into the water, and can be treated according to the ringworm. P.S. There should be loopholes in the fences of the 2 spirit animal areas, and timely repair is recommended. It was basically the same as the results given by the diagnostician who was brought in, with an additional section of recommendations. That diagnosis is definitely over the top. Wu Hao curiously asked Qin Yan. How did you know that this big-billed duck usually loves to run to the pink crystal cat's territory next door? Qin Yan, by observation. Can the test results be faster? Wu Hao hadn't asked for details yet and didn't want to let go, saying with a smile, no rush. Anyway, the theory side can't pass someone for a while, so let's talk for a while. Qin Yan, I'm in a hurry to take the intermediate exam. Wu Hao, breeder, 007, Ga. Back to the practical assessment room. The other invigilator, Zhang Yihang, saw that the two came back so quickly and thought that Qin Yan had not passed. In accordance with the workflow, Care said, "Go back and review. Take advantage of the summer vacation. It is best to first find a spirit animal medical center to internship, even if it is as a security guard cleaning it. Accumulate experience. Next time we'll pass." Wu Haohao scoffed twice at this colleague. "Old Zhang, don't rush through the process first. This candidate has passed." "Ha, passed? Congratulations. From now on, you'll be a junior diagnostician." Zhang Yihang reacted quickly and changed his words. "Thanks a lot." Qin Yan finished and asked, "Where is the intermediate level exam?" "Zhang Yihang, the intermediate level is also for us to assess," Wu Hao said. "According to the rules of the Fighting Beast Pavilion, the practical room can also be used as a temporary theory examination room if there are examination students who are assessing primary and intermediate diagnosticians at the same time. So you can take the theory examination for intermediate diagnosticians here." Qin Yan was silent for a split second and asked within an inch of his life, "Can I take intermediate and advanced together? I want to save some time." "Wu Hao, you're going to take 3 levels in a row?" Zhang Yihang next to him was also a bit stunned. As we all know, the spirit animal diagnostician is really hard to take. Each step up the ladder is a matter of knowledge and time. Beginners, intermediates and advanced level who conduct their examinations on the same day are simply unheard of. Not to mention seen. It's not impossible. Wu Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Wait for me to make a call." The good thing is that diagnosticians are a social profession and are not as rigid and strict in their certification process. Wu Hao took his cell phone and went to the hallway to make a call. "Be back soon. Tell Qin Yan the good news. You passed your elementary theory, and the curator of the intermediate and advanced even exams has approved it, and the papers will be sent over in a few minutes." Diagnostician theory test questions are automatically generated from an intelligent database when you apply for a test paper. After printing, the papers were sealed and delivered. Qin Yan sat down and began to answer the questions. The intermediate diagnostician theory test is naturally much more difficult than the primary. It's safe to say, the primary, intermediate, and advanced diagnostician tests climb in difficulty in terms of theory, just as the degree of difficulty of the knowledge involved in a bachelor's, master's, or doctor's degree climbs. But for Qin Yan, it's all just as easy. His pen is still fast. Even with 2 invigilators standing next to him watching, he remained unaffected. See the state of Qin Yan's answer. It was only then that the 2 invigilators finally believed that it was true that it took only 5 minutes to do the elementary theory paper. 15 minutes passed. Qin Yan snapped on the cap of his pen. The 2 invigilators had watched Qin Yan finish writing with their own eyes. It's safe to say, they stood by for as long as Qin Yan wrote. But Wu Hao was still a bit surprised after confirming the time spent. 2 papers and it took 15 minutes? Forget about the intermediate test questions. Advanced test questions can be all big questions. Not only need a certain amount of time to do thinking, write up the word count is also more. But Qin Yan acted as if he didn't have to think at all. Read the topic once and start writing. It must be said that this speed of answering questions really shocked the 2 invigilators. Diagnostician theory test questions are automatically generated from an intelligent database when you apply for a test paper. In other words, there is no fixed question paper at all. If it wasn't for this, the 2 invigilators would even be tempted to wonder if Qin Yan had stolen the questions. This writing is good. Although Wu Hao couldn't read the top of the test questions, he could tell that Qin Yan's writing was very good. The invigilator took the 2 papers that Qin Yan had finished answering and placed them on the scanner. Exams are now intelligently marked. Scanner plus layer printer. Results on the spot. Soon, the results are in. Wu Hao was just about to pick up the test paper to check it. At this time, the door of the practical test room opened from outside and in walked a woman in a red dress, tall and voluptuous, about 20 or 89 years old. She is the curator of this fighting hall, Huang Xiaoqin. "Curator, you've come just in time," Zhang Yihang said with some excitement. Huang Xiaoqin smiled and looked at Qin Yan. "This is the diagnostician who took the company exam? So young. Since I've come in time, let's not delay. The theory test will begin." Huang Xiaoqin thought that the 2 invigilators were deliberately delaying waiting for her to come before starting the theory test. Didn't realize. Instead, Wu Hao said, "The theory has already been tested, and the papers have all been graded and completed." Then point to the layer printer. "Look, the results have been printed out." Huang Xiaoqin looked at the printer and froze for a moment. "So soon?" She quickly stepped forward. "Pick up the corrected papers. Intermediate theory test, perfect score. Advanced theory exam, also a perfect score." Huang Xiaoqin looked at Qin Yan, her beautiful eyes marveling. Did a genius come to the Fighting Beasts Hall? "Wu Hao, let's arrange for a practical test. Call and ask the breeder if the state of the rare grade spirit beast is suitable to receive a diagnosis." Elementary diagnostician. examining common-level spirit animals, intermediate diagnostician, examining rare-grade spirit beasts, senior diagnostician, examining rare-grade spirit beasts. The curator directly asked to contact the breeder of the rare-grade spirit animal. It means crossing the intermediate level. Direct Advanced Practical Assessment? Chapter 13, This Gadget? It can hit people? Pavilion Director? Our beast fighting pavilion can only have one rare-grade spirit beast. Wu Hao reminded. Would it be inappropriate to use it for the exam? The Advanced Theory exam requires a rare-grade spirit beast. The Colosseum happens to have one. This spirit beast was captured from an interdimensional fragment that appeared in Sichuan province last year, and is considered a new species that is extremely rare in number. It took a lot of effort for the Xiangning City Fighting Animal Hall to apply for one, and it's the only one in Yamashima province at the moment. It is the town treasure of Xiangning City Fighting Museum. Well, that's the one. It's good that we have one, or else we'd have to borrow it from outside again, Huang Xiaoqin said, then told Wu Hao to immediately contact the breeder of the rare-grade spirit beast. Wu Hao had to do as he was told. It really deserves to be a rare-grade spirit beast. Even the beast fighting hall only has one. I just don't know. What kind of spirit beast is it? Qin Yan was silently curious. Next, Huang Xiaoqin then gave the answer. The object of your test is an iron eater. Qin Yan, you should have read the news about iron eaters, right? The plan was to breed more iron eaters, but before the plan could be implemented, something went wrong with the small iron eaters that were sent. Understood. Qin Yan returned with deliberation. Turns out it's an iron eater. The iron-eating beast came out of nowhere in just a year's time, and had already attracted a large amount of topics and fans by virtue of its own adorable appearance. Exploding with heat, it had leapt to become a top stream star in the spirit beast world. Although the country's current research on iron eaters is still at a preliminary stage, but Qin Yan was not to be worried at all. The complete book of spirit beast knowledge contains everything related to iron eaters. Besides, the iron eater is not the giant panda of his world. How could he not understand? Huang Xiaoqin is a little tired of standing. Her hips lolled and her crotch slumped directly against the table next to her. With such a simple action, the exquisite curves of Huang Xiaoqin's body looked even more obvious. It's just that she's beautiful in person and doesn't know it. Hooking his lips with a smile, he said to Qin Yan, this is a new breed of spirit beast. A little more difficult than the normal Diagnostic Master Advanced examination, but this difficulty is within the permissible range of the examination. Qin Yan looked to Huang Xiaoqin. Okay, after saying that, it was natural to look away again. Over there, Wu Hao has already made contact. Curator, the breeder said it was okay to go over. Well, let's go then. Led by Huang Xiaoqin herself, Qin Yan once again came to the spirit beast cub rearing area. The iron-eating beast cub feeding area was located in the best geographically located area of the entire spirit beast cub feeding area. That is, the center of the entire feeding area. Although the trio had already reached the fence outside the area where the iron eater was located, but there was no iron eater in sight. Letting an iron eater stay in the room even in broad daylight? Qin Yan asked strangely. The iron eater had some problems recently and was locked up. The breeder said, come this way. A few people were led indoors by the keeper. This is the observation hall outside the indoor feeding area of the iron eaters. At the same time, the iron eater was also sent along with two other keepers. The iron eater was kept in an iron cage. The outside was covered with a layer of translucent gauze to grill the view. The breeder spoke briefly about the iron eaters. This iron eater has been a bit reluctant to eat lately, and has also become cranky and loves to fight. So be careful when you get close in a while. Cranky and aggressive? That's trouble. But now it can only be met head-on. Qin Yan answered, rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward. Spirit animal diagnosticians encounter a variety of problems in the course of their work. Exposure to job risks is also higher. Experiencing it in advance of the test is considered part of the test. At Huang Xiaoqin's gesture, the breeder removed the gauze, and Qin Yan saw the full extent of the iron eater. Delivered to the iron eater tiny one. Because it's still in its infancy, it's just like a little chubby kid. At the moment, caged and sitting in a corner with his head hanging down, he looked a little miserable. Qin Yan had only rolled up his sleeve halfway when he stopped with a crunch. He was a bit dumbfounded. That's all you got? Does it hit people? Playing around? Qin Yan was a bit unconvinced. This iron eater is tiny. What threat could there be? Beating people he doesn't believe in. Adorable is more like it. However, between the breeder's reminder, Qin Yan still stayed a few more moments. The practical examination begins, and the diagnosis time is limited to 15 minutes. Invigilator Wu Hao said according to the assessment process. Qin Yan took a step closer. With the gauze lifted, the little iron eater also saw the keeper next to him. Next, the little iron-eating beast suddenly stormed up. Showing his teeth, he gave the breeder next to him a vicious paw. Hiss! The feeder backed away, covering his arm. The little iron eater was very strong, and with just this one blow, His arm must have hurt for days. Qin Nian, on the other hand, suddenly stopped in his tracks. A slight frown. Little Iron Eater, this reaction. Why does it look a little off? An animal may be happily mischievous if it is in a warm, cozy environment for a long time. But this reaction is a bit much. Rather like a stress reaction. Qin Nian approached again. Just be a little careful. Iron Eater, I'm here to diagnose your problem. Be good, ha. It was just that Qin Nian had put his hand on the little iron-eating beast's fat ass, and it didn't attack him. Soon, Qin Nian knew why. His face sank. As time passes, the diagnosis is a bit long this time. It seems to be difficult. Invigilator Wu Hao said. After all, it's a new breed of rare-grade spirit beast. It's normal for it to take longer. Huang Shaoqin understood, and in Huang Shaoqin's hands, there was the diagnosis of the little iron-eating beast. About half a month ago, as soon as the little iron eater appeared unusual, the keeper promptly reported it. Subsequently, Huang Shaoqin hurriedly invited a senior diagnostician from the next city over to see her. The diagnosis was that the hot weather caused a loss of appetite and an impatient personality. Based on this diagnosis, Huang Shaoqin also immediately asked the staff to arrange more appetizing fruits and drinks for the small food iron beast. Air-conditioned rooms were also arranged, but the little iron eater is not at all fond of air-conditioned rooms and spends most of his time in the yard. As to why it never got better, Huang Shaoqin guessed. It should still be related to the heat. In front of the iron cage, Qin Nian's face, however, became increasingly ugly. At first, he felt that the little iron eater's reaction was out of place. Sure enough, from the footage obtained by diagnostic hands, the little iron eater, surprisingly, suffered a long period of mental abuse at the Colosseum. Every midnight, there's just a man in Colosseum coveralls and a mask, appeared in the place where the small iron eaters lived, suddenly appearing while it's asleep, terrorize it with some special props. The little iron-eating beast's spirit was ravaged for a long time and became unappetizing. Chapter 14, you wait for me to finish writing first. Whenever night comes, the little iron eater would then be out of fear of what was going to happen next, and get incredibly cranky, reluctant to go back to the room. It will even attack the staff who come to pacify it. This is because the people who abused the little iron-eating beasts also wore the uniform overalls of the Colosseum. Black overalls were memorized by it under the painful mental destruction. But the Colosseum's coveralls are all exactly the same. Little iron eaters don't have the ability to tell the difference between good and bad. In its opinion, anyone wearing the black coveralls of the Colosseum, it's all the bad guys who bully it. Qin Nian looked down at the color of his clothes. He's wearing a beige shirt today, compared to the Colosseum's coveralls, one white and one black. The difference is obvious. It was the reason why the little iron eaters didn't attack him. But, beyond that, there was another reason that even Qin Nian didn't know. As his hand rested on the little iron eater's hip, the little iron-eating beast felt an overwhelming affinity and was very comfortable. That's what kept him honestly sitting still. At this point, the others who had completed the elementary theory exam also came to the spirit beast cub rearing area one after another. Mr. Invigilator, I heard that the Fighting Beast Pavilion has bred a rare-grade spirit beast? Lu Haoyang once again utilized his advantage of being familiar with himself and curiously asked the Invigilator. There is one. Invigilator Zhang Yihong nodded back. What? Rare-grade spirit beasts? Where is it? Can we go take a look? The others, hearing this, jumped at the chance. Rare-grade spirit beasts were indeed difficult for regular people to see. Thought it would be good to bring these students up to speed. Zhang Yihong then agreed. After arriving at the rearing area in a while, be careful not to make loud noises, Zhang Yihong reminded. Subsequently, the group arrived at the Iron Eater breeding area, and that's when Qin Nian also finally got up. Huang Shaoqin looked at the time. Not coincidentally, diagnostic time has just closed, and Qin Nian hasn't written down the diagnosis yet. That means he failed his test, with a perfect score on the theory test in the first place. Huang Shaoqin was very optimistic about Qin Nian. He was also made to take a direct transgression test for this purpose, but the results did not satisfy her. Getting here, the advanced examination, then, is over. Qin Nian, however, as if he had forgotten the time, found a table nearby and prepared to write the diagnosis. There's no need to write. It's already overdue. Huang Shaoqin reminded with a slightly disappointed tone. You wait for me to finish writing first. Qin Nian's tone was a bit cold. At this time, Zhang Yihong brought the other candidates over. Wow, there really is a rare-grade spirit beast, or an iron-eating beast. Cute. Wanna Rua. I wanna hug it so bad. Seeing the legendary Iron Eater, everyone was excited but kept in mind the words of the Invigilator. The voice that spoke wasn't exactly loud. And the crowd. The first thing that the two brothers, Lu Haoyang and Lu Haotim, saw was Qin Nian sitting there. Lu Haotian couldn't help but stare. Isn't this the rare-grade spirit beast breeding area? Why is he here? It should be the same as us. coming to visit the little iron-eating beasts. Lu Haoyang guessed. The words just fell. Zhang Yiheng, the supervisor next to him, corrected. You're talking about Qin Yan. Ah, he's here to take the diagnostician's practical test. What? A practical test? But, this is the rare grade spirit beast breeding area. Yes, he's here to take the advanced diagnostician practical examination. Zhang Yiheng explained more bluntly. Lu Haoyang, he took an advanced practical test? The two of them were in a daze. Even thought I was hallucinating. Advanced practical test? Brother Qin is also too awesome. Lu Haoyang was the first to marvel. Hearing his brother's words, Lu Haotian was once again in a trance. Is it really advanced? But didn't Qin Yan just finish the elementary theory exam? How did you just jump straight to advanced hands-on? It's just half an hour. What happened in between? What the hell happened in between? Soon, Qin Yan then finished writing the diagnosis. He left his pen on the table. The face rose with a pale color. Huang Xiaoqin was curious about what Qin Yan had written. Then he picked up the outdated diagnostic sheet. Diagnosis: the Iron Eater has suffered long-term mental abuse and has become inappetent and irritable, requiring psychological treatment. Only after taking a look, Huang Xiaoqin frowned. What does it mean to be chronically abused? This is a blatant smear. She looked at Qin Yan with an angry face and threw the diagnostic sheet to the ground in anger. What are you scribbling? Wu Hao, the invigilator on the side, was also curious about what Qin Yan had written that could make the curator, who had never changed his face, so furious. He picked up the diagnostic sheet. After seeing the diagnosis written down by Qin Yan, a sudden change of face. He thought of something and immediately gave a wink to the other invigilator, Zhang Yiheng. Zhang Yiheng had been startled by Huang Xiaoqin's reaction. The mind had already made a guess. Seeing Wu Hao's eyes, he immediately understood. He waved his hand. Candidates, the junior diagnostician practical examination is about to begin. Let's hurry. Take this as a reason. Zhang Yiheng greeted the other candidates and left the iron-eating beast feeding area. Candidates were curious as to what was going on though, but they also knew full well that they were here to be tested, and not to gossip, even though the fire of gossip has been burning inside, and he could only leave resentfully, when the other candidates have gone. Wu Hao, who had held his tongue for half a day, angrily retorted to Qin Yan, how is this possible? It is absolutely impossible for our beast fighting hall to mistreat spirit beasts, even if it's a silkworm treasure with the lowest racial value, we have in good care. The little iron-eating beast is the treasure of our pavilion, the future hope of the fighting beasts hall. Are we crazy? How can we abuse it? And our keepers check his body every day and have never found any trauma. You're just full of. Facing Huang Xiaoqin's anger, and the invigilator's questioning, Qin Yan didn't panic. No trauma? Of course there's no trauma. Look carefully guys, I wrote mental abuse. How can mental abuse have trauma? Invigilator Wu Hao couldn't help but look at the diagnostic sheet in his hand again. As Qin Yan said, he wrote about mental abuse. That doesn't make what you wrote right. Mental abuse is hard to define even for a human, let alone a spirit animal. Huang Xiaoqi now suspected that Qin Yan had deliberately come to mess things up. Say, who sent you? Ahem. At that moment, Qin Yan, however, suddenly cleared his throat. For some reason, after using the hand of diagnosis, Qin Yan felt thirsty. After just one use yesterday, it was bearable. After using it twice in a row today, it became a bit unbearable. Throat is dry and scratchy. In just a few short minutes, he felt himself getting thirsty. It was like a fish that lacked water and was very eager to be rehydrated. Qin Yan was really thirsty. Then he walked towards the water fountain by the door. There are disposable paper cups so you can get some water to ease your mind. However, his actions caused Huang Xiaoqin to misunderstand. Chapter 15: A backhanded report. Huang Xiaoqin immediately closed the door. You can't leave yet. Security, hurry over here for a second. Seeing that he seemed to be slipping, Huang Xiaoqin immediately pressed the emergency button on the wall and called the security personnel of the Colosseum. Whether it was true or not, this news, if spread, would be a blow to the Colosseum and to her reputation. Definitely can't let Qin Yan leave just like that. Qin Yan was a bit speechless, but he also sped up. What do you want? Huang Xiaoqin looked at him warily. She thought Qin Yan wanted to leave by force, but it is not expected. Qin Yan came to the water fountain. Taking out a paper cup, he got himself a glass of water, gulped it down. I want some water. One cup is not enough. He actually took another drink. Huang Xiaoqin was very puzzled by Qin Yan's behavior at the moment. Some of the people who have done bad things when they try to escape interrogation, either play dumb, either that or pretend to be dizzy, either that or act crazy. What's the deal with feigning thirst? At this point, a knock came at the door. Curator, what happened? The security officer's voice came through the door. At this time, Qin Yan, who heard the sound, actually picked up a cup of water with increased speed and drank it in one gulp. Huang Xiaoqin frowned and opened the door. The security quickly ran into the house and surrounded Qin Yan. Qin Yan was somewhat speechless. Would you believe me if I said I didn't want to leave? I just wanted to come and get a drink of water? Liar! Huang Xiaoqin snorted coldly. Arrest him for me and take him away through the back door. Hey, wait! Qin Yan was emboldened. I advise you, you'd better not act rashly, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Huang Xiaoqin's face changed slightly. What? You have a backstab? Qin Yan showed his cards with both hands. In just diagnosing, I've called the police. Huang Xiaoqin? You called the police? You're fooling around. How dare you call the police? Qin Yan held his cell phone up. Don't believe me. Qin Yan's cell phone showed a text message page. Attention, Spirit Animal Authority. Real name report on the mental abuse of rare-grade spirit beasts in the Fighting Beast Pavilion. Come quickly. Whistleblower, Qin Yan. And really called the police. Huang Xiaoqin immediately sensed that something was wrong. If Qin Yan was really here to cause trouble, calling the police was tantamount to sending himself in. But he still chose to call the police. Could it be that he believed his diagnosis to be true? Qin Yan retrieved his cell phone and looked at the time in passing, then raised his eyebrows, counting the time. They'll be here soon. The words just fell. Sirens then sounded outside the Colosseum. Hearing that familiar and pleasant voice, Qin Yan instantly settled down. Alerting the Spirit Beast Management Bureau would be a bit of a hassle, but after Huang Xiaoqin recalled the employees' family situations, work performance, and the results of the psychological tests that were conducted every month during this period, she still thought that the employees of the Fighting Beasts Hall wouldn't have any problems. Soon, the people from the Spirit Beast Authority arrived. Inside the Iron-Eating Beasts Feeding and Observation Hall, 7 or 8 people came in. The man at the head of the group showed his credentials and said, I'm Du Mingrui, the head of the Spirit Beast Management Bureau's investigation team. We just received a text message reporting in real names that the rare-grade spirit beasts in the Beast Fighting Pavilion have been mentally abused. Please cooperate with our investigation. Du Mingrui's gaze sharply scanned the people in the room. Seeing so many people gathered in the room, his face became serious. Who's the whistleblower? Qin Yan raised his hand. It's me. Du Mingrui directed his gaze at Qin Yan, his tone much gentler. Come over to our side. Those security guards surrounding Qin Yan didn't stop anymore, nor did they dare to block it again. Qini and Baba ran over to him, and the investigators surrounded him. Apparently it protected him. Qin Yan inexplicably felt a heightened sense of security. Du Mingrui asked in a serious tone, who is in charge of the fighting hall? It's me. I'm the head of the Beast Fighting Hall. Huang Xiaoqin. Huang Xiaoqin spoke helplessly. In the face of beauty, Du Mingrui still had a solemn face. Curator Wang, tell your security not to gather around here. Huang Xiaoqin waved her hand and told the security guards to leave. And after, she looked at Du Mingrui with a serious gaze. Team leader Du, I now seriously suspect that he is a spy sent by the enemy to discredit our beast fighting pavilion. Once this matter becomes a big deal, all of Xiangning City's reputation will be implicated. And this matter also involves rare-grade spirit beasts. Before Huang Xiaoqin could finish, Du Mingrui raised his hand to stop her words. Don't worry, Curator Huang. This matter, of course, will not be concluded based on just one report. Du Mingrui turned to Qin Yan again, his voice extraordinarily serious. So, as a whistleblower you need to provide evidence, and we will only accept it if it proves that the matter has a certain degree of truthfulness. Otherwise you will suffer the consequences. Huang Xiaoqin was relieved to hear this. Okay, fake can't be real, although I don't know what this Qin Yan is playing at. But the Spirit Beast Authority is no slouch either. Qin Yan, our Fighting Beast Pavilion isn't something that anyone can just slander. Where's your evidence? Huang Xiaoqin urged. I have no proof. Qin Yan's tone was flat. Huang Xiaoqin couldn't help but draw the corners of her mouth at this. Team leader Du, do you see the need to continue? Du Mingrui looked at Qin Yan thoughtfully and reminded him, as a whistleblower, if you can't provide tangible evidence and report on the basis of mere speculation, it can be a false accusation. Wait a minute. Qin Yan raised his hand and said something that made Huang Xiaoqin unexpected. Qin Yan picked up the diagnostic sheet that had been thrown on the ground at an unknown time and had been stepped on a few times. Hand it to DMR. At Du Mingrui's questioning gaze, Qin Yan said, what if I report it as a spirit beast diagnostician? The Bureau of Investigation should take up the case, right? The diagnosis of a spirit beast diagnostician is a basis. What spirit beast diagnostician? You haven't passed. Huang Xiaoqin was mute in the middle of her sentence. Just now, Qin Yan had passed the 2 examinations for junior diagnostician. No badge has been made for him yet though. Maybe in accordance with the provisions, Qin Yan was indeed a junior diagnostician now. Facing Qin Yan's inquiry, Du Mingrui nodded affirmatively. If you have a reasonable identity, we will naturally accept the case. but you need to show your diagnostician's certificate, even if it's elementary. Qin Yan raised his hand and pointed to the invigilator Wu Hao on the side. I just took the test today and I don't have a badge yet, and this invigilator is my proof. Wu Hao, what's going on? How did the pressure suddenly get to him? As an invigilator, he couldn't lie in good conscience, but saying it is tantamount to helping Qin Yan struggle for a moment. Wu Hao still decided to abide by his professional ethics. He did pass the junior diagnostician's examination and is already a junior diagnostician. Chapter 16 Caught in the act. In that case, Du Mingrue said with a serious face, this case is officially accepted by the Spirit Beast Administration. Curator Huang, I'm sure no one here is more familiar with the personnel of the Fighting Beasts Hall than you are. I'll give you a task to gather all the relevant personnel to gather here. There's no problem with this. As things stood, Huang Xiaoqin could only cooperate, but she still couldn't help but remind Du Mingrue, Group Leader Du, the matter of abusing spirit beasts is not trivial. I hope that Group Leader Du can put the reputation of the Xiangning City Fighting Beasts Pavilion in his heart. I mean, if someone in the Fighting Beasts Pavilion is really doing something wrong, it is only a personal act. I will accept the punishment together, but please also maintain the reputation of the Fighting Beasts Pavilion. Du Mingrue, we only do investigations. Sending out news and public opinion is not our job. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoqin put her heart down. He asked Wu Hao and Zhang Yihang to call the other relevant staff over and explain not to divulge the reason in advance. This is in case Qin Yan's diagnosis is true. She can't let her abuser get the message in advance. It didn't take long for all the staff who took care of the Iron Eater to be summoned. The people aren't missing, right? Du Mingrue asked with a frown as he scanned the men one by one. Team Leader Du, the people are all here. Not a single one is missing. Huang Xiaoqin said as she leaned against the table. Du Mingrue brought over a lot of manpower, one for each person, and found a few empty rooms to interrogate. Now, there were only 3 people left in the practical test room. Du Mingrue, Huang Xiaoqin and Qin Yan. Du Mingrue, Curator Huang, where is the surveillance room? DMR has a knack for investigating cases. Examine the personnel, adjust the surveillance, and analyze the behavioral trajectory of the relevant personnel. A volley down the line, and really found a weirdly shaped man. Every midnight, this person will then be present in the cub feeding area. The trail was eventually lost in a surveillance dead zone near the Iron Eater cub feeding area. Who the hell is this guy? Huang Xiaoqin looked at the surveillance with a frosty face. Sneaky in the middle of the night. At first glance, there's something wrong. What angered Huang Xiaoqin the most was, the man wore a mask and hat so that he couldn't be seen, but he did wear a uniform style of work clothes from the Colosseum. Could it be that the Colosseum was really harboring a scum? Curator Huang, this person, do you recognize him? Du Mingrue asked. Huang Xiaoqin shook her head and frowned. There are too many employees in the Colosseum that resemble this figure. I can't tell who it is at all. Then find all these people and distinguish them one by one. Du Mingrue didn't think it was a problem, but it took a little time. At this point, Qin Yan voiced a reminder. This person, I don't think he's a staff member of the Colosseum. It's almost noon, after all. Hurry up and pull the progress bar so he can go to lunch. Qin Yan hadn't even eaten breakfast and was already hungry. Du Mingrue raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised. You think he's not an employee of the Colosseum? But by the looks of him, he is very familiar with the Fighting Beast Pavilion. How did you tell? In fact, Du Mingrue also thought that there must be something wrong with this person's identity, but he relies on years of criminal investigation experience and intuition. And what's the reason for Qin Yan? It's simple. By a small detail. Qin Yan pointed to the image in the video. All the staff I saw at the Colosseum today wore overalls that fit as if they were tailor-made. And this man, if you look closely at the clothes he's wearing, are they slightly looser? Hearing this, Du Mingrue zoomed in on the surveillance screen and took a closer look. Huang Xiaoqin also came closer and carefully recognized it. Subsequently, both of them could really see that something was wrong. The overalls this man was wearing did seem a little big at the hem, but this difference is not significant. Qin Yan could tell at a glance. Guess it must be observant. Awesome. It's the details that are the hardest to notice. Du Mingrue exclaimed. Unfortunately, if you didn't have a more suitable job, I'd have to drag you to our Spirit Beast Administration. In the face of Team Leader Du's praise, Qin Yan remained calm. The Yellow Curator can ask his own staff if any of them have lost their work clothes. Huang Xiaoqin looked at Qin Yan in surprise. That's when she realized. From start to finish, he's been acting all calm, as if it was expected in general. His diagnostic ability, it's so impressive? I'll ask now. As soon as the surveillance came out, Huang Xiaoqin knew that she had misunderstood Qin Yan. Once again, you get a reminder from the other side. Huang Xiaoqin didn't dwell on it and directly admitted her mistake. She bowed her head with an apologetic face, her tone sincere. I misunderstood you just now. I'm sorry, and thank you for exposing this straight away. Huang Xiaoqin looked like she was sincerely apologizing, her eyes looking straight at him. On the contrary, Qin Yan was a bit embarrassed. Hey, it's all about the little iron-eating beasts. Qin Yan rubbed his nose and said. Seeing Qin Yan's embarrassment, Huang Xiaoqin couldn't help but smile. Through a search and questioning of the employees at the Coliseum, it was discovered that one employee had indeed lost his work clothes for over a month. So much for that. The infiltrator on the monitor, since he wasn't an employee of the Coliseum, then the exclusion will have to be expanded. The good thing is, there are electronic eyes all over the streets now. It's hard for the average person to completely hide from the electronic eye. Soon the infiltrator's trail was found from a hidden corner of one of the streets. He even changed clothes and hats halfway through, but it also left a breach. The shoes he wore remained the same as before. Duming Rui said with a relaxed expression, I can tell that this infiltrator knows some anti-tracking techniques, but it's not too professional. The next step was to track this infiltrator using electronic eyes to find his address. Found it. After determining the infiltrator's address, Duming Rui immediately contacted the Spirit Beast Management Bureau's action team. Less than half an hour, just to arrest that infiltrator. The infiltrator didn't consider his actions to be criminal, so he gave a thorough account as soon as he got in. Original. The other party has been compelled with money by an offshore force disguised as a fun-loving persona. He says he's just sneaking into the Coliseum to play a little prank on the Iron Eater, and after transmitting the video of the prank to the fixer, he gets some money. He didn't steal anything, even though he snuck into the Coliseum privately. He insists that pranks are not illegal. It's not a crime to have not stolen anything. This is what the other party said, simply completely ignorant of the law. After Duming Rui hung up the communication, he breathlessly relayed the results one by one. Don't worry, Director Huang, this person will be sanctioned and we will continue to investigate. Thanks, Team Leader Du. When things came to a head, Huang Xiaoqin was relieved. It was really unexpected that the truth behind the abnormal behavior of the Iron Eater was actually like this. Luckily it was found in time. And it was all thanks to Qin Yan. Chapter 17, Blind Date? Not going. Huang Xiaoqin's gaze turned to Qin Yan and was about to say something. Who knows? But Duming Rui got the jump on him. Qin Yan, he asked tentatively. You should be, Mr. Qin from Senior Class 8 of Shinlu High School, right? The investigation is over, and DMR is finally able to ask the question. As an individual, how does Team Leader Du know me? Qin Yan was a bit surprised. While he hadn't necessarily met with all of his acquaintances over the year, the leader of the group in front of him clearly hadn't. The other party's reaction should be that they only knew his name and had not met him. It's really you. Hello Mr. Qin. I'm Du Yuton's brother. Duming Rui revealed a bright smile and said somewhat nervously. Ding. Honor value +1. If those people from the Spirit Beast Management Bureau saw that the iron-faced and unselfish group leader Du still had such a side to him, their jaws would have to drop in shock. And Huang Xiaoqin on the side was directly dumbfounded. Qin Yan he, actually, is a high school teacher? What was the matter with Team Leader Du's eyes looking at Qin Yan with a surprisingly heartfelt respect? The strangest thing is, speaking of which, why is Team Leader Du suddenly nervous? DMR. Not to mention him as the head of the investigation team. It's the director of the Spirit Animal Authority. That can also be nerve-wracking when dealing with your own waifu's homeroom teacher. So it's Du Yuton's brother. Qin Yan drifted off. No wonder it looked a little familiar when I first came in. He thought the other man was a popular face. Duming Rui was a bit embarrassed. Mr. Qin, because I was just working. That's why I didn't greet you first. That I still have to go back to the bureau to deal with the follow-up. So I'll leave first If it weren't for the occasion. Duming Rui really wanted to worship Qin Yan properly He knew his own sister's virtues. If he hadn't met Qin Yan, the class teacher, at her level, she'd be lucky to graduate high school. Now not only will you be able to graduate, but you'll be able to look over your shoulder at the top schools. Face to face with such a teacher who changed the course of my sister's life, how could he not honor it? Let's go bye. Qin Yan smiled and waved his hand. In the surveillance room, just Qin Yan and Huang Xiaoqin were left. At this very moment, Huang Xiaoqin was looking at Qin Yan with a confused expression. She was a little puzzled. A teacher with a stable job and social status. Why do you want to come and take the diagnostic test? And doing the diagnostician theory test with such a high level of proficiency doesn't just roll students now. Do even school teachers roll like that anymore? Sit down for a while. Huang Xiaoqin greeted with a smile. Qin Yan sat down with good grace. After all, there are things he hasn't said. Huang Xiaoqin asked with deliberation. Did you guess the identity of that infiltrator long ago? Why do you ask? Huang Xiaoqin repeated the message that Qin Yan had sent. Real name report Fighting Beast Hall Rare Grade Spirit Beast suffered mental abuse. This sentence obviously leave room for maneuver Qin Yan rightfully said. I certainly won't talk nonsense about things I don't know. Huang Xiaoqin very keenly perceived Qin Yan's attitude. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she said with a smile, "That means there is really some speculation?" Qin Yan didn't deny it. However, this puzzled Huang Xiaoqin. "If you don't think it was one of us from the Colosseum who did it, why did you call the police? What do you say?" Qin Yan was helpless. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it if he had a choice. Huang Xiaoqin remained puzzled. Qin Yan only asked, "Would you have believed what I said if you hadn't called the police?" Huang Xiaoqin froze. Then an answer came to her mind. "Definitely not." "I see." Huang Xiaoqin had an epiphany. That alarm text was sent within 15 minutes of the test. Qin Yan surprisingly made a most correct choice in such a short time. This operation, it's already comparable to a master diagnostician. Qin Yan, are you interested in coming to work at the Fighting Beast Pavilion? Our Fighting Beasts Pavilion happens to be short of a diagnostician. Huang Xiaoqin took the initiative to extend an invitation. Qin Yan's heart moved. The opportunity did not come. He asked, "So do I need to take a makeup test?" "No, you've passed your advanced test." "Qin Yan?" Huang Xiaoqin smiled and pointed to Qin Yan's cell phone. The diagnostic sheet was overdue though. That text message was not. Ding. Honor value +1. Qin Yan drifted off. After negotiating the terms of entry with Huang Xiaoqin, Qin Yan left the Colosseum. System, how come I'm so thirsty after using the skill? On the way back, Qin Yan's slightly dehydrated state still hadn't gone down, so he couldn't help but ask. There was no response from the system even after a long time. Qin Yan, line blah. This system treats its hosts quite Buddha-like. It seemed that the negative effects of using the skill needed to be figured out on his own. Get out of the car. Qin Yan bought a fried noodle in front of the neighborhood, then called the principal directly. "Principal son, I'm going to take a few days off for special off-campus training with my students." Approved. Principal Sun didn't ask too many questions and agreed in one breath. "Go ahead and do whatever you have in mind. Just be on time on Monday." "That painful?" "Hang up." Qin Yan's footsteps ascended the stairs a little more briskly. Qin Yan's home is on the 5th floor of an old neighborhood. Even though it's the top floor, it's good that there's a loft above it to block it. It's not so hot in the summer. Open the door. Qin Yan then heard the sound of frying coming from the kitchen. "Mom, you're home?" Wen Changxiu, who was wearing a floral cloth apron, came out of the kitchen. Let Qin Yan go to the kitchen and continue frying. "Son, you stir fry for me while I go to the balcony to get a pickle to go with the porridge." Qin Yan was originally a kitchen whiz. It's been a year, and it's been worked out by Mama Wen, too. According to Mama Wen's words, it's a necessary life skill. If you can't learn it, you won't have any hot meals or hot food to eat in the future. "I'm your mom, not your mommy. Don't count on me for everything." "What? I have to cook for you when I'm old?" Under the toughness of Wen's mom, hardly had Qin Yan practiced his cooking skills. "Finish eating." Qin Yan sent the location of the Colosseum to the class group. "Starting tomorrow morning until Sunday, all 5 days of special training at the Colosseum. Meet at 8 a.m. No tardiness. 1 deduction for receipt. 1. In a few seconds, all 15 people in the class replied. The replies are so timely, and at first glance, they're all on their cell phones. They're not sleepy. Qin Yan could go and catch up on some sleep. "Hold on a second. Mom wants to tell you something." When Changxiu with a mysterious expression called out to Qin Yan. "What is it, Mom?" Qin Yan queried. "Good thing." When Changxiu looked joyful. "Guess? You and Uncle Yao are going to get married?" "Bah, I'm in a good relationship with your Uncle Yao, but it's not about me today. Downstairs your Auntie Zhang has introduced you to a date. Go on a blind date next Monday." Qin Yan, he's only 23. He's got a lot of free time ahead of him, so what's the point of dating? Netting up, not going. Chapter 18, just take out your usual disruptive aura. Qin Yan refused so dryly. When Shanxiu's face immediately collapsed as he glared at Qin Yan. "You child, I've promised your Auntie Zhang that I have to go." Qin Yan looked at Wen Changxiu strangely. "But you never urged me to get a blind date before. Do you really intend to marry Uncle Tour?" Wen Changxiu has a 3-year talk about the object, called the Tour since the Ming. The two have a good relationship. Qin Yan looked at it and did show signs of marriage recently. Wen Changxiu was stunned. This child is also too refined. One guess is right. Since Qin Yan had guessed it, Wen Changxiu simply admitted it. "Yes, your Uncle Yul and I are planning to get married next month, followed by a honeymoon out." Qin Yan, you're getting married next month and you're just telling him now? Still not your mom? That's fine with me. I'm going to bed then. And you're okay with blind dates? Qin Yan turned back helplessly. "But I really have something to do next Monday. The school is hosting the city's high school graduating class Imperial Beasts competition finals, and I can't miss it as the graduating class president." "Oh, something's really wrong? Then I'll tell your Auntie Zhang to reschedule another appointment. I heard that girl is nice. Qin Yan is really quite sleepy, and I don't want to break it up with her again." so let's get some sleep first. As for that laborious blind date, whoever wants to go. At this time, Wen Changxiu, the mood was undoubtedly happy. She remembered this time last year well. Xin Yan forcibly recontracted the spirit beasts when his old injuries hadn't healed. It leads to a life-threatening situation where no further repair of the space is possible. At that time, when Changxiu looked at her son, who was almost dying in the hospital bed, and was very desperate. I'm afraid my son can't be saved. I'm also afraid that I'll save my life and never be the same again. She didn't dare to expect anything else at the time. I just hope my son is alive and normal. But it's been a year. Xin Yan's performance made her realize that she seemed to have underestimated her son's mental capacity. Thus, happy to sprout the urge to get married again. Wednesday morning, the entrance to the Colosseum. 15 young boys and girls in cool clothes were gathered. They were all excited even though they all had dark circles under their eyes. Xin Yan came over 5 minutes early and was still the last to arrive. Come on, let's get you guys familiarized with the training grounds. The group arrived inside the Colosseum. Xin Yan told them to wait in the hall for a while. By myself, I went to the curator's office. Yo, so soon? Huang Xiaoqin laughed. Curator, where's my stuff? Xin Yan went straight to the point. Are you sure you really want to do this? The competition environment in the Colosseum is much more brutal than the academy. Okay. Huang Xiaoqin gave an admiring thumbs up. Tough or you're tough, Xin Yan said helplessly. These little brats are accustomed to relaxing on weekdays, so I'm afraid it won't work if they don't come a little harder. Huang Xiaoqin smiled and picked up her cell phone to make a call. Go rip down that ad for a spirit animal diagnostician at the door. Right now. After hanging up the call, Huang Xiaoqin handed Xin Yan a file bag. Your senior diagnostician badge and work tag are inside. By the way, I've opened up second-level access for you on my side. The work tag is your identification. Just go straight to the help desk if you want to do anything. With that, Huang Xiaoqin took out 2 more sets of work clothes from under the table. Here are your work clothes, just wear them during working hours. Xin Yan took it and was a bit surprised when he saw the color of the new coveralls. Work clothes made white? Huang Xiaoqin nodded helplessly and said, yes, in order to allow the little iron-eating beast to recover properly. All of the Fighting Beast Pavilion staffs were redone. Yours were done first, and the rest of the staffs are being done slowly. Xin Yan nodded. Many thanks. Huang Xiaoqin raised her eyebrows at Xin Yan. No need to thank me. Just don't forget to come over every night to work part-time. Don't worry, I'll be on time. Xin Yan went to the service desk and asked for a string of numbers by showing his special work card. Then he handed the number plates to Du Yutong and asked her to distribute them. 1 for each person. Isn't this the sign for the fight at the Colosseum? What's the point of giving it to us? Vice Class President Li Junyan held the number plate for a split second and asked in confusion. Du Yutong said breathlessly while splitting the cards. Still don't see it? The principal always mentions a phrase during the school meeting. The best way to improve combat experience is to engage in actual combat. Old Ben must have brought us to actual combat. Let's enter a contest? Don't you have to be at least a high school graduate to compete in a dojo? Anyway, it's here. We're so good. Will we be the star of the show? Cut the stink. Ha 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 ha. 15 people were apprehensive and excited, and incredibly confident. That's right. According to Xin Yan's special training program, today was the day to bring them to actual combat. After the group put on their masks, they were led to the waiting area by a staff member. Your opponents are all Imperial Beast Masters of the same level who have completed the first level of evolution. The match field can be viewed on the big screen, and the number will be called here as well. Just be patient. The staff probably explained and left. This waiting area has a large screen with a large center section showing the live game and a scrolling display on the far right showing the number of games. Of the 15 people, the one with the most advanced order was Li Junyan. 2 more games and he's in. He was nervous and excited. Ben, how am I supposed to fight later? Xin Yan calmly returned. Just take out your usual troublemaking aura. The entrance to the Colosseum. An extremely ordinary-looking sedan came to a steady stop in front of the entrance. The driver got out first and respectfully opened the back door. From inside came down a young girl wearing shorts plus navel-gazing dress, wearing a high ponytail, with a delicate and lovely appearance, aged about 18 or 19 years old. Mom thinks I'm too high-profile when I go out every day. Uncle Lin, am I low-key enough this time? Miss has been very low-key. The driver smiled back. The car is indeed very understated. However, this car was able to drive all the way into East Mountain Forest Park unimpeded, parked directly in front of the Colosseum. Anyone can tell that the person sitting in this car is not an ordinary person. The young girl was a bit proud of her words. Looks like I still have a talent for pretending to be an ordinary person. With that, she looked toward the entrance of the Colosseum. He was puzzled. Didn't Uncle say that this place is recruiting spirit beast diagnosticians? How come there is no recruitment information posted at the entrance? The driver guessed. The vice president greeted you in advance before coming here. It should be that the other party knew that you were coming to be inducted and removed the recruitment information in advance. At this point, a short, fat and white middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. Miss Chang is here. Chang Ruoyo had met the other party once and knew that he was Zhou Shangji, the deputy director of the Fighting Beasts Hall. Her great-uncle's friend. Chang Ruoyo greeted politely. It's Uncle Zhou, isn't it? I'm Chang Ruoyo. You can just call me Yao Yao. Fine. Come in, chill out. Zhou Shangji took Chang Ruoyo to the personnel department to go through the entry procedures. The personnel specialist in the HR department pushed up his glasses in surprise. Processing diagnostician entry? But the position of diagnostician. Someone's already been inducted. Chapter 19, Ideal dominates the stage. Zhou Shangji? When did this happen? How does he not know? Just now. Chang Ruoyo wasn't stupid. And hearing this, she knew that she couldn't take a shortcut through the deputy director. However, in order to study abroad in Eagle country, the Colosseum was a resume she had to have. After thinking about it, he simply backed away from it. Wow, that's great, Uncle Zhou. I just want to come here to be an intern. Having a master to teach me will help me improve. Hearing this, Zhou Shangji had no choice but to comply. Then let's get a diagnostician intern on board. But it is not expected. The personnel specialist had a puzzled look on her face. Deputy Director, the intern's entry needs to be approved by the diagnostician's personal signature. That is to say, you need to go to that diagnostician who has just entered the profession to sign before I can process the entry for her. Okay, Zhou Shangji thought that this matter is not so difficult, but it is just an extra trip. He asked, where is that diagnostician? What's his name? The personnel commissioner was once again in a difficult position. The personal information of the diagnostician belongs to the confidentiality level, and only the curator knows about it. Why don't you go and ask the curator? Shangqi Chao. Zhou Shangji touched his large belly and frowned. Why is this program so cumbersome? Uncle Zhou, go ahead. I'll go to the Colosseum to watch the match first. Having said that, Chang Ruoya then smiled and waved her hand at Zhou Shangji and walked away. Zhou Shangji went to find Huang Shaoqin on his own without mentioning it. This way, Chang Ruoya arrived at the competition waiting area. She had taken a day off from school today and was going to take a tour of the Colosseum to see how good these contestants were. Just right. It's Li Junyin's turn to go on. Boys, I'll be on stage first. Brother. He waved radiantly at his classmates and made a flying kiss. The confidence was soaring, as if they were not going on stage to compete, but to receive an award. And the other students followed suit. The initial nervousness long gone. The excitement of this group of students, who had only yesterday caused their spirit beasts to obtain perfect evolution, exploded at this moment after suppressing it for a day. Self-confidence has exploded. Ideal to dominate the stage. The corners of his mouth have flown up into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Look, Li Junyin's match is about to start. The big screen in the waiting area is showing the game live. Li Junyin's opponent was also a young Imperial Beastmaster with a red strap tied around his head, which looked pretty cool. After the two stood on the stage, they each released their spirit beasts. Li Junyin's contracted spirit is a white caterpillar. The opponent's contracted spirit, on the other hand, was a fiery dog. Po ha 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 ha. Li Junyin's opponent couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, what are you laughing at? Li Junyin said with dissatisfaction. Your contracted spirit. It's also too cute, ha 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 ha. Be careful when sparring in a while. Don't get trampled to death by my fiery dog. You. Li Junyin was furious. Waiting area. After seeing the plain white caterpillar, Chang Ruoyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had seen a lot of ordinary spirit beasts. It's the first time I've seen one so common. And to think that he had just thought that Li Junyin was a formidable character was ridiculous. The flaming dog is already pretty average. And this one wearing a mask. I thought there would be some kind of powerful spirit beast, but it turns out to be a white caterpillar? The quality of this spirit beast is really trash. Chang Ruoyao stood in the center of the waiting area, her arms wrapped around her chest, her posture arrogant as she taunted Li Junyin on the big screen. Du Yutong, who was blocked from her view, was just about to change her position. I didn't expect to hear such a sentence all of a sudden. That fire rubbed off. Reaching out, he pointed at Chang Ruoya. Hey, that woman in front of you, what are you babbling about? Such a dirty mouth. Chang Ruoya glanced back at Du Yutong, her tone still carrying mockery. What? Did I say something wrong? You casually insulted someone's contracted spirit. Very unqualified. Du Yutong crossed her waist with one hand and pointed at Chang Ruoya with the other, scolding. Hearing Du Yutong's words, Chang Ruoya was however in a stable mood, curving the corners of her mouth to continue mocking. To say that there is no quality, you might as well take a look at yourself first. A look of a furious shrew is called no quality. You, on fighting, Du Yutong couldn't say anything about that girl and could only stomp her feet in anger herself. To that Chang Ruoyo, the other boys in class 8 were also quite unimpressed. It was just two girls fighting and they didn't really know how to intervene. Look, Lee Junyan is going to start. The game on the field has begun. In a fit of rage, Lee Junyan took the lead in ordering Daimao to attack. Big hair, spit silk, wrap that fiery dog around me. The youth on the opposite side couldn't help but smile smugly at this. He could tell at a glance that Lee Junyan was a raw egg. Good, another solid inning. He ordered the fiery dog without panic. Puppy, fireball attack. Then, Lee Junyan saw the silk that Big Hair had just spat out being burned to ashes by the fireball. Ah! Big Hair, spit silk again. Puppy, fireball attack. Big Hair, spit silk again. Inu, fireball attack. Qin Yen, who was watching the match from the stage. This duel is raw enough. Cartwheel exchanged hands after 3 rounds. Lee Junyan has been completely caught in a passive situation. He had really bad luck. In the first game, it drew the fiery dog, which happened to restrain the white caterpillar's spitting skill. Whenever he commanded Big Hair to use the spit skill, all of them would be burned to ashes very easily by the fiery dog's fireballs. Anxious, he was tempted to use Big Hair's mutated skill, spitting silk-attached thunder. But before going on the field, Qin Yen specifically explained, when participating in a competition in the Colosseum, no one could use the mutated abilities of spirit beasts without his permission. So, Lee Junyan's white caterpillar could only continue to be passive. The outcome of the match was unsurprising. Round 4. Lee Junyan lost when his opponent was the first to launch a fireball attack. He stayed on the stage for a long time, until the referee reminds. Only then did he return to the waiting room with his head down. Hanging his head and looking downcast, he was obviously hit hard. This look of his is a stark contrast to the confident presence he had before he took the field. It also knocked a little bit of the self-confidence of the other students in the back. But the waiting room was quiet for just a short while before it came alive again. Some students were consoling Lee Junyan, while others were saying that they definitely wouldn't have lost if it was them. Soon it will be time for the next one. It's Du Yutong's turn. Humph, wait and see. Du Yutong compared her fists to Chang Ruoyo and entered the arena from the waiting channel. Du Yutong's opponent was also a girl, a first-year student at an ordinary Imperial Beast University in Shangning City. After standing in the required position, the two of them each released their spirit beasts, a fat Coco chick, and the other one is a little bigger, a fat Coney. And this fat koi girl is so cute. It was surprisingly dressed and wearing a headband. Du Yutong was immediately adored. Game on. Du Yutong's attack was a beat slower. Chapter 20, Qin Yen paid for a token. Big girl, attack the lower disc. Nyanyo, attack that fat Konyo across the street with a bubble bomb. The big girl's attack arrived first due to the quick and concise orders of her opponent. Not good. Nyonya, get out of the way. Due to her lack of combat experience, Du Yutong's fat Kunui was defeated in the first round. The result is another wilted one. As the students went down one by one, the waiting area wilted more and more. 555 defeat in battle is too much to bear. If it wasn't for, I wouldn't have gone down in one round. What the hell was old Ben thinking, making us fight like that? Shut up, what a bunch of powerless and arrogant guys. Chang Ruoya frowned at the students of Class 8 and said in disgust. Everyone was already in a low mood because they lost the match, and after hearing Chang Ruoya's words, they glared at her angrily. Lee Junyan got up. Say it again if you dare. Chang Ruoyo, however, didn't even look at him and said contemptuously, how does a person who has contracted a white caterpillar deserve to talk to me? Lee Junyan, this female, how is she even more arrogant than how he was when he first came on the field? Even though I'm indentured to a white caterpillar, my big hair is. But, Lee Junyan almost blurted out the secret of the white caterpillar's perfect evolution when his mouth went bald. Luckily, I braked in time. But what? Can't say it. Chang Ruoya didn't think that a mere white caterpillar could have any merits. Hearing this, Du Yutong, who was on the side, was furious and crossed her arms once again. Didn't invite you to mess with you? Why are you being shady again? Do you need a beating? Seeing this, the other students, fearing that Du Yutong would suffer, also got up and gathered around. Facing so many people, Chang Ruoyo, however, was not the least bit afraid and continued to provoke. What? Are you guys planning to bully the few with the many? Friendly reminder, this is a very shameful behavior amongst beast masters. Lee Junyan said angrily, just talking about us here. But your own spirit beasts are hiding their heads and tails. If you have the ability to call them out and take a look. Chang Ruoyo was waiting for this sentence from her. Alright then, I'll be merciful and open my eyes to you bunch of bumpkins. Little Jean, come out. Flickering white light suddenly appeared in the air. 2 seconds passed. A golden-winged bird appeared out of nowhere. The golden-winged bird is about the size of an ordinary bird, with magnificent plumage and a golden top crown and wings, hence its name. Don't look at its petite size, but it is a rare grade spirit beast. Surprisingly, it's a rare grade spirit beast. A group of students in Class 8 were directly dumbfounded. Chang Ruoyao couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in her heart as she watched their expressions. She loved this moment of slapping someone in the face with her golden-winged bird the most. Well, scared, aren't you? Bunch of trash. Du Yutong was furious. I want to duel with you. Chang Ruoyao condescendingly stretched out a finger and shook it. I don't want to duel with you. After all, dueling with your fat Kanui will bring down the class of my goldfinch bird. Besides, can your fat Kanui beat my goldfinch bird? Du Yutong clenched her fists. Even if I can't defeat you today, I will defeat you in the future. Chang Ruoyao snorted again before looking at Qin Yan. That man, that's your boss, right? Following such a boss who can't command. You guys are afraid that you won't have this chance. Chang Ruoyao, alone, mouths a group of people from Class 8. That fight, extinct. Qin Yan couldn't help but applaud her in his heart. Yesterday, Qin Yan paid for a trust, just to give some blows to this group of little brats who don't know the sky and have a loose attitude. That's the process. Although it's not quite the same as the villain motivation script that was set yesterday, but obviously the other team's prowess is much more effective. Qin Yan watched with great interest. The original price was 230, and Qin Yan intended to add another 20 to the other side. Don't ask. The ask is that this TO's proctoring is worth the price of admission. Look at how pissed off these little brats are. This burning state of the earth, definitely well on its way to the next step in the training program. Qin Yan was in a happy mood to pay the final payment to the other party. Unexpectedly, I just opened my cell phone and saw a message from the other party an hour ago. Boss, I'm really sorry. I suddenly had something to do today and couldn't make it, and I'll refund your money. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Refund, $100. Qin Yan? The trustee you paid for didn't show up? Qin Yan's sight turned to Chang Ruoyao. So, this girl who had been on the line with his student for so long was just a passerby of unknown quality? But there is a saying. This girl is a lot better than NATO. It's free and works well. Qin Yan gave her a thumbs up. Miss Chang, can finally find you. Deputy Librarian Zhou Shangji panted and walked towards Chang Ruoyao. Earlier, Chang Ruoyao said that she had gone to watch the match, and he had run through several viewing areas without finding her. After all that, she's in the waiting area. You're pissed off, Uncle Zhou. Chang Ruoyao's eyes lit up. Did you find that diagnostician? Zhou Shangji gasped as he said. Found him. He's right here. Right here. Where is it? Chang Ruoyao stepped forward and asked impatiently. In. Zhou Shangji raised his arm and pointed at Qin Yan. There. After seeing the person Zhou Shangji was referring to, Chang Ruoyao? Isn't that guy a club owner who takes his employees to competitions? Uncle Zhou, are you pointing in the wrong direction? Chang Ruoyao said with a questioning face, but her voice couldn't help but be a few points shorter than earlier. That's right. Zhou Shangji finally caught his breath. I'll take you over to meet them. He came to Qin Yan with a smile on his face and a fairly humble attitude. Diagnosticians have a high social status, especially the senior diagnostician. That is a scarce talent. Who would be condescending in the face of an advanced diagnostician? What? You can guarantee that your contracted spirit will never get sick and have problems. Ha? Really underestimate an advanced diagnostician? That would be silly. Excuse me, you are the senior diagnostician, Qin Yan, who has just arrived from our Fighting Beasts Hall, right? It's me, please? Although Qin Yan did not get up, the tone of voice is very polite. After all, polite words is the universal language of society. I'm the deputy director of the fighting hall, Zhou Shangji. So it's curator Zhou. Zhou Shangji listened to this. The face of the smile opened flowers, waved his hands. Ego dare not. Call me deputy director on good. We are fighting animals hall level distinction is quite strict. Was heard by the leadership above I can be disciplined. Cannot dare to call the director of la ha ha. Qin Yan. The man is quite verbose. Is something wrong? Yes, there is something I need to trouble you with. I have a niece who wants to come and intern with us at the dojo. Zhou Shangji waved his hand at Chang Ruoyao in the back, signaling her to come over. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he saw Chang Ruoyao's face was pale and white, with a look of an acute illness. Chang Ruoyao's eyes were filled with incredulity. That person, how could he be an advanced diagnostician? Which senior diagnostician would hang out with a group of imperial beast masters whose strength is so trashy? Chapter 21, is this your reason for being distracted? Seeing Chang Ruoyao's pale face, Zhou Shangji immediately changed his face. This Chang Ruoyao's uncle is the vice president of the Xiangning City Royal Beasts Union. Backed by the family is even more important. Chang Ruoyao cannot be hearing him out of order. Ms. Chang, where are you uncomfortable? I'll call you an ambulance. No. Chang Ruoyao's hands pinched the corner of her coat. Her face was also a bit ugly. Uncle Zhou, I'm not uncomfortable. I'm just a bit nervous. Hearing this, Zhou Shangji was relieved. Then hurry over here and I'll introduce you to our Fighting Beast Hall's senior diagnostician. Chang Ruoyao walked over with difficult steps. Dr. Sheen, what do you think of her? Can she be inducted? This scene caused Qin Yan to be a bit puzzled. The Fighting Beast Pavilion doesn't need to ask me about recruiting newcomers, right? Hearing this, Zhou Shangji instantly realized that Qin Yan was still unfamiliar with the rules of the Fighting Beasts Pavilion, so he could take advantage of it and drill a hole. Over at the clinic of our Fighting Beasts Hall, we're going to recruit another intern. She already has a junior diagnostician's license. She's definitely a talented person. But, our Fighting Beasts Hall's rules are quite rigid. We need you to sign a word. Qin Yan, do you really think he's stupid? If you really recruit people, you still have to leave them in his hands. Besides, the second level of authority that the curator had given him was enough to give him the right to decide whether or not the clinic would hire interns. Qin Yan, our beast fighting pavilion has already saved up too many spirit beasts that have gone wrong. I'm too busy. How can I have time to bring in new people? Qin Yan, you let her go back. The clinic is not recruiting for the time being, and even if it does, it doesn't recruit poor quality ones. What about poor quality? Zhou Shangji immediately realized that it must be that Chang Ruoyo had offended Qin Yan with her blabbering when he wasn't around. Then look at Qin Yan's non-negotiable appearance. Zhou Shangji knew that this matter could not be done. Since the diagnostician doesn't agree, there's nothing to be done. And Chang Ruoyo sighed. After knowing Qin Yan's true identity, she had been a little apprehensive. But when she heard that Qin Yan had flatly rejected her entry, Chang Ruoya's little princess temper came back up. Uncle Zhou, aren't senior diagnosticians always old men in their 40s? He looks so young. How can he be a senior diagnostician? His badge isn't fake, is it? Zhou Shangji, solid heart. More than 40 years old is an old man? And that badge was a personal submission from the director of the Colosseum, issued from above. You said his badge was fake. What do you mean? The Colosseum is leading the charge? This daughter? What nonsense is she talking about? Ha. It's getting late. I'll send you back. The favors going out the door don't compare to the benefits of the Colosseum. This is something that Zhou Shangji still carries. Otherwise it would not have been possible to sit in the position of deputy librarian. He hurriedly pulled Chang Ruoyo away. They hadn't even gotten out of the waiting room yet. The students in class 8 just couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha. Ouch, laughed my ass off. She's outrageous when she's here for half a day of awesome and ends up begging old Ben to do something. She didn't expect it herself, did she? Ha. That white face when he found out who old Ben was. It's such a relief to see her holding her tongue. But when did old Ben become a senior diagnostician? This question was asked. The students all looked at Qin Yan with smiles and curious faces. Qin Yan is really angry. This group of living treasures, how can their hearts be so good? Stand still, all of you. Qin Yan's face was serious, and his aura around him was in a low-pressure state. Seeing this, the students reflexively and instantly put away their smiling faces and honestly stood up straight. That's how tough old Ben was when it came to training them physically this past year. The good thing was, during the training, old Ben made the spirit beasts work out along with him, surprisingly training all the spirit beasts in class 8 to an evolved state. The bad thing is, that sound is psyching them out. I shivered at the sound of it. Isn't the usual gentle old Ben good? Why the sudden switch to the scary old class from training? Follow me. Qin Yan finished with a solemn face and turned around. The students looked at each other and immediately followed in silence. Wide and empty interior. Qin Yan swept his gaze coldly at the 15 people. The low, stern voice silenced the students. A junior tournament? What have you all been playing for? Aren't you usually quite capable when you get into trouble? Why do you stay like this once you get to the track? 15 battles, 15 defeats, and you guys have the nerve to quack and laugh? Inadequate combat skills can be learned and practiced more. Bad brains can be patched up more. If your attitude is not good, then you are really finished. Li Junyan, as soon as he came up, he was enraged by his opponent and fought without any rules. It's no wonder he didn't lose. Li Junyan lowered his head. Teacher, I know I'm wrong. Du Yutong? The match has already started and your eyes are still glued to someone else's spirit beast. Du Yutong lowered her head. Her fat kunui wore a small dress and a head flower. I was momentarily mesmerized. Lao Ban, I was wrong. Li Ziyu, what are you doing with your eyes closed and intoxicated during the game? Li Ziyu lowered her head. I didn't eat enough in the morning. It seems like someone in the audience was eating a baked bun. I smelled the aroma and inhaled a few more mouthfuls. Lao Ban, I was wrong. And you, Prince Lu, this is a match. Why are you always sticking your neck towards the audience? Are you watching the buns too? Prince Lu lowered his head. I heard someone arguing. Qin Yan, is this your reason for being distracted? Qin Yan lectured the 15 people one by one. Students are distracted for a really wide variety of reasons, summarized as perceptual distraction. The fact that perception was scattered did not surprise Qin Yan at all. After all, this had been the usual common problem among the students of class 8. The 15 people in Class 8 all realized their shortcomings at this moment as well. Qin Yan saw that the time was almost right, so he continued with the next process. After all, it's mentally draining to always curse like that. Qin Yan, being defeated and mocked. Isn't there a fire burning in your hearts? When you guys are being called trash, don't you want to use your strength to hit your faces? Tell me, do you guys want to? Wanted. 15 people hissed in unison. Qin Yan continued to lead. What else do you want? I want to progress. I want to come in first. I want to win. Qin Yan nodded. Alright, in that case, I'll give you guys a chance to win. It's up to you to catch it. 15 people stared at Qin Yan with big, bright eyes. They, for sure, will take the chance to win. Because failure is so hard. None of them wanted to go through it a second time. Chapter 22, Perception Training. At that moment, the outside delivery arrived. Is Qin Yan here? Your customized projection equipment has arrived. Sign here. Qin Yan signed off on the unit and installed it. After some debugging, Qin Yan went out and asked the desk for a dozen chairs. The students remained standing without moving, their bodies slatted as if they were in military training. Seeing Qin Yan go out, Li Junyan asked Prince Lu in a low voice, "Why is the audience fighting?" The other students listened with curious sideways ears. Prince Lu whispered back, "Someone thought the buns tasted too much." "Li Ziyu, don't mention the buns. I'm so hungry." Qin Yan, who had just walked to the door, heard the whispered mutterings of several people, straight to his speechlessness. "Alright, all come over here," Qin Yan said. The students immediately stepped forward. The actual content of the special training Qin Yan prepared for the students was perception training. In the world of the imperial beasts, spiritual perception was very important. The students of Class 8, on the other hand, most of whom live a rather scattered and irregular life due to family reasons, do not experience or have a long and lasting experience of straining up for a spiritual life. For a long time, untrained mental perception is constantly distracted. Their dispersed perceptions will naturally pick up those they can all the information in the environment. It is also commonly known as lack of energy. Qin Yan prepared 4 systematic perception training courses overnight last night. When an imperial beastmaster perceives information about the environment, he generally does so through 5 channels, namely, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, with the first 2 being particularly important. Today's special training is fine eye training. Let's play a little game first. Qin Yan opened a picture on his cell phone. With the projector, the pictures were clearly projected on the wall. It was a cartoon picture of a bobwhite bird with a little scarf and blue frames, tilting his head and opening his big, adorable eyes. In this picture, there are 99 bobolinks that look exactly the same, and one not-so-identical bobolink mixed in. Qin Yan pointed to the corner. See that chair over there? See, Qin Yan, you've all played Find the Difference, right? Whoever finds it first gets to sit through the lesson. Students listen to this. Immediately, his eyes widened as he scrutinized the bobolinks. Find a different bobblehead and sit down? This platoon has to be snatched up. The students were very attentive and observant. 1 minute later, Li Junyan joyfully pointed at the wall. I found it. Line 7. 5th. That bobo bird has a strand of blue feathers on its head. It's a mutated blue bobo. So there it is. Li Junyan was the first to sit down. Qin Yan released the next picture. Standing students keep looking. Soon, Prince Lu raised his hand. I found it. Qin Yan continued to change the picture. Half an hour later, all students may be seated. Qin Yan, since everyone understands the rules of the game, let's get to the point. Sliding his phone, Qin Yan once again released a picture. It's just that this picture is markedly different from the previous ones. Surprisingly, it was a grass map. What's the point of having them look at the grass? Qin Yan, there are 10 plant attribute spirit beasts in this diagram. You have 10 minutes to find them all. Students, there are 10 spirit beasts in there? You're playing, right? How come they can't see any of them? Qin Yan, I go out. I must come back to see the answer. Can be discussed, but remind me, this chart is my own doing. Online search is useless. After saying that, Qin Yan left the training room. In about 10 minutes or so, Qin Yan came back with a bunch of takeout. It smells so good Li Ziyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Did you find it? Qin Yan asked. Du Yutong weakly said. Teacher, we only found 9. Qin Yan pretended to be cold. Then hurry up. It's after 12 now, and we can't eat until we've found them all. Li Ziyu. Dinner? Li Ziyu's small universe immediately exploded. She squinted her eyes doubly hard at the picture. Finally, I found the last invisible spirit animal in the upper right corner. She hastily reached out and pointed to the spot. There. Qin Yan is really worthy of being recognized as a foodie in the class. He handed out boxed lunches to everyone, then opened the next picture. The students are getting faster and faster at finding the diagrams, and as he searched for the map, Qin Yan would follow along and explain the skills, characteristics and hobbies of various types of spirit beasts. And with the game, the students also memorized the characteristics of mutant beasts, and the knowledge related to dozens of spirit beasts in their heads. After an hour and a half, all of the spirit animal finding maps for single as well as multiple combined backgrounds such as rock, rainforest, snow, and desert were gone through. Qin Yan pulled up another video immediately afterward. Next and final part of today's sight training. I have 15 questions here, one for each of you, and you have half an hour to find out your respective answers. Students came forward to extract their questions. Then one by one, they froze. What kind of question is that? Why is it so strange? What's your problem? The reason for the seventh movement of the pink crystal cat. Do you? Why is the big-mouthed duck like this? Which way is this? My question was, what about wind eagle? That should be easier. Mine was, what the ring skunk ate. Just to see what it ate. Proper. Why is the long-eared rabbit crying? Where did half the body of the green-striped snake go? Holy, what the hell is this? A sense of foreboding rose in the minds of most of the students as they read the questions. As the video began to play, the bad feeling came true. Holy, the quality of this video is comparable to XXX on the river map. The video is drone surveillance footage taken from a mega festival gathering in a foreign country where, at this very moment, for some unknown reason, there are multiple streets in a simultaneous melee. Sounds of fights, insults, screams, imperial beast slogans, sounds emitted by elemental skills, and the dense chatter of onlookers. Too much information. It's impossible to tell who's in the lead. A 15-second video plays fast. 15 people looked that way. Finally, the video screen panicked violently and ended there. The video finished playing. The crowd was outright dumbfounded. Where is my pink crystal cat in the recesses? Where's my ringed skunk? I haven't found my long-eared rabbit either. Qin Yan, if you can't find it, you can read it a few more times. With this 15-second video playing over and over again, the students finally found their mission objectives. But immediately after, a new problem has arisen. They simply can't find the answer. It's too hard. Just for example, the question, what did the ringed skunk eat? The student who drew this question stared at the ringed skunk without blinking, but he surprisingly didn't eat any food the entire time. Could the answer be air? Is this question a brain teaser? Chapter 23, can't find it? Please watch it again and again. The long-eared rabbit, it's just a spectator, and no one hit it, and suddenly it's crying. Could it be that the green-striped snake that was beaten was its brother? That's not logical either. The seventh action of the pink crystal cat was found instead. It was covering its nose. Please tell me why it was covering its nose? Tempted by the suddenly dancing big-billed duck in front of it and getting a nosebleed? Totally unthinkable. Seeing that the time is half over, Lee Junyan went up to the front of the room, egged on by everyone to be cute. Dear Ben, can you give me a hint? Qin Yan, please take away your big nostrils. How did you guys get past the hidden spirit beast part? That's certainly. Discussing it together, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It was instantly clear. In the video, many of the spirit animals are related to each other in some way. It is indeed difficult to sort things out in a short period of time if one focuses only on the objectives of the respective issues. Understand this. Students began to share information. Let's get the chronology straight. I drew the pink crystal cat, and the seventh action is at the 10th second of the video. I drew the ringed skunk and have yet to find out exactly when he eats. The strange movement of the largemouth duck jumping about should be what the question refers to, at the 9th second. Long-eared rabbit crying in 11 seconds. Half the body of the green-striped snake disappeared in the second. 15 people said what they observed. Some people have found out when the problem occurred. Some still don't have a clue. The crowd took the known information and ranked it in chronological order. Green snake, big-billed duck, pink crystal cat, long-eared rabbit. Do you, Ton? Then let's focus on the green-striped snake first and see what happened to it in the first 3 seconds of the video. By watching the first 3 seconds over and over again, one student found new information. Although the one who fought against the green snake was a largemouth duck, but in the second, the ringed weasel just brushed past the green snake, and the key image just happened to be blocked by the person next to it. As I remember, the ringed weasel's food seems to be snakes, right? Students who drew the green-striped snake and ringed skunk. Looks like a bust. Du Yutong smartly said, answer the next question and you'll know if it's true. Those 2 students immediately said this answer. Qin Yan nodded, his voice faint. Not bad. Finally found the threads out. There are still 5 minutes left in time, but if one person can't answer, everyone will have extra training tonight. Stroke it, stroke it. The students began to accelerate. The big-billed duck is next. No, the next one should be a ringed skunk. Yes, ringed skunk. But the ringed skunk didn't do anything after eating the green-striped snake. Nope, it must have farted. I remember the green-striped skunk's skill is stink bomb. Other students? You guys? Look, The toucan is closest to the ringed skunk, and it's jumping around while its eyes are still a little open. It must have been smoked. So, the pink crystal cat covered her nose because it was too smelly too? And the long-eared rabbit, he's supposed to be getting smoke in his eyes. The more I run through this thread, the clearer it becomes. And it's kinda logical. So the crowd answered. Qin Nian, remembering the skills of the green-striped weasel. Not bad. All answered correctly. Now there are 30 seconds left and one question left unanswered. This question was the what about the wind eagle that Du Yutong had drawn, the question that was considered the easiest at first. 15 people were looking for that wind eagle the whole time, but 15 seconds passed. Still no luck. The video plays one last time. Can't even find a shadow. It's over. We really need extra training. Wait, shadow? Right, shadow. Everyone look for shadow. Finally, in the last 2 seconds of the video, Du Yutong managed to spot the wind eagle's shadow, which overlapped with the drone's shadow. At the same time, the video screen jolted. So, the wind eagle captured the drone. Du Yutong replied at the last minute, and then, 15 people looked at Qin Nian with bated breath, waiting for the final judgment. Amidst the incomparably apprehensive gazes of the students, a smile gradually appeared on Qin Nian's face. Nice, caught the last second. No need for extra training at night. Yeah, the students cheered. This concludes the Fine Eye Training mini-class. Qin Nian sent the other alternate site training charts and videos from the class to the group. Go home tonight and keep practicing, and keep competing for the rest of the day. The students took their number plates and lined up for the game, and then went back to the waiting area once again. Before going on the field, Qin Nian once again explained a task. Identify your opponent's biggest weaknesses and, win or lose, write them up and post them to the group after the game. This time, Li Junyan is still first up. However, at this point in time, he was approaching the game in a completely different way than he had in the morning. Li Junyan walked onto the fighting stage with a serious face. After his opponent summoned a spirit beast, the first thing that surfaced in Li Junyan's mind was also the skill characteristics of this spirit beast. Long-legged spider, body length 60 centimeters, height 1 meter, skill spitting silk, innate long legs, can move quickly, and his big hair. White caterpillar, 30 centimeters long, rows of short legs, crawls close to the ground, spits silk in one skill, moves slowly. This can be seen by comparison. Big Hair had encountered another spirit beast that completely restrained it regardless of its size, skills, or movement speed. However, Li Junyan was not alarmed. As soon as the game starts, Li Junyan makes his opponent look straight up confused, and the long-legged spider was very anxious to spin around in place. The opponent threw his hands in the air. Referee, he hasn't even summoned a contracted spirit. How can this be a match? The referee returned with an expressionless face. Please continue the match. Opponent, where's the contracted spirit? Compare it to who? Has it been summoned? But why didn't he see it? Is it hard to believe that this contracted spirit can be invisible? Li Junyan seized the opportunity the moment his opponent was confused. Commanding Big Hair, who had utilized the spitting silk skill to drill under the belly of the long-legged spider at the beginning. He once again used the spitting silk skill to end the battle in one fell swoop. The long-legged spider was entangled in its legs by the silk thread spat out by Big Hair and fell to the ground with a plop. Big Hair, on the other hand, burrowed out from underneath the long-legged spider's belly and crawled back slowly and leisurely. That's a good one. The opponent froze straight away. How despicable. To let your contracted spirit hide underneath the little spider arachnid. No wonder it kept spinning around just now. Winning the match, Li Junyan then relaxed and heatedly smiled. Thank you. In the session on stealthy spirit beasts, Old Ben said, in addition to environmental advantages, smaller-sized spirit beasts can even be stealthy in any environment. So what is stealthy? It's jamming the line of sight, staying out of the enemy's line of sight. Li Junyan's contracted spirit, the white caterpillar, was considered to be the most petite in size amongst ordinary spirit beasts. He had always thought it was a disadvantage, and after listening to Old Ben, he realized that at some point, a disadvantage could be turned into an advantage. Chapter 24. Wow, go! The audience is so professional today. As for how he managed to get Big Hair to burrow underneath the belly of the long-legged spider and still remain undetected by his opponent, it's still card sight. Old Ben had said that since most Imperial Beastmasters lacked perception training, then in a sparring match, there would always be a time when the opponent's perception would be drawn to the environment. Li Junyan has been looking for an opportunity since he got on stage, until the referee calls the match. His opponent, glancing toward the referee, and Li Junyun, it was the opportunity that was seized. The referee announced the result of the match, 17 wins. Number 17 is Li Junyan's entry number. Li Junyan returned to the waiting area. This one went down differently than the one in the morning. 2. He was laughing all the way down. Those big white teeth were bared, and the dentition was visible. The next person up is Du Yutong. Coincidentally, Nui Nui's opponent this time was, surprisingly, still a fat Koi Nui. Only, the scene on the field was completely reversed from last time. The girl on the opposite side looked at the fat Kanui that Du Yutong had summoned and directly stared at her with wide eyes. How can you have such a cute fat Coco girl? It's not even a big deal if you're wearing a little pink outfit. You'll wink and tilt your head in a cute way. Jesus, just kill me. As soon as the game starts, Du Yutong learned from the previous time and commanded Nyo with the most concise commands. Preemptive strike. Won this race as fast as he could. It wasn't until the loss that the girl on the other side of the room reacted. You, what kind of setup are you doing? Du Yutong crossed her arms, her ponytail flipped, and extended her fingers to make a cool V by her chin. Go the way of your opponent and leave your opponent with no way out. Opponent girl. On the first day of the special training, the students gained a lot, also more anticipation of other perceptual training. 5 days of special training. Wednesday, fine sight training plus combat skills in the morning, competition in the afternoon. First results. Thursday, fine ear training plus combat skills in the morning, tournament in the afternoon. Great progress. Friday, fine sniffing drills plus combat skills in the morning, race in the afternoon. Could be a good time. Saturday, fine perception training plus combat skills in the morning and general training in the afternoon. Sunday, early Sunday morning, inside the training room. Qin Yen, have they all had breakfast? Students, eat up. Old Ben said a few days ago that hunger and overfullness can impair perception, so it's important to eat on time and not overeat. These days, they have been executing well. Through these days of special training, the students are improving by leaps and bounds. Today is the time to accept the results. Old Ben, no matter how many games we play today, we're confident we'll win them all, the students said confidently, and that confidence backed by strength. Qin Yan looked very smooth. Smiling, he raised his hand. Let's go to the track. Qin Yan brought 15 bright young boys and girls to the arena's audience. What brings you to the audience? The students were puzzled while jockeying for a good spot to watch the game. Since they were early, the game hadn't started yet. They were the only ones in the audience at this time as well. When everyone is seated, Qin Yan spoke in a gentle tone. The first few days have been highly concentrated on training and competition. Everyone is too tired, so we won't compete today, so that you can have a spectator's experience as well. Ha, or not. Old Ben, we want to go to the game. It's okay to go to training perception. We don't want to rest. The students waved their hands back and forth. It's not that they love to learn too much. It's the word rest that's ing toxic. Yesterday afternoon, Old Ben also said to change the training to give them a break. And the result? We were not lured to the spirit beast cub rearing area. Gone to be a toy for those bored spirit beast cubs. While playing along, one must also look for perceptual information in the environment. It's physically and mentally exhausting for them. Just one afternoon yesterday. It's just more exhausting than the days of special training combined. Qin Yen. This time it's a real break. Classmates? Really? I don't believe it. Soon, the first game of the day is about to begin. The students of Class 8, however, remained in suspense. Du Yutong and the other students frantically made eyes. Could today be a hidden mission? Old Ben wants to test us? To see if we can discover it on our own initiative? Highly likely. Then when the game starts in a little while, we'll talk about what we've observed. Aha! Without Qin Yan's knowledge, the students secretly agreed. So the game started. All sorts of mutterings came from the front and back of Qin Yan. The small-billed duck's opponent is actually a large-billed duck, and the two spirit beast skills are similar. The disadvantage of the toucan is that it has poorer eyesight. The advantage is that it is more sensitive to biomagnetic fields. The small-billed duck has low-level flight capabilities, a relatively long neck, and a fairly wide field of vision. The basic abilities of the two spirit beasts are not comparable, and both Imperial Beastmasters have similar winning percentages. That depends on the direction of enhancement after one evolution. The small-billed duck has a few more gray feathers on its wings, and judging from the way it keeps shaking its wings, one of the evolutionary directions of the small-billed duck should be the enhancement of its flying ability. The big-mouthed duck's fur is much longer. The evolution direction should be to enhance the racial value and drought resistance. This enhancement direction, according to the words of the old class, chicken ribs? This gap is obvious. The toucan does not have to soak as often after completing the third level of evolution, though the process of completing 3 evolutions would be a long one, if not complete at all. But it was a pity to use a precious chance of evolution on optimizing a drawback that would just cause some trouble for the Imperial Beastmaster. This way big-mouthed duck is going to lose. Some analysis by the students. Straight away, the rest of the audience listened in disbelief, inwardly exclaiming, "Wow, go!" The audience was so professional today, and after a flurry of analysis, the students looked at the field with some trepidation. The game has finally begun. There was not much difference between the command abilities of the two Imperial Beastmasters. The smallmouth duck is significantly more evolved. its ability to fly low, as well as its flexible vision, made it easy to take the fight. Guess right. The students were relieved. Qin Yan couldn't help but secretly nod his head even after listening to the students' analysis. These guys, they sure have made a lot of progress in the last few days. The amount of knowledge is not so vast that it's not hard to memorize. The hard part is applying it. After the spirit beasts completed their first level of evolution, the students' learning ability was also improved to a certain extent. It was only when Qin Yan seized the opportunity to conduct special training that they were prompted to feel a sense of integration. But it's only a lot stronger than before. Compared to a real school bully, these guys in Class 8 are still far from it. Their current strengths are practicality plus ghosting. The road ahead is long. Shouldn't have much trouble dealing with tomorrow's game though. Chapter 25, Old Injuries Return. Class President. Turn around and look at Old Ben's expression. He's not satisfied, whispered Li Junyan from the front row. Why don't you look? I wouldn't dare. Du Yutong quietly turned back. Instead, he saw Qin Yan's white face and tightly locked brows. Finished? She swished back. Well, Li Junyan asked. The other students pricked up their ears in alarm. However, he saw Du Yutong shaking her head with an ugly face. Old Ben doesn't look too good. Ha, we did predict the outcome of the game. Did we just miss some important information? It's possible. Next game, everyone watch carefully and try to satisfy the old class. I don't know. Qin Yan's face looked bad because the old injury left by the space shattering a year ago had suddenly recurred. The familiar headache caught him a little off guard. The pain is not so bad as to kill one, but the pattering is very torturous. For this ailment, a visit to a medical center and a shot of mental healing can provide relief. Counting the time, it's only been 25 days since my last shot, so I should be able to make it to next week. What's with the sudden advance? Could it be that you've been overworked lately? Qin Yan rubbed his temples with difficulty. According to the lesson plan, there is still half a day to go. Just bear with it. All morning, Qin Yan's face never looked better. The students straightened their backs more and more. The eyes were getting serious. Even another way to analyze the events on the field through a different perspective. At the same time, they are also more knowledgeable about the various types of indentured spirits. The time finally came to noon. Inside the training room, the first phase of the sensory training program is over. Everyone's performance made Qin Yan feel satisfied. Qin Yan pinched his brow and said, "This is the end of the special training. Everyone take a good rest and look forward to your performance tomorrow." Listen to this. The students cheered. Yeah, it's finally over. Who's going to play volleyball this afternoon? Me. Count me in. Qin Yan sent all of the perception training coursework he had designed, all packaged up, to the class group. This method of perception was tailored by me for you, so go back and keep practicing. The students were directly stunned to hear this. This amazing training method was designed by Old Ben himself? Awesome. Du Yutong asked curiously. Old Ben, then how far is the training considered qualified? Qin Yan tried his best to suppress the pain inside his skull and explained. When one can train to the point of communicating and interlacing the five senses with each other and moving and transforming them, then a new sense will be formed, the flux sense, and that will be considered qualified. Listening to Qin Yan's explanation, the students' eyes lit up. Li Junyan immediately asked excitedly, "Teacher, when we have practiced our tongue sense, won't we be invincible in terms of perception?" Qin Yan shook his head. All things are mutually exclusive, and the flux is not without its nemesis, as you will see when you encounter it. The most feared person to meet with a passive sense is naturally the one who possesses a blunt sense. Bluntness had no solution, so Qin Yan didn't tell them in advance. By the time Qin Yan arrived in front of the door of the medical center, his face had turned pale. He was just about to push his way in. The door to the medical center then opened from the inside. Then out came a young man and woman with their arms around each other. The man teased the woman. "Ali, coming to my place tonight? Aya Ziqiang, have you forgotten what the doctor just said? I'll wait until you're cured. Thumbs up. With that little problem, can it still stop my brother from showing off?" As he said that, the man saw Qin Yan who was walking over and stopped in his tracks, a hint of a playful smile on his face. "Yo, if it isn't Qin Yan, what are you doing here at the medical center?" Qin Yan didn't recognize it, but knew the other party. The man was his college classmate named Zhao Ziqiang. After Qin Yan was injured in his sophomore year and was unable to control the beasts, this person didn't run out to mock him. He even used to run under his personal account and leave messages of ridicule. It made Qin Yan very bored. In the face of this man's unsuspecting accosting, Qin Yan wasn't polite with him either. "What else can I do when I come to the medical center?" Zhao Ziqiang, is it hard to believe that you came to the medical center to eat? Zhao Ziqiang instantly froze and reached out to point at Qin Yan. "You, when did your mouth become so poisonous?" In his impression, Qin Yan was the one who did not return curses. Every time Zhao Ziqiang was looked down upon, he was able to find some comfort in insulting and ridiculing Qin Yan. This Qin Yan, Has he eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall today? Self-strengthening. Who is he? The woman next to him asked curiously. When she saw Qin Yan's face, her eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of amazement, and she also immediately became curious about Qin Yan. Him, Zhao Ziqiang sneered and said. He's a legend. How is it a legendary method? The woman couldn't help but become more interested and couldn't wait to press the issue. Self-strength. Quickly introduce me. When it came to this, Zhao Ziqiang had long been able to recite it backwards. He used to be the genius of our school, the star of the Imperial Beasts major, and he also majored in evolutionary design. But then he was betrayed by his own contracted spirit, and he was backfired, and there was a crack in the space of the Imperial Beasts. Originally, there was still a chance to become a beast master again if you recuperated well, but some people just don't know how many pounds they have. I heard that he forcefully contracted a new spirit beast last year, causing the space to completely shatter, and it will never be possible to imperialize the beast again. Do you think it's not ridiculous? Turns out to be a waste that can never imperialize beasts, the woman said in disappointment. It was really a waste of such a good face and body. Ha 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 ha, the word waste is so accurate. Zhao Ziqiang looked at Qin Yan triumphantly. Qin Yan, how big was the gap between the two of us back then? You didn't think there would be today, did you? It's really the way of the world. Positive number one, you became a waste and could only go to an ordinary high school as a teacher, with poor teaching ability to the bottom of the city. And me, instead, I entered the first Imperial Beast Academy for internship, and now it's your turn to look up to me. Qin Yan, how does this feel? Qin Yan was a little impatient with his headache. Get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way. Hearing this, the woman next to her raised her head in scorn. You are just an ordinary teacher, but Ziqiang is employed at the first Imperial Beast Academy. How dare you talk to Ziqiang like that? Qin Yan frowned. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you roll too. The woman pouts angrily. Self-improvement. This punk, he scolded me. A waste is a waste. Zhao Ziqiang snorted. I haven't even formally opened my mouth today. Qin Yan, you broke your defense so quickly? Saying that, Zhao Ziqiang remembered something else. Oh yeah, tomorrow I'm going to go to the Royal Beast Tournament held by your academy to watch the tournament as an intern teacher of the first Royal Beast Academy. When that time comes, you mustn't tell anyone that you know me because I can't afford to lose that person. Chapter 26. What's my big illness anyway? At this time, the door to the medical center opened again. Out hurried a male nurse with glasses. Qin Yan knew him, and the doctors in the medical center called him Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo called out to Zhao Ziqiang. Zhao Ziqiang, it's good that you didn't go far. The doctor has something temporary on his side, and has rescheduled your prostatitis surgery from tomorrow to the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Remember to come over on time. Hear the nurse. Zhao Ziqiang's footsteps stumbled. Front, columns, gland, inflammation, a man's dignity, caught off guard, was punctured in front of his self-appointed rival. His face, with its mocking implications, clicked and cracked. The face instantly turned from white to red and held back to purple, meeting Qin Yan's inexplicable eyes as he looked over. He immediately dodged away. Xiao Luo seemed to have just seen Qin Yan at this time as well. Greeting. Hi, Mr. Qin, you're here for your shot, aren't you? Come on in. Qin Yan smiled and nodded. When rubbing shoulders, Zhao Ziqiang's soft snort came from Qin Yan's ears. Meh, prostatitis. As the doors to the medical center closed, Zhao Ziqiang directly broke the big defense and kneeled on the ground. Aha! Self-empowerment. Self-empowerment. Inside the medical center. Just after entering the medical center, Qin Yan was a bit unable to hold on. He propped his head up and stumbled to his feet in the wheelchair by the door. A weak voice also came out with the exhale. Luo, please push me over. Good. This state of Qin Yan caused Xiao Luo's face to immediately turn serious. He pushed the button on his collar to call for help and ran as fast as he could, pushing his wheelchair. Within seconds, though, the wheelchair was pushed to the emergency room. The one who was called was the same Dr. Gu who often examined Qin Yan, who was drinking tea at the time. Upon hearing the emergency call, his face changed. Boom! Throwing down his teacup, he sprinted to the emergency room. As soon as he saw Qin Yan's state, he could tell that this was an early onset of the aftereffects, because it was more urgent. Dr. Ku immediately had Lo run to the pharmacy to get the medication. After giving Qin Yan a shot of mental healing, he was sent to the ward with Xiao Luo. Healing shots work quickly. When Qin Yan came to consciousness, Dr. Gu was explaining that Xiao Luo was checking him in. Staying up all night, mental fatigue, physical overdraft. Why is he so uncaring of his body? Hurry up and get him a hospitalization so he can rest and relax. Dr. Gu, that patient who just came in was still speaking out against Mr. Qin, and I relieved him with a little trick. Dr. Gu complimented. Good job, Xiao Luo. Teacher Qin is an old friend of ours. You can't let others bully you in the medical center. At that moment, Xiao Luo saw Qin Yan open his eyes. Teacher Qin has woken up, Xiao Luo said in surprise. Qin Yan had just finished his mental healing injection and was suffering from a lack of energy, so he could only turn his eyes slightly to survey the ward. This ward has bookshelves and projections. The rooms are spacious and luxurious. He was still sleeping in a luxury single bed at the moment. Qin Yan laughed helplessly. Dr. Gu, I didn't just come to get a shot. Why did you send me to your VIP room? To heal. Qin Yan had to come to the medical center every month for injections, and his salary was almost all spent on this, even overdrawing a certain chant. Where else can you afford to stay in such a high-class ward? Dr. Gu smiled and explained. The last time the medical hall held an activity lottery, you won our medical hall's VVVIP, and the VIP room is free to enjoy. Qin Yan pumped the corners of his mouth. Goddamn medical hall VVVIP. What kind of big disease do I have in the end? Dr. Gu continued to smile. Anyway, your body must often come to our medical center, which is quite a stable income for our medical center. Occasionally for you to live in the VIP room. The medical center is not a loss. Qin Yan. Well, he does have a major illness, or the kind that requires lifelong treatment and still can't be cured. Having recognized this long ago, such words could not hurt Qin Yan at all. Dr. Gu also knew this to be the case, so that he could feel comfortable joking about Qin Yan. Still, Qin Yan said in a serious manner. Dr. Gu, that's too solid. Be careful, I'll file a complaint against you. Dr. Gu was not afraid at all, narrowed his eyes and counted his fingers, proudly made a 7 gesture and said, You've said this sentence 7 times, and it has long since failed to scare me. Qin Yan shook his head helplessly. Alright, you win. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gu shook his shoulders and danced in triumph. Hey, did you hear that, Ro? The tough-talking guy finally admitted that I won. Xiao Luo said honestly. I think that Mr. Qin just admitted it with his mouth. Dr. Gu shook his head. I don't care, he just said it. Well, Dr. Gu, this movement of yours is not right. Saying that, Xiao Luo actually jumped up with him. Qin Yan couldn't help but look away as the two men's dancing was too hot for his eyes. In his body, it's wise to deal well with doctors. It does seem a bit wishy-washy at first. Who knew that they would become friends with Dr. Gu over time? And Dr. Gu has gone from being serious and polite at the beginning to being amusing now. Dr. Gu is considered Qin Yan's only friend here. The joyful atmosphere in the hospital room also made the trace of gloom in Qin Yan's heart gradually disappear. At this point, Sting, the host, is detected to be in a pathological state, and the best treatment plan is now given. If the host raises his honor value to 5,000 within a week, he will receive the formula for the space repair agent. Space restorer formula? Qin Yan's heart was suddenly stirred. He knew the system couldn't be in vain, although there are limitations. You need to raise your honor value to 5,000 within a week to get the recipe for the space restorer, but it always showed him a chance. Currently, his honor value is 21. Tomorrow is the final of the Imperial Beasts versus. It's still promising to finish these honors in a week. Even if it's difficult, you have to put up a fight. Tomorrow's battle plan hadn't been made yet, and he couldn't afford to waste all his time at the medical center. Thought that just now Dr. Gu was planning to hospitalize him. Qin Yan said, Dr. Gu, I'm feeling much better now, so I don't need to check in. Okay, Dr. Gu didn't insist, but only suggested, if you're not hospitalized, then continue to stay in the medical center for half an hour of observation, and if you're fine, you can leave. Qin Yan agreed. At this point, Qin Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. Ro hurriedly handed it over to him. It's Mom Wen Changxiu calling. Qin Yan was now too drained to hold a cell phone, so he asked Xiao Luo to turn on the speakerphone. Hey Mom, the last few days Mom has to go back to her hometown. Next Friday night remember to go on a blind date The address is in the South Building Rotary Restaurant. You remember to spare some time to come I'm not going to. Before Qin Yan could finish his sentence, when Changxiu had already coldly hung up the phone. Qin Yan, that's the trick, isn't it? He's not going to give in. Qin Yan closed his eyes. The bed in the VIP room of the medical center was surprisingly more comfortable than the one he had at home. He couldn't help but relax his mind and prepare to rest for a while. And Dr. Gu, after hearing that Qin Yan was going on a blind date, looked like he had gotten some great information. Sneaking down the hallway, he called a mysterious number. Yes, next Friday night. The address is the South Building Rotunda. You're on your own, miss. Half an hour later, Qin Yan walked out of the medical center with a relaxed body. He looked up at the sky in a good mood. At this point, high cumulus clouds lined the sky one by one. As the saying goes, tile clouds, sunshine. The prognosis is that tomorrow is sure to be a hot and steamy day. Chapter 27 Rules of the Competition. The The sun was high in the sky, radiating rolling waves of heat. The whole street was filled with searing heat. The construction of the Coliseum in Hyeongnyang City is in the middle of Dongsan Forest Park, and the whole is divided into two parts. Part of it was a single-player fighting arena with multiple venues inside, which was where Qin Nian led the special training for the students of the 8th class. The other part is the Great Coliseum. The Grand Coliseum is oval in shape, and the shape of the building is styled like a bird's nest, which is one of the landmarks of Hyeongnyang City. When there was any Imperial Beast competition in Hyeongnyang City, it was basically held here. The address for the final round of the Imperial Beast match organized by Kamishika High School was chosen here. As is customary for college competitions, the opening ceremony is to be held at 7:30 a.m. So the students from each high school who came to compete started lining up at 7 o'clock to get in. While walking, Qin Nian introduced today's participating classes. For this Imperial Beasts match final, all 5 high schools in Hyeongnyang City have come to compete, namely Hyeongnyang No. 1 High School, Hyeongnyang No. 2 High School, Hyeongnyang No. 4 High School, Hyeongnyang No. 7 High School, and our Divine Deer High School. The competition is class-based, and the classes competing are all graduating classes. There are 3 participating classes in the first middle school, namely, the first class of the rocket class, the second class of the experimental class and the third class. Because the first middle school of Xiangning almost pinched away the best student source of the city of Xiangning, so these 3 classes are all very strong. There are 2 classes competing in the second grade, Rocket Class 1 and Experimental Class 2. The 4th and 7th centers are kind of heavy on participation, each taking only 1 lab class. As for us at Kamuka High School, all 8 graduating classes are competing because we're the organizers. Shenandoah High School's 8 graduating classes include 1 rocket class, 1 experimental class and 6 regular classes. Overall strength, it's in the not-so-great position of the 5 high schools. It's a 10,000-year-old in a somewhat awkward position. Listening to this, the students of Class 8 got a general idea about the opponent of the match. Du Yutong even broke her fingers and summarized, 3 classes in the first middle school, 2 classes in the second middle school, 1 in the 4th middle school, 1 in the 7th middle school, and 8 of us, making a total of 15. How is it an odd number? Qin Nian explained. It's an odd number, so for the first 3 rounds, 1 class will draw a turn. The class that draws a turn will not compete in this round and will automatically advance to the next round. The tournament goes 4 rounds to determine the ultimate champion. 7 against 7 in the first round, 4 against 4 in the second, and 2 against 2 in the third. In the final round, it was the 3 classes that went head-to-head for the final showdown. Hearing this, the students of Class 8 didn't react much. They were so confident in their own strength that it didn't matter if they had a turn or not. Instead, it was the 7th class in front of them. Their homeroom teacher, Wang Tianlei, also happened to introduce the tournament rotation system, which immediately caused a sound of anticipation among the students. And compared to the normal discussion in Class 8, and the outcry in Class 7, the back of the class was much more quiet and disciplined. Li Junyan looked back. Upon seeing the sign they were holding up, they were surprised. The ones following us are students from Xiangning First High School? Hearing this, the people in Class 8 turned around to look. Kinda. Why does that girl look kind of familiar? Isn't that the one with a pretty dirty mouth in the Coliseum before? Surname Chang. So it's her. She's even from Hyeongnyang First High School? Class 1. Right. Then we'll be up against her sooner or later. This was a valid point, and the people in Class 8 were somewhat looking forward to it. I'll have a chance to avenge the last time. Of the students in the rocket class in the back one, Chang Ruoyo also saw the people from Class 8. She didn't realize that the group of losers she saw in the Coliseum that day were actually the students of the legendary bottom class of Xiangning City, the 8th class of Shinlu High School. No wonder it's such a waste. There was a realization in Chang Ruoyao's gaze. Then he withdrew his eyes. As far as she was concerned, the group wasn't even worth a second glance. The other top students of the rocket class in the first grade also saw the sign held up by the 8th grade. There was a lot of frowning. Surprisingly, it's a student from the 8th class of Kamishika? Isn't that the bottom of the city? Why are we next to this group? The group of them, in the city and even in the province, is the existence of the sharpest? Naturally, they have the nerve to scorn any student from any other high school. Regarding the infamous class of Kamishika's 8th class, the people of the first middle school's rocket class had felt bad luck. Asked the teacher to move the position. The teachers of the first middle school were quite indulgent to these rocket class students. It's just a transfer. It was an instant yes. Had the third and first classes switched, the first class went to the back, and the third class was switched to the front, next to the 8th class of the kamikazes. This shift change is a really big move. It immediately drew the other participating classes to look over as well. Learn why. There were sneering, watchful glances at the students of Class 8. Kamishika's 8th class can be a real pain in the ass. At their level, They have the nerve to compete? I heard that Class 8 doesn't have a single evolved spirit beast to compete? I'm afraid it's not to be funny, right? I hope we don't go up against Shinlu Class 8 in a while, or else people will have to say that we won't be able to win. Who would want to be rivals with them? I guess even the other classes of the Divine Deer wouldn't want to. Isn't there a rotation? Just let them take their turn. The 8th class of the Sacred Deer is a disgrace to the people. Even the students of this school don't think highly of Class 8. Although there was a perfectly evolved Du Yutong, it was only known within the school. And there was only one Du Yutong spirit beast in Class 8 that had successfully evolved. The other classes, even the worst of them, had 2 evolutions. No matter how you look at it, Class 8 still can't change its fate of being at the bottom of the table. The jeers coming from the classes weren't even covered. The class change was 2 classes in the 1st grade. The last to be embarrassed was the 8th class of Kamuka High School. A rocket class of students in the 1st grade used just a small change of class. It just straight up puts Kamuka Class 8 into a group mockery. That's the impact of the cities and the provinces' rocket classes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What do they mean? To insult us in such a way? The 8th class frowned. Du Yutong clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I can't wait to face off against the people from the 1st middle school. Instead, it was Lee Junyan, who was always prone to emotions, whose face was as usual. I say you all calm down. Don't waste your emotions no matter who comes to mess with us, and leave everything to the match. The first match in the Coliseum during the special training gave Lee Junyan a deep lesson. He understands the negative impact of emotional disturbances on the game and makes it a point to remind everyone. Du Yutong was the first to react and patted her chest. Lee Junyan is right. You can't get angry. I almost fell for them. Qin Yan also spoke at the right time, reaching empathic senses. There is also the most important training. That is, emotional training. The Imperial Beasts versus the finals is one big training ground. So let's think of today as the first lesson in emotional training. No matter if people look down on you, taunt you or abuse you, no matter how you fight back, the emotional kernel must remain stable and you will be better than them. Chapter 28 The Opening Ceremony with a Faulty. After the students had all entered the waiting area, the opening ceremony was officially opened. In the first session, the class teams entered from the red carpet one after another under the loud introduction of the host. As is customary, the host student enters first. In order, the first to come in were the students from the 1st class. In his staccato, powerful words, the host introduced the entering class. First to enter the arena were the students and teachers of the 3rd year class of Shinlu High School, who walked in with a glowing pace. As the rocket class of Shinlu High School, a total of 11 students had completed the 1st level of evolution of their spirit beasts. After a brief introduction to the 1st class, the moderator then focused on the 2nd class. Even if the red carpet for the 1st class hadn't finished walking and the 2nd class had just entered, the second entrance is the students of the 2nd class of the 3rd year of Shinlu High School, as well as their homeroom teacher, Mr. Xia Feiyu. Mr. Xia is diligent in his teaching, and in just 1 year of joining the school, he has brought out an excellent result of 8 first-class evolutions and 3 perfect evolutions, with first-class teaching ability. The voice of the host, resonating both inside and outside the arena. Almost all the students and teachers of the school heard it, and then the whole room lost its voice for an instant. After a few seconds, 2nd grade teacher, did I just hear it wrong? The 2nd class of Kamuka High School brought out 3 perfect evolutions? Really? I heard it too, and since I dare to say it here, it should be true. Is this a magic elixir for students at Shinlu High School? A middle school teacher. I didn't realize Kamuka High School was hiding a dark horse. 8 normal evolutions and 3 perfect evolutions. It's almost catching up with the strength of our rocket class. Not to be underestimated. There were a total of 14 students in the 1st middle school rocket class, with 3 perfect evolutions and 11 ordinary evolutions. There were also only 3 more normal evolutions to come than the 2nd class of Kamigazu, and it was even the same in terms of the number of perfect evolutions. The students of the 1st class, at this moment, all frowned as if they were facing an enemy. The other high schools aren't nearly as good as the old Shenandoah High School, only marveling at them, and that's all. It was all within Xia Feiyu's expectations. He followed the class line forward. On his face, he purposely put on an unflappable demeanor and accepted everyone's awe with a bland face. Inwardly, he was very pleased, and he was glad that the Xia family had taken the olive branch thrown over by Mrs. Qin, and hitched a ride on that big boat of the Qin family. Had it not been for that, he would not have been in the limelight today. As for Qin Yen, who had only cultivated a perfectly evolved spirit beast, there wouldn't be a chance to get ahead. Today's scenery belongs only to him. Xia Feiyu, the 2 teachers, Ri and Battle, who were in the 1st class at the front of Shinlu High School, were both momentarily somewhat speechless after hearing the host's introduction of the 2 classes' different styles. This host wouldn't have been arranged by the unraveling family, would it? I heard yes. to intentionally weaken our rocket class in order to give Feiyu Xia a full deck of cards. The Xia family's eating is too ugly. Although Shinlu High School was the organizer of this tournament, the tournament was after all initiated by the deciphering family, and recommending a host was just a matter of recommending a host, so Principal Sun couldn't not give the deciphering family this face. After the second shift passes, several classes behind them couldn't help but pick up the pace with the host's short but quick introductions, until Class 8 enters the field. The 15 men of the 8th class, in neat formation, walked slowly and unhurriedly. The hosts lit up when they saw them, started reading out loud into the script. Next to enter the stage is the 3rd year and 8th class of Kamuka High School. It's a well-known fact that the 3rd year 8th class is not only the bottom class at Kamishika High School, but also the bottom class in the city. But they still had the courage to come to this Imperial Beast tournament, which gathered the elites from all the schools. Mr. Qin Yen, the teacher of Class 8, had also confidently told everyone that he would take the title of this competition. Let's all applaud their courage. Po ha 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 ha. Take the title? Who the hell gave them the courage? This Class 8 teacher is so good at bull ting that he can win a bragging championship, right? Get off the trash. The trash class doesn't deserve to be on stage with us. Go down. Go down. After the host's introduction, the arena rang out to urge Class 8 to get off the stage. It was thought that the students of Class 8 would surely not be able to bear the insult. Either that or leave in the dust. Either that or find a crack in the ground if you don't have the face to see it. But it is not expected. Surprisingly, the 15 students in Class 8 were not affected in the slightest. Their formation remains neat, their pace remains leisurely, and their mood remains steady. At Qin Yan's advance signal, they have pulled up their mental defenses and have treated this as an emotional training session. Mentally strong enough to not care about the ridicule of others. Only people who are truly inadequate on the inside blah 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 keep putting others down. The state of the Class 8 students is not something that everyone can understand. Some people are amazed at how strong they are mentally. Someone said, "Holy, cursing, cheeky." The host didn't react until the Class 8 team had completely walked down the aisle. Hurry up and introduce the next class to the script. Next to enter is the rocket class of Hyangying First High School. The students of the 3rd class. I was just about to introduce the 1st class, but I didn't realize that the sign held up in front of this class was for the 3rd class. The host was caught off guard and scrambled to find the script for the 3rd class and continue with the introduction. And in the referee's chair behind him, Principal Sun's face was dark. He beckoned the head of grade, Keeley, over with a black face. Keeley came forward somewhat sheepishly, greeted by a bitter criticism from Principal Sun. "Director Chi, you're in charge of the opening ceremony. How did you review the script? How can you let him introduce our 8th class like this? Hurry up and replace this host." Keeley couldn't help but explain. "Headmaster, although Qin Yan got lucky and created a perfect evolution, so what? The donation withdrawing enterprise hasn't come around by now, and I'm doing this for the good of the school." "Lucky?" Principal Sun couldn't help but grunt coldly in his heart. "That's just because you don't know Qin Yan's strength. Keeley, Teacher Xia has taught 3 perfect evolutions. Xia's family proposes to do this. It's also good for the school. Why don't you take this opportunity to put Qin Yan on the spot?" "Principal, shut up." Principal Sun's face went completely cold. He wasn't stupid, so he could naturally tell that this host that the Xia family had found was playing tricks on him. This is clearly aimed at Class 8, or rather, it was targeting Qin Yan. Although these underhanded tactics won't turn the tide, but that didn't mean that Principal Sun could allow the deconstruction family to engage in such a manner on his turf. "Director Chi, you need to get your identity straight. You're a teacher at Shinlu High School, not a job for the Xia family. It's just a change of host. There are a lot of up-and-coming talent at Shenandoah High School." Principal Sun personally called Lu Jingyi over. "Mr. Lu, there's a competition over here that needs you to come over and host it." Chapter 29. Beauty is rare indeed. The students of Class 8 took their seats in the viewing area in the order of entry. It was just noticed that their class got a really bad spot in line, too close to the bathroom. It doesn't feel like much right now, and over time it will probably be very flavorful. "Hey, how come the 2nd class is sitting in the middle?" a student noticed. The entire viewing area is arranged in an arch. The center has the best viewing area for 2 classes. There are 8 viewing areas on each side. On the far sides are the bathrooms. If it's in order of entry from the center to one side, shouldn't it also be Kamashikan Class 1 in the center and Class 2 on side 1? Do you still need to ask? Gossip King Wang Zile said with a knowing expression. The homeroom teacher of the 2nd class is surnamed Xie, so they went through the back door. Asterisk. Shame on you. It's okay to introduce the class with so much nonsense, but the position has to be picked the best. Li Junyan's emotions grew stable and he hummed and smiled. Wouldn't this be better? Others? Where's the good? Class 2 must have thought that this game was their home game, not realizing that we were the stars of the game. Vice squad leader says so. So who's the other position? Soon, everyone knew. Next to enter, from the rocket class of Hyangyang No. 1 High School, as the top class of Shenyang City, they had excellent results. 14 students, 11 of which had their spirit beasts complete a level 1 evolution, and 3 of which had their spirit beasts complete a perfect evolution. This configuration. I can't help but think of the second class of Kamuka High School, who just walked past. These two classes are definitely the most powerful classes in this competition. Who will the champion end up with? Let's wait and see. With the introduction of the host, the students of the first grade rocket class were also seated under the guidance of the groundskeepers. The location is exactly in the best viewing area. This position is very satisfying for the students of the rocket class. In comparison, as for the students of the third class of the first middle school, who entered the venue earlier than the rocket class but took their seats later than them because they were the farthest away, their faces were quite bad, because they're in the worst position. Next to Kamishika's 8th class, not to mention, it's actually the closest to the restroom. They really shuddered to think what the place would have to smell like by midday when the weather heated up. Although the Coliseum is cleaned, it can't withstand the heat of the crowd. The issue of restrooms is also being discussed in Class 8. How about wearing a mask later? Don't. It'll be hot before it stinks. So stinky death or hot death? Cold knowledge. Stinking doesn't kill you, but too much heat can give you heat stroke. Do masks really stop it? Can't it be hot and smelly? Qin Yan is also going to lead from the sidelines. After listening to the students' concerns, he smiled helplessly. What on earth was there to get hung up on with such a small issue? Still, so as not to disturb the concentration of the students, he called the inner circle of the Coliseum. Soon, just about any Coliseum employee in white coveralls sealed all the bathroom doors on this side of the building and placed a maintenance sign in front of the bathroom door. Then, Coliseum employees informed everyone, the bathroom on this side is broken, so please go to the one outside the door. There is a door right next to the restroom on the field. Outside is another bathroom. It's close and through a door. You don't have to go too far for the flavor to travel. It's perfect. People have finally stopped obsessing about it. All the students in Class 8 knew it was because of that phone call from Qin Yan. Moved. Old Ben is so good to us. So do we count as using our privileges as well? Yes, but we don't just do it for our own benefit. We do it for everyone's benefit. Right. The students from the nearby first middle school thought that they were lucky until they heard what the students from the 8th class said. Then they looked at Qin Yan in surprise. A teacher from the 8th class who can even command the staff of the fighting hall? What's your status? It's the organizer. After all, a middle school teacher guessed. The students of the first high school nodded thoughtfully at this and approved of it. Also, after all, Kamuka High School is the organizer. The school teacher commanded the Coliseum staff to seal a bathroom just. It should not be very difficult, right? Hey, look guys, the host has changed. Isn't that Mr. Lu from our school? Du Yutong pointed at the stage and said in surprise. At this point, the stage, a pure white gown made Lu Jingyi beautiful, flawless, elegant and mysterious. Lu Jingyi's looks were already very delicate. Once dressed up at the moment, it looked even more like a perfect work of art that people couldn't take their eyes off of. As soon as he came on stage, he caught the eyes of all the men and women on stage. Du Yutong sneaked a look at old Ben. She was a big kowtow to her old class and Mr. Lu's CP. It's just such an important moment, and old Ben is looking down at his cell phone? Will it work? Qin Yan is looking at a high-resolution image on his cell phone. The photo would have been taken by someone closer, on a cell phone, and posted to the school group after it was taken. This photo has no beauty face, no filters, just light makeup. The photo is nevertheless beautifully fresh and uncluttered. Rare indeed. He looked at it twice, casually saved it, and turned off his phone. Introducing the colleges and universities. Lu Jingyi on the stage directly off the script. Talk generous and decent. The colleges and universities that came to watch the game included the First Imperial Beast Academy, Four Elephants Academy, Purple Sun Academy, Illusory Sea Academy, and Whisking Willow Academy. Each one is a big deal. Among them, the First Imperial Beast Academy, the Four Elephant Academy, and the Purple Sun Academy came from the number 1 city in the north and the country's capital city, the capital city. On the other hand, Illusory Sea Academy and Whisking Willow Academy came from the number 1 city in the south, Wunan City. Sitting on a high platform watching the game, in addition to teachers from the admissions offices of major universities, there are also leaders of the Education Bureau and the vice president of the Hyangyang Imperial Beasts Union. Kamishika High School is kind of getting the cards up for this match, but it's all just a favor for us. The teacher of the first high school's rocket class chuckled. Teacher, do you have any information on those perfectly evolved spirit beasts in Divine Deer Class 2? As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. But we don't have the slightest idea about Divine Deer Class 2, the student from Rocket Class said worriedly. Rocket Class teacher said, I got the news. the spirit beasts of those few students in Shinlu second class. All of them evolved only yesterday, just a short time. They are definitely not familiar with the new skills. And as far as Shinlu High School's sparring training facilities are concerned, you don't have to worry about this match at all. Upon hearing this, the students of the first grade rocket class relaxed. No one even deserves to be our opponent in this game. Next, there was the draw for the first round of the tournament. Now, I would like to invite Chung Changwang, the vice president of the Xiangning City Imperial Beasts Union, to conduct the draw for the first round of the competition. Chapter 30, Divine Deer Class 8's Round. Vice President Chang slowly got up and came to the draw box to start the draw. Whenever a pair of opponents is drawn, it is placed under a projector and announced again by the moderator. First round of the tournament. Class 1 of the first form versus Class 3 of the Divine Deer. Shinlu Class 2 versus Second Form Class 1. Kamigatari Class 7 versus Kamigatari Class 4. Class 2 of the Second Form versus Class 5 of the Divine Deer. Class 3 of the First Form versus Class 1 of the Divine Deer. Class 2 of the First Form versus Class 1 of the Seventh Form. Class 1 of the Fourth Form versus Class 6 of the Divine Deer. Kamikaze Class 8 is empty. The class that was drawn for the turn came out. The field was in an uproar. No one expected that. It's amazing that Class 8 is so lucky. I can't believe I drew a turn to automatically advance. Ha! Our class was drawn into the rotation? Du Yuton looked disappointed. Then won't we just sit around this morning? Qin Yan also didn't expect Class 8 to be drawn into the rotation. But not competing in the first round wasn't a bad thing for Class 8. Since we won't be participating in the first round, it's the perfect time for everyone to take advantage of this to observe more of the opponents from the other schools. With special attention paid to the second class and the first middle school's rocket class, the students nodded at this. The first round of rounds is indeed a good opportunity to retain your strengths and observe others. Class 8 was drawn into the rotation, but the 7th class next door was envious. That one's eyeballs are red. Just about went up there and snatched the turnover. Class 8 really got lucky. Surprisingly, they drew the round in the first round. Wouldn't they be automatically promoted then? This good thing of automatic promotion, why isn't it ours? In other classes, there is envy. There's no matter. There's also the suspicion that it's an inside job. At this point, Vice President Cheng on stage has something to say. According to the past process, the classroom teacher of the class that draws the turn is required to go on stage to give a speech on promotion, right? Because the process really doesn't work. So generally speaking, as long as the host doesn't mention the process, it's not there. But since the guest of honor mentioned it, that's not good enough to refuse. Lu Jingyi smiled and invited Qin Yan onto the stage. Cheng Changwang, face cold, asked the first sentence of the words on the extremely sharp, first with Mr. Qin joke. I see Mr. Qin looks so talented. Teaching ability, how not to match it? From the moment Vice President Cheng called him to the stage, Qin Yan knew that the other party was clearly not harboring good intentions. Qin Yan took the microphone. Since we called him up, anyone with eyes could hear his tone so unkind. How dare you make a joke out of it? That's kind of funny. He'll just be courteous with the other guy and have a nice chat. Qin Yan asked back in a flat tone. Vice President Chung attacked me with my looks right off the bat. Is it because he's ugly? The words fell. The room went straight to silence. This Qin Yan is so bold. Vice President Chang's looks were indeed quite a bit lower than average. But you can't take it out and say it. Chang Changwang, who was attacked by Qin Yan's poor ability and received a direct counterattack of ugly, suddenly sank in color. He had been instructed by the explainer to make things difficult for Qin Yan when he drew the lots. However, he did not expect that this Qin Yan would not put his status as the vice president of the labor union in his eyes at all, and even directly tore his face off with him. Seeing that Vice President Chang's face was almost blackened into carbon, Qin Yan suddenly changed his tone. It's just a joke. Vice President Chang won't mind, right? Cheng Changwang suddenly choked, and the words that he wanted to attack Qin Yan were suddenly out of his mouth. After all, he was the one who said the joke in the first place. Of course I don't mind. Showing a smile that couldn't hide his embarrassment, Chung Chungwang continued to ask, drawing a turn? Mr. Qin must be very happy, right? Qin Yan said indifferently. We can all do it. If there is a class that needs this rotating slot, we, Class 8, can switch with them, and the championship is our Class 8's anyway. Fight however you want. Seeing that Qin Yan had dug himself a big hole, Cheng Chengwan's expression suddenly relaxed. Ha, Mr. Qin is saying this because he knows that the draw slots can't be changed, right? Mr. Qin is so determined to win the championship. Does Mr. Qin think that he can just keep taking turns to get the championship? As soon as the words fell, a burst of laughter erupted from the arena. Can't we in Class 8 rely on strength? Qin Yan asked rhetorically. Seeing that Qin Yan was continuing to dig a hole for himself, Cheng Chengwang swung another shovel and dug the pit a little deeper. Oh, then please tell me, Mr. Qin, what strength does Class 8 have? The strength that can defeat the two seeded classes sitting in the C position and win the championship? Qin Nian said without hesitation. Does the perfect evolution of all 15 students in our class count? This statement was made. There was a second of silence, followed by a collective phew. Apparently no one believes it at all. What a load of bollocks. That's an outrageous brag. This is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He thinks he's a national evolutionary design guru? Even a national level master can't do 100% evolution, okay? Not to mention perfect evolution. Is it really possible for anyone to design an evolutionary path that allows students to evolve 100% perfectly? Not to mention our country, but globally? Not just off stage. The guests on stage were also laughing about it. All 15 students perfectly evolved. How did he say that? If that's true, I'm upside down and dilapidated. Ha ha ha, anyone who knows that can't be true. He's bragging here, and the students of Class 8 are in trouble. Yeah, after all, it's not like we have any real power. We're sure to be laughed at when we get on the field. Of the guests on stage, only Principal Sun of Shinlu High School, and the leaders of the Education Bureau had a calm face. With all 15 students perfectly evolved, how could Principal Sun not report such an important matter to the leaders of the Education Bureau? Just don't look at the leader with a calm face. The corners of that mouth can be sneaking downward all the time. After all, under his coordinated management, the fact that Kamishika High School had produced such proud teaching results could all be attributed to his performance. In that case, did Mr. Sheen decide that Class 8 would definitely win the championship because the students in Class 8 were so outstanding? Amidst everyone's jeers, Cheng Changwang added another sentence. The question seemed ordinary, but in reality, it directly locked Qin Nian's back way, leaving him no chance to cover up what he had just said with a joke. In this way, Qin Nian's lies would be demolished in public today. He will then be reviled by all. Lose your job, or even in the business of spirit animal evolutionary design forever. If he insisted that he had just been joking, he would be in for a very awkward situation. Disgraced on the spot. Anyway, Cheng Chengwang thought that no matter what Qin Nian said, he had already stepped into the hole he had dug. Of course, the students in Class 8 are the best, Qin Nian said without hesitation. Having said that, Cheng Chengwang felt that he didn't need to continue asking any further questions. Smiling, he headed back to the guest area to take his seat on his own. Chapter 31, Seminole rushes to give up his donation seat. I'm surprised he didn't deny it. Did you really think you brought out 15 perfect evolutions? Mental hallucinations. Ha! The other guests on stage were a bit speechless. It would indeed be a bit awkward if Qin Nian admitted that he was joking, but it's better than being dismantled and laughed at in front of when the students go on stage later to compete, isn't it? Does this kind of person deserve to be a teacher? And not afraid of losing their honor? Does a man like him have any honor? Also, hearing the mocking sounds around him, Qin Nian was also somewhat speechless. He's showing his cards and I'm surprised no one believes him. Looks like we'll have to wait for the game to convince everyone. After this extra little session passes, Lu Jingyi looked worriedly at the background of Qin Nian's descent from the stage, then withdrew her mind and continued with the following entry process. Next, our Haiyangning City High School Graduation Class Imperial Beast Match Final. Round 1. Match 1 is underway. Please have the two teams from the First High School Class 1 and Divine Deer Class 3 enter now, and the two teams from the Divine Deer Class 2 and the Second High School Class 1 go to the waiting area to make preparations. Bored with watching the game all morning, the students in Class 8 are fast asleep. They had watched the two matches at the beginning, that is, the one in which Class 1 of the First Middle School played against Class 3 of Divine Deer, as well as the one in which Class 2 of Divine Deer played against Class 1 of the Second Middle School. Properly. It's just that the other teams that came on later, and the battles were a little too flat, making it oddly boring to watch. Plus, Class 8's viewing position was farther away from the sparring platform. It's hard to see the people who are trapped. Qin Nian was so tired these days that he simply leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, and Wang Tianlei from Class 7 next door. Instead, they took the opportunity to run on stage and socialize. As it happens, the head of the First Middle School also went to the stage, and went to liaise with the teacher of the admissions office of the First Imperial Beast Academy. At this point, the guest table, Zhang Nis, a top executive of the seminar group, had just arrived at the Coliseum with a copy of the corporate information, and as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he stopped the head of the first school with a smile on his face. The Seminole Group, that's the one that withdrew the donation from the business. They lambasted Kamuka High School for its inaction, citing the zero evolution score of Class 8. A corporate withdrawal request was submitted and has been approved by the Board of Education. It was just a matter of President Sun signing off on it, and the money that had been donated would be back on the Seminole Group's books again. And Xiangning No, one middle school is the next school that Seminar Group intends to donate to. Hello, I'm the general manager of Seminole Group, Zhang Nis. This is my business card, Zhang Nai said with a smile. The person in charge of the first middle school took the business card with a pale face, raised his head slightly, and asked, "General Manager Zhang, is there something you want to see me about?" "Oh, then I'll be blunt. Our seminar group intends to make a donation to Hyungyung No. 1 High School." The head of the first middle school frowned for a long time, then said, "As far as I know, the procedures for withdrawing the donation between you and Divine Deer High School have not yet been completed, right? General Manager Zhang should still come back to us after he's broken this side cleanly. I still have things to do, so I won't be accompanying you." Seeing that the heads of the other schools were also coming this way, the head of the first middle school couldn't help but speed up his steps towards the location of the first Imperial Beast Academy's enrollment teacher. Seeing this, Zhang Nis of Seminole could only go to Principal Sun first for the withdrawal of the donation. Zhang Nis faced the head of the first school with a shameful look on his face, but when it comes to Kamuka High School, but the high and mighty take up the rack. He threw the withdrawal document in front of Principal Sun. "Principal Sun, this withdrawal document, you'd better sign it quickly." Principal Sun, who was in the middle of reviewing the donation documents, was a bit upset when he was interrupted unexpectedly. It was only when he looked up that he realized the person who had interrupted him from reading the papers was one of Seminole's men. Principal Sun directly threw that document aside again. "Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? Please get in line." Zhang Nis couldn't help but laugh. "Principal Sun, what do you have to be busy with?" Principal Sun laughed, meaning to say back, "Naturally, they are busy screening the donation enterprises. If not, it is inevitable that they will recruit some more unqualified ones. Corporate donations, and then withdrawing them, is certainly a very heavy blow to the school's reputation. Not to mention, Seminole after having the intention of withdrawing his donation. It's not about negotiating with Kamuka High School first. Instead, the media was convened directly to publicly denounce the teaching abilities of Kamuka High School. Such behavior, no less than a feud. Principal Sun could still speak to the other party in a nice voice, which was already considered a good quality old man. After saying that, he picked up those donation documents and continued to review them. Seeing this, Zhang Nis naturally thought that Principal Sun was putting on an act. It's a face down by Seminole's withdrawal of donations, and it's here to beat around the bush. "Principal Sun, the Education Bureau has already approved it. It's useless for you to struggle any longer, so you'd better return the money to us. Shunlu High School's teaching ability already stinks. You can't have a reputation as an old scoundrel again." "Principal Sun," Zhang Nis deliberately said it out loud, getting the guest gallery to notice this side of the room. "What's the situation?" Zhang Nis smiled. "Principal Sun, other schools have noticed this side. It won't be good for you to delay any longer." Principal Sun saw this, and don't bother nagging him, took the withdrawal document, signed it over and set it aside. Zhang Nis cautiously picked up the documents and checked them, seeing that there were no problems. Then he finally sighed in relief. The withdrawal of donations, it's finally done. However, Zhang Nis had just slipped the document into his arms, just because the documents on the desk were touched by Principal Sun's arm, revealing the official seal stamped by those leading companies on them. Janice happened to see it. "Janice, what's with the official seal? Isn't it a fake?" "Did Principal Sun just said he was screening companies for donations. How could it be true?" "But, why? Those donating companies are also leading companies in the city of Hyungyung, donating to Kamuka High School. Are they all stupid?" Zhang Nishan just froze. Just hear the next words from the guest of honor over there. "What's the situation? Didn't the second class of Kamuka High School produce 3 perfect evolutions? How come there are still corporations that want to withdraw their donations? I don't know. Maybe the business is in financial crisis?" Hearing this, Zhang Nix couldn't help but be stunned once again. Kamuka High School has produced 3 perfectly evolved spirit beasts? When did this happen? Zhang Nix froze for a split second before quickly calming down again. After all, First Middle School had also produced 3 perfectly evolved spirit beasts this year, and compared to Divine Deer High School, First Middle School student population was still at the top of the heap. Janice is convinced that her company has made the right choice. I don't know. These leading companies, all of which had gotten first-hand news of the perfect evolution of all the Class 8 spirit animals from the Education Bureau, had come rushing to take up that one donation slot. As for where this one donation bit came from, of course it was Seminole who let it out in a hurry. Chapter 32, If the planet doesn't explode, this arena is going to blow up. And when Zhang Nis left, Principal Sun was also a little two-seated. He pushed back his chair and lifted his step next to the leader of the school board, who was located in the center of the guest gallery. It just so happened that several of the people in the seats on either side of the room were not there. Principal Sun then couldn't help but mutter to the leader in a low voice, "Why do only the 2 of us know about the perfect evolution of the spirit beasts of the 15 students in Class 8? I can't hold it in any longer." "Then announce it." The leader nodded. "No." Principal Sun shook his head. "The king bombs are all going to come out last. It's better to wait for the students to make their debut in person. After saying that, he didn't care about the leader's speechless look and went back to his seat. Principal's son didn't notice. A man stood back as motionless as a stone statue, directly dumbfounded. This person was Wang Tianlei, the homeroom teacher of Class 7. He just wanted to come over and network with the leaders and socialize with the teachers at the colleges. Overheard Principal's son. Class 8. 15 students, all perfectly evolved things. Surprisingly, it's true. It's true. Qin Yan surprisingly didn't lie. It really is 15 perfect evolutions. That's awesome. Holy, if the planet doesn't explode, then this field is going to blow up today. Soon. The stats for the first round are finally in. 9 classes were successful in advancing. Classes 1, 2, and 3 of I. Classes 1 and 2 of the second form. Class 1 of 4. Shenandoah 2 and 4 classes. As well as drawing rounds and automatically advancing to the Kamuka 8 class. With this result, Class 8 undoubtedly received many sneering looks once again, especially the students in the 7th class next door. They were eliminated in the first game. It was natural to be very jealous of the 8th class, which had advanced by turns. It's been shady there all morning. You can't get lucky once. You can't get lucky every time. If you can draw another round in the next round. If Class 8 draws another round, I'm going to wonder if there's an inside job. Guess their luck will run out later. Wang Tianlei didn't know how he got back to the viewing area. I just didn't expect to hear the voices of the students of Class 7 mocking Class 8 just as they returned. The heart stuttered. My little ancestors, who is it bad for you to taunt? How can you be so ungrateful as to go and taunt Class 8? Those could be the perverts that made the spirit beasts perfectly evolved. You're mocking them, aren't you running into a gun? To save the self-esteem of the Class 7 students who were soon to be bludgeoned to crumbs, Wang Tianlei immediately reprimanded with a stern face. What are you all doing? I told you to watch the game. Who are you watching? What is the decency of one and all? The students in Class 7 were immediately silenced. Curses over. Wang Tianlei slowly walked over to the 8th class side, coughing lightly, a pandering smile plastered on his face. A change from the usual targeting, not to mention. The tone of voice that he spoke to Qin Yan was quite polite. The main focus is a sense of timing. Mr. Qin, can you move your seat in? Qin Yan? It's not like there's no room in Class 7. Why sit next to him? They're not on good terms. What's wrong with you? Qin Yan didn't even look at him. Can't lean a bit. It's okay. I'll just sit here. After saying that, Wang Tianlei went down a guduan. Directly to Qin Yan performed a sitting on the air. Qin Yan was speechless. Wang Tianlei was all smiles. It's okay. Ha. I just want to sit with Mr. Qin. You have something? Qin Yan looked puzzled. He also saw Wang Tianlei's perversity. He wasn't worried about what the other man was holding in his heart. After all, Wang Tianlei, this person, have bad all to the open. Not so difficult to deal with. Mr. Qin. Oh no, brother Qin. Wang Tianlei came over and whispered. I already know about the perfect evolution of all the students in your class. Ha. I just want to communicate with you about Master Mingyan's evolution from the perspective of spirit beasts. Can you give my little brother some pointers? Qin Yan. Though I don't know how Wang Tianlei knew about it, but for this character of his that could give and take, Qin Yan was quite impressed. Mr. Wang has 2 other faces before and after? Wang Tianlei looked repentant. In the past, it was all because I didn't know any better. Besides, it wasn't because of Mr. Lu. That's what he's like. He's a bully, but he doesn't bring arrogance to anything that's a little bit better than him. What's more, Qin Yan could be stronger than him by more than a little bit and a half. Qin Yan, huh? Wang Tianlei's heart tightened, and he quickly pointed to the sky and assured, don't worry, brother Qin, I will definitely not think ill of MS Lu in the future. I'll work hard on my career from now on. By the way, this is an indemnity for you. Wang Tianlei took out a long wooden box from his arms. I have to say, Wang Tianlei is pretty efficient when he wants to drill something. In a short time even the reparations were ready. Qin Yan raised an eyebrow. A blatant gift? Wang Tianlei quickly explained. Don't worry, this is just an apology, not a request for you to do something. If you are willing to forgive me for my previous stupid behavior, just accept it. If you don't, I won't be able to sleep at night. The other side spoke earnestly. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. There was no deep hatred between Qin Yan and Wang Tianlei, and since the other party had gone soft, he didn't intend to be catty about it. And no intention of making friends with each other. Qin Yan, alright, I'll take the stuff, but this is in school. It's better for us to call each other teacher. Wang Tianlei rejoiced. Mr. Qin is open-minded. Then, Wang Tianlei climbed up the pole and brought up Master Mingyan's evolution from the perspective of spirit beasts once again. Qin Yan, I thought you hadn't read this theory? Wang Tianlei gave Qin Yan a you're underestimating me in this look. I was indeed ignorant in the past, but since I listened to some of your analysis last Tuesday, Mr. Sheen, I've gone back to catch up on my studies, and I just finished reading yesterday. In fact, the main reason I came back to see it was because of the promise I made later when I apologized to Master Mingyan. But when Wang Tianlei said this, he was quite sincere again. Teacher Qin, on that theory of Master Mingyan, there is no explanation for the preferences of spirit beasts. Did you read it from other books? Can you recommend it to me? Wang Tianlei stated his purpose. Qin Yan shook his head. There shouldn't be any such books at the moment. If you want to delve into this direction, it's recommended to observe the behavior of the spirit beasts more often, communicate with the student's spirit beasts more often, and also do some preference tests. More observation, more communication, preference testing. Wang Tianlei thoughtfully. After a while, I see, Wang Tianlei said indistinctly. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Qin. I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back to class 7. With that he got up, but he stopped halfway. Egu, Mr. Sheen, please help me. My legs are numb from squatting. Chapter 33, For whom did Master Mingyan come? At noon, the sun scorched the earth hotly. A strange fragrance wafted in from the semi-enclosed coliseum. Smelling the wafting aromas coming from outside, the students' stomachs growled. The conversation also gradually changed from class 8 to what exactly is for lunch. It was also time for halftime of the game. Shenandoah High School, as the host, is responsible for the meals for all students and faculty. Having prepared all morning in advance, the food trucks were ready outside the venue. Qin Yan ordered a few students to carry the food. Li Ziyu was the most active one. The speed of grabbing food, for the 8th class again won the do nothing, eat first place good results. After lunch, the time came to 1:30 in the afternoon. The preparation for the second round begins. It was still Cheng Changwang, vice president of the Xiangning City Imperial Beasts Union, who drew the lots. Second round of the tournament. Class 1 of the first form versus Class 4 of the Divine Deer. Class 3 of the first form versus Class 1 of the second form. Shenlu Class 2 versus first grade Class 2. Class 2 of the second form versus Class 1 of the fourth form. Kamikaze 8th class rotation. Once this draw was made, the whole room was once again in an uproar. No one would have guessed that the second round of the lottery, which draws a round robin, automatically advances to the next round. Surprisingly, it's still the third year and 8th class of Kamuka High School. The other 8 classes that advanced to the second round, taking out just any one of them would be able to directly crush Divine Deer Class 8. They still want to see the woeful state of the Class 8 students when they are dismantled. But how did Class 8 get so lucky? Surprisingly, I drew the wheel again. Automatically advances to the next round now. Are you angry? This is too dramatic. I suspect an inside job. What kind of inside story can there be? It's useless even if you get a turn in the finals. After all, the prize only goes to the winner. That's true, but Class 8 rotating to the finals? You really dare to think that? Just now it's just an analogy. Can Class 8 really have a turn in the finals? However, draw for the third round. Kameshikan Class 2 versus second form Class 2. First form 1 versus first form 2. Kameshikan Class 8 takes a turn again. On stage and off stage. Except for the top management of the Understanding family, Xia Feiyu, and Vice President Cheng, who was in charge of drawing lots, weren't too surprised. Everyone else, you're really letting Kameshikan 8th class wait until the finals? Is this Class 8's luck against the odds? Having the temperament of a European emperor? Or is it really an inside job? Off stage, some of the students are already shouting insider. The voices are getting louder. Vice President Cheng's hand, who was standing behind the draw box, suddenly shook slightly. With that, he picked up the microphone and said, "There are absolutely no insiders in the draw. Let's start the third round. It's just 2 games in the third round. It's going fast." After most of the day, the 3 classes that made it to the finals were finally decided. After the break, the host Lu Jingyi began to announce the results of the third round. Congratulations, First Form Class 1, Shenlu Class 2, and Shenlu Class 8 have made it to the finals. According to the rules, there are 3 matches in the finals. All 3 classes above will have 2 matchups with the other 2 classes, and the class that wins the 2 matchups will be the champion of this Imperial Beast Pairing Finals. We continue to draw lots. The results are: Game 1, Shenlu Class 8 versus First Form Class 1. Game 2, Shenlu Class 8 versus Shenlu Class 2. Game 3, First Form Class 1 versus Divine Deer Class 2. Please bring Kameshiba Class 8 and First Form Class 1 to the stage while Kameshiba Class 2 gets ready. Qin Yan led the students of Class 8 towards the opposite platform. At that moment, a surprising gasp came from the stage. The crowd on stage was drawn to look over. Only another guest seat was added to the stage, and the new guest was a middle-aged man in casual clothes. This person was none other than Mingyan. Who's that? It's hard to see. The other guests on stage seem to be getting up. Holy, that guy's supposed to be awesome. On stage, at Principal Sun's gesture, Lu Jingyi made an introduction to Master Mingyan. As soon as her words left her mouth, the room erupted into a frenzy. Oh my god, that person is actually Master Mingyan. I'm not dreaming. I've made the grade actually met Master Mingyan La. Mingyan on the stage was wearing a mask, though he couldn't see his face. But the students still didn't want to miss the opportunity and were taking crazy pictures in reaction. At that moment, Mingyan got up. Lu Jingyi hurriedly passed the microphone over. Mingyan's tone was tinged with apology. Actually, I was going to take today's flying ship to leave Xiangning City, but I still wanted to see the results of a teacher's evolutionary design with my own eyes. I'm sorry for coming over at this time. I hope I didn't interfere with the competition. Lu Jingyi smiled and picked up the conversation. Listen to the cheers from the entire audience. Your arrival is rather a surprise to us. It's just that I don't know. Who is Master Mingyan here for? Mingyan's words were laced with a smile and his tone was gentle. It's for one of the teachers in the graduating class of Divine Deer High School. He has a deeper understanding than I do when it comes to low-level spirit beasts. I've come to learn from him, and in the meantime, to take a look at the elegance of the students in his class. Mingyan left a hook and then sat down. Lu Jingyi took over the topic freely and smiled. With Master Mingyan coming over at this time, it's not hard to guess that the one he's talking about is hiding amongst the lead teachers of the final class. So let's guess who it will be. In fact, Lu Jingyi already had an answer in her mind. Who else could that person be? Of course it's Qin Yan. But others don't think so. Teacher of the graduating class of Kamuka High School. It's still the final class. There are currently only two, Qin Yan and Xiafeiyu. For which teacher has Master Mingyan come? Is that even a question? Don't even think about it. Naturally, it's Xiafeiyu. He's brought out 3 perfect evolutions. Isn't there a possibility that it could be Mr. Qin? A student who had once watched the evolutionary process of the fat Kunui wondered. But Master Mingyan for Qin Yan? This joke is so outrageous. Is it really that outrageous? It's to the extent that Master Mingyan himself would have to carry his flying ship away overnight if he heard it. Except for a few people. No one at all believed that Master Mingyan was here for Qin Yan. Most people even skipped right over Qin Yan. One after another. They cast envious gazes at Xiafeiyu, the teacher of the second class of Divine Deer. He was the one who was admitted by Master Mingyan himself to have a deeper understanding than Master Mingyan in terms of low-rank spirit beasts. Even Master Mingyan had to learn from him. How awesome does that have to be? And the protagonist who is in the spotlight of many eyes, Xiafeiyu. And yet, inexplicably, there was some weakness. Others are not clear. But he knew deep down that he simply didn't have the ability to win Master Mingyan's attention. Those 3 perfect evolutions were also the evolutionary paths that the one from the Qin family had asked the evolutionary design patriarch to do. It has nothing to do with him half the time. If later on, Master Mingyan came to ask about the path analysis of these 3 perfectly evolved spirit beasts, how should he answer? Think about it. Xiafeiyu couldn't help but feel a trace of panic in his heart. Chapter 34 Du Yutong has a stomachache. Poisoning? The match was about to begin. The students of Class 8 were also heading towards the ring. At this point, Du Yutong suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her stomach actually hurt without warning. The pain came suddenly and drastic. The next moment, she squatted on the ground with a pale face, covering her stomach. The expression on his face was very painful. A fine bead of sweat was rapidly oozing from all the white foreheads. Old class help. My stomach suddenly hurts. So much, Du Yutong said with huge difficulty. Tummy ache? Qin Yan didn't say anything. He directly carried Du Yutong on his back and quickly ran towards the paramedics. What's wrong with Du Yutong? The other students of Class 8 saw this. Both worriedly followed. The group hooted and hollered as they headed toward the medical team. This scene was very conspicuous on the field. The students in the viewing area also looked over in surprise. What happened? It seems like a student from Class 8 fainted. It looks like she has an upset stomach. But it's not like you're going to be playing in the game and giving it a scare, is it? I've used the stomachache trick when I was scared of exams. The paramedics on the other side of the ring are quickly making their way over. Where the big game is, all will be accompanied by a medical team. The medical team invited by the school came from the largest medical school in Xiangning City, the Taming Medical Center, and the leading doctor was none other than Qin Yan's old acquaintance, Dr. Gu. Soon, the paramedics finally arrived as well. Qin Yan placed Du Yutong on the mobile hospital bed that Xiao Luo pushed over. Dr. Gu has already started to do his examination. Just after some examination, Dr. Gu, however, strangely found that Du Yutong's body did not show any problems. Strange. If it wasn't for the fact that the little girl was in cold sweat from the pain, I guess even Dr. Gu would suspect that she was faking it. Could it be phantom pain? Dr. Gu checked again. After repeated examinations, the experienced medical practitioner suddenly had a bold guess. He said to Qin Yan, The problem should be with her contracted spirit. If the contracted spirit has been hit by a nerve-type toxin, this kind of pain is synchronized to the owner. Qin Yan frowned. What went wrong was her contracted spirit. But her contracted spirit hasn't been summoned today. Dr. Gu nodded and said thoughtfully, there are some poisons that are specifically designed to deal with spirit beasts, and the master will take them and they will work. Just what? Dr. Gu said helplessly. We're good at healing people. Spirit beasts' bodies shield all internal inspection equipment because of the spiritual energy they contain. That would have to require a spirit beast diagnostician to be able to do that. Especially this belongs to the toxin type of diagnosis. I'm afraid that we have to need a senior diagnostician. But what we lack in Xiangning City is a senior diagnostician. This is going to be a problem. No trouble, I am. Qin Yan said with a serious look. Dr. Gu, is there any way to make her awake for an instant? Dr. Gu stayed with his mouth open for a moment before saying, there is a way, but this is no joke. Show me your badge. Qin Yan took out his advanced diagnostician badge. Dr. Gu tried to suppress the shock in his heart. Immediately, he pinched up hard on the tiger's mouth of Du Yutong's right hand. Du Yutong was painfully awake for a split second by this alternative, huge, sharp pain. Qin Yan took advantage of this and said, Du Yutong, release Nyo Nyo. Hearing Qin Yan's voice, Du Yutong summoned Nyo Nyo without even thinking. Blue light flashed in the air. Fat Coco Girl snapped and fell, then rolled in agony. Sure enough, as Dr. Gu said, it's Fat Coco Nui that's the problem. Qin Yan picked it up. The hand of diagnosis was used on it. No picture this time. Instead, a line appeared in Qin Yan's mind. Diagnosis, ingestion of toxins carried by the flame flower ground root. Qin Yan frowned. It's flame flower earth root. Dr. Gu was instantly a bit surprised. So it's this thing, then the symptoms are right. This kind of poison will not corrode the body in the same way as ordinary poisons though, and will only cause the poisoned spirit beast to suffer pain. Flame flower is one of the common materials used in the refining of potions. Its ground roots, however, are poisonous, and the antidote is simple. Sun-dried flame flowers ground into a powder. I'll have the healers send the flame pollen over now. Dr. Gu dialed the number of the medical clinic. Soon, the flame pollen was delivered. He rushed to give Fat Konio a dose. Dr. Gu observed for a few moments and realized that after Fatty Kanui had taken the antidote, Du Yutong's state was also rapidly getting relieved. It was a moment of letting go. Said, this little girl will soon be fine with some fluids, but it will take a few days for this contracted spirit to fully recover. She'll need to be observed for the rest of the day, and Xiao Luo will watch over her every inch of the way. Qin Yan nodded, with Nurse Xiao Luo looking after him. There was nothing he was uneasy about. Just, how could Fat Coco Girl be poisoned for no reason? This one, there's definitely something wrong. Dr. Gu, call the police. Understood. The patient's condition is, of course, best known to the doctor. Dr. Gu also saw the unusual nature of Fat Konio's poisoning. Although the spirit beasts were not under his control, Du Yutong had suffered the same injury, and according to the doctor's code, the police had to be called to deal with it. Even if Qin Yan hadn't said anything, he would have suggested this. At this point, Principal Sun rushed over. After looking at Du Yutong's condition with concern, he said, leave the rest to me. You take the other students to the competition. Qin Yan nodded, returned to the ring with the students. Only he didn't look a little too good. The after effects of using the hand of diagnosis had come, and he was now thirsty as hell. Unscrewing a large bottle of water, the 2,000 ml kind, that he had shunted from Dr. Gu, Qin Yan poured it down in one gulp, with a cool stream of water running warmly down the throat. That dry, thirsty feeling just dissipated a lot. After Qin Yan left, it was only then that an incredible light slowly gathered in the eyes of Dr. Gu and Xiao Luo. The two men looked at each other. Dr. Gu sked. Surprisingly, he's still a senior diagnostician. How come this guy is so low-key? Ro was so surprised that he just said wow. The students of Class 1 of the First Form and Class 8 of the Divine Deer took the stage from both sides of the arena. Both classes had the same number of players on the field, 14, in the opinion of the solvers. Du Yutong, the only person in Class 8 who could prove Qin Yan's teaching ability, was no longer available. The remaining 14 crooked ones are not enough to worry about. Opposite, Chang Ruoya was none other than the class president of the first class. See you on the field. Chang Ruoya's eyes became even more contemptuous as she looked at the Class 8 crowd. Isn't this the trash Imperial Beast Master who went to the Colosseum and lost 15 battles and 15 defeats? So you're the bottom class in the city. No wonder you're so trashy. Hearing this, a class of people next to him immediately followed and scoffed. Ha ha, with such a lousy record, you still have the face to brag about perfect evolution? Just this group of them, I can handle it myself. The one who opened her mouth, Was a petite girl wearing glasses from the first class? She was wearing a navel-exposed dress plus pants, with a loose sunscreen long jacket on the outside, with a pair of almond eyes, but her gaze at people was sharp. Chapter 35, This Qin Yin is really a bit uncomplicated. Alright then, I'm too lazy to fight them. What does the class president think? The one who answered the question was a handsome-looking, high-cooled boy next to the petite girl, looking at the class 8 students with a very cold look in his eyes. Chang Ruoya was equally disdainful. Since the format of the tournament is open-ended, let's do it that way. Hearing this, Li Junyan deliberately shouted, "Hey, that unqualified one, don't just talk about us, why don't you tell us about how you lost face in the Colosseum? Who are you calling unqualified?" Chang Ruoya glared angrily at Li Junyan. "Whoever picks up is whoever," Li Junyan said with a smirk. Prince Le followed closely and continued to add fuel to the fire. "Ha ha ha, we haven't even named her yet, and she admitted it herself. No quality, no quality, no quality, no quality with eyes but no quality," the other students scolded together. Chang Ruoya clenched her fists in anger and said coldly, "Since you guys are looking for abuse yourselves, you won't be able to blame me later. Ouch, I'm so scared yo, ha 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 ha, she's so awesome." The 8th class got all shifty. After teaching a one-day emotional program in Chinian, deeply holds the essence of emotional attack, everyone in the first class frowned. Why are these guys so beat up? When the hell is the game going to start? I can't stand it anymore. The two classes just went head-to-head and the field was full of fireworks. In the meantime, the guest gallery. The head of the Xie clan looked at the field of play with satisfaction and said to Vice President Cheng next to him, "It seems that this match is already without suspense." Cheng Changwang nodded with a deep expression of approval. The teacher of the Four Elephants Academy smiled and said, "These kids from the first middle school are intelligent and individualistic, so they're really suitable to come to our academy." Hearing this, Xiang Academy was not modest. "Since everyone is here for the students of the first middle school, we'll just have to rely on each other's skills later." Willow Academy also snapped, "Since you're all grabbing the ones from first middle school, no one from Divine Deer Class 2 should grab them from me." Phantom Sea Academy, ha 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 ha, "We all have our own way of doing things. Other colleges are talking about the first class of the first school and the second class of the kamikaze. Only He Yang Yun from the first Imperial Beast Academy did not join them in their verbal grabbing battle." Not only was He Yang Yun from the first Imperial Beast Academy, he was also the youngest of the many enrollment teachers. He looked 27 or 18 years old, with soft lines on his features, a gentle type of person at first glance, and a mature and elegant temperament. The other enrollment colleges, the attention was on the students of the first class of the first school and the second class of the Divine Deer. He Yang Yun was different in that he was quite interested in the students of Divine Deer Class 8. Before he came, he had not only inquired about a perfectly evolved spirit beast coming out of Divine Deer Class 8, but he had even gotten an analysis of Fat Konui's evolutionary path. That evolutionary path amazed him, as far as he knows. On the same day, sophomore year also came out with a perfect evolution. The evolutionary path was proposed by Qin Yin, the Class 8 teacher. Learned the news. He Yang Yun had carefully analyzed the learning level of the students in Shinlu's 8th class. Du Yutong does not stand out, even moderately a bit below. They were all taught by the same teacher. It didn't make sense that she was the only one with a perfect evolution of her spirit beasts while the other students didn't even come with one normal evolution, right? He Yang Yun found it strange, which was why he paid extra attention to the students in Class 8. This concern. Instead, he discovered something quite incredible. These so-called poor students in Class 8 exuded an air of confidence that was surprisingly similar to that on the students of the First Imperial Beast Academy. The First Imperial Beast Academy gathered the best students in the country, and these best students would have a confidence that radiated deeply from within. You can't fake that kind of aura, but he was surprised to see it in all the students of Class 8, including the female student who had a sudden illness. This discovery, but it's unprecedented. One time, He Yang Yun was not only interested in all the students in Class 8, there was also a little more attention paid to their homeroom teacher, Qin Yen. This Qin Yen, he's really something. Master Ming Yen, who was on the side, happened to hear the words he murmured and couldn't help but sidle up and praise him. Good eye. Hearing this, He Yang Yun was instantly a bit surprised. Master Ming Yen's 4 short words, informative but a little bit too much. Could it be that the person he mentioned before was Qin Yen? He was just about to ask Grandmaster Ming Yen about it, but he saw that Grandmaster Ming Yen had already gotten up and left the guest table. He Yang Yun was a little impatient to get to know Qin Yen. Then he turned around and instructed Zhao Ziqiang, the trainee assistant teacher behind him, "Go and inquire about Qin Yen's educational background. I want to know exactly which school this teacher graduated from as a high achiever." Zhao Ziqiang thought to himself, "Isn't this just the right question to ask him on the muzzle? Shinlu Class 8's homeroom teacher Qin Yen? I know him." As it happened, no one in the guest gallery spoke. Zhang Ziqiang's words then reached everyone's ears. The word Chinian is the buzzword of the day. Everyone's eyes were focused on him with a swish. Oh, you know Qin Yan? Yang Yun was surprised. I and Qin Yan are college classmates. Qin Yan Hey, after all, they are classmates. Forget it, there are some things I really can't say. Zhao Zichang looked like he couldn't bear to speak ill of his classmates behind their backs and stammered up there. This look, in turn, aroused everyone's curiosity even more. The main minister of the Xie family heard the cattiness beyond the words and took over the conversation. Just say something, we'll just listen. Then, well, Zhao Zichang continued with a difficult look. Qin Yan he was once revolted by his own contracted spirit. The imperial beast space was broken, and then he forcibly contracted a new spirit beast. As a result, he became a waste who could never imperialize beasts. The teachers of Shinlu High School should have heard about these things, but surely you all still don't know why Qin Yan was revolted by the contracted spirit, right? Oh, why? Someone wondered. Zhao Zichang looked like he was having a hard time saying, this is because Qin Yan's contracted spirit was stolen, and that contracted spirit already had an owner, and was disgruntled at being forced into a contract. It's what led to the whole series of things that followed. Everyone in our school knew he had character issues, and he deserves to be blamed for ending up like this. Finally, these words that could send Qin Yan to hell were said in front of many people. A flash of pleasure flashed through Zhao Zichang's heart. Is that teacher Qin's character even so bad? The Xie family head said with a show of surprise. To even do the evil deed of stealing other people's spirit beasts. A person with this kind of character doesn't deserve to be a teacher at all. Indeed, this kind of person should be expelled. After all, keeping this rat turd is bad for the reputation of Shinlu High School. Cheng Changwang also said with a serious face. Chapter 36 Class 8 is the king bomb of Shinlu High School. At Zhao Zichang's words, Yang Yun felt that there was a problem with the logic. Just right. At that moment, Master Mingyan returned with an exquisite box, and Yang Yun realized that after Master Mingyan sat down, his gaze was the first to look at Divine Deer Class 8, which also implied anticipation and appreciation. Yang Yun pondered for a moment and asked directly, Master Mingyan, you look as if you are more interested in the children of Class 8? Mingyan smiled and nodded, expressing bluntly, the students of Divine Deer Class 8 are intelligent and individualistic. I like them a lot. Although Yang Yun had made some guesses, he still felt incomparably surprised after hearing Master Mingyan's words with his own ears. So, you are here for Qin Yan? Exactly. So the one who attracted you here is really Qin Yan. Yang Yun marveled. It seems, he had the right feeling. Class 8 students are really hidden models, and Yang Yun's words also reached the ears of the other guests. Ha, 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 ha. This statement was made. It was a direct shock to the guests of honor. They were all dumbfounded. Like he didn't expect things to go this way at all. Did I hear you right? The one Master Mingyan favors is not Class 2's teacher Xiefeiyu, but Class 8's Qin Yan? Look at how excited you guys are. Mister, he should just be saying the opposite. You're the one who's so excited you can't even think, right? Does that sound like the opposite to you? At once, everyone was baffled. What? Who do you think Master Mingyan came for? For Qin Yan? Qin Yan, the homeroom teacher of Shinlu Class 8? Are you sure you're right? This short time, what the hell did they miss? Neither the faculty of several colleges nor the special guests of the donating companies could believe it, especially the head of the Salding family. Suddenly after hearing these words, his entire body was directly frozen. Didn't Qin Yan teach a perfectly evolved student? How could Master Mingyan value him? And Zhang Zichang was even more directly stupid. A phrase kept repeating out of his mouth. No way. Absolutely not. He's nothing but a loser. Impossible. Just, even if people are unbelievable. These words were also spoken by the teacher of the First Imperial Beast Academy himself. And, next moment, they also saw Master Mingyan smile and nod. Also said, I did come because of him. Guests of honor. Master Mingyan admitted it. I'll go. Everyone instantly remembered what Master Mingyan had said earlier. He knows more than I do when it comes to low-ranked spirit beasts. So says, Master Mingyan was not only here because of Qin Yan. How dare you think Qin Yan is better than him? Really? Master Mingyan looks quite serious. It shouldn't be a joke. They really do take it seriously. The crowd of guests were shocked, yet others remain unconvinced. Cheng Chengwang's tone was thick with skepticism. If Qin Yan is really so powerful, how come none of the students in Class 8 have evolved? As soon as the words left his mouth, a certain special guest of a donor corporation with no presence retorted. Who says there isn't one? Didn't Class 8 produce a perfect evolution a few days ago? Hearing this, the four major colleges were surprised first. There's also a student in Class 8 whose contracted spirit has perfectly evolved? How come you didn't say that when you were introduced? Instead, Vice President Chang, who had raised the question, glanced at the head of the family with an unfavorable expression. How is it that even he doesn't know about this one? He had sided with the class led by CFAU because of the Xie family, and it was surprising that the other party hadn't informed him of the true information about the 8th class. It led to his words being put on the spot. Unbeknownst to him, the head of the solving family didn't mean to keep it to himself. He really didn't think it was necessary. After all, it's not like that one and only perfect evolution had to be on the field. There's no difference between having it and not having it. Seeing that everyone was gradually starting to take an interest in Qin Nian, the Xie clan's head priest couldn't help but say, "That's only one perfect evolution. I think Teacher Qin has stumbled upon a student with good talent. It still can't be compared to the 3 in Divine Deer Class 2. That makes sense. 1 could be happenstance. 3 is strength. In that case, Qin Nian really can't compare to MS Xie in Class 2. The 2nd class looks like the secret weapon that Kamuka High School has come up with. There's no comparison." Listening to this, the guests nodded their heads. After all, 1 really can't be compared to 3. At this point, Master Mingyan opened his mouth in confusion. Who said there were only 3? There are 15 perfectly evolved contracted spirits in Class 8. Don't you all know that? Ha, 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 ha. There are only 15 students in Kamishiki Class 8, right? All 15 students evolved perfectly? How could we possibly know that? We don't know. At this point, a voice weakly interjected. When Qin Nian answered Vice President Chang's question in the morning, he seemed to have said, "Guests of honor, especially the guest who once said upside down and dilute. Face embarrassed, you do not speak, no one take you as a mute." It's not. Of course everyone heard what Qin Nian said. Not only did you hear it, but you also mocked it with intense language yet. But hearing is hearing. No one believed it at the time. This. They thought at the time that Qin Nian was bragging. But these words surprisingly came out of Master Mingyan's mouth again. Days. So, is it true? The contracted spirits of 15 students, all perfectly evolved. Surprisingly, it's true? The thought that this could be true, an inexplicable thrill, spreading out across the stage. The hearts of all the guests began to beat frantically, especially the admissions teachers at major colleges and universities. The eyes that looked at the Class 8 students were bubbling red. They're all here for the good seeds, and never in a million years. The good ones in Kamishiki Class 8 are all growing in piles. 15 students, although there were only 14 on stage. But every one of them is a good prospect who can special recruit. This one's good. Special recruitment. This is good too. Special recruitment. Can't look away. It's completely unwatchable. Add up. The 3 perfect evolutions of the 2nd class are just smoke and mirrors. Class 8 is the king bomb of Kamuka High School. It's the secret weapon of Kamikaze High School. Everyone looked directly dumbfounded. The perfect evolution of all 15 students' contracted spirits was even more shocking than when they had just heard that Master Mingyan had come for Qin Nian. I can't believe it. Surprisingly, it's really a perfect evolution for all of them. So what level is Qin Nian at in terms of evolutionary design? Who can manage to make all the spirit beasts of the entire class evolve perfectly? It's simply unheard of. Not even an evolutionary patriarch can do that, right? This is absolutely unprecedented in the country. Crazy. Straight up crazy. Master Mingyan looked at everyone's reactions and found it amusing. He couldn't help but sigh. Qin Nian is a genius when it comes to spirit beast evolutionary design. His future achievements will surpass mine sooner or later. Listen to this. Yang Yun of the First Imperial Beast Academy's heart was suddenly stirred. He quietly sent a message to the Dean of the First Imperial Beast Academy. Chapter 37 seconds. This was a second kill. The match has begun. A guest reminded. At once, everyone's eyes, in turn, turned to the ring. The ring. The students of the rocket class of the first school were leisurely unaware of what they were about to face. After seeing the contracted spirits summoned by the Divine Deer Class 8 students, they had contempt in their eyes. Dabbling ducks, white caterpillars, bobolinks, agonists, beetles, chipmunks, blue-shadowed ants, and on the side of the rocket class in the first grade. Instead, it's a rare grade goldfinch, a rare grade leopard cat, a rare grade damselfly dragon lizard, a fiery dog, a lava worm. Don't be too obvious about the contrast between the two sides. That's it? Meh, no fun. Hurry up and finish the fight. Leave it to me, the petite girl with glasses said confidently. After seeing her contracted spirit, the audience under the stage realized why she was so confident that she could one-up all the spirit beasts in Class 8. It turned out that the one she had contracted was a rare grade spirit beast, a leopard cat. Unlike ordinary grade pink crystal cats, leopard cats were true battle-type spirit beasts. It has a thin body, long legs, agile movements, strong attacks, and specializes in melee combat. It is also the strongest contracted spirit in the battlefield of the rocket class of the first middle school, and the leopard cat lived up to its name as a combat-type spirit beast. As soon as it came out, it laid its body low and took an attack stance. The young girl clasped her hands to her chest and commanded in a leisurely manner, "Panther, Start with that little bug and finish them all off. The little bug, referring to Lee Junyun's white caterpillar. As the young girl spoke the command, Lee Junyun also said to the white caterpillar at the same time, "Great White, attach the thunder." The leopard cat didn't give the white caterpillar a second thought. Not even elemental skills were used. Directly sprinted forward and swung his claws. In the meantime, Great White spat out a tough silk thread towards the leopard cat. The threads were thinner than hair and light, as if they could be blown away by the wind. Although the petite girl saw the white caterpillar's skill, she did not place the silk spat out by a tiny caterpillar in her eyes, and thus did not open her mouth to alert her contracted spirit. It was well known that daytime cat-like spirit animals had poor eyesight, and this leopard cat's evolutionary direction didn't include vision, so much so that it didn't see the unassuming thread itself. Next, the slender threads quickly wrapped around the leopard cat's neck. At the same time, the filaments flashed like thunder and lightning. Crackle! Immediately, a powerful paralyzing sensation instantly hit his entire body, and the leopard cat lay straight on the ground. It was actually directly electrocuted. After passing out, the body was still twitching from time to time. Holy, how come? Just one shot, and it's class 1 that loses? The scene, to the direct amazement of the students on stage. Even most of them stood up unconsciously. After all, that's too much of a reversal. Who would have thought? A rocket class that's number 1 in the city. A trashy class at the bottom of the city. One is a rare grade spirit beast. One is a common enough white caterpillar. The two classes initially meet. What about the fact that the garbage class 1 seconds? That's a spike. A common grade spirit beast killed a rare grade spirit beast in seconds. It's unbelievable. Especially the students of Kamuka High School. They have the most explosive feelings. Being from the same school, they knew best how bad class 8 usually was. But at this moment, their perception was shattered. In the previous rounds, apart from Shinlu Class 2, all the other classes of Shinlu Academy were pressed by the other academies. The first middle school rocket class was as if it was in existence that their ordinary students, and even the students of the Divine Deer rocket class, had to look up to. But now, the first grade rocket class has had its share of losses, and the one who had pulled one back for Shinlu Academy was surprisingly someone from the 8th class. They didn't even know the boy's name. After a few moments of staring, I don't know who started it. The students of Kamuka High School cheered, and the field of play. The faces of the students in the rocket class of the first school were not so good, especially the owner of the electrocuted leopard cat. She looked at the white caterpillar incredulously. I can't figure out how. It was just a white caterpillar. How could it possibly defeat her perfectly evolved rare class leopard cat? How could Panther lose? She stepped forward and picked up the leopard cat. Because the electric current attached to the leopard cat hadn't completely dissipated. As she touched the leopard cat, she instantly felt her hand go numb for a moment. Thunder and lightning. The petite young girl immediately looked at Lee Junyun with a shocked expression. Asked, "Your white caterpillar, why does the skill come with lightning? Did you cheat?" Lee Junyun drew the corners of his mouth and said breathlessly, "Of course it's the mutated skill after the perfect evolution of Great White. What's wrong? Only your leopard cat is allowed to perfectly evolve. My Great White can't perfectly evolve a bit?" Hearing this, the petite girl was even more shocked. White caterpillars can evolve. As she remembered, the white caterpillar's initial racial value was just over 20, right? The criterion for perfect evolution when a spirit beast evolves at once is that the racial value should reach 100. Her leopard cat, as a rare grade spirit beast, had an innate racial value of over 50. Evolutionary paths make the racial value go up by 50 to reach perfect evolution, and her leopard cat's racial value did go up by 55 when it evolved, and now the leopard cat's racial value had reached 107. But for a white caterpillar to reach perfect evolution, it needs to go up nearly 80 racial values to do so, right? Is it hard? Did this white caterpillar's evolutionary path really make it go up almost 80 racial values? What kind of counterintuitive statistic is that? And equally shocked, and the rest of the rocket class in the first grade, as top students at the citywide level, they have more theoretical knowledge than the average student. If it wasn't for the white caterpillar's lightning markings that appeared in its abdomen after its perfect evolution, the evolutionary markers of the other students' contracted spirits were also in hidden locations, so outsiders couldn't see them at all. Otherwise, they were also able to analyze the evolutionary direction and skill changes of the white caterpillar as well as other spirit beasts. Now, however, there was nothing but shock, especially Chang Ruoya. It was at the Colosseum at the time. She had personally seen Lee Junyun's contracted spirit being beaten by a fiery dog without the ability to fight back. If it was truly a perfect evolution, there was no way she wouldn't be able to see it. But the referee didn't call for a stop. It means that Lee Junyun didn't cheat, so to speak. It was at the Colosseum. Lee Junyun is hiding something. The rest of that 8th class. Think of a possibility. Chang Ruoyao's face directly turned white. Hey, are you guys still fighting? If you don't fight, Hurry up and admit defeat, Lee Junyan urged. For this group of heavenly talents in the rocket class of the first high school, making them admit defeat is tantamount to humiliation. Altogether, this statement was made. Everyone started to move. Class 8 side wasn't far behind. They had been looking forward to this showdown for a whole day. Little Gold, Phoenix Chop Attack, Big Billed Duck, Sour Water, Dampon Dragon Lizard, Rapid Tail Fling, Bobo Bird, Water Ripple Swing, Fiery Dog, Fierce Fireball Unleashed, Sedition Chicken, Skill Deflection. Chapter 38, Perfect Evolution has really become a cabbage. Elemental skills were flying on the field as the two classes opened up a melee, a different formation than the one in which the first class stood in neat rows. The 14 people on the 8th class side were staggered to stand in front and back rows, seemingly chaotic, but in reality, they were purposefully attacking the opposite side spirit beasts. During this special training, Qin Yan had analyzed it in advance, though high schoolers haven't really started learning about combo-based combat. However, because this Academy Imperial Beasts match final was held in a class format, that's why they have to be a unit on the field. For this reason, Qin Yan had also specially formulated a simple tactic for them. The front row is the one with the higher attack output, defense factor, and spaced out stations. The back row is for support and long-range attack types, and you can't have a complete team without a conductor. So, Du Yutong and Li Junyan were the main and deputy commanders designated by Qin Yan. For the rest, Qin Yan let them play freely. In the absence of the main commander, Li Junyan, the deputy commander, took the place of the main commander. Therefore, is it possible to hear the voice of Li Junyan's command on the field? And the commander of the opposite rocket class was Cheng Ruoyao. She is not weak in command, but no matter how strong their abilities were, they couldn't resist the skills emitted by their opponent's contracted spirits, which were completely out of their range of thought. The elemental skill of the big-mouthed duck was Waterline, which they knew, but what the hell was acidic water? Wasn't this skill a bit shameless? After the inciting chickens group skill deviation was used, their side skills were directly blown off course, and all of them missed. Who could have predicted that in advance? This variant skill is nothing short of cheating. Class 8 won this game quickly. The first middle school rocket class lost completely. They were crushed by strength. Not only that, they also found out thoroughly through the mutated skills used by those indentured spirits in Class 8. All of the contracted spirits in Class 8 were, surprisingly, perfectly evolved. And there are only 3 of them. Whenever they found their opponent's normal level spirit beasts perfectly evolved, their minds are then greatly affected. In the end, the mind just falls apart. In front of such an opponent, how can they not lose? Students and faculty watching the game from the stage, many teachers, at first glance, could see that all 14 contracted spirits in Class 8 had perfectly evolved. They were shocked to say the least. As for Du Yutong, the only one who didn't play, her spirit beast was instead the earliest to perfectly evolve. This news, too, spread from Shinlu High School's side to the other schools, and upon learning that all of the Class 8 contract spirits have perfectly evolved, none of the students on stage were shocked. Class of 15, all perfectly evolved. This is, probably, the most shocking news of the day. When Class 8 finally won the game, the students of Kamishika High School, who were on stage, stood up and cheered once again, even jumping up and down and cheering. Let's say before today, who would have thought? They're Kamishika High School. I can't believe they won over the first grade. It's still Class 8 that won the fight. This is too backwards for the Big Dipper. Class 8 is so awesome. 15 perfect evolutions. Class 8's homeroom teacher is much more impressive. There are still some students who are screaming inside. How come Qin Yan isn't our homeroom teacher? We want a classroom teacher like that too. Guest seat. All the guests watching the game, including admissions teachers from several colleges and universities, invitees from donor companies, and more. The incredulity and anticipation in their eyes, all while witnessing the battle. It all materialized. Surprisingly, it really is. All perfectly evolved. 15 contracted spirit animals for 15 people. 15 perfect evolutions. In Qin Yan's case, perfect evolution had really become a cabbage. On the other hand, the head of the Xie family on the guest table had an extremely bad expression on his face. The lady from the Qin family explained the matter. He is not going to be able to do it. No wonder that lady of the Qin family wanted to suppress Qin Yan. Just this kind of qualification. Who do you want who's not afraid? If it hadn't already gone down, their Xie family could actually pull in Qin Yan. Unfortunately, it's already late. The look of regret on the face of the master of the Xie family flickered away and was replaced by a ruthless color. This Qin Yan, surprisingly, had even befriended Master Ming Yan. If we let him grow up in the future, he will definitely be a threat to the Xie family. And the waiting area. Xie Feiyu's face was even uglier than his father's. They solved everything the family had gone to great lengths to design. It's amazing how easy it is to destroy. There's one less Du Yutong. Surprisingly, there are 14 more perfect evolutions. They did all this, investing in financial and material resources and manpower, a good hard-hitting table. Surprisingly, it was all cheap for Qin Yan. In addition to the anger, the blow, Xiafei's mind also had unresolved doubts. Evolutionary paths are so difficult to design. He couldn't even do an ordinary evolution, and he needed the Qin family's help behind the scenes. The entire class of Class 8 has perfectly evolved contracted spirits. Ah, this Qin Yan. How on earth did he do it? It's hard to believe that there's someone behind him. Right. Xiafei seemed to have found a suitable reason. He determined that the evolutionary paths of these students were definitely not designed by Qin Yan. There must be someone behind Qin Yan. Where are all these spirit beasts from Class 8? Where are the evolution markers hidden? Ming Yan excitedly came straight to the ring and asked the students. He watched for a long time, but didn't find a single evolutionary marker. By asking this, he wasn't questioning the authenticity of perfect evolution. He was genuinely curious. The match ended and Qin Nin got in the ring. He could see that the students were so excited to face Master Ming Yan so closely that they didn't know how to speak. Then he pointed at each of these perfectly evolved spirit beasts and said, "The white caterpillar's evolutionary marker is on the abdomen. The beetle's evolutionary markings are almost fused with the pattern on its back. The evolutionary marker of the splat rat is the pattern on the tiny paws. The evolutionary markings of the toucan are under the wings." Sedition chicken. With the introduction of Qin Yan, the astonishment on Master Ming Yan's face increased as well. After the last one finished, Ming Yan was even more thoughtful. Surprisingly, all of them are in hidden locations. How did this happen? Could it be that Qin Yan has become so powerful that the evolutionary paths designed by him can even control the location of the evolutionary markers? That's incredible too. If Qin Yan knew what Master Ming Yan had in mind. Definitely shaking my head. This one was really out of his control. Qin Yan said, "After a spirit beast evolves, there will be some tiny appearance changes or evolutionary markings, and as to where they appear, it actually depends on the spirit beast itself." According to Qin Nin's understanding, the spirit beasts of the students of the 8th class were extremely ordinary existences from birth. In their extremely ordinary upbringing, they are used to being cautious, so the changes after evolution are not ostentatious. This has instead led them gradually towards an introverted quality. These hidden evolutionary markers are proof of that. Incredible. Just incredible. Grandmaster Ming Yan looked at those ordinary grade perfectly evolved spirit beasts with a strong look of amazement in his gaze. Chapter 39, Ding. Honor value plus 299. As the saying goes, insiders look at the door. Master Ming Yan was the one who studied evolution from the perspective of spirit beasts, and with Qin Yan's words, he instantly thought of the key point, and figuring out this key will undoubtedly help his research immensely. Master Ming Yan didn't want to miss this one. It's just that he has a plane to catch later. Then he asked Qin Yan for a contact information. Qin Yan naturally did not refuse. The two exchanged contact information. Master Ming Yan then left in a hurry. Next, 2 more games to go. Shinlu Class 8 versus Shinlu Class 2. Kamuka's 2nd class versus the first school's rocket class. If Kamashika's 8th class won the next match, then there was no need for the match between Kamashika's 2nd class and First Form's 1st class to take place. After all, this is a head-to-head matchup where only the winner is taken. The finals, the second game begins. The strength of Shinlu's 2nd class wasn't even on the same level as the first middle school's rocket class. It was even less of a match against Class 8, which could easily win against the rocket class of the First Form. Class 8 won this match without a doubt. Straight up crushing win. And that, in turn, became the last game of the day. Who would have thought that the winner would be Class 8? The moment. In everyone's mind, the words drifted past. That is, until the students of Kamishika Class 8 happily made their way to the podium. Directly after storing all the prizes provided by the participating colleges, the students on stage were still in awe. Having said that, the students of Class 8 are not geniuses. Instead, they are recognized as the school scum. But because of Qin Yan, their fortunes have changed. Reversal of fortune, favorably upward. Ding! The final Class Beast match quest has been completed, and the reward, Intermediate Spirit Beast Medicinal Liquid *15, has been deposited into the reward cell. Ding! Honor value plus 299. The current honor value is 320. There are still 6 days left in the mission, and there is only one chance, so please keep up the good work. Host, Qin Yan. Although Qin Yan also knew in his heart that the number 299 was already very top. After all, although there were many classes coming today, there were probably only about 15 people in each class, and counting the teachers, guests, etc. from each school, adding up, the entire field was less than 400 people. Spera thought, but after seeing that number, Qin Yan still had a black eye. It's also way off the target set by the system. How are we going to get it done in the 6 days we have left? Hey, The game. Kamuka High School won hemp. It was only then that the person in charge of leading the match at Hyangying No. 1 Middle School reacted. Why did Principal Son of Kamishika High School even take out his own personal stash as a reward? Desperately trying to lure their first high school to come to the competition. So they're making them do a favor for Kamishika High School. This old son. That's pretty slick. As President's son walked on stage to give the final acknowledgement, the whole thing was extraordinarily spirited. Thank you to everyone who came out and to several high schools. Every thank you from Principal Son. That definitely came from the heart. Principal Son's words just came out. There was a sudden rumble in the sky. Like thunder. Seeing the situation, the head of the first center with the team sneered, "Oh, told you to fool people." The sky hit the thunder. Yet immediately afterward, there was one loud bang after another just to the east of the city, as if the air had been violently torn apart. Immediately, the sky then darkened throughout. This change of heart, it made Qin Yan seem to think of something. He looked up to the east in shock. Through the glass walls of the Colosseum, Qin Yan could clearly see, directly east, in that deep night, there are mysterious shadows creeping in the shadows. Twisted images of light poked out of the dark cloud like ghostly claws. Spooky and mysterious. The scene. Those who don't know will only be horrified. Those who know it get excited. It's not just Qinian. The Colosseum and even the entire city was caught by the loud noise. Everyone looked to the east. Some eyes were shocked. Some people's faces were ecstatic. Some people can't wait. Is this another new interdimensional space coming down? And it's still so close to countryside. But this should all just be a prelude. Sure enough, the loud noise didn't take long to pass. A feast of Aurora Borealis is then on schedule. Everyone in the 100-kilometer radius of the haze looked up. Red, purple, blue, green and other colors of light intertwine with each other. They are dancing. They are singing, reflecting the endless mystery and romance of the universe. As if announcing something, and as if calling for something. Qin Yan, for the first time, felt the interdimensional space descend. The scene, unrivaled in beauty, yet brought him great shock. Is this direction the city of Jinning? Qin Yan guessed. Because of this change of heart, Principal Son's long-winded thank you speech was interrupted at the beginning. In the end, it had to end haphazardly. And with excitement, the students couldn't wait to get out of the Colosseum to see the amazing sights outside. Inside the Colosseum, only Qin Yan, Principal Son, and the people from the medical center were left behind. There were also those who had already arrived long ago. Duming Rue and other people from the Spirit Beast Management Bureau's investigation team. They just got back from checking the surveillance. They came in before the game was over and launched a timely investigation. By that time, Du Yutong had completely returned to normal, and then she provided an important clue. Because that toxin needs to be ingested to work. There are very few things in Du Yutong's mouth today. She has eaten nothing but school-prepared lunches, and that's drinking water handed out by students. Lunches were served in disposable lunchboxes, which were uniformly thrown into the trash after eating. If someone was behind it, those disposable lunchboxes would probably be long gone. But it was because Du Yutong had always had the habit of drinking from her own water cup. She took the water she had received and poured it all into her own water glass, and that water is still available. After Dr. Ku tested the water, there was indeed something wrong with it. Subsequently, DMR pulled up the surveillance of the Colosseum. It eventually checked out on a student in the second year of the third-year class at Kamuka High School. I don't even know this person. Why would he harm my spirit beast? Du Yutong said suspiciously. Duming Rue patted his sister's shoulder soothingly and said, we will continue to investigate the subsequent matters. Principal Sun said with an apologetic face. The school is also responsible for this happening, and we at Shinlu High School will fully cooperate with the investigation, and will never condone it, no matter if it's a student or a teacher. Only after hearing this did Du Mingrue's face ease a bit. Qin Yan also apologized with an apologetic face. I am also responsible for this matter. No. Instead, Du Mingrue looked at Qin Yan with great gratitude and said, Teacher Qin, it's also thanks to you for coming to the rescue, or else Yutong would have been in danger this time. Because the motives of the person behind the attack are unknown, an in-depth investigation will follow. Du Mingrue then took Du Yutong away first. Instead, Principal Sun handed Qin Yan a wooden box. Chapter 40 kicked it all. You say dare? For me? Qin Yan took it suspiciously. What's inside? He opened the box and found it contained 3 gilt cards with chips. This is the bank card? Principal Sun smiled. This is the access card for the interdimensional space. Ming Yan asked me to pass it on to you. He said that he was deeply inspired by your analysis of the evolutionary paths, and this is a thank you gift to you. Surprisingly, it's a Sub-Zero card? Qin Yan instantly realized the preciousness of these 3 cards. To know, there is no restriction on entry to interdimensional space within a month of first descent. After the first month, then you can't just go in. the state will impose access restrictions, and to qualify for entry, you have to get the appropriate subcard. It's not simple for the average person to get a Sub-Zero card. First, you need to have at least one level 1 evolved spirit animal. Second, it needs to hit the charts. After the interdimensional space descends on a certain city, this city would then quickly build a breakout tower, and every year, the busting tower would determine the top 100 to gain entry into that city's interdimensional space. Sure, there is more than one way to gain access. This is just one of the ways that works best for the average person. And the chip on the subdimensional card is no ordinary product. Instead, it's made from meteorite fragments. 3 secondary cards, all in different styles. The description is of 3 opportunities for access to interdimensional space. This is undoubtedly a heavy gift for Qin Yan. Qin Yan was just about to excuse himself when Principal Sun said, "I'm just passing it on behalf of him. And what Ming Yan sends out he won't take back. So feel free to take it." Hearing this, Qin Yan had no choice but to accept it. When walking out of the Colosseum, the sky was still dim. The colored clouds in the firmament continued to burn. According to the experience of the past days, this situation will last at least half a month, until the interdimensional space actually opens. Qin Yan quickly got on the school bus. I don't know who arranged it, but Class 8 even rode in the same car as Class 2, and Qin Yan came late. There was just one last seat left on the bus. Qin Yan doesn't pick either. Just sit down casually. Just unexpectedly, Qin Yan had only just sat down when CFAU next to him began to strike up a conversation. Mr. Qin, congratulations to Class 8 for winning the championship. I wonder if Mr. Qin is interested in working at CIES. You can mention whatever you want in terms of treatment. Qin Yan raised his eyebrows, instantly understanding. Class 8 and Class 2 were in the same car, so it should have been a special arrangement by the deciphering family. Actually, Qin Yan had been wondering why CFAU had been targeting him. Even Qin Yan suspected that the poisoning of Du Yutong was related to the Xia family. It's just that these are all guesses. It still needs to be verified. Teacher Xia is not going to target me? Qin Yan asked bluntly. CFAU smiled. That depends on how Mr. Qin chooses. Qin Yan nodded. I'll think about it. Afterward, Qin Yan took off his shoes very casually, and even took off his socks. Seeing this, CFAU instantly frowned and pinched his nose in disgust. Mr. Qin, it's not good to take off your shoes in the car, is it? Qin Yan slumped toward the backrest. It's cooler this way. I'm happy. What do you care? All the way. CFAU are tormented. He was even beginning to regret why he had arranged for Class 8 to ride in the same car as Class 2. It's almost like you're making it worse for yourself. To the school, the students got out of the car. CFAU got up, a little too much to bear, and hurriedly squeezed past Qin Yan. And that's when Qin Yan suddenly stretched out his foot. A solid leg kick lands there for CFAU's ass. Ah! CFAU was caught off guard and ran straight out of the carriage. Qin Yan followed close behind in his bare feet. Another kick, while CFAU is still standing. One more kick. After 4 or 5 consecutive kicks, CFAU went straight to the ground. Qin Yan was also thirsty as hell in this moment, but at the same time the rewards are tremendous. He was using the diagnostic hand with every kick just now. At first, he didn't know if the diagnostic hand was able to detect the secrets of other people's hearts. Not sure if using a foot works either. And after he kicked the first one, images flashed through his mind momentarily. With that, he couldn't stop. The evolutionary path of CFAU was provided by Mrs. Qin. Mrs. Qin is Qin Yan's stepmother. In order to suppress Qin Yan, the Xia family found someone to drug Du Yutong. Beyond that, Qin Yan even learned about the unknown family secrets of the Xia family in passing. At this point, CFAU finally got up from the ground with a gray head. He angrily reached out and pointed at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, how dare you kick me? The students got out of the car and just walked out a short distance. They all looked over when they heard the commotion as well. Qin Yan grinned and asked rhetorically, kicked it all? You say dare? You seek death. The anger in CFAU's eyes was originally on the verge of spewing out, but when he heard Qin Yan's next sentence, it suddenly got stuck in his eyes. Qin Yan put away his smile and said to CFAU with a serious expression on his face, the things that the Xia family did, do you think I really don't know? CFAU was immediately shocked out of a cold sweat. What does he know? You said that you, too lazy to talk to you. Qin Yan only took CFAU as a messenger. Tonight at 7 o'clock, tell your father to come to the back door of the school to look for me by himself or suffer the consequences. After saying that, Qin Yan left on his own. While CFAU froze for half a day, Qin Yan's words made him feel as if something was beyond the control of the Xia family. 7 o'clock in the evening, the back door of Kamuka High School. The head of the deciphering family stepped out of a limousine, and Qin Yan, too, has just arrived. What exactly do you know? The main minister of the Xie clan asked with a gloomy face. Qin Yan didn't talk nonsense and directly handed the other party several pieces of information. This is what Qin Yan organized when he went back. Information on paper is always a little more shocking than verbal utterance. The main minister of the Xie family looked over a few pieces of information, and the more he looked, the more his face sank. Finally, he clutched it directly in his hand. He knew that the reason why Qin Yan had taken out the paper information was also to remind him that if he laid his hands on him, Qin Yan could publish these things at any time. Worthy of being the son of the Qin family, how could it be simple? It was he who underestimated Qin Yan. He looked at Qin Yan with a sullen gaze and asked, "What are your conditions?" Qin Yan curled his lips and smiled, saying, "Firstly, to make that Mrs. Qin believe that I'm still the same Qin Yan who can't get out of the way. And secondly, I want a satisfactory explanation for Du Yutong's matter." The head of the Xie family frowned for a moment and nodded. Deal. Qin Yan also made a pledge. As long as the unraveling family does these two things, all that about your family won't be publicized. After completing the transaction, the head of the Xie family was walking away with a black face. After solving the stumbling block of the Xie family, Qin Yan could finally proceed with his honor value enhancement plan at ease. You have to work during the day. Qin Yan was going to try it out in the evening via live streaming. Back home, Qin Yan first went to take a shower and changed into a casual housecoat. Open the largest traffic of the Imperial Beast Exchange live platform in China, Dragon Network. Start registering for an account. Chapter 41. The name is explosive. What would be a good name for the live room? Preferably something more bombastic, something that catches the eye at first glance. There. After Qin Yan made up his name, put on the full face mask you bought on the way back and turn on the live stream. Because it's a newly registered account, the platform will give a certain amount of boosted traffic, so it didn't take more than a few minutes. A dozen people came in on the live feed, and people obviously came in because they saw the name of the live feed. 100% perfect evolutionary path analyst. That's too much to blow. As soon as the crowd came in, they started taunting the anchors. 100% perfect evolution. The anchor is bragging enough. For the sake of eye-catching, the face is not even necessary. Even wearing a mask and hiding his head, he doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Anchor has any special skill to show off. Bragging is fine. Training is so boring. I want to hear the anchor brag +1. Bored +1. Want to hear the anchor brag plus 12,345. As a newcomer to live streaming, you definitely won't be trusted by everyone. This situation, Qin Yan had long been mentally prepared for, so it wasn't affected by the words on the air. Qin Yan spoke up. Everyone can ask any questions they have about contracted spirits. Wow, the voice of the anchor is so nice. It's the kind of youthful voice that sounds handsome at first listen. Just based on this voice. Sister, I won't leave tonight. Nice voice +1. That voice made me pregnant on the spot. Upstairs sisters, take it easy. This is the boys channel. Ding. Honor value +4. Qin Yan? Qin Yan in front of the screen was dumbfounded. Does everyone have no questions? Feel free to ask questions. As long as they are about spirit beasts, I can answer them for you. Is that all you're going to do? Can you do something else? Like contracting an ancestor dragon or something? You're digging a hole for the anchor. The last one who blew it like that was already blocked. 100% perfect evolution. The anchor blew out the bull and Zulong brother is no longer the same. The fun is here. Everyone ask questions and try to make the anchor seal the number tonight. Who's got a problem with that? I do have a question for the anchor. The first person who was ready to ask a question finally showed up. Qin Yan immediately reminded. Those who wish to ask questions can connect directly. The one who said he wanted to ask a question in the live chat room was a netizen named Lazy Man. Laziran was a junior student of the first Imperial Beast Academy. Last year, one of his classmates' spirit beast had some problems after evolving, and later on, he also looked for a diagnostician in the school to diagnose it, but never got a good look at it. He had just finished his meal and had inadvertently swiped onto the broadcast, drawn in by the title. Of course, he was there to hear the anchor brag and see the fun for himself. I want to ask questions, but I also just want to use it to punch the anchor in the face and have some fun. After hearing the anchor's words, he applied for a voice connection with the mindset of a Letso man. Prepare to embarrass the anchor with your classmate's spirit animal. After all, that's a problem that even the diagnosticians at the school couldn't solve. Hello anchor, what's the deal with my contracted spirit becoming cranky and irritable after evolving? Expecting the anchor to pull some unsupportable reason like the heat to answer, he even thought of a taunting remark. Unexpectedly, Qin Yan said in a serious tone, since the problem with the spirit beasts is related to evolution, you are required to send me the information and evolutionary path analysis of the spirit beasts to look at first. The Letso man was stuck in a rut. The spirit beast in question wasn't his, but his classmate's. So how could he possibly have information about his classmate's spirit beast? Besides, the information and evolution paths of spirit beasts belong to important private secrets, so it was fine to show them to the diagnostician. But how could they just be given to a webcaster? And other viewers in the broadcast room questioned it. This anchor wouldn't be latching on to people's evolutionary paths, would he? Definitely a setup. And the linking buddy should never be posted. Can't post. Lesman. He just couldn't post it if he wanted to. However, he did have a video of his classmate's spirit animal. Anchor, do you have to send the information? Is it okay if I send you the video of the spirit beast? Qin Yan nodded helplessly. That's fine. Then I'll take a look at the contracted spirit first. Soon after, Qin Yan received a video from a private message. It was a rare grade spirit beast, the dream fox. The initial form of the dream fox was extremely similar to that of the white fox, with a body length of around 1 meter, white in color with no stray hairs, and possessing a pair of clear lavender eyes, making it an extremely beautiful spirit beast. The body length of the dream fox in the video is nearly 3 meters, which is in line with the size of the second evolution, and it should be about to reach the state of the third evolution. This dream fox body fur color also appeared to change. The original all-white fur neck position is like being dyed. A wisp of purple hair looks more beautiful, especially from the front when looking at the lavender neck, and the pair of lavender eyes is simply a perfect match. Of course, this is only in terms of human aesthetics. This dream fox had very little change in appearance, indicating that both evolutions should have taken the race-like evolutionary route. Qin Yan analyzed backwards through the appearance of this dream fox. Through this video, he was able to roughly analyze the basic direction of this dream fox's evolution and gene fusion. The viewers watching the live stream were waiting for the fun and didn't leave for a while. The platform detected the high stickiness of Qin Yan's live room, so it pushed 10 times more traffic over. Soon, the live broadcast room was flooded with 100 or 200 more people, one after another. Holy, 100% perfect evolution? What kind of live room is this? Are anchors evolutionary path analysts? Surprise. Are names like that all the rage these days? Anchor, do you see it or not? Lazy man urged impatiently. Qin Yan just finished his analysis and said nonchalantly, the first evolution of this dream fox should have been a fusion of the snow elf's genes, right? The second fusion was the purple velvet sable, which is why it has the purple hair on its neck. Am I right? The Letso man froze again. Because this anchor, surprisingly, guessed correctly. He was still on good terms with that classmate, so they knew each other's evolutionary paths of each other's contracted spirits. But, how did you know? Rakuto asked in surprise. Qin Yan replied truthfully, naturally, I saw it through the video, and I already have a guess about the dream fox's abnormal behavior, but it needs to be further confirmed in conjunction with the evolutionary path. That, I'll have to think about. After saying that, the lazy man hurried offline, and by the way, he followed Qin Yan's live account. Down the line, the Loki man felt like he was taking it a little hard. Why wasn't this anchor quite what he expected from Leko? It feels like it's really something. Not sure. Look again. Chapter 42, Cat Fighting Fake? Qin Yan calculated the ration on the spot, and the people in the live broadcast room were already questioning it. Is that right? That Rocco wouldn't be a TO, would he? Definitely a toddy. Leko was speechless when he saw everyone's comments. What are these people questioning him for? He's even still questioning the anchor. Are there any more connected peeps? Qin Yan asked. Those who have problems with their contracted spirits can look for me to diagnose them, and those who are having difficulties with evolution can also look for me to design an evolutionary path that packs perfect evolution. Upon hearing this, the speeches on the live broadcast intensified. Package of perfect evolution? Even a national level evolution master wouldn't dare to say that, right? Not to mention the master evolutionary. The grandmaster evolutionary didn't even say this. Ha ha ha. If you're able to anchor live, find a spirit beast to evolve one for us to see. If the anchor can bag evolution, I'll stand upside down and myself. It had to be said that the messages on the live broadcast had really inspired Qin Yan. Since everyone is asking me to find it live, let's have an event here. It just so happens that on the first day of live broadcasting today, the first viewer to sign up, I can design an evolutionary path for your contracted spirit for free. At this time, the professional counterfeiter Cat entered Qin Yan's live room. He's being edited by his own fans. Originally he was just visiting, but when Cat saw the name of this live room, he knew his moment of traffic glory was coming again. He was the first to sign up. I'll sign up on one condition. We have to be connected. You design it live and I'll evolve it live to see the results. How about that? Finally someone was the first to eat crabs. Qin Yan was naturally happy to do so and immediately agreed. Yes, send me the information and I can give you the rationing data in 10 minutes. Cat immediately sent over the data of a spirit beast to be evolved. Qin Yan picked up a pen and paper, looked down and began to calculate. Big versus like Cat will float their names when they enter the live room. People thought they were blind when they saw his name. A crowd of fun-loving peeps got excited when they saw his comment. I'm going. Cat's here. This anchor pills. I like to see Cat fight counterfeiting, but it's too much of a loss for Cat to have to take on a contracted spirit in order to do so. Cat also saw the comments on the livestream and didn't care. There are too many scammers nowadays. In order to prevent people from being fooled, a low-level contract spirit is just a low-level contract spirit. Cat wants as many as he can get. It's worth it as long as everyone can see the true colors of the scammers. I'm going. Cat is bossy. Touched. Cat is awesome. Cat's not okay. He's really on it. Cat looked at the time and said, brothers, then I'll go back to open the live link first. Look forward to Cat's fake moment. Cat quickly sent a connection request after leaving Qin Yan's live room. Qin Yan took the time to click through, then lowered his head to calculate. Cat is showing his face live. This person looks a little bit handsome, tall, slightly fat, talking is quite fast. Listen to the accent to know that Cat should be a character of Bold Northern Hulk. He had a few million fans, and just as soon as he started broadcasting, the live room was flooded with tens of thousands of people. Cat's fans also know Cat's habits. As long as the show is on, it must be faked. So there was a flurry of excitement to open the comments. Cat, alive again today? Last week's fight against fake Zulon looked so good to me. What level is Cat at this time? Just came over from that soon-to-be beaten livestream to sneak you guys a little spoiler. Definitely S+ grade. I'll go. Isn't that on the same level of counterfeiting as Zulon? That anchor said he can design the evolution path of spirit beasts and also make them evolve 100% perfectly. I'm just LOL. Cat also said at this time, hello everyone in the live broadcast room. It's time for this exciting moment of Cat's counterfeiting. After 3 more minutes, our counterfeiting can officially begin. Perfect evolution. I will use a contracted spirit to counterfeiting live for everyone. Everyone look forward to it. I'm going. Outrageous. Looking forward to Cat's counterfeiting. The user stickiness of Qin Yan's live broadcast has been maintained well, and was rated as a quality new anchor by the platform in real time. The platform system pushes 10 times more traffic. One moment, the live feed flooded in with over 2,000 people, seeing that Cat, a big V, was there, and after commenting on the sci-fi, knowing that there was big fun to be had, most of the audience was looking forward to it. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Qin Yan also placed the written evolutionary path and the calculated genetic ratios in front of the camera. Cat, you can start now. Qin Yan reminded by calling the other party's name. Is it written? Let's see. Cat came up to the camera and looked at it while reading it. Rolling bug, suggested gene fusion for exploding balls. Ratio, 2G of flame flower concentrate, 18G of nimbus flower concentrate, 3G of ground root grass concentrate, 5G of ice cap grass concentrate, 75G of exploding balls gene fusion agent. Seeing this, Cat couldn't help but laugh. Ouch, you're using all the good stuff here. The little ones know that there's one downstairs in our house that does genetic evolutionary ratios, and I've seen quite a few of them, and to be fair, there's really a lot of what should be in this ratio, and it looks quite a bit like that. As soon as these words came out, Cat's fans in Qin Yan's live room started to ha, it's starting. Cat every time first fair a bit to let the other side let down their guard, and then come a reversal to hit the opposite anchor hard in the face. Cat's house downstairs is to do genetic evolutionary matching. Rounding is Cat's house to do. Liar meets connoisseur. Just ask the anchor if he's afraid. The comments on Qin Yan's livestream were full of jeers, waiting for him to be punched in the face and blocked. The opposite side of the Cat, the live broadcast style belongs to the kind of not ink. After saying this, he took his cell phone and went downstairs, knocking on the door of the Spirit Animal Evolution store. Purchase the genetic evolution fluid according to the ratios and make payment. Then enter the store's evolution room. Cat summoned one of his contracted spirits, Roller Bug. Cat, to follow the process and tell you all about it. This rolling worm of mine is a normal level spirit beast with an initial racial value of 18. According to last month's data, there are only 12 people in the world with an initial racial value of 30 or less who have also evolved perfectly. Attention! It's the whole world. There are no perfect evolutions with an initial racial value of 20 or less at all. So, we're actually in no doubt about this fake fight. It's just a shame that he's a tumbler who just trained to an evolved state. After saying that, Cat gave a small heartache as he fed the rolling bug the genetic evolution liquid. After the gene evolution liquid was fed down, Cat shouted, "Next, it's the moment to witness the miracle of counterfeiting." Qin Yan's side of the audience also frantically swiped fake, Cat Brother Mighty, and other comments. Apparently none of them believed Qin Yan. Even before connecting Qin Yan and swayed over the lazy people, has also been completely biased again to the Cat to fight the fake, and even called their own classmates to come to see the lazy man spat to his classmate. This anchor is so outrageous. Just now I tried it with Meng Meng. He simply watched Meng Meng's video, but he even blurted out that he knows what's wrong with Meng Meng, causing me to almost believe it. The students next to him sniffed and also skimmed their mouths in a very speechless manner. The senior diagnostician in the school couldn't solve it. And he's just an anchor? Ha! Chapter 43 Roller Bug Evolution completed. Facing the disbelief, questioning and mockery in the live broadcast room, Xin Yan didn't rush to defend himself, because he knows that people won't believe him with a blank mouth. Only let them see it with their own eyes. They're the ones who will believe it. On Kat's side, it took about 2 or 3 minutes for the roller bug to drink the genetic evolution liquid, and Kat felt chills rise up all over his body. What's the situation? Boss, is the air conditioning in your house turned down too low? Forget it, I'd better go home and wait, Kat said and shivered. Xin Yan reminded. The contracted spirit is not easy to move during the evolution process, and the owner may also be affected by the evolution, so it is recommended that you stay in the store, and the owner to look after it. In response, Kat was a bit inappropriate. Isn't it just a failure of evolution? This brother is familiar with it. Then picked up the tumbler straight back to the house. It was a big night and the store owner was sleepy, so he didn't force Kat to stay. He said he'd call out to him if something came up, and went to sit in the recliner and squint. Back home. Instead, Kat felt something was wrong. There's no air conditioning in the house. Why is he getting colder instead? Body temperature was rising rapidly and Kat was getting disoriented. He staggered onto the couch, pointing at his cell phone. I say that perfection across the street. Is there something wrong with the evolution liquid you dispensed? In the comments. Holy, why is Kat's face so red? My contracted spirit wasn't like this when it failed to evolve. This reaction is definitely not normal. Body temperature was rising fast, and Kat simply closed her eyes after the last sentence. Next, he entered an extremely subtle state, and it felt as if it came from his extremely common tumbler. Kat is in a state that no one can feel, but everyone saw Kat in a coma. The pop-ups were anxious. Kat's spirit animal. It's not like it's experiencing acute genetic incompatibility, is it? Holy, I remembered when you said that. It is indeed a symptom of Kat. Finished. Kat's home alone. Call the police. This situation, Xin Yan had guessed it long ago, but it was a pity that he reminded the other party, but the other party didn't listen at all. Luckily, when he had just watched the live content from Kat's side, Xin Yan had paid attention to his boss's phone call downstairs. To ensure the safety of Kat and that spirit animal, Xin Yan immediately called the owner of Kat's store downstairs. Upon learning of the situation, the owner immediately went upstairs. Luckily, the door to Kat's house wasn't closed tightly, and the boss pushed his way in. He first tested Kat's temperature with a thermometer. The two live streamers, on the other hand, were relieved to see their boss come over, or else everyone would have called the police. The boss finished testing his temperature and said into his cell phone, "It's a fever, 39 degrees 5. And this, isn't an acute genetic dissonance occurring, is it? Strange, something doesn't quite add up." Needless to say, perfect evolution is a lot like genetic dissonance, and both are extremely rare. Yet, when the average person encounters this situation, the first consideration is not perfect evolution, but genetic incompatibility. It was because perfectly evolved spirit beasts were really too rare and precious. Xin Yan returned. Don't worry, it's not incompatibility, it's perfect evolution. It was only after Qin Yan answered his boss's words that the people in the two broadcasting rooms realized that it was Qin Yan who had called his boss, so he's the one who told the boss to come up. I just saw a flash of the owner's home phone number as well and just didn't get on it. Fake or not, let's not talk about it. This anchor is quite attentive. It's not because of him that Kat has become like this. He's still talking about perfect evolution. Boss, don't be fooled by him. Yeah, isn't he fooling the boss still for his own set of words? But Kat is going to be victimized by him. The owner of the Spirit Beast Evolution store had been in society for many years, but he didn't trust people that easily. Although this gene evolution liquid was formulated by the cat himself, but after all, he was next to him, and he was responsible for anything that happened. How are you sure this is perfect evolution? The boss, who had also seen Katsy's live stream, asked into Katsy's cell phone when he realized that the person he was talking to was the other person on the live stream. Qin Yan, when acute genetic incompatibility occurs, it is accompanied by pain, whereas perfect evolution causes both the spirit beast and its owner to enjoy themselves immensely. You can take a closer look at this roller bug and cat. Is their expression one of pain or enjoyment? The owner had heard that one before. Then he immediately went to observe the expressions on the cat's and the tumbler's faces. The rollerball emoji doesn't show it. Cat looked like she was enjoying herself. No pain indeed. The boss, after seeing it, also prefers that the roller bug is perfectly evolved, but he was still a little hesitant. Seeing this, Qin Yan took out his senior diagnostician badge. Also, I'm a spirit beast senior diagnostician. And this is my badge that can be used as a guarantee. He called his boss up just in case, but again, we have to do our best to convince the other side, so we have to come up with this badge. I'm going to go. That badge doesn't look like a fake. But isn't the anchor an evolutionary path analyst? How did it become an advanced diagnostician again? Dang, is it really true or not? The shopkeeper naturally saw the authenticity of the badge at a glance. All doubts were immediately put away. So you're an advanced diagnostician. Then there won't be a problem. Don't worry, I'll be here to guard the cat. Although the owner himself admitted the authenticity of that badge, but the livestream was still mostly skeptical. It didn't take long. A yellow light flashed, and the rolling bug's evolution was complete, and Cat's eyes opened in excitement. Finally awake. Is it really a perfect evolution? The boss asked curiously. Cat, also still excited plus in a trance, nodded vigorously at this. If my senses are right, they should be. Cat's words fell. The pop-ups in both live streams stopped momentarily for a few seconds. Subsequently, Cat was still very excited and said to Qin Nian on the screen, I didn't expect it. Fighting a fake to a real god. Perfect. I really damn well want to kowtow to you. Qin Nian. Is not necessary. Is it perfect evolution? Go downstairs and measure the data to know. The boss proposed. Cat immediately agrees and goes downstairs with his boss. As he walked, he said, guys, you can measure the data downstairs. Let's go downstairs. Bouncer. Spirit animal not brought. Brother. The spirit animal didn't bring it. Brother, rollerball you left behind. When Cat saw the pop-up, he slapped his head breathlessly and hurriedly returned to pick up the rollerbug who stayed in place with a bewildered look on his face. Tested. Species, tumbleweed. Race value, 106. Elemental skill, earth escape, earth crash. Chapter 44 Ding. Honor value increased by 4152. My god, Cat was directly stunned. The racial value was surprisingly raised to 106. It really is perfect evolution. Brothers, it really is perfect evolution, ahaha. I'm so excited. 18 to 106. Wouldn't that be, like, a straight up 88? Live streaming pop-ups. Weak question. Is this the world's first case of perfect evolution with an initial racial value of 20 or less? Cat remembered this as well and became even more agitated. Definitely a world first. Ha 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 ha. In front of the screen, Le Ren's classmate was directly stunned. He suddenly thought of something and violently grabbed Le Ren's arm. Joy, what did you just say? Lotso Man opened his mouth. He says he knows what's wrong with Dreamy. Mr. Lecco Man was instantly excited. Connecting the dots. I want to connect. Now that it had been proven, Qin Yan simply turned off the connection with Cat, said to the live audience. Does everyone have any more questions they want to ask related to spirit beasts? Or is there a need for evolutionary path analysis? All can be connected. It's getting late. We'll link the last one tonight. Qin Yan's words just fell. One time. The ones that are connected in the live feed are grabbing like crazy. The one who grabbed it first was the same lazy man. Qin Yan laughed and asked, hello lazy man, are you thinking about it? Another boy's somewhat excited voice came from across the room. Hello Master Perfection, I'm a classmate of lazy man. The dream fox that he just mentioned in the live broadcast is having problems is actually my contracted spirit. You said that you know what's wrong with Dream? Is that true? Qin Yan replied affirmatively. Of course it's true. But it still needs to be used in conjunction with some of the Dream Fox's information and evolutionary path analysis as a basis before I can make a diagnosis. Great. I'll send it to you. Qin Yan asked a slightly strange question after reading the Dream Fox information and evolutionary path analysis. Class, is the barbershop near your school still open? Lazy Man replied with a dumbfounded look on his face. It's on. Why do you ask? Master Perfect? Let's get Dream Fox's hair colored, and bleach all that purple around her neck white. Ha! The two students looked confused. Qin Yan explained, for fox species spirit beasts, white fur is the most honorable. All other colors of fur are not as honorable as white. Fusing the purple velvet sable genetic evolution liquid has caused the dream fox's proud white fur to turn into the purple color that makes it look the most unflattering. So how could it not be grumpy? This is why the dream fox is cranky? Qin Yan nodded. It was that simple. Intervene early. This night, Mr. Tony, the barbershop next to the First Imperial Beast Academy, receives a special customer. Early the next morning, Qin Yan had just opened his eyes when he received a system alert. Ding! Honor value increased by 152. Current honor value is 476. Qin Yan instantly sobered up. A live broadcast last night had caused the honor value to rise to over 4,000 at once? Great! We have to have another one tonight. Turn on your cell phone. Qin Yan saw the message sent by Master Mingyan. Little friend, have you received the thank you gift? I was going to make time to exchange with you about spirit beasts, but I have a secret research project to participate in next, so I'll contact you again sometime later. I'm going into the base, so I'll contact you again when I come out. Do not return. Qin Yan had planned to contact Master Ming Yin today, but after seeing this message, he could only wait until later. After washing up, Qin Yan went out for breakfast in high spirits. Because of the descent of the interdimensional space, the sky outside was still dimly lit. The streets were lit. It's time to go to work and time to go to school. The descent into interdimensional space. It has little impact on the lives of ordinary people. Qin Yan had just arrived at the school entrance. The doorman then greeted him warmly. Mr. Qin is here. Qin Yan smiled and nodded. Good morning, Grand Master. Hello, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is here. Mr. Qin is so handsome today. Mr. Qin, all the way. Both students and teachers greeted Qin Yan enthusiastically. Qin Yan had just become the center of attention at Shinlu High School. Qin Yan responded politely to every person who greeted him. At the end of the day, his face was frozen with laughter. It was hard to come to class 8. Instead, I saw the class packing their bags. Qin Yan was slightly surprised. What are you packing for? Old class. The principal just informed us to switch classrooms. Du Yutong replied excitedly, saying that there's going to be a parent-teacher conference at 7 o'clock this evening, and the leaders are coming to observe, and that this classroom is too shabby and has a bad influence, so they want us to switch with class 7s. Change classrooms? You're about to graduate. What's the point of fooling around? Qin Yan breathlessly opened his cell phone. Sure enough, I saw the 2 notices that the principal's office had sent out about 10 minutes ago. He forwarded the notice of the parent-teacher conference to the parent group. Classrooms change up quickly. The students of class 8 were in a pretty good mood. The other side, the same class 7 students who packed up and came over, they all had visibly upset expressions on their faces. However, class 7's homeroom teacher, Wang Tianlei, had an expectant look on his face. Class, the classroom we're about to go to, that's out of 15 perfect evolutions. It's the only one in the world. Let's all go and get a taste of it. I personally applied for it with the principal, and no one in class 6 can even grab it. The students of class 7 walked into this old classroom. Dislike has been expressed. Wow, go on. The tables and chairs here are so old. All the light in the house is blocked by the old tree outside the window. It's so dark. Turn on the light. Hiss boom. Ah, holy, what exploded? The light's up there. What kind of crap classroom is this? How come the lights are still broken? At this point, principal's office, the general manager of Seminole Group, Nis Chang, was bending over to make tea for principal's son. Zhang Nai said with a pleasing face, Principal's son, just give us another chance. We, Seminar, are very sincere this time, plus a small goal. What do you think? Donations to schools can lead to many benefits for businesses, such as eligibility to bid on government projects and reasonable tax avoidance. And again, donations to different high schools are different. A good place to donate is a better way to show the connections and strengths of your business. A good donation bid puts gold on the business. The top donor position in Hyangyang City. Yesterday it was Hyangyang First High School. Today it's already Shinlu High School. Shenandoah High School's donation slot is a direct result of the major companies in Hyannis grabbing it. And the companies that had taken up the donation spot at Kamuka High School right before were outright numb with laughter at the moment. And it's all thanks to Qin Yan. Principal's son blew on his tea in his old age. It took half a day to take a slow sip. Again speaking very slowly. Seminole has been remembered by all of us at Kamuka High School for the contributions he once made to Kamuka High School. Zhang Nixon's eyes lit up. We Seminole did make a lot of contributions. Ha ha ha. It's good that you remembered. Headmaster. But, Chapter 45, Parents Meeting. Zhang Nai's heart stuttered. And buts. Ha? Principal's son once again took a slow sip of tea. Without skipping a beat, he said, the donation slot you guys at Seminole vacated yesterday was in high demand. It was put out yesterday. The contract was signed, and the person said they would never withdraw their donation. Principal's son put down his teacup and spread his hands. Look, I can't say no to this quality of people's businesses. Janice. Zhang Nix finally realized that even if he kowtowed and made amends, Shinlu High School wouldn't give Seminole another chance. After letting Principal's son Yin and Yang for nothing, Zhang Nix could only leave in disgrace. Parent-teacher conferences at 7 o'clock was sent to the parent group. The parents just blew right up. Parents who had been pushy, extremely modest, and often absent from parent-teacher conferences, rushed to come. There are parents who are not on good terms, who seem to be separated, and who even fought to come to this parent-teacher conference. Those who are often forced to work overtime due to busy schedules have the courage to call out their bosses in order to come to parent-teacher conferences. There are also parents who just take a bench to the front of the neighborhood and show it off everywhere. 6:50 p.m. 10 minutes until the parent-teacher conference begins. A departure from the usual late, absentee parent-teacher conferences. This time, the parents of all 15 students arrived early, and none were absent. The 2 rows of seats at the back were prepared for the enrollment teachers of several colleges and universities, and Hee Young-yoon from the First Imperial Beast Academy was naturally there. And this parent-teacher conference was actually requested by the First Imperial Beast Academy to facilitate special recruiting. Naturally, President Sun agreed and called out several other colleges as well. The main focus is one that allows several colleges to engage in competition. The high school teachers came earlier than the parents. Now that the people are here, the year of the Chin started early. First of all, I would like to thank all the parents for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend this parent-teacher conference. I am the Class 8 teacher, Chin Yen. Just an opening introduction. There was a fierce applause right off the stage. Every parent looked at Chin Yen with respect, incomparable respect, as is customary for parent-teacher conferences. I need to give you parents an account of the students' royal beast grades. Upon hearing this, the parents immediately quieted down. Chin Yen began to announce, Du Yutong, Contracted Spirit Perfect Evolution. Lee Junyan, Contracted Spirit Perfect Evolution. Lee Ziyu, Contracted Spirit Perfect Evolution. Prince Lu, Contracted Spirit Perfect Evolution. 15 students' names were read. The class was silent for a long time, and some of the parents have shed tears of excitement. Chin Yen smiled and said, above is my education report, and I hope I have not disappointed all the parents. Hearing this, parents could not help but express their heartfelt gratitude to Chin Yen. Mr. Chin, you teach very well. Ms. Chin, it's my child's good fortune to have met you. Mr. Chin, I really never dreamed that my child would win the championship. You are the best teacher in the world. Ding. Honor value plus 15. Chin Yen exhaled softly. It's as if they exhaled all the pent-up emotions of the year of confusion, discontentment, responsibility, hard work, effort, etc. And again, the recognition and praise from the parents all turned into 100 times more fulfillment back to him. The next session was a rotation of colleges and universities taking the stage to make their admissions presentations. The one who came on stage first was the First Imperial Beast Academy. This was followed by the Four Elephant Academy, the Purple Sun Academy, the Illusory Sea Academy, and the Whisking Willow Academy. After this introductory session, it was free time for colleges and parents to talk. Admissions teachers from major colleges and universities are swarming, surrounding parents, handing out brochures, handing out business cards, asking for contact information. Every student in the senior class of 8 has been snatched up for special admission by every major admissions office. This dreamy scene in front of me, it was as if the parents felt like they were dreaming. The corners of his mouth were grinning up to his ears in delight. Who says their kids are bad on a regular basis? See, colleges and universities are grabbing it. After the parent-teacher conference, parents were genuinely grateful to Chin Yen. Mr. Chin, our family is poor and we don't have better conditions to educate our children. You have changed our children's life. Thank you so much. Mr. Chin, I'm the general manager of Doffing Enterprise. This is my business card. We have been operating in Doffing for decades. We still have connections in Xiangning City. No matter what Mr. Chin encounters, my Wang family is duty-bound to help. Teacher Chin, we're from the Li family in the capital city, but we're from the sideline, and because of you, Junyan has the opportunity to directly enter the family corps to receive training. Thank you so much, Mr. Chin. Because the parents were so enthusiastic. It was 11 o'clock when Chin Yen returned home from work. Even the live time was missed, so let's start tomorrow. Too tired from the class meeting, Chin Yen lay down on the bed after taking a shower and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know. There were many people waiting for Chin Yen's live broadcast while holding their cell phones until midnight, including Kat. Then there are the Lizians and his classmate Lu Yanchen, among others. The following morning, the First Imperial Beast Academy. In the sparring class, the instructor stood at the front, his face unhappy to see Lu Yanchen's contracted spirit. I hope that certain students don't put their minds in the wrong place. Cultivating spirit beasts. What's the most important thing? Fighting, still fighting, coloring spirit beasts and whatnot. Aren't you guys worried about hair dyes being unhealthy? Says you, Lu Yanchen. What did you do last night? Off to the barber store. Ha 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 ha. The students around them roared with laughter. The guide's face, however, grew darker, pressed by the guide. Lu Yanchen had to tell the reason for the dream fox's coloring. You're not being tricked, are you? The instructor frowned fiercely and immediately asked Lu Yanchen to take the spirit beast to the school's diagnostician. After hearing why they came, what? You're saying the dream fox is cranky because of the color of its fur? Simply ridiculous. The senior diagnostician said breathlessly. The instructor didn't look too good either. This guy did it because he listened to one of the Dragonet anchors. I'm worried about any damage to Dream Fox. The diagnostician huffed and was equally speechless. These kids are just sick and desperate. Instructor, take it easy for now. Let me give Dreamfox a quick examination. Inspection complete. The diagnostician was frozen in place. Well, the guide asked. Tests show that all of Dreamfox's symptoms have disappeared. Hair coloring can also cure diseases? What kind of principle is that? The diagnostician exclaimed in amazement. Really? The guide was incredulous, and asked Lu Yanchen to carefully repeat Qin Yan's words. After that, the diagnostician was thoughtful. Then, seemingly thinking of something, he looked at Lu Yanchen with some excitement. What's the name of this anchor you're talking about? Tell me quickly. Lu Yanchen immediately opened Dragonet and clicked on Qin Yan's account from the follow. The faculty member who had followed him aside saw this and glanced at it in amazement. Secretly, he made a mental note. Chapter 46, Ask Your Father If You Don't Believe Me. Cat's side wasn't quiet either, because Cat is a celebrity in his own right. The matter of the rolling worm's perfect evolution quickly spread throughout their local area. This is the world's first perfect evolution with a racial value of 20 or less. The rarity of the thing. It even directly alarmed the local Imperial Beasts Union. Early Wednesday morning, Qin Yan then received a call from Du Mingrui. Teacher Qin, the student who poisoned yesterday confessed, and the mastermind behind it is CFAU, the homeroom teacher of the second senior class. Surprisingly, it's CFAU? Qin Yan was still more or less surprised. He was surprised that the Xie clan had directly discarded CFAU. Du Mingrui sighed and said, That's why we came to Shenlu High School early this morning, but CFAU refused to cooperate and even made a condition with us. On what terms? He wants to meet you. Qin Yan didn't hesitate. I'll be right there. Just walked into the school office building. Qin Yan then saw many people gathered in front of the front office door. Move over. Qin Yan squeezed through. Front of the crowd, Du Mingrui and the rest of the Spirit Beast Management Bureau were confronting CFAU. In the middle of the parties, there was a level 2 evolved flame bird that spread its wings to block in front of CFAU, protecting its master, and glare angrily at Du Mingrui and the others. The flame in his mouth was dense. It was as if it was about to spew out towards the crowd instantly. And in front of DMR, there's also a level 2 evolved wolverine. It bared its sharp, pointed teeth, its hind legs slightly bent and its front legs stretched forward in an attacking stance, and an eerie, ferocious light emitted from its two eyes. The commotion on this side attracted Unfei유's attention. Seeing Qin Yan's arrival, CFAU's eyes moved slightly. Qin Yan, you're finally here. Seeing this, Du Mingrui signaled with his eyes to his companions to protect Qin Yan's safety. Those investigators and security officers then vigilantly held Qin Yan back. Qin Yan raised his eyebrows. Looking for me? CFAU looked at Qin Yan with a calm expression. The night before last, what exactly did you say to my father? Qin Yan looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if he didn't understand why the other party was asking such a simple question. What else can I say? Naturally, I'm asking your Xie family to hand over the murderer. CFAU shook his head with a bitter smile, obviously not believing it. Although he was the illegitimate son of the Xie family, he had also done a lot for the Xie family, so how could he be given up so easily? Liar! You must have said something to my father, or how else could he suddenly want to abandon me? Qin Yan blinked and started babbling. It's probably because I see that you're no good. After all, even the spirit beast evolutionary path has to let your father buy it for you. Pouring money into work. I wouldn't want it if I had a money-losing son like you. CFAU was stunned. Qin Yan was surprised that he even knew this. So that's what is all about? CFAU's originally calm eyes darkened with the naked eye. Qin Yan nodded. Ask your father if you don't believe me. That won't be necessary. CFAU shook his head and took the flame bird back into the Imperial Beast space. Seeing that he had no power to resist, Du Mingrui immediately had someone take him down. CFAU didn't know what came to his mind. His gaze moved and his expression inexplicably looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, did you think that I did this to squash Class 8 and let Class 2 come out on top? Had. There's actually another reason behind it, but I won't tell you. Qin Yan, nerve. Wasn't it that old hag from the Qin family who did it? He already knows. Shortly after CFAU was escorted away by the Spirit Beast Authority, Qin Yan then received a call from the head of the family. Is Mr. Qin still satisfied with the outcome of this matter? Qin Yan breathlessly pumped the corners of his mouth and snorted. CF family master, you're not asking the right question. From the time my student was poisoned, I will never be satisfied with your CF family. But in this matter, the CF family's approach is indeed out of my expectation. Even their own son can be abandoned. CF family master is really hard-hearted and ruthless. The master of the CF family laughed unconcernedly. Although Feiyu is my eldest son, he is not the true first heir of the CF family. Our CF family also has amazing successors. Young man, it is better to resolve grievances than to tie them up. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. I hope you can understand this truth. Facing the half-educational, half-threatening words of the head of the CF family, Qin Yan pondered. Xiaofeiyu was clearly not qualified to be the Xie family's heir. Then, who is the real heir of the Xie family? Just got back to the office. I heard Wang Tianlei, the 7th class teacher, gossiping with his colleagues. Have you guys heard? The second son of the Xie family is coming back. The second son of the Xie family? That amazingly talented rich kid? Isn't he out there studying? Why is he suddenly coming back? Wang Tianlei quietly said. Isn't this almost summer vacation? I heard that it is for the day of the opening of the interdimensional space in half a month to come back. Teacher Qin came. Qin Yan nodded and asked smoothly. Who are you guys talking about? The second son of the Xie family. Teacher Qin has been in Xiangning City for a relatively short period of time, so it's not possible that he hasn't heard of this heaven's definite heir of the Xie family, right? Qin Yan shook his head. I really haven't heard of it. Is there really anyone who doesn't know that second son of the Xie family? Hearing this, the office gossip group had a feeling of coming to life. And you introduced the son of the family of solving in one word. The second son of the Xie family is named Xiaofeiyu, not to mention his good looks. His talent for royal beasts is also extremely outstanding. The second son of the Xie family is also a senior student of the Whiskering Willow Academy. I heard that he hasn't even graduated from college yet, and his contracted spirit is already at the 3rd level of evolution. Level 3 evolution? The talent is really good. After an Imperial Beast Master contracted a spirit beast, he could only be considered a trainee Imperial Beast Master. Make the contracted spirit complete the 1st level of evolution in order to become a true Imperial Beast Master. The 2nd level of evolution, on the other hand, is the advancement of the Imperial Beast Master. Unlike primary and secondary evolution, tertiary evolution is a major hurdle. After completing the 3rd level of evolution, the Beast Master can use the power of the beast, that is, the power of the totem, to realize a qualitative change in their own strength, and truly enter the ranks of the masters. An Imperial Beast Master who can use the power of a totem is known as a Grand Imperial Beast Master. A young Grand Imperial Beast Master definitely had a great future ahead of him. Qin Yan's expression suddenly became grave. Although he hadn't actively messed with the Xie family, after the Royal Beast competition, he and the Xie family were already considered to be feuding. He wouldn't believe the words spoken by the head of the Xie family. He only believed that the other side wasn't messing with him right now simply because they couldn't determine where the secrets he held came from. It's just a matter of being jealous of the people behind him. Once the deconstructionists determined that he was isolated, that's where his trouble comes in. Not to mention, there was that old witch from the Qin family behind him who was tripping him up and making trouble. It's better to hurry up and improve your strength. 7:30 p.m. Qin Yan opened the Dragon Network and opened the second live broadcast. Chapter 47 Obtaining a Reward, Space Restorer's Recipe. The live broadcast had just begun when the network lagged, because in just a few seconds, 100,000 people flooded the live stream, and the numbers are rising fast. Countless pop-ups flashed by, too many to see. This accident could stun Qin Yan. Qin Yan? What happened in just 2 days? Qin Yan looked at the pop-ups and realized that most of the viewers had come in through a post shared. Curious. Qin Yan clicked share and jumped over. Then I saw a hot post with a fire symbol. The name of the hot post is the world's first case of perfect evolution contract spirit initial racial value below 20. Qin Yan clicked on the post. It was discovered that the poster was none other than Cat, and in the post, Cat directly posted videos and test data to prove the veracity of his post. The post describes a very story of evolutionary experience, but also let the netizens are very interested in the mysterious perfect anchor. It didn't take long for this post to hit the hot seat. The post also quickly broke 1 billion views. Finally, Cat was kind enough to share Qin Yan's live stream. Qin Yan increased his powder by 2 million in 2 days without knowing it. As soon as the live stream opened, netizens who saw the live stream prompt rushed over. Wow, go! Is this the perfect anchor? So mysterious. Can it really be 100% perfectly evolved? Can you connect the dots? Is the anchor really an advanced diagnostician? Anchor just looks so awesome. Cat is here too. As soon as he came in, he gave Qin Yan 100 golden list worth 500 yuan each. Qin Yan, live streaming is really his path to riches. Qin Yan, next I will open the connection. Whether it is to design an evolutionary path, or if you need to consult on issues related to spirit beasts you can connect, and the price of the consultation will be charged at the market price. With such a great opportunity, Qin Yan opened the toll voice connection channel without any ink. 100 per session. Fee-based connectivity is also used to screen target customers. Let the ones that are just coming along for the ride beat a retreat. After all, Qin Yan didn't want to waste time. It's a charge though, but today's first connection was like 1 million people crossing a one-way street. It's too crowded. Finally, a male viewer with the handle Giant Crab XX managed to connect. Qinian, hello Crab, tell us about your problem. Giant Crab XX first according to the market rate, rewarded Qin Yan 10 golden list as a consulting fee. Only then did he ask, hello perfect host, Is it all questions about spirit beasts that can be consulted? Qin Yan nodded his head and replied, that's right, as long as it's a question related to spirit beasts, you can ask it. Hearing this, Giant Crab XX instantly asked excitedly, I heard that you even know the likes and dislikes of the dream fox, so do you know anything about the rare grade spirit beast leopard cats? Qin Yan, leopard cat. Wait anchor. Giant Crab XX hastily interrupted Qin Yan. I paid for this consultation. Can you send me the answer privately? Qin Yan, yes. The bouncer was in a hurry. Aha, curious. Halfway through a private conversation? So treacherous. I'll talk privately when I'm connected. 2. Not for you to hear. Qin Yan sent the leopard cat's personality, characteristics, and other relevant information to Giant Crab XX. I soon received a thank you emoji from the other party. As the live stream continues to rise in numbers, more than 200,000 people have watched online. The next guy on the line is called Dungfighting. Qin Yan. Hello. Dungfight Bartart got straight to the point. Hello anchor. Can you design an evolutionary path for me? The information has been sent to you privately. Qin Yan, wait a moment. The Dung Bucket Bar sent in a detailed information about a rare grade spirit beast, the golden-winged bird. Qin Yan, I've seen the information. I need to wait for me for 15 minutes. Dungfight Bar Tart agrees. Don't say 15 minutes. 15 hours. To be honest, the higher the racial value of a spirit beast, the higher the chance of perfect evolution, so the simpler the design of the evolution path. Of course, this is only for the average evolutionary path analyst. It was Qin Yan's first time designing an evolutionary path for a rare grade spirit beast, and he found it a bit challenging. But it's not hard. 15 minutes passed. Qin Yan, the evolutionary path is ready. Do you want to make it public or do you want to send it privately? Dungfight Bar Tart, public. Then, Dung Bucket Bar Town Yan also nodding gibberish. Directly to Qin Yan brush 100 golden list of success. Qin Yan after announcing the evolutionary path in the livestream. And the other side seemed to be prepared. Dung Du Bar Slut, anchor. Can I turn on my side of the camera? Qin Yan naturally agreed. Dungfight Bartart turned on the camera, and the room he was in held many instruments, and some bottles and jars, like a research lab. Dung Du Bartart smiled and waved at the camera. Hello anchor, I'm a researcher at the Nature Imperial Beast Research Center. This is my studio. Right now, I'm going to be rationing the genetic evolution liquid based on the data given by the anchor. With that said, Dung Du Bar Slut went to work. Soon, the rationing was complete. He summoned the golden-winged bird and fed it a drink. Then he quickly connected himself and the goldfinch to the testing instruments and recorded the data. As with all the perfect evolutions before it, it was only 4 or 5 minutes before Fight Bar Slut's body started to heat up, only to see that Dung Du Bar Slut was not the least bit flustered, and was still excitedly looking at those data displayed on the instrument. It's really perfect evolution. It's great. It's really too good. The data of perfect evolution are all extremely precious. Anchor, in a short while, we'll be able to witness a miracle. With that said, Dung Du Bartart closed his eyes. 10 minutes passed. The goldfinch evolved successfully, and Fight Bartart immediately went to get the goldfinch tested. Soon, the results are in. Species, goldfinch, race value, 152. Fight Bartart immediately widened his eyes when he saw this statistic. It didn't fail to live up to my expectations. The racial value of 156. It went straight up by 101. Miracle. 101? Straight up a perfect evolution stat. Oh my. That's awesome. I can't believe it. Is this the strength of the perfect anchor? Scary as hell. Mama asks me why I'm kneeling down to watch the live stream. And this wave of connectivity was directly rewarding for Qin Yan. Ding. Honor value plus 187,509. Current honor value is 192,000. The host has successfully raised his honor value to 5,000 within a week, and receives a reward, the formula for a space repair agent. Qin Yan was stunned, then spoke to the live feed. Something came up at the last minute. I'll see you next time. After saying that, he hurriedly closed the live broadcast. The reason he was in such a hurry, naturally, it was to check out the formula for the space restorer. Chapter 48 Read Transfer Order. Qin Yan silently read the storage compartment. Only a panel came out in front of his eyes, and the storage compartment was at the top of the panel. The bottom is empty, with only 4 large words in the background. Stay tuned. The system comes with a total of 20 storage compartments. There's only 2 compartments with stuff in them at the moment. The first compartment was naturally the 15 bottles of intermediate spirit beast medicinal liquid. In the second compartment was a piece of paper, and what was recorded on it should be the formula for the space restorer. Qin Yan chose to view the second grid. A piece of yellowish rice paper appeared out of thin air in Qin Yan's hand. Space repair agent, repair broken space. Pharmacist rank, unlimited. Note, the ranks of pharmacist are categorized into ordinary pharmacist, master pharmacist, heavenly fire pharmacist, and divine fire pharmacist. Required materials: Space Heartstone X1, Dragon Crystal X1, Three-Tailed Phoenix Leaf X2, Snow Jade Bone Ginseng 50g, Dan Spirit Syrup 100g. Read all about it. Chinian, 0. What's this? After seeing the grades of those refining materials clearly, Qin Yan immediately had a black eye. Almost didn't faint. Told you so. Surprisingly, all of them are rare grade or higher materials. Space Heartstone and Dragon Crystal are even more legendary materials, not to mention whether you can afford to buy them or not. The world does not necessarily have. It took half a day's effort to just scrap, still wanting to become an Imperial Beast Master. Whimsical me. Otherwise it's better to lie flat in the future and just be an honest teacher. Moping around is probably my destiny. Qin Yan slumped helplessly in his chair and sighed silently. Thought this life was hopeless. However, next moment, the system tone just suddenly appeared in his head. And ringing one after the other. Ding! If the host raises his honor value to 10,000 within a week, he will receive a Space Heartstone *5. Ding! The host has successfully raised his honor value to 10,000 within a week, and receives a reward, Spatial Heartstone *5. Ding! If the host raises his honor value to 20,000 within a week, he will receive Dragon Crystal *5. Ding! The host has successfully raised his honor value to 20,000 within a week, and receives the reward, Dragon Crystal *5. Ding! If the host raises his honor value to 30,000 within a week, he will receive Three-Tailed Phoenix Leaf *10. Ding! The host has successfully raised his honor value to 30,000 within a week, and receives a reward, Three-Tailed Phoenix Leaves *10. Ding! It dinged for 10 minutes. Honor value dinged to 130,000. All the materials for refining a space repair agent would be complete. Qin Yan was overjoyed. He was just about to move. However, after all, it's not over yet. Ding! If the host raises his honor value to 150,000 within a week, he will receive a legendary potion Furnace *1. Ding! The host has successfully raised his honor value to 150,000 within a week, and receives the reward, Legendary Potion Furnace *1. Ding! If the host raises his honor value to 180,000 within a week, he will receive the Refined Medicine 100 Solutions. Ding! The host has successfully raised his honor value to 180,000 within a week, and has received the reward, 100 Solutions to Pill Refining. Qin Yan. Without the last two rewards, the space repair agent could not be refined at all. All of these materials were extremely valuable in their own right, especially since there were also two legend-grade materials among them. Money moves people. Once leaked, the consequences are unimaginable. He would rather let these materials rot in his storage compartment than go to an outside alchemist. Now with the potion furnace and the alchemy Bacchus, the system's orientation was clearly for him to learn how to refine medicines and personally refine space repair agents. Wouldn't that be right up his alley? Qin Yan maintained his original sitting position, waiting for half a day. The system didn't ding again. Only then did he slowly sit up straight, then start looking through the storage compartments. The items rewarded by the system had taken up 16 squares. 13 of the compartments contained a total of 5 pairs of materials used to refine space repair agents. If one pair couldn't be refined, there were 4 spare pairs of materials. The success rate is greatly increased. Qin Yan did his best to hold down the agitation in his heart and withdrew his sight after calming down. Close your eyes. Begin to familiarize yourself with the 100 explanations of pill refining that you have just learned. One of the 100 explanations of pill refining explanation, spirit grass. That is, spiritual plants that contain spiritual qi and have medicinal value. For example, the Ningxian flower, which has the effect of nourishing the blood and calming the mind, is one of the necessary materials for the configuration of the gene evolution liquid. The second solution of the 100 solutions to pill refining, spirit liquid, extracted using spiritual grasses, one of the materials used in medicine refining, some of which can be used directly as potions, e.g., pill refining 100 explanations no. 3 explanation, fire, refining potions. The use of fire is extremely complex. Qin Yan spent 2 hours going through the 100 explanations of pill refining in his head. Even though he was through with the theoretical aspect, he had never really gotten his hands on this part of pill refining. There were only 5 copies of the materials for the space repair agent rewarded by the system. Each one is precious. Sloppy. Qin Yan planned to buy some ordinary materials tomorrow to practice first. The next day, Qin Yan woke up early for work as usual. Just after arriving at school, I received a message from the principal's office. Let Qin Yan go to the principal's office sometime. Looking at the time, it was still early. so Qin Yan diverted to the principal's office. "This is a red transfer order from the Education Bureau." Principal Sun slanted a displeased glance at Qin Yan and threw a document onto the table with a drawn face. "A red transfer order?" Qin Yan picked it up and checked it suspiciously. "The First Imperial Beast Academy hereby appoints Qin Yan as our special honorary professor. Please feel free to report to our academy." Qin Yan was surprised. "My transfer order? It's yours. You've been promoted and transferred to the First Imperial Beast Academy." After saying that, Principal Sun snorted coldly. He, Shinlu High School, had managed to produce a great teacher, and before he could even warm up to it, it was snatched away by the First Imperial Beast Academy. It's still a red transfer order that can't be refused. It's a flare and it's gone. "Hey, I'm sorry, good to know. Just don't hold any Imperial Beasts matchmaking tournaments." How nice to cover it up in secret, but it's useless to regret it now. The transfer orders have been issued. Principal Sun is too late to repent. "Can I not go?" Qin Yan asked. "It can be extended to August 30th at your discretion, but not without it." Well, then I want an extension. No matter what, you have to take this level of students before you leave. Finals are next week. Though the students of Class 8 were specially recruited and directly exempted from the examination, but Qin Yan still wanted to stay with them until graduation. And it can be extended to August 30th at the latest. That is, a little over 2 months away. This period, enough to get what he wanted to do done. No afternoon classes. Qin Nin took a half-day vacation. One took the intercity shuttle to the center of town. Xiangning City had not descended into an alien space and was a bit more backward in terms of spiritual plant resources. Currently, there are also only a few stores selling spiritual plants in the city center. Before coming, Qin Yan had deliberately inquired about the popularity of several stores in advance. The final selection was a store called Glay's Little Shop. "What kind of spirit plant does the guest need?" As soon as Qin Yan entered, the store clerk enthusiastically inquired. At this point, there was also a man and a woman in the store who were also buying spirit plants. The female looked to the door at the sound of a voice. After seeing Qin Yan, immediately, he snickered. "Brother Chang, look, that trash Qin Yan you talked about last time. He even came to buy spirit plants." Who's coming? Qin Nin? Hearing this, Zhao Zicheng turned around in fear and covered his face. Chapter 49, Purchasing Potion Materials. "Brother Chang? Look, it's that loser." Thinking that Zhao Zicheng didn't hear, Lily raised her voice and also pushed Zhao Zicheng's arm harder. Zhang Zicheng on the side. "I hate that I can't just cover Lily's mouth and tell her to stop talking. That trash Qin Yan, although still a trash on the Imperial Beast, is extremely powerful in another field," and then continue to provoke Qin Yan. Even he, Zhao Zicheng, will have to weigh the situation. At the last Colosseum match, he had blatantly revealed Qin Yan's past, which had already drawn He Yangyun's displeasure. Had it not been for the fact that He Yangyun had conducted a backtest on Qin Yan afterward and discovered that Zhao Zicheng had not lied, Zhao Zicheng had to lose this job as an internship assistant teacher. "Django? Shoo, shut up." Zhao Zicheng glared at Lily and turned to sneak a look towards Qin Yan. Unexpectedly, he happened to meet Qin Yan's dark eyes. Zhao Zicheng stiffened. "It's over." Qin Yan found out. Zhang Zicheng didn't want to show his cowardice in front of Qin Yan and immediately straightened his chest and squinted his eyes at Qin Yan. And when Qin Yan heard his name, he looked over, just in time to see Zhao Zicheng's sneaky eyes, as if to see if he had noticed. Qin Yan, why is this guy again always encountering Zhao Zicheng, a yakuza who likes to curve people in front of and behind them, 3 times or twice? He was also annoyed. Don't want to waste time with each other. Qin Yan withdrew his eyes and continued to talk to the clerk. "Do you sell potion formulas here?" The clerk smiled and nodded. "Sold. We sell all the common remedies here. May I ask which one you need?" Qin Yan asked. "Which is the cheapest?" The clerk pulled out a price list straight away. The lowest price is the recovery potion used by ordinary spirit beasts. The formula is priced at 3,000. Buy our formula. The price of the recovery potion materials can be given to you at a discounted price. Buying a copy for 0 costs 550. The discounted price counts as 500 for you. Qin Yan looked at the price list, only to see that on it, besides recovery potions, there were also vigor potions, blood enhancers, and so on, but it's all for the spirit animals. "Are there any potions suitable for Imperial Beast Masters?" Qin Yan asked. The clerk shook his head. "The potions that Imperial Beast Masters eat are all elixirs now, and refining elixirs requires at least a master-level alchemist to refine. So for newbies, it's recommended to start refining from lower-ranked potions." Qin Yan nodded and asked again. "So do you recycle potions?" The clerk felt that Qin Yan had a bit too many questions, but he still answered patiently. "Recycled, except it will be 20% below retail market price. If the low 20%, it is still within the normal range. Qin Yan thinks there is no problem. After all, People opened the door to do business, not charity. After understanding a bit, Qin Yan had already considered it and said, I want a recipe for a recovery potion, and take 50 more materials for refining the recovery potion. 50 copies? I didn't expect it to be a big deal. The clerk was a bit surprised. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. Zhao Ziqiang, who was picking out spirit plants on the side, was also a bit surprised. It was common knowledge that every alchemist, almost all of them, were smashed out with money, and potion materials were expensive consumables. To put it bluntly, a pill refiner was simply not a profession that ordinary people could delude themselves about. In Zhao Ziqiang's opinion, Qin Yan did have some talent in the area of imperial beasts, but pill refining needed financial support. Just someone like Qin Yan, who had a low salary and had to see a doctor every month, wanted to become a pill refiner? What a delusion! And Qin Yan obviously knew nothing about pill refining. Even the formula had to be bought off the shelf. A pill refining little white guy, even willing to buy 50 medicinal herbs. Crazy? Even more outrageously, he asked the clerk if he would recall the potion. Make it sound like he can refine it. And I don't know where the confidence comes from. After curving a bit in his heart, Zhao Ziqiang's mouth itched and he couldn't help it again. Qin Yan, you're a punk with no money and you presume to become a pill refiner? You really don't know what you're doing. Do you think that any random person can be a pill refiner? Repeatedly being taunted by Zhao Ziqiang, Qin Yan couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Yan looked at Zhao Ziqiang's eyes, as if looking at flies. Disgusted, Zhao Ziqiang, UTM in addition to prostatitis is not there a neuropathy? The clerk next to him heard this, and there was undisguised surprise in his eyes. What? This guy looks like a dog, but he's got this disease? For a while, the eyes of the shopkeepers looked at Zhao Ziqiang were not right. Zhao Ziqiang's face immediately turned red. Oops, forgot that Qin Yan still knew this handle of his, but right now, Zhao Ziqiang absolutely couldn't admit it. Zhao Ziqiang gritted his teeth and pointed at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, you don't have a mother. Nonsense, I don't have this kind of disease. These words caused Qin Yan's complexion to go completely cold. Qin Yan's fixed gaze sent chills down Zhao Ziqiang's body. Zhao Ziqiang stepped forward. What? You still want to beat me up? Come on, hit me if you can. Qin Yan, this person is too cheap. Begging for a fight is right. Satisfy him. Just when Zhao Ziqiang was still confident that Qin Yan didn't dare to make a move, Qin Yan decisively reached out and huffed towards Zhao Ziqiang's head with a slap. With this slap, Qin Yan made all the effort. Straight away, Zhao Ziqiang was knocked to the ground. Qin Yan felt that even one slap was too cheap and kicked him a few more times. Ah, hit someone, Lily cried out in horror. The clerks finally came back to their senses, but not going to intervene. Zhao Ziqiang's head buzzed and he curled up on the ground with an incredulous face. Qin Yan, you actually dare to make a move today? Qin Yan's gaze sank to him. Do I still have to pick a day to beat you? Qin Yan's unhesitating move made Zhao Ziqiang immediately realize that Qin Yan had changed. No longer the invalid who didn't say anything to anyone who bullied him. The current Qin Yan could be ruthless regardless. Moreover, Qin Yan's eyes were now looking at him as if they were deep pools of hardened ice, looking like he wanted to knife him. At once, Zhao Ziqiang was startled by Qin Yan's eyes. He got up from the ground and glared wolfishly at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, we'll see. Zhao Ziqiang was helped to leave by Lily. After Qin Yan finished his shopping, he went straight to the apothecary guild. In order to become a pill refiner, pill refining furnaces, formulas, and materials should naturally be prepared. On top of that, there is one more essential thing, that's spirit fire. Ordinary fire cannot refine spiritual plants. Even a trainee alchemist needed to use spirit fire when refining potions. Usually, a pill refiner must be a beast royalist, and the spirit beasts they contract with are all fire attributed. There are exceptions to the rule of turning professional only halfway through. The spirit beasts contracted by these halfway decent imperial beast masters were not fire attributed, but it wasn't without a solution. Apothecaries who did not possess a fire attribute spirit beast could go directly to the apothecaries guild to rent an alchemy room. Inside the alchemist guild's alchemy room, not only did they provide spirit flames, they also provided alchemy furnaces. There are 3 types of alchemy rooms, primary, intermediate and advanced, which will be equipped with alchemy furnaces of the same level. Qin Yan came to the bar to inquire about the price of the primary pill refining room. Chapter 50, First Charge 10, 000. Blow-up furnace deduction 1, 000. The attendant's face was cold. Primary pill refining room is 300 an hour. We are a membership system here. First charge 10,000. Blowing up the furnace deducts 1,000. You can't enter if your card is below 2,000. Qin Yan couldn't help but smack his lips when he heard it. That's too expensive. This was still only the beginner's alchemy room, and the price for an hour was surprisingly higher than his 2 days' salary. Thinking that he, Qin Yan, was also a person with an establishment, 2 days' salary could not even rent an hour in the refining room. Is there any justice? Qin Yan got a membership card. The bounty obtained from the live broadcast of the Dragon Network needs to be divided 50-50 with the platform. Qin Yan arrived at more than 50,000 yuan, and immediately paid back 15,000 yuan of a certain chanting. Just by spirit plant spent nearly 30,000. After charging this 10,000, he only has more than 300 left in the card. Waiter, by the way, did you bring the utensils used after quenching the spirit plant? Qin Yan, nope. Waiter, 300 a serving. Qin Yan paid numbly and looked at the double-digit deposit in his account. It felt like the whole person's temperament dropped instantly. Take a bowl. He could go squat in the doorway. If he couldn't get results from practicing, Qin Yan would have to drink the northwest wind. While live streaming can be lucrative, live streaming is, after all, too out of the limelight. Not in keeping with Qin Yan's usual low profile. Everyone in this world desires the strong power of the imperial beasts, and would shows in the forest, easily causing unnecessary trouble. Not a long-term thing. Qin Yan had planned to log out of his account after earning enough honor value. There was so much system information yesterday that it slipped his mind. Now that he thought about it, Qin Yan immediately cancelled his live account on DragonNet, and it was precisely this action of Qin Yan's at this moment that happened to save him from a big trouble. At this time, on some island offshore, a group of people are tracking down the personal account information of a Dragnet anchor. The name of that account was 100% Perfect Evolution Path Analyst, and the person they were looking for was none other than Qin Yan. Just tracing the IP address of this account, the page lagged and blacked out. The head of the force frowned. What's the situation? Retrace your steps. The hacker had to switch machines and chase this account again. But I didn't realize that this time, the chase came out to be an empty number. The hacker was speechless. Did you guys give the wrong account number? The power boss said with certainty. No way. That's the account. Chasing it a third time. It's still empty. The power boss scratched his head. Wicked. With his years of experience, the hacker finally concluded. How in the world can anyone achieve 100% perfect evolution? This must be a smokescreen put out by Xia. When the power boss heard this, he slammed the table in anger. I can't believe I've been tricked. Qin Yan took the time card given by the service desk and went to the pill refining room in the backyard. When he passed by the hall's bounty board, Qin Yan inadvertently realized that there were people here who were actually begging for three-tailed phoenix leaves and spatial heartstones. Qin Yan looked at the bounty information on it in surprise. A plant of three-tailed phoenix leaves was actually offered at a price of 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, 10 million plus. The space heartstone is even more outrageous. A space heartstone is as high as $100 million. Qin Yan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. In his storage compartment, he had 5 space heartstones and 10 three-tailed phoenix leaves. Not to mention, there were also dragon crystals whose value was not at all inferior to spatial heartstones, as well as other precious materials. If he sold these materials, wouldn't he be a billionaire? Qin Yan stood in front of the bounty board for a bit too long, and that dull look made passers-by laugh. Have you seen enough? Bumpkin, get out of the way. Only then did Qin Yan come back to his senses, shook his head with a lost smile, and walked towards the backyard. There are 10 primary alchemy rooms here, all the way over. Qin Yan realized that numbers 1-5 were all occupied and numbers 6-10 were still empty. There's a good chance I'll blow up the oven as a newbie, so it's better to stay away from others. Without stopping much, Qin Yan directly swiped his card and entered room 9. The primary alchemy room was small, with about 5 square feet. The room is small, but it has everything. Shelves, spirit plant processing tables, spirit plant quenching tables, pill refining furnaces, spirit fires, timers, and much more. At first glance, it's not far off the construction of a precision kitchen. Qin Yan followed the desktop prompts and first checked the use of the pill refining furnace and spirit fire. The alchemy stove is intact and working without cracks. Spirit fire was supplied to each room uniformly by pipes made of special materials, and there was a switch underneath both the spirit plant processing table and the pill refining table, which could be directly unscrewed when in use. Qin Yan felt it was similar to using natural gas, with minimal difficulty in getting started. It was very friendly to a beginner like him who didn't have a basic knowledge of pill refining. Lock the door behind you. Qin Yan first placed all the purchased spirit plants on the shelves, then took out a copy of the spirit plant for refining recovery potions and came to the processing table. Refining a recovery potion required the blood spirit grass, earth root, flower pulp grass, and white skin ginseng. Among them, white skin ginseng is the most expensive, while blood spirit herb is the main herb, and the cheapest is flower pulp herb. Although the herbs are only these 4, the dosage of them is difficult to grasp. Qin Yan took out the prescription and started the first step of refining the medicine according to the contents on it. Cleansing spiritual plants. It also has to be dried after cleaning. During the drying process, Qin Yan continued to clean the second portion of spirit plants. After the spirit plant is dried, it needs to be quenched to produce a spirit liquid. Qin Yan came to the quenching table, just turned on the spirit fire, and heard a loud bang. The loud noise caught him off guard, and Qin Yan thought he had just fired and blown up, almost throwing out all the spirit plants in his hands. Luckily the room only shook for a few seconds and the sound was coming from the other rooms. Qin Yan opened the door and stuck his head out to have a look. At this moment, the alchemists in the other rooms also revealed their heads to see the situation, only to see the door to room 2 open and a grizzled man step out. Several other people in the room frowned at this. Why number 2 again? It's blown up 4 times today. Really enough, causing me to have no control over the fire. The spirit plant directly quenched into ashes. I'm not going to be next to number 2. I'm changing rooms. And so, the alchemists in rooms 1 and 3 had both switched to next door to Qin Yan. One at number 8 and one at number 10. Qin Yan. No, are you guys that hasty? It's probably not a wise decision. However, the alchemists were all very efficient, and without a greeting to inquire about the blow-up rate or anything else, they closed the door and went back to work, mainly charging on time, and time was money. Seeing this, Qin Yan also reclosed the door. Start quenching the spirit plant. Each type of spiritual plant required a different fire when it was being quenched, and the spirit plant has different fire levels in the 3 stages of quenching, before, during and after. Qin Yan followed the quenching requirements on the prescription and started quenching the first spirit plant, flower pulp grass. Under the effect of the spirit fire, the flower pulp grass gradually melted into a cloud of dark green juice. Qin Yan waited for the juice to cool for a while and then put it into a container. Thanks to Ms. Wen's kitchen training over the past year, he had mastered several types of fire such as micro, small, medium, large, burst, small medium, medium large, and so on. Chapter 51. Smiling like this. Haven't seen a furnace blow up before? The step of quenching. Qin Yan quickly got the hang of it. After the 4 spirit plants, blood spirit grass, earth root, flower pulp grass and white skin ginseng, were all quenched to the prescribed grams, Qin Yan shifted to the pill refining table, placed the pill refining furnace and turned on the spirit fire. Control the fire on one side. While doing so, he placed the spirit liquid into the pill refining furnace in order to fuse it. The fire was extremely important in the process of refining medicine, and controlling the fire was almost half the battle. From the control of the fire alone, probably because he had done a lot of cooking, Qin Yan inexplicably had a sense of ease and familiarity. Making a potion, isn't that similar to stew? Qin Yan's heart was relieved and he closed the lid out of habit. Next, boo! The huge explosion sent the lid of the pot flying straight up, firmly embedded in the ceiling. Qin Yan coughed a few times and spewed out a cloud of black smoke, then looked up with a pitch-black face. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but quiver a few times at the sight of that stubborn pot lid. 1,000 gone. Qin Yan opened the door and gave the house a smoke break. Just as he went out the door, he felt 2 murderous auras coming from his left and right sides at the same time. Qin Yan. He then said that these 2 were too hasty. And, lo and behold, the prophecy came true. Qin Yan blinked and smiled as he greeted each of the alchemists in rooms 8 and 10. Sorry, I'm really sorry. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. Seeing this, alchemists number 8 and number 10 retracted the aura of the knife man, and instructed Qin Yan, keep it down, be careful. Qin Yan nodded at them. Thereupon Nos. 8 and 10 hastily closed the door again. They obviously don't realize the gravity of the situation. Qin Yan called out to the guild staff to clean up the room and told them to send over a new pill refining furnace. The crew saw the furnace cover on the roof. Dumbfounded, his shoulders shook the more he looked. Qin Yan blackened his face, smiling like that. Haven't you ever seen a deep-fried furnace? The staff grinned a big grin. I've seen the furnace blow up, but I've never seen it blow up like this. Qin Yan, there's a ventilation fan over here, so you can leave it on all the time if you need it. The staff member hesitated for a moment before leaving and reminded Qin Yan, rewind also. I thank you. Close the door. Qin Yan turned on the ventilation fan, beginning to requench the spirit plant. This step remained smooth. Then the refining began again. Refining medicine is still different from cooking. Summarize the experience and learn a lesson at the same time. This time, we must not cover the lid. Qin Yan was just about to start refining when there was another loud bang. Listening to the direction the sound is coming from, I think it's number 2 blowing up again. Qin Yan had gotten used to the sound of the furnace blowing up pretty quickly, and this time he wasn't even startled. Continue to start refining. The process was very smooth. Soon it was the final moment of the medicinal fusion. Just one more step. A few points of anticipation gradually rose in Qin Yan's heart. However, boo! It blew up again. The ventilating fan senses the smoke and buzzes automatically to increase the power. The smoke is so thick this time, it's going to suffocate. Qin Yan hurriedly opened the door and ran out. Cough cough cough. Just after coughing, Qin Yan felt the murderous aura on both sides coming again, and it was a few points thicker than just now. Qin Yan also felt a little embarrassed. Looking to the two, he suggested, "Why don't you guys switch places again? Nos, 8 and 10. Change, 2 friars, 1 on 2 and 1 on 9, 1 on each side, like a doorstop. Do they still have room to change? Newbie? Number 8, a lean young man, asked Qin Yan, leaning against the doorframe. Qin Yan nodded. No. 8 drifted off and said breathlessly, "No wonder, that no. 2 is also a newbie. You two are getting together today. Which step went wrong?" Strongman number 10 was kind enough to say, "Name it and see if I can help you." With someone to help, Qin Yan naturally begged for help. The first part went pretty well, just the last step. It blew up. The last step? No. 10 was first a bit surprised. After all, Qin Yan had just admitted that he was a novice, and to be able to proceed to the last step, it was evident that there was talent there. No. 10 pondered for a moment and said, "To say that the reasons for the other steps could be many, but for the last step, the probability is that you didn't do a good job in the step of quenching the spirit plant, and there were too many residual impurities in the spirit liquid, which reacted when it was fused at the end, leading to the blowing up of the furnace. It's the same as what I thought." No. 8 also nodded and said, "Nowadays, spirit plants are all grown in large batches, and there are many impurities that can't be quenched exactly according to the prescription. Spirit plants originally came from other dimensions. After centuries of research, many spiritual plant varieties have been improved to the point where they can be grown. However, as most spiritual plants require a certain number of years of growth from planting to harvesting, the cost of cultivation is high. Even the prices of ordinary spiritual plants were not low. Of course, the price of spiritual plants coming out of the foreign space will be higher. This was due to the fact that the aura of the foreign space was so dense that the spiritual plants were almost free of impurities, and this world's aura is relatively thin, and the impurities of the spiritual plants planted will be very high, so it's a matter of quenching. Thanks a lot. You're welcome, just don't blow up the oven again." No. 8 and no. 10 were about to enter the pill refining room when they finished speaking, and Qin Yan hurriedly called out to them, "Wait, do you guys want earplugs?" These earplugs were originally prepared by Qin Yan for himself. Now this situation. Next door is obviously more needy than he is. After thanking Qin Yan, no. 8 and no. 10 took the earplugs and went back to the pill refining room. Qin Yan knew what the problem was, and after the staff came over with an expression of "I knew it" to clean up, changed the stove, and left under Qin Yan's friendly watch, Qin Yan closed the door again. Then he looked down to scrutinize some of the medicine left on the table. With the naked eye, it was surprising to see some impurities as well. It is evident that the inferences of Nos, 8 and 10 were not wrong. Spiritual plants grow in places where the aura is thin and contain more impurities. His quenching steps were fine if he followed the normal spiritual plants with plenty of aura to quench them, but these spiritual plants were obviously extremely impure. Then there's something wrong with his quenching step. After finding the cause of the blown oven, Qin Yan observed a little more carefully as he quenched again. After repeated trials, he realized that he should use explosive fire for quenching in the early stages in order to remove the impurities from the spirit plants. By the time he found the final quenching method, the herbs had already consumed 15 portions, and 3 hours passed without realizing it. Qin Yan's stomach was starting to rumble, but he understands that a drum is a drum. It was so hard to find a suitable quenching method, and at this time, one should never give up halfway. He first took out a dried flower pulp grass, turned the spirit flame to its maximum, and began to explode the fire to quench it. The flower pulp grass was first melted into a ball of emerald green liquid, and then under the explosive fire, the inky black impurities within it were quenched and cleaned, and the liquid gradually changed to emerald green. It's done. Chapter 52 Ding. The Imperial Beast Space has been successfully repaired. Qin Yan turned off the spirit flame and put the spirit liquid quenched by the flower pulp grass aside for backup, then took a blood spirit herb. After quenching all 4 types of spirit herbs cleanly, he then began to refine them. Qin Yan was fully focused on controlling the fire, and after constant calcination, the 4 spiritual liquids gradually fused together perfectly. At this time, a fresh aroma actually floated out of the furnace. Smelling the aroma, Qin Yan was instantly relieved. The aroma comes out, the elixir becomes the recovery medicinal liquid, finally refined. After one successful experience, the next one went much smoother. With the rapid quenching of one material, Qin Yan couldn't help but speed up a lot. By the time all 50 materials had been refined, the time had already reached more than 4 in the morning of the second day. Qin Yan realized that it was dawn when he looked up. 50 portions of ingredients, 15 portions lost, and 2 friars. The remaining 35 portions were all refined successfully. and starting from the 21st serving, the legendary grade refining furnace rewarded by the system was used. Still no more failures. 50 parts refined to 35 parts, 70% success rate. For this success rate, Qin Yan could make a lot of money, and he still had one of the most important things left to accomplish. While the hand is still there, Qin Yan took out the spirit plants and materials for refining the space restorer from his storage compartment. According to the steps on the prescription, the three-tailed phoenix leaf, snow jade bone ginseng, and other spiritual plants were carefully processed, quenched, and placed into containers for reserve. The spirit plants rewarded by the system had no impurities at all, and this step was instead a bit easier than when refining the recovery medicinal liquid. After quenching the spirit plant to completion, finally started refining, Qin Yan flipped the switch on the spirit fire, starting to heat up the furnace. Then he put in the space heartstone, dragon crystal, and several other spirit stone materials in turn. After a few moments of calcination, Qin Yan gradually increased the heat as shown in the prescription, then add the quenched spirit liquid in turn. The color of the flames turned a deep red as the temperature rose. Several clumps of liquid also gradually fused together in the calcination. It's a sign that the potion is about to come to fruition. However, this phenomenon only lasted for a few moments before a black smoke suddenly emerged from the pill furnace. Cough cough cough. Qin Yan sucked in a mouthful unawares and choked, almost coughing his throat out. How can it fail? After cleaning the outer refining furnace, Qin Yan began the second refining. I didn't expect to fail at quenching this time. Then came the third and fourth. Each failure is in a different location, and Qin Yan has been unable to find out why. Or rather, he analyzed every step of his maneuver, and no matter how many times he analyzed it, his maneuver was very correct, but it still failed. Today there is one last copy of the material left. Confused, Qin Yan couldn't help but pick up the prescription again, only to find that there was actually an extra sentence at the bottom of the prescription. 4 times the heart refines the furnace before a single refining. In that case, the first 4 times were for the purpose of refining the furnace with medicinal properties, and were destined to fail. The 5th was only the first. I thought it was 5 chances, but it's actually only 1. It's a good thing I didn't act on impulse when I saw the hall bounty because of the wealth at my fingertips, or it would have been too late to repent. Qin Yan regained his confidence. Starting the last refining, faint golden light flooded the earth, and the new day seemed no different from yesterday. In order to grab a number, many alchemists still chose to wake up early to rent an alchemy room. They yawned and walked into the backyard, but suddenly smelled an unspeakable aroma. The aroma went straight to the sky, instantly refreshing them. With experience, they immediately realized that someone had successfully refined a new potion. Successful refining of potions was seen every day, so it was not unusual. But the strange thing is, this kind of aroma they actually smelled for the first time. Who's here so early? What kind of potion does this smell like? It smells so good? Smells good. One by one, they closed their eyes in ecstasy. It felt as if he was in the middle of an aura-rich garden. Beautiful, as if longed for. That's when the aroma suddenly disappeared, and it was as if they had fallen from heaven to earth, and their hearts were filled with disappointment. Why is it suddenly gone? Unfortunately, at this time, inside room 9, with excitement, Qin Yan drank the successfully refined space restorer. The medicine flows through the throat and into the limbs of the body. He then felt his entire body warm and cozy. The shattered space was also being repaired quickly. Ding! The Imperial Beast space has been successfully repaired. Detected that the host is qualified to become a Royal Beast Master, hereby opening a new mission authority. If the host raises his honor value to 200,000 within a week, he can open the system mall. At this moment, a system panel appeared in front of Qin Yan's eyes. The bottom of the storage compartment originally read "Stay tuned." At that moment the word mall appeared. It's just that the mall can't be opened right now, and you need to raise your honor value to 200,000 before you can. Qin Yan's current honor value was 192,000, a full 8,000 short. It's really not a whole lot to not rely on live streaming. Just when Qin Yan was worried. Ding! Honor value plus 8,160, from Cat's live broadcast. Current honor value is 200,160. The host has successfully raised his honor value to 200,000 within a week, and the system mall has been opened. Qin Yan, Cat Live? And this guy is giving him publicity on the air? I have to say, this one could be timely. The mall can be opened. However, having not slept all night, Qin Yan only felt a wave of drowsiness come over him. Explore the mall is in no hurry, and you can't run away anyway. He decided to go home and catch up on his sleep first. Qin Yan was awakened by the ringing of the phone. For a working person, the first thought that comes to mind when he hears his cell phone ring in his sleep is that he is late for work. The leader called. Qin Yan instantly came to his senses with a jolt. Sit up straight and pick up your cell phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, It dawned on him that he had taken the day off from work. Eyelids drooped and poofed back down. The call was from Wen Changxiu. Hey mom, son, remember to go on the blind date tonight. Blind date? What blind date? Qin Yan completely forgot about it. Mom knew you'd forget. 8 p.m. South Building Rotunda. Tickets are all ready for you. They're in the door drawer. Make sure you get there for me. After saying that, Wen Changxiu quickly ended the call, leaving Qin Yan with a confused look on his face. Admission tickets? What admission ticket? You need a ticket for a blind date? Qin Yan rose sleepily from his bed and opened the drawer of the doorway cabinet. From inside, he pulled out a ticket for a deluxe buffet. His eyes widened when he saw the ticket price written on the admission ticket. 1,228? What kind of restaurant costs more than my fryer? And it's not a simple meal ticket. On the back of the meal ticket, the words Xiangning City Beastmaster Elite Association were printed. A blind date for the Beastmaster? Qin Yan stroked his chin. I wonder if this item can be resold. Chapter 53, System Mall. Looking down, Qin Yan realized that the meal ticket even had his name printed on it. Note on the back, this party is a real name event and admission tickets are non-transferable. Qin Yan. Well, MS. Win gave him this one. You think he's too upset about the price of the ticket to go, don't you? Then she wins. At this time, Wen Changxiu sent another message. The girl introduced to you is called Yi Rushui, 21 years old. I have seen the photo. Young and beautiful. This if you cannot see you look more at other girls. The looks of the general mom also like. Qin Yan. You should go if you like. 2 sentences in one. And I can't tell you're connoting me? Looking at the time, it was just after 3 in the afternoon. There was plenty of time. Qin Yan washed his face, and after thoroughly sobering up, he opened the system panel. Enter the mall. Qin Yan first saw 3 hints. 1. All goods in the mall can be redeemed with points. 2. Points can only be obtained through tasks. Note, task rewards can also be exchanged for points. 3. Each product in the information section can be redeemed only once. Qin Yan gazed at the goods hanging in the mall. This system mall has 4 sections. Information boards, materials boards, finished products boards, and points raffle boards. It's just that the materials and finished products sections are grayed out and inaccessible. Currently, Qin Yan can only view the information board and the points draw board. Open the message board. The first thing that caught my eye was the various types of potions and elixir formulas. Examples of potion formulas include recovery potion, powerful potion, blood booster, trauma potion, strength potion, life potion, mutagenesis potion, thawing potion, primary spirit beast medicinal fluid, intermediate spirit beast medicinal fluid, and so on. There is also the 100 explanations of alchemy and various types of Dan formulas. Further down the page, there are thousands of books on the breeding of spirit animals, such as 1 book of big mouth duck breeding techniques, 1 book of fat conio breeding techniques, 1 book of fiery dog breeding techniques, 1 book of white caterpillar breeding techniques, and so on. There were everything from ordinary spirit beasts to legendary spirit beasts. Other than that, there are a few other books. Qin Yan's eyes were dazzled and his heart was salivating with gluttony, because there were too many. Qin Yan then didn't look at them one by one in detail. Instead, he first looked at the redemption prices of a few potion formulas he was more interested in. Ordinary potion formulas like recovery potion and elementary spirit beast potion were priced from 1 point. For example, intermediate level pill refining formulas such as intermediate spirit beast potion start at 50 points, while a book of big build duck breeding techniques also starts at 1 point. The breeding books for rare class spirit beasts start at 50 points. 50 points doesn't look expensive. Qin Yan used the intermediate spirit beast medicinal liquid, the reward he received from his last quest, to check the exchange value. It was discovered that the intermediate spirit beast medicinal liquid that could be sold for 20,001 bottles in the market could only be exchanged for 10 points in the mall. Qin Yan. Mall points cannot be measured against real money. Overall though, the cheap selling price of recycling isn't too expensive is all. In the column where Qin Yan already has the information, the complete book of spirit beast knowledge, the 100 explanations of pill refining, and space restorers are all included. Qin Yan also curiously checked the exchange prices of these 3 items. Redeemed the complete book of spirit animal knowledge for just 1 point. It takes 100 points to redeem the 100 explanations of alchemy. Redeeming the formula for space restorer, however, cost 100,000 points. Qin Yan instantly understood the system's pissiness. It's cheap to buy and expensive to use, but to be able to give him a reward with a recipe worth 100,000 points, the system was still generous. Qin Yan currently has 0 points and can't buy anything. The points sweepstakes is likewise unavailable. The most important thing right now is to get points. How do I get points other than taking quests? After the host has successfully exchanged mall goods once, the branch mission can be opened, and completion of the mission will result in a generous reward of points. Qin Yen. It's all about him spending money, isn't it? He currently had 0 points, and to purchase goods, he could only exchange his points for mid-level Spirit Beast medicinal fluid. The side quests were definitely open, and Qin Yen used a bottle of intermediate Spirit Beast medicinal liquid and exchanged it for 20 points. Then spent 1 point and purchased the recipe for recovery potion. He wanted to compare the system's recipe with the one he had bought at the store yesterday to see if there was anything special about it. A comparison of the two recipes is really something. The system's recipe was obviously simpler and easier to understand, and the step of quenching the spirit plant was described in great detail. If Qin Yen had taken the system's recipe when he refined the recovery potion yesterday, I'm sure he wouldn't have blown up the furnace those 2 times. The host has successfully exchanged goods in the mall to open the branch quest. Side quest 1, please ask the host to complete a points lottery within 5 minutes. Also triggers main quest 2, unlimited time, ask the host to contract a spirit animal and complete it to receive a random reward. The main quest is set aside for now. This side quest is quite simple. Qin Yen opened the points draw board. As usual, read the rules first. Points drawing rules, 1 point/1 draw. Limited to 1 draw per day. The longer the interval between draws, the more OC you will accumulate, and the higher the chance of winning a rare prize or above. Sweepstakes, gain +1 storage compartment. Completion of side quest I, 1 point earned. Storage compartment +1, that's not a bad reward. For the first time in the lottery, this result made Qin Yen very satisfied. Couldn't help but raise more expectations for the system. Since the longer the number of days between draws, the higher the chance of winning a rare class or higher reward. Qin Yen decided not to draw easily in the future and save up his OC first. At this time, Qin Yen's stomach began to grumble. After simply dealing with a bite with the ingredients in the refrigerator, Qin Yen took the recovery potion he had refined yesterday and went out the door. It's still the same store as yesterday. What does the customer need? The clerk was also as enthusiastic as yesterday, and quickly recognized Qin Yen. So it's you. What spirit plant do you need to replenish today? Beginners tended to get stuck at the spirit plant quenching step when they first started refining pills, and had a greater loss of the same spirit plant, which was why the clerk had asked this question. Shin Nin put his backpack down on the bar, said, I've come to sell recovery potions, 35 servings in total, so order some. When the clerk heard this, his mouth opened slightly, and his entire body was a bit stunned. Aren't you a newbie? You made a potion on your first day? 35 copies? That's a 70% success rate. This doesn't seem like something a newbie could do. Is the other person a budding old man pretending to be a newbie? But whether you're new or old, this is a great client to work with for a long time. The clerk couldn't help but be a few points more enthusiastic. Your Excellency, sit down for a moment. We need to go and do an appraisal first. Qin Yen nodded and sat on a sofa to the side to wait. A few moments later, the clerk came back with a happy face. Just had a pretty good appraisal. The appraisers were stunned on the spot. Of the 35 bottles of potions, 5 bottles had 80% potency and 30 bottles had 100%. This was definitely not something a novice could do, and he and the appraiser agreed that there must be someone else high up behind this youth. In short, this client absolutely must be captured. Appraisal is no problem. Give you to charge at 20% discount of the high market price. The current highest market price of recovery potion is 2,100 a bottle. 35 bottles total 58,800. Do you think this price is suitable? The clerk asked with a smile. According to Qin Yen's understanding, the market price of this ordinary recovery potion was around 1,900. 2,001 was indeed a high price. Naturally, he wouldn't have a problem with that. Could be. After getting the money, Qin Yen looked at the time and took the intercity shuttle directly to the South Building Rotary Restaurant. Chapter 54, South Tower Mansion. The haze on the east side of the city hadn't completely dissipated yet, and the sky was still a dark blue color, beautiful and mysterious. And that doesn't stop people from having fun at all. At night, it's when the atmosphere of city life is at its peak. In front of the South Tower building, countless luxury cars stop by, showing off their nobility. The South Tower service staff all respectfully came forward to open the door and lead the way. At that moment, a young man in casual clothes walked over. He tilted his head to look at the top floor of the building. The South Tower Revolving Restaurant is located on the very top floor of the South Tower building, the 56th floor. This is the South Tower building, which is a bit far from the stop sign generically. Almost wore him out walking all the way here. We're going to have more back in a little while. The youth was extremely tall and good-looking, and his entire person revealed a unique calm and steady aura, attracting pedestrians who almost couldn't help but look at him for a few moments. Only when they heard him talking to himself and saw his unseen appearance, they showed contempt again. Take the bus to the South Tower? Eat back? I'm afraid this isn't a redneck who just got into town. Daddy, is this big brother the kind of bumpkin mommy says he is? A small child scoffed in childish language. The man next to him immediately covered the child's mouth, smiled apologetically at the youth, and awkwardly led the child away in a hurry. Qin Yan. This bare child. Qin Yan was about to go in, but he was stopped by the security guard at the door. Stop. You can't just enter here, and you should stop wandering around here and leave. A security guard who had been observing Qin Yan for a long time said with a cold face. His gaze towards Qin Yan clearly revealed a few points of contempt. The South Tower is the busiest place in the city of Shangning. Even if it was just the security guard of the South Building, as long as he stood towards this door, it was as if he had some kind of unimaginable status and privilege, especially when confronted with someone like Qin Yan, who was neither wearing formal attire nor walking over. The security guard could tell at a glance that Qin Yan was nothing more than an ordinary person with no status. Facing the block, Qin Yan pulled the meal ticket out of his pocket. I'm going to the 56th floor cafeteria. The security guard frowned, not expecting Qin Yan to have a meal ticket for upstairs, and was just about to be ready to release him when the female manager of the 56th floor rotating restaurant walked over on her high heels. Condescendingly, he said to the security guards, "You guys, those who go to the 56th floor should be screened in a focused manner. It's not enough to just have a meal ticket. You also have to make sure that they're Imperial Beast Masters, you know? Today is an Imperial Beast Master party. Not a single ordinary person can be let in." Yes. The security guard bowed his head and sent the manageress away. Turning back, he coldly asked Qin Yan to show his Imperial Beast Master badge. Qin Yan really doesn't have this thing now. There was something before, but it was taken back by the Imperial Beast Guild after the space shattered. I don't have my Imperial Beast badge with me. Will this badge do? Qin Yan said as he took out his advanced diagnostician badge. The security guard didn't even look at it and said with a cold snort, "Any messy badge won't do. We only recognize the Imperial Beast Master badge." Qin Yan laughed. Not even the badge of a senior diagnostician? Upon hearing those words, the security guard's eyes widened. What? Advanced diagnostician? Qin Yan brought the badge to him. Security guard looks away. Immediately, he gave Qin Yan a show of what it meant to change his face at great speed, only to see him immediately groveling and nodding his head and smiling. Please come in. Please come in. Qin Yan glanced at him with a faint gaze, collected his badge and walked in. After Qin Yan left, that security guard's face immediately fell. It's over. I've offended a senior diagnostician. What did he mean by that last look at me? He's not going to tell the manager to fire me, is he? The other security guard next to him sneered in his heart. Let you always hold high and tread low. Sooner or later fall. 56th floor. Qin Yan took some food and casually found a corner seat. By now, the restaurant was quite crowded. Men and women, standing together in lively conversation. Sure enough, it's a blind date. Yet Qin Yan came here to eat. Didn't plan on getting involved either. Halfway through the meal, the two girls sat down next to Qin Yan. After sitting down, the two even chatted as if no one else was around. Ru Xue, what kind of person is that blind date your family introduced you to? Oh, it's hard to judge. Come on, that guy's name is Qin Yan. I haven't seen a picture of him, but I heard he's a high school teacher. Pretty tall, young, and pretty good looking. Isn't that nice? Good what? I've heard that his family is in a bad condition, living in an old and dilapidated neighborhood, and he's also a loser who can't control beasts. That won't do. How can your family introduce you to this kind of person? This man is not worthy of you. By the way, Lily said she wanted to introduce you to her boyfriend. I heard it's a rich second generation. Lily told me a long time ago that the other party is the second young master of the Seminole group. Strange, why hasn't Lily come yet? The girl called Rushue was looking forward to it, but she never saw Lily. The girl next to her looked around towards the crowd and pointed to a spot in surprise. Isn't that Lily? Lily, this way. Lily walked over on the arm of a man around 30 years old, who was slightly shorter, not fat but ugly, and obviously not Zhao Zicheng. Lily, this is, Yi Rushue asked curiously. Let me introduce you guys. This is Seminole's second youngest, Zhang Yuan Kai, Young Zhang, and they are my girlfriends, Rushue and Xinshin. It turned out that the other party was really Seminole's second youngest. Yi Rushue couldn't help but blush. Zhang Yuan Kai's gaze was even more directly glued to the even more beautiful Yi Rushue. Seeing this, Lily directly gave Yi Rushue a look. Yi Rushue was also very understanding, and with a joyful face, she went forward and pulled Zhang Yuankai over. Young Zhang, you can sit over here. Zhang Yuankai immediately wrapped his arms around Yi Rushue's thin waist and sat tightly with her. Lily sat on the other side of Zhang Yuankai. The one called Xan naturally felt a bit upset when she saw that Zhang Xiao did not look at her, only that there was no more room on this sofa, so she could only go and sit on another sofa next to her. But there was still Qin Yan sitting on the other couch. Xan pulled a face to drive away Qin Yan. There are people here. Please go sit somewhere else, can you? For this kind of woman's unreasonable request, Qin Yan directly ignored it and didn't even raise his head. Hey, are you people deaf? Can't you hear me when I tell you to get out of the way? Xin's voice was a bit loud. Zhang Yuankai was flirting with Yi Rushue, and being interrupted in the atmosphere. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Xin looked aggrieved. Young Zhang, people asked him to move his position, but he even pretended to be deaf. Zhang Yuankai cannot see the most women aggrieved. See this to Qin Yan said, "Little brother, this side of the crowd sitting open. Trouble you find another position to sit." The words sounded quite polite, but in reality they were still driving people away. If you are thin-skinned, you will probably get in the way of the other person's status and get up and leave in embarrassment yourself first. Qin Yan, however, sat still and raised his head, his gaze faint. First come, first served. Do you all not understand such a simple truth? Chapter 55, Not robbing, not interested, wishing the four of you 100 years of goodwill. Qin Yan, surprisingly, it's you. Lily was surprised, then snorted. This is a royal beast master gathering. What are you doing here as a punk? When she heard the name that came out of Lily's mouth, Yi Rushue froze. Qin Yan? He was actually the blind date that his family introduced him to? So, just now, when she and Xin said bad things about him, they were all overheard by this Qin Yan? To think that he already knew who he was, and her intimate interactions with Zhang Xiao were all seen by the other party. Yi Rushue was instantly annoyed. Reaching out, he pointed at Qin Yan. You're also too despicable to hide here and eavesdrop. Qin Yan twitched the corners of his mouth and said breathlessly, it seems like you guys really don't understand first come, first served. He's Qin Yan? Xin glanced at Zhang Xiao and said in surprise, Rushue, so he's your blind date. A blind date? What's going on here? Zhang Yuankai frowned, and the way he looked at Qin Yan and Yi Rushue was immediately out of place. Lily was also surprised, obviously not knowing that Yi Rushue was here on a blind date. Rushue, you were just on a blind date? Seeing this, Xin hurriedly covered her mouth. Rushue, did I say something wrong? Seeing that Zhang Xiao's face was not right, Yi Rushue hurriedly explained. No, it's not what you think. This was introduced by my family. I don't know him at all, and I don't intend to go on a blind date with him. Really? Then why is he here? Zhang Yuankai's face eased a bit, only with a displeased face as he looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, right. Since Rushue doesn't even know you, why are you sitting here? Explain. Qin Yan. Qin Yan raised 4 fingers. 4 words. Zhang Yuankai narrowed his eyes slightly. Unsure. What do you mean? Qin Yan said breathlessly. First come, first served. A group of Sabi, 3 plastic BFFs, plus a doppelganger. Today's play was a real eye-opener for him. What I didn't realize was that the drama wasn't over. After hearing the words first come first served, Zhang Yuankai's face turned cold. Who are you to steal a woman from me? Qin Yan? I say seats say time. You say women. It's good that this wave is understood in the atmosphere. Qin Yan couldn't stay in the room at all. Away from Sabi, the world is still a good place. No robbery. Not interested. Wishing the 4 of you 100 years of happiness. After saying that, Qin Yan got up and left. Stop. Did I say to let you go? Zhang Yuankai stepped forward and grabbed Qin Yan's shoulder with force. It's a humiliating gesture. Qin Yan instantly frowned, instinctively and obediently gripped the other wrist forward. At the same time the right foot stepped forward. A short body, by the other forward-leaning momentum hard forward a throw. A nice over-the-shoulder drop. Zhang Yuankai rolled out a parabola in the air, and with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Hearing the screams, a number of people immediately gathered around. What's going on? Isn't this Zhang Yuankai? I'll go. Who has the guts to beat up young Master Zhang? Although Zhang Yuankai doesn't have much talent for royal beasts, he brings 2 royal beast master bodyguards with him every time he goes out. This guy is going down. At this moment, 2 men dressed in imperial beast outfits quickly walked over to help Zhang Yuankai up. Zhang Yuankai grimaced and held his back, looking viciously at Qin Yan. You too, drag him out and beat him up. The 2 bodyguards were about to make their move. Slow down. A middle-aged man in a suit walked over. Among the people present, someone immediately recognized the identity of this middle-aged man. Isn't this Wang Hongmiao, the owner of the Dauphin Group? I heard he owns this revolving restaurant too. More than the revolving restaurant, he owns the entire South Tower. I'll be damned. The owner of the South Tower. Zhang Yuankai naturally recognizes Wang Hongmiao. Their Zhang family runs seminar and is considered a powerful family in Xiangning City. Yet they can't even reach 1 foot of the Wang family. And I've heard that Wang Hongmiao treats people with extreme indifference, and many people try to talk to him without success. I don't know what happened today, but Wang Hongmiao personally came to the revolving restaurant. which was a good opportunity for Zhang Yuankai to strike up a conversation. Zhang Yuankai immediately waved his hand for the bodyguard to retreat, and went forward with a smiling and complimentary look. Uncle Wang, you are also here. Wang Hongmiao, however, did not even look at him, walking straight towards Qin Yan, only to see him shake Qin Yan's hand, a face that directly smiled. Mr. Qin, why didn't you say hello to me when you came to the South Building, so that I could receive you in person? This scene directly stunned everyone around them. There were many speculations about what that young man was about to make the boss of the South Building so respected, especially Zhang Yuankai. Seeing with his own eyes the way the always cold Wang Hongmiao compensated and smiled at people, his whole body froze, and the object of this compensatory smile turned out to be the same person he had just tried to teach a lesson to. Zhang Yuankai's face immediately changed. He couldn't have messed with anyone he shouldn't have, could he? But Qin Yan was indeed a new face among the upper-class families in Xiangning City. Is it hard to be from the capital? Zhang Yuankai was frantically guessing Qin Yan's identity in his mind. Ah, Prince Li's father? The other party's cry of Teacher Qin made Qin Yan suddenly remember. Yes, Mr. Qin still remembers me. Wang Hongmiao was more than happy to see that Qin Yan still remembered him, pulling Qin Yan towards the window. Mr. Qin, you must sit in the best seat. The parents were too enthusiastic, so Qin Yan didn't refuse. The main thing is that Wang Hongmiao clutched Qin Yan's wrist so hard that he couldn't even draw it out. Qin Yan also really did not expect. Prince Music is still a family of rich second generation. This kid usually hide quite deep. Wang Hongmiao pulled Qin Yan to the best location in the entire restaurant setup. A crowd of diners was left behind, staring at each other in amazement. Xin asked in a puzzled whisper. Ru Xiu, didn't you say that his family is not well off and that he's a waste of space who can't control beasts? What's going on here? Yi Rushua looked at Qin Yan's back, her eyes similarly filled with shock. I don't know. This is definitely not true. He's just a high school teacher. How could he have such top-notch connections? Xin secretly laughed at Yi Rushua's lack of knowledge in her heart and deliberately stabbed her. Does this look like Qin Yan's connections to you? If you ponder over the attitude of the boss of the South Building, it's obvious that he treats Qin Yan as a human connection. Hearing this, Yi Rushua instantly froze on the spot. It seems, what Shinshin said is true. All the people present, as long as they had eyes, could see that when the boss of the South Building treated Qin Yan just now, that attitude was very respectful. Yi Rushua couldn't fool herself anymore, and fell on the sofa with remorse. Could she have missed out on such a great blind date? It's all Lily's fault for having to introduce her to some young Zhang. She looked up towards Zhang Xiao and felt some regret in her heart. Chapter 56, Mysterious Golden Egg. That Zhang Xiao was short and ugly. How could he compare to Qin Yan? Seeing Yi Rushua's look of resignation, Xin secretly turned her mind and softly persuaded. Ru Xiu, as the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Since you like Qin Yan, you can take the initiative. A touch of hope rose in Yi Rushua's eyes. Really? Is it really possible? Shin nodded affirmatively, actually harboring a small thought of her own. Just as the two women were whispering about how to approach Qin Yan, there was a sudden silence throughout the restaurant. Everyone looked toward the doorway. A young woman in a light-colored dress walked into the restaurant. The long dress was well made and tailored, and fit her with an unmistakable elegance. And underneath the woman's calm and elegant aura, her body had its own air of ethereal coldness and arrogance. Her gaze was clear and cold, with no extra adornment, and her black hair was coiled, with strands of hair naturally falling down and across her ears. Pale skin, dark hair and eyebrows, cherry red lips, and a luscious, tall figure. Every part of her body has the capital to make other women jealous. Many men, including Zhang Yuankai, had their eyes straightened. With a crowd of men and women watching her with burning interest, she walked straight toward a spot by the window. So beautiful. My God, whose daughter is this? I'm in love. She seems to be looking for someone. Hear the shrieks. Qin Yan, who was chatting with Prince Li's parents, coldly looked up. Dull. This? Mr. Lu, what's she doing here? Wait, something's not right. She seems to be coming for me. Qin Yan's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated suddenly. Lu Jingyi had dressed up all afternoon to come here. At this moment, when he saw Qin Yan's slightly stunned gaze, he immediately felt that this time was worth spending. Lu Jingyi stopped in front of Qin Yan, cocking his head and smiling slightly. Even the stars outside the window lost their color. Mr. Qin, what a coincidence. Qin Yan raised his eyebrows. Coincidence. Seeing this, Wang Hongmiao showed Qin Yan an expression of I understand and immediately got up to make way. You guys talk? I'm going to check out the back kitchen. After Wang Hongmiao left, Lu Jingyi stood there eyeing Qin Yan. Qin Yan, Mr. Lu sit? Lu Jingyi then sat down happily. I heard you're going to the capital city? August, I think. Well, that was fast. Aha. Qin Yan, are you free tomorrow? There's it, and the other side. Yi Ru Shue, who saw this scene, somehow had a strong sense of loss in her heart. The woman next to her, named Xin, knew her intentions had fallen through and was already looking for her next target. And Zhang Yuankai lost face, no longer have the heart to pick up girls, and he could not figure out Qin Yan's identity for a while. So he took his bodyguard and left the restaurant first. Lily saw this and followed suit. The restaurant is bustling again, and that's when a loud roar suddenly came from the east side of the city. The Imperial Beastmasters were horrified, and they all got up to check out the situation at the window. The window where Qin Yan was unobstructed and had a clear view of the outside. The mutation came from the same direction where the alien space descended from the east side of the city, even if the distance is a bit far. However, the crowd could still clearly see a thick, giant arm covered in thick brownish-brown hair reaching out from the other dimension. This was followed by the head and upper body, which were also covered in thick tan hair. Although only half of its body was revealed, it could still be seen that its body was huge, and its body was still entwined with tinges of black gas, and the alien space wasn't really open at the moment. The fact that it had forcibly crossed the foreign space to the outside at this moment also caused him to be strangled by the rules, and the flesh and blood on its arm was broken by inches and fell off in chunks as if it had been lynched. That loud roar just now was obviously the sound it made under the pain. As its massive body burrowed out of the alien space, the flesh and blood on its torso began to crack by inches. Facing the stranglehold of spatial rules, it could only use its spiritual power to protect its head, but even that still didn't stop him from that pursuit. That's right, it was at the moment going over the alien space to hunt a spirit that was a powerful threat to it. Giant spirit beast? My god, the size of this adult giant spirit beast. I'm afraid it's comparable to a level 5 evolved spirit beast, right? The black chi is wrapped around its body. It's a spirit beast contaminated by filth. And what amazed the crowd even more, what this giant spirit beast wants to hunt at the expense of its own injuries across the foreign space is actually a egg that glows with golden light? A gargoyle attacking an egg? This strange scene caused the crowd to stare in disbelief. At the same time, there were naturally many people who could see the extraordinary nature of this egg. Lu Jingyi stunned. Polluting beasts usually only appear after the foreign space is fully opened. This giant spirit beast is desperately risking its life to come outside of the foreign space at this moment, just to rush to the death of that egg? Qin Yan was also extremely curious. What kind of spirit beast egg is this? It hasn't even hatched yet, and it has managed to cause the giant spirit beast to be so scornful. The giant spirit beast was a rare grade spirit beast, and this egg's grade was definitely only higher than the giant spirit beast. It should be at least a rare grade. This bunk chase ended quickly. The huge palm of the giant spirit beast crossed rapidly in mid-air, and the Imperial Beast Masters in the South Tower could even hear the sound of the air being torn apart as it broke through the air. The giant palm quickly caught up with the golden egg, just as the giant spirit beast was about to grab the other party and even crush it. Instead, the egg suddenly accelerated and actually escaped under the strong pursuit of the giant spirit beast. The giant spirit beast, however, was unable to leave the foreign space due to the rule restriction, and could only stretch its giant paw remotely and let out an unwilling roar in the direction where the golden egg had disappeared, under the strangling force of space. In the end, the giant spirit beast had to return to the other dimension. The sky dissolved into silence once again. The colorful haze there was washed out everywhere, showing the unrest just now. The blood and flesh dropped by the giant spirit beast was also a rare material for refining medicines, and after the giant spirit beast disappeared, many people rushed over in the direction of the foreign space. Of course, more people were aiming for the mysterious golden egg. Most of the Imperial Beastmasters who had gathered here had already left in a hurry. Such a treasure is naturally available to those who have the chance. It's definitely not quiet over there right now, but the riches are there for the taking. The Imperial Beastmaster has to fight for every opportunity on his own. Qin Yan didn't leave. Lu Jingyi didn't leave either. You're not going? Qin Yan asked. He doesn't go. He's self-aware. But why didn't Lu Jingyi go? As far as he knew, Lu Jingyi's contracted spirit had completed at least 3 evolutions. There is still a fight in this competition, but she didn't look like she was moving at all. Lu Jingyi shook her head and affirmed, my chance is not there. Qin Yan nodded without asking any more questions. Lu Jingyi, however, couldn't help but spit out, our family is rather special. We sort of have our own place to raise spirit beasts, so we don't need to contract outside. Bred it myself. It's a bit of a shame to miss out on this opportunity then, isn't it? At this moment, Qin Yan didn't know that the spirit beast breeding place that Lu Jingyi said was actually a foreign space. He thought it was that kind of breeding base. Chapter 57, Contracting the Little Black Dragon, Promoting to Great Imperial Beast Master. 2 o'clock in the morning. Qin Yan hummed a little song and walked into the house with light steps. Because the night sky was so beautiful tonight, he couldn't help but linger a little longer, fumble to turn on the living room light. However, the chaotic scene in the room immediately put Qin Yan on alert. At the moment the room was in a state of disarray, with clothes strewn everywhere and furniture falling to the ground. The originally tidy room seemed to have suffered a disaster. Into the thief? At that moment, there was a sudden sizzling sound from his bedroom. Qin Yan frowned, picking up the baseball bat at the door in his hand and quietly walking over. Qin Yan scanned the circle. The bedroom was similarly very messy, and the voice seemed to come from the closet. Come out. Qin Yan snapped at the closet. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't come out I'm going to call the police. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the closet door creaked open. A round thing jumped on the ground with a feather duster on top. This size made Qin Yan feel out of place. This thief is not a spirit animal, is it? He carefully picked the duvet apart with a baseball bat. There was a flash of golden light. A round egg appeared before his eyes. Qin Yan, it's an egg? This egg is responsible for the messy scene in the house? And, what's with the familiar-looking egg? Images from a few hours ago suddenly flashed through Qin Yan's mind. Other space, hissing, giant spirit beasts, golden eggs. Qin Yan froze. Golden egg? This can't be the golden egg that escaped from the other dimension, can it? The golden egg didn't flee after appearing and didn't attack Qin Yan. It just stood there quietly, not moving a muscle. Qin Yan tentatively poked it with a baseball bat. Ka-chow. With a crisp cracking sound, a fine crack appeared on the top of the eggshell. This turn of events caused Qin Yan to freeze directly there. I don't think he's trying too hard, is he? A little poke and it breaks for him? Bumper sticker? At that moment, the golden egg shook violently, and the little thing inside knocked more cracks out of it. So it's about to be born. Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This golden egg inexplicably appeared in his house, so maybe it was his heavenly chance. Thankfully, it wasn't poked and prodded by him as a badass. As the cracks get bigger and bigger, click, the eggshell broke. A chubby and adorable snake-shaped spirit beast burrowed out of the eggshell. It has horns on its head, scales on its body, and an inky black body. According to the knowledge of spirit beasts that Qin Yan possesses in his mind to judge, this is surprisingly, it's a black dragon cub? Legendary spirit beast. No way. Qin Yan's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the little black dragon. The black dragon, a legendary spirit beast with an initial racial value greater than 500. Spirit beasts are classified according to their initial racial value. The initial racial value is less than 50, which means it is a normal level spirit animal. A spirit animal with an initial racial value of 50 and above and less than 100 is known as a rare class spirit animal. A spirit animal with an initial racial value of 100 and above and less than 300 is known as a rare class spirit beast. Initial racial values of 300 and above and less than 500 are known as rare class spirit beasts. And after the initial racial value reaches 500 and is less than 1000, it is a legendary spirit beast. As for spirit beasts with an initial racial value of 1,000 or more, there are no relevant records yet. The division of the racial value of each spirit beast is recorded in the Spirit Beast Knowledge Book. The difference between the racial values of the same race and different spirit beasts is not that big, and there is basically no level drop. In the Spirit Beasts Book of Knowledge, the racial value of the black dragon is between 800 and 850. Thus this little black dragon in front of him was definitely a legendary grade spirit beast. A beast master who contracts a legendary spirit beast. Then he would directly advance to become a grand imperial beast master. Gain the power of the totem. Use the power of the imperial beast. Step right into the ranks of the masters. But how come it's a black dragon? The species of this spirit beast surprised Qin Yan a bit. After all, the eggshell was golden and shiny, so it was logical that what was being birthed should be a golden dragon. Inside, however, lived a blackened mass of young dragons, which was strange in any case. Little black dragon? Hello there. Qin Yan greeted it with a gentle tone, like a bad uncle who was ready to abduct a child. The little black dragon raised its head, its large eyes fluttering as it looked at Qin Yan, its gaze full of curiosity. In those innocent pupils, Qin Yan's appearance was reflected. Black hair, black eyes, black clothes, looking down at himself again. Then it seemed to confirm something, happily looking at Qin Yan, twisting his fat body to wiggle and crawl towards him, stopping in front of Qin Yan, fluttering her big black eyes at him. This little guy was quite a kindred spirit, and Qin Yan thought it was cute, so he picked it up. Don't say, this little black dragon looks fat and is really quite heavy. The little black dragon rubbed Qin Yan's arm affectionately, as if treating him as his own relative. Qin Yan deliberately put on a serious expression, pointed at the mess on the ground, and asked, "Little black dragon, are these your mess?" The little dragon sniffed with an innocent look, his big eyes blinking, complaining. He looked at the scattered clothes and shook his head. It seemed to be protesting against Qin Yan's words. It moved its round body towards Qin Yan and smiled at him. This peerless cuteness caused Qin Yan to surrender directly. Well, it's the fault of these clothes, they got you tangled up. The little dragon blinked while nodding. It rubbed against Qin Yan in an affectionate manner with a happy look. Taking this opportunity, Qin Yan asked, "Little black dragon, are you willing to become my first contracted beast?" The little black dragon nodded and looked at Qin Yan with rather expectant eyes. Qin Yan recited the mantra and logically completed the contract with the little black dragon, and then a powerful force immediately filled Qin Yan's entire body. From this moment onwards, he had become a grand imperial beast master, able to use the power of the totem, and had taken a step into the ranks of imperial beast masters. Ding! The host has successfully contracted a legendary great spirit beast, perfectly completed mainline quest 2, and stimulated his body's fighting instincts 5 hours ago, rewarding 1 dragon blood fruit and 1 epiphany of top-level fighting skills. In a flash, some top-notch fighting techniques appeared in Qin Yan's mind. Only now, Qin Yan needed to check the dragon blood fruit first. Dragon blood fruit, legendary great spirit plant, suitable for dragon spirit beasts, can purify the bloodline of dragon spirit beasts and directly increase their racial value by 200-500, depending on absorption. This reward, Qin Yan was really satisfied. The system actually directly rewarded a legendary great spiritual plant dragon blood fruit. It seems that the merit of a quest reward is related to the degree of completion of the quest, and this time the quest was completed perfectly, so it was directly rewarded with a dragon's blood fruit, which happens to be for the little black dragon to serve. It's pretty good that the items rewarded by the system are always tailored. I just wonder what little black dragon's current skill is. Chapter 58, Taking the Dragon's Blood Fruit, Raising Racial Value. To know the little black dragon's skills, other than having it demonstrate and use its totem power to feel it for itself, there was another easier method, the hand of diagnosis. Type, Black Dragon. Racial value, 850. Bloodline purity, 65%. Elemental skills, Water Tornado, Water Wall, Water Escape. The Black Dragon belonged to the water attribute spirit beasts, and all 3 skills were related to water. 1 attack, 1 defense, and 1 escape. Nice and even. It's a pity that the current environment isn't suitable for using the power of totems, or else I could have felt these skills for myself. The little black dragon had just been born, and it was the most suitable time to take the dragon's blood fruit. Qin Yan took out the dragon blood fruit and placed it in front of the little black dragon. The little black dragon immediately smelled an aroma that went straight to the depths of its soul, and it wailed and swallowed the dragon blood fruit, then quickly got dizzy. Qin Yan judged that the little black dragon was about to fall into a deep sleep in order to digest the medicinal properties of the dragon's blood fruit, so he took it back into the imperial beast space. After little black dragon absorbs the dragon blood fruit completely, his racial value should be able to exceed 1000, right? A racial value of over 1000 is equivalent to the 4th level of evolution of a rare grade spirit beast. I just don't know if there will be any changes in terms of skills after purifying the bloodline. After tidying up the house a bit, Qin Yan stood in the middle of the living room and couldn't wait to close his eyes and recall the fighting technique he had just had an epiphany. Some top-notch fighting moves kept flashing in Qin Yan's mind. In the meantime, Qin Yan's body couldn't help but follow suit, with the continuous execution of one move after another. Qin Yan also gradually comprehended these top-level fighting techniques truly. By the time Qin Yan had comprehended all of these top-notch fighting techniques, it was almost dawn. After replenishing his water, Qin Yan directly laid down on the bed. Before bed, it dawned on him again that there was one more thing he hadn't done. That would be naming the little black dragon. It can't be too perfunctory to keep calling little black dragons little black dragons. Gotta have a real name for it. But what's a good name? At this moment, the words Black Yao suddenly flashed through Qin Yan's mind. Let's call it Obsidian then. A few hours later, Black Obsidian finally absorbed all of the dragon blood fruit. Dark blue light flashed in the air. Black Obsidian took the initiative to show up on Qin Yan's bed. Staggering towards Qin Yan's body, he crawled. Qin Yan was woken up by suffocation. When he opened his eyes, he saw Obsidian coiled in front of his chest, babbling at him, as if yelling at him to get up. No wonder he felt so suffocated. It turned out to be this little guy pressing down on his chest. Obsidian, you're too heavy. Get down. The little black dragon cocked his head in uncertainty. Qin Yan just remembered that he hadn't told it its name yet. Little black dragon. From now on your name will be Black Obsidian. Black Obsidian is you, remember? Black Obsidian nodded, clearly able to understand Qin Yan's words. Obsidian, come down. You're too heavy. Hearing this, Obsidian directly controlled his body to levitate. It was only when Qin Yan saw the scene that he remembered that dragon-type spirit beasts, it seemed, were born with the ability to fly. Unfortunately, as a sentinel beast master, it was not possible to share the natural abilities of spirit beasts through totems. Since Black Obsidian had woken up, it meant that it had finished absorbing the dragon blood fruit. I just don't know how it changes all the numbers. Qin Nian placed his hand on Black Obsidian's body, using the hand of diagnosis. Type, Black Dragon. Racial value, 1350. Bloodline purity, 70%. Elemental skills, Water Tornado, Water Wall, Water Escape, Dark Erosion, Water Spell. The racial value had surprisingly increased by 500, while the bloodline purity had also increased by 5%. Beyond that, due to the increase in bloodline purity, there was actually an additional skill, Dark Eclipse, Water Spell. Just by looking at the name, it was easy to mistake it for a darkness skill. In reality, it really has nothing to do with the darkness skill. Dark Eclipse, an attack that directly uses the water element to invade the enemy's body to cause dark wounds. Using Dark Eclipse plus Water Spell, it is an attack that concentrates the element of water and invades the enemy's body and inflicts sustained damage. When you can't find the cause, the symptoms can feel as if you are under a curse, but they actually have nothing to do with the curse. After checking the changes in Black Obsidian's various stats, Qin Nian incidentally checked the hostile relationship between it and that giant spirit beast. Qin Nian once again used the hand of diagnosis. Some images kept flashing in Qin Nian's mind. That giant spirit beast is indeed a rare grade. It turns out that the giant spirit beast is a lord-grade spirit beast of that foreign space. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the dragon egg, and fearing that it would grow up to threaten its position, that's why it chased after Black Obsidian and took advantage of its smallness to take its life. Qin Nian touched Black Yao's round head and said heartily, "Poor baby, you have to encounter this kind of danger before you're even born." Qin Nian played with Black Obsidian for a while and let it return to the Imperial Beast space. Feeling a dryness in his throat, Qin Nian was helpless. Sure enough, I'm thirsty again. Every time he used the hand of diagnosis, he had to replenish a large amount of water, and Qin Nian was getting used to it. Looking at the time, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I've been taking a vacation after promising Director Huang a part-time job at the Coliseum, so why don't we go to the Coliseum today? Just after stepping into the fighting hall, Qin Nian heard a system prompt. Ding! Triggering branch quest, diagnose 100 spirit beasts. Random rewards can be obtained upon completion. The fighting beasts hall had been short of diagnosticians, and the bred spirit beasts had saved up a whole bunch of problems. It's not hard to diagnose 100 of them. Qin Nian had just arrived at the spirit beast breeding area when he was caught by Huang Shaoqin, only to see Huang Shaoqin looking at Qin Nian with some dissatisfaction. Yo, Diagnostic Master Qin finally had time to come to the fighting beasts hall. I said I'd come to work part-time at night, but I ended up not seeing anyone for days. I thought you were punking me. Qin Nian, consciously unreasonable, explained. Which can curator? The last few days really have something. Just a free this is not to come it. Huang Shaoqin rolled her eyes at him. Alright, cut the crap. First take you to see the iron-eating beast. Qin Nian nodded. I was just about to go. The two of them came to the feeding area of the iron-eating beast cubs. The Iron Eater has been in a significantly better mood since all the work clothes in the pavilion have been changed to white, except that he still doesn't look as lively as he did when he first arrived, and I'm really worried. Qin Nian went up to diagnose the little iron-eating beast and found that there was no major problem. It's not lively, probably because there's not much entertainment in the yard. Qin Nian suggested, don't just plant bamboo in this yard, you can plant a few more trees, make a treehouse for it to play in, and also make a swing or something like that. It will definitely like it. Oh yeah, never plant trees that are too tall. Huang Shaoqin was puzzled. Why can't we plant trees that are too tall? This, Qin Nian didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that the tree was too tall and it could easily play itself to death. Could he? Anyway, shorter trees are better for it. Chapter 59, Working Day at the Coliseum. Ding! Honor value plus 10,000, from DragonNet. Current honor value is 210,000 plus. Qin Nian had already cancelled his live streaming account, but because of Cat, those two live streams of his still continued to fester on DragonNet. Cat Spirit Beast perfectly evolved in a fake live broadcast, or the world's first common spirit beast with a racial value below 20 and perfectly evolved, which became Cat's gimmick to attract new traffic. Now Cat is a famous anchor with 10 million fans, because he's also busy offline. Cat will be on the air from time to time on Dragnet. When Cat tells the evolution of the roller bug in the live broadcast, many netizens will be interested in the mysterious, perfect anchor, even worship. This was Qin Nian's main source of honor value in recent days. Qin Nian wished he could have some of these surprises every day. This weekend, Qin Nian directly soaked in the fighting arena. There were really too many problematic spirit beasts backlogged in the fighting beasts hall. Qin Nian again intends to read them all within a week. Only overtime. Night is coming. Qin Nian left the feeding area of the large-billed duck cubs and went to the feeding area of the pink crystal cat cubs next door. Just as I walked in, I heard a garbled meow scream. The next thing you see are two pooper scoopers pulling a group fight for a dozen or so pink crystal cat cubs. Pink crystal cats were spirit beasts after all, and even as cubs, their size was comparable to ordinary adult cats. It's not a good way to pull off a group fight. Qin Yan walked in front of the fence to take a look. These two pulling groupies for the pink crystal cats are still acquaintances. It was the same two invigilators, Wu Hao and Zhang Yiheng, who were in charge of invigilating Qin Yan when he was assessing diagnosticians. Only the two were covered in cat hair, and their faces and hands were covered in a trail of blood, obviously devastated by the cubs. Qin Yan, come and help. Wu Hao saw Qin Yan as if he had seen a savior, and immediately waved his hand to call him over. How is this a fight? Qin Yan shouted curiously. I don't know, it just somehow got into a fight. Come over here. Under Wu Hao's repeated urging, Qin Yan opened the door and walked in. However, he didn't know how to pull off the fight, so he could only pick up the fattest one in the room, the pink crystal cat, and take out the strongest combatant in the group fight first. However, even the strongest fighter in the room got his ear scratched in the group fight, not to mention the other pink crystal cats. In such a short while, Wu Hao and his duo added a few new wounds to their faces. Qin Yan dodged and dodged with the fat cat in his arms so that he didn't get caught in the waves. It's not a good idea to go on like this, Qin Yan suggested. Does our beast fighting hall have any healing imperial beast masters? Skills like mental pacification should work. Zhang Yiheng breathlessly patted his head. The scene was so chaotic that I forgot about it for a moment. Zhang Yiheng immediately put down the three pink crystal cats in his arms. With a flash of white light, a beautifully built white dove appeared out of nowhere. White Pigeon was a typical healing spirit beast, and it had a group healing skill, Light Shower, from its unevolved days. It's perfect for this moment. With the use of skills, a white spot of light fell from the air, and the pink crystal cats were quickly soothed. Cat-like spirit animals are sensitive, and they may fight just because the wind blows. Now that the pink crystal cat spirits were soothed, they all lay down quietly for a moment. Qin Yan couldn't help but fling his arms after putting down the pink crystal cat in his arms. It was pretty heavy. The cub was estimated to be 20 or 30 pounds. Exhausted, the two of them, Wu Hao, sat on a stone bench to the side, wiping the beads of sweat on their foreheads. Hiss. Ouch. Why does my face still hurt so much? Wu Hao shook off his hand and grimaced. The job isn't over yet. Take advantage of their quietness and apply medicine first. Good. Zhang Yiheng carefully wiped his sweat while getting up. I'll apply the medicine. Qin Yan stifled a laugh and took the job over, reminding in passing, the two of you should hurry up and rub the medicine on as well. Both Wu Hao and Zhang Yiheng looked at each other, not by double shock. Old Zhang, why is your face spent? Your face too. Wu Hao showed his teeth. I said, why does it hurt so much? Go go go. Hurry to drink a bottle of poison clearing liquid to go to. Qin Yan, the medicine is in the refrigerated box over there. Here, it's over to you. Qin Yan nodded, reassuring them. When the pink crystal cat pups aren't fighting, it's no exaggeration to say that they're the cutest species in all of the Colosseum. Qin Yan examined them one by one according to their numbers, rubbing medicine on any injuries and jerking them off and passing if they weren't injured. Soon, Wu Hao returned. Qin Yan's work hours are relatively free, and he can come at any time, but the other employees of the Colosseum have commuting hours. Qin Yan wondered, why isn't Hao home at this hour when he should be off work? Wu Hao was about 10 years older than Qin Yan, so Qin Yan casually shouted brother. Wu Hao picked up the medicine and cotton swabs, and shook his head while applying the medicine to the pink crystal cat. No, I'm not going back. I'm staying in the dormitory tonight, and with my face injured like this, going back to my wife will surely misunderstand. Cough cough cough. Qin Yan didn't expect it to be for this reason and choked a little for a moment. I didn't realize that this Wu Hao, who usually works seriously and has a meticulous attitude, would be a wife beater. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. The two made small talk as they medicated the pink crystal cat. As we chatted, the conversation somehow turned to Dragnet Live. Wu Hao talked about the live broadcast because he remembered a mysterious anchor that he had recently followed, but just one day after following it, the other party's account disappeared. I guess that perfect anchor should be into the State Secrets Department, otherwise how would it cancel the account? Qin Yan, why are you suddenly chatting about me? But congratulations, wrong guess. The reason why Qin Yan logged off his account was that he didn't want others to know his true identity. It's okay to be a hit at school, it's just a small circle after all, but the internet is different. It's an era of universal imperial beasts plus information explosion. It's easy to expose too much. After all, reputation is good though. Strength is the way to survive. Being too famous before you are strong enough is never a good thing. So the identity of Perfect Anchor was not something Qin Yan would easily tell anyone around him. I suppose so. Qin Yan agreed. Wu Hao then sighed. He's definitely a genius. Not only is he a senior diagnostician, but he can also make ordinary spirit beasts with a racial value below 20 evolve perfectly. It's too powerful. After only 2 live broadcasts, he has become one of the most discussed anchors on Dragonnet. Why do you think I don't have this kind of talent? Qin Yan, ahem. being complimented like this by an acquaintance to his face. Qin Yan was still a bit uncomfortable. However, Wu Haowen still continues. I heard that a lot of forces outside the country are inquiring about him, and now the international community thinks that this is a show put on by our country, so that Cat and the perfect anchor can join forces to fake it. And to be honest, this kind of inference is still a little bit of a valid point. Which person can really do 100% perfect evolution? Chapter 60, turns out doll faces can be deceiving. Finally finished reading. Qin Yan got up and walked out of the white caterpillar rearing area. By now it was already mid-moon and the entire Colosseum was silent. After medicating the pink crystal cat, Wu Hao went back to the dormitory to rest. After Qin Yan finished diagnosing the problematic pink crystal cat in passing, he then continued on to the next cub rearing area. During the time between 1:30 p.m. and 10 p.m., Qin Yan had already diagnosed about 10 types of ordinary spirit beasts such as small-billed ducks, large-billed ducks, pink crystal cats, and so on, sort of already a third of the way through the whole progression. It's still fast. During the diagnostic process, Qin Yan only used his diagnostic hand 3 times, sort of accumulating a lot of diagnostic experience in the meantime. Even without the hand of diagnosis, his diagnostic skills fully matched the level of a junior diagnostician. Qin Yan yawned. Between the late hour, he didn't bother returning, so he found a crib in the office and settled for the night. Early the next morning, Qin Yan was awakened by a knock on the door. He picked up his cell phone and checked the time. It was just after 6. Who? Doesn't the Colosseum open at 8 o'clock? Who's knocking on the door this early? Are you diagnostician Qin? I heard from the employees over here that you were in the office, so I came straight over. Can you help me look at the spirit beast? Qin Yan got up and opened the door, only to see an anxious-looking youth standing outside the door. He was short, doll-faced, and still wearing the torn and bloodstained Imperial Beastmaster's robe. Qin Yan asked in surprise, "You're not an employee of the Colosseum, are you?" Dollface was a little nervous at the question and explained, "I'm from the provinces. My clothes are because I just experienced a battle last night. My contracted spirit had problems during the battle. I searched for the whole night before I inquired about a senior diagnostician in the Fighting Beasts Hall." After saying that, the doll face looked at Qin Yan very nervously. "You won't refuse to diagnose me just because I'm not an employee of the Fighting Beasts Hall, right?" "That's not true." Qin Yan waved his hand for him to come in and pointed at the bed. "Where are the spirit beasts? Summon it out and I'll take a look." Hearing this, Dollface sighed in relief. With that, he summoned his contracted spirit. Surprisingly, it was a rare-grade spirit beast, Song Wolf, with the title of No. 1 in the strong attack department. The Song Wolf was precious and rare. The pale wolf was only in its adulthood, but it was so large that it took up almost the entire bed. It's supposed to have evolved twice. Dollface with a pale wolf. It's kinda an interesting pairing. And to be able to contract a rare-grade spirit beast, it goes without saying that this Dollface's qualifications to control beasts should not be small in origin. One must know that the beast fighting hall in Shangning City, which was so large, only had one rare-grade spirit beast, and it was as if this pale wolf had fallen into a deep sleep. Even after being summoned outside of space, it did not show the slightest sign of waking up. Dollface with a face of pain touched the head of the pale wolf, said, "It was like this last night, but unfortunately, my spirit beast is a rare level. I can only find a senior diagnostician to diagnose it, and it was delayed for a night. I don't know if it will. Take it easy, I'll see what's going on." Facing a rare-grade spirit beast, Qin Yan didn't take any chances and directly used his diagnostic hand. This time the diagnosis gave the picture. Qin Yan reads it. How is it that the character of the coyote, which is usually calm and fierce, is a bit closer to that of a husky? Seeing Qin Yan's face look different, Dollface's heart immediately lifted, but he didn't dare to rush. He could only wait nervously. Qin Yan said with an odd expression on his face, "The Song Wolf didn't fall unconscious because of the battle. It was poisoned. Last night, did it eat something on its own?" Dollface's face changed when he heard this. He suddenly remembered that last night when he brought the coyote to look for traces of the golden egg in the forest, the coyote had indeed rolled in a bush full of red fruits because of its mischief, and might have taken a couple of bites of the fruits in passing. Could it be that the fruits were poisonous? "I did eat it, but I don't know what that plant is called." Qin Yan, "It's the earth red fruit. Earth red is also known as sleeping beauty. No matter if it's a human or a spirit beast, once it's eaten by mistake, it will fall into a deep sleep." "Red?" Whoa, face frozen. "What? So that's the earth red? Such a precious spiritual plant. I didn't even see it." The doll face was chagrined. The plant earth red would only appear within a 100-mile radius of the foreign space, but it was extremely rare. The roots of earth red could be used to refine potions or even elixirs, while the fruits were poisonous, but it was truly a rare natural spiritual plant. Doll chagrined for a moment, then asked Qin Yan with a hopeful face, "Since we know what kind of poison it is Song Wolf saved?" Qin Yan nodded. That's right, as long as a special antidote potion is refined and given to it, there will be no problem. But the other materials for this potion are fine. It's the main medicine that's not so good to buy. Dollface's eyes widened. What main medicine? I'll find it. Qin Yan, it's still ground red. Dollface froze, then went into ecstasy. I remember where Earth Red is. I'm going to find it now. Dollface gathered up the pale wolf and hurriedly ran out. Hey! Qin Yan looked at the back of the doll face that was speedily disappearing and stretched out his hand. The diagnostic fee hasn't been paid yet. In a few moments, though, Dollface was nowhere to be seen. Qin Yan was helpless. Forget it, when he comes back, charge him along with the cost of refining the medicine. However, until 8 p.m. on Sunday night, after Qin Yan finished diagnosing all the common and rare grade spirit beasts with problems in the beast fighting pavilion, that doll face still hadn't returned. Running out of orders? Or something happened? Qin Yan was worried that the other party was tripped up by something and waited for another night at the Colosseum. Until Monday morning, Dollface still hadn't shown up. So doll faces can be deceiving. Going home to wash and change clothes and go downstairs, Qin Yan bit off a donut with force and said resentfully, over here. Qin Yan had already taken the intercity shuttle bus to Shinlu High School. The other side, Dollface was almost killed trying to grab the ground red. After leaving from the Colosseum, Dollface hoofed it to Jining City by flying transportation. After calling his companions, he walked all the way straight to the same location where he had first encountered Earth Red. Fortunately, the ground red was still there and had not been discovered by anyone else. Just as Dollface was just about to pick it, there were actually 3 more people coming. One of them was none other than Xiafeijo, who had a fight with Dollface last night. Is this ground red? The leader of the group, Xiafeijo, recognized the rare spirit plant growing on the ground at a glance, and immediately gave a wink to his companion. Then, the Dollface was held down by a claw of the spirit beast of Xiafeijo. Xiafeijo and the others naturally wouldn't let go of this rare grade spirit plant and immediately started picking it. I discovered this piece of spirit plant first. According to the rules, you are not allowed to move it. Dollface shouted anxiously. You found it? Xiafeijo looked up and sneered. Who can prove it? I even said I was here first. Chapter 61. This lesson must be taken. The other 2 also chimed in. That's just it. We were obviously here first. So what if you found them first? You're not going to pick a single one. Dollface gasped. You're not being reasonable. Ha ha ha. Is this kid stupid? This isn't school. Who has the time to reason with him? Naive boy. Just get beaten up by society more often. You guys. Dollface's eyes began to redden. Ground red is again the main medicine to save the coyote, and is incredibly important to Dollface. Not to mention the value. This spiritual plant was very hard to find, and missing this piece would be equivalent to missing the chance to save that song wolf for Dollface. You guys are too excessive, too much. Dollface started struggling with all his might. Nay, Xiafeijo's rare grade contracted spirit blizzard leopard had already completed its 3rd level of evolution, with a strong and powerful body, and Dollface was simply unable to break free. Still want to resist? A hint of a playful smile appeared on Decipher Africa's face as he waved his hand at Blizzard Leopard. Blizzard, give him some lessons. The Blizzard Leopard roared and opened its bloody mouth to bite down. At that moment, an ice spike flew out from the shadows and quickly headed towards the Blizzard Leopard. Caught off guard, the Blizzard Leopard was stabbed by the ice spikes and rolled on the ground in pain. Dollface took this opportunity to roll in the other direction. Kai Jinbao, are you okay? Dollface, that is, Kai Jinbao's 3 classmates hurried over with their spirit beasts. Qin Shuo, who was the most handsome and the fastest runner, helped Kai Jinbao up first and asked with concern. It's fine. Kai Jinbao coughed a few times, then explained the matter in a few words. I discovered the ground red. They robbed the medicine. Earth red? Such a big piece. It was only when the nearby Ministry of Spring and Li Jinyan saw the piece of spiritual plants that they were surprised. At this point, the 3 of them, Xiafeijo, also put down the spirit plants in their hands and stood up. Yo, helpers? Xiafeijo's eyes scrutinized and swept around Qin Shuo's 3 spirit beasts, then laughed. They are all rare grade spirit beasts. Not bad, just right for my blast wind to sharpen its teeth. When Qin Shuo's trio came over, they saw the very large blasted wind leopard. After all, it was a rare grade 3 evolutionary spirit beast. The oppressive force was still there. On the contrary, on their side, Kai Jinbao's contracted spirit was poisoned. Qin Shuo's 3 contracted spirits only had level 2 evolutions. Just now, they were also taking advantage of the convenience of the sneak attack, but in reality, the 4 of them together with their spirit beasts were not necessarily a match for the Blizzard Leopard. As a great Imperial Beast Master, Xiafeijo was able to use the power of totems, together with the Blizzard Leopard. It was almost equivalent to the strength of 2 level 3 evolutions at that. What's more, that great Imperial Beast Master had 2 more helpers. Fight, or not? Qin Shua's face was tangled. Xia Feizhou's face turned slightly cold as he threatened. Still not leaving? Do you really want to sharpen the teeth of my blizzard leopard? Let's go. Kai Jinbao clenched his fists and said these words somewhat helplessly. What else can I do if I don't go? It's just dragging down your classmates. Kimball? Qin Shua and the three of them knew that Kai Jinbao came here to pick the ground red to cure Kang Wolf's poison. If he just left without the ground red, what would Kang Wolf do? Kai Jinbao, however, shook his head at them. Seeing Kai Jinbao's firm face, Qin Shua also knew that his four people were not Xia Feizhou's opponents, and staying behind would probably not do him any good. Weighing the situation, he could only say helplessly, let's go. After Qin Shua's few people left, it was only then that Xia Feizhou greeted his two companions and continued picking spirit plants. The reason why he let the four Qin Shua go was merely to prevent them from destroying the spirit plants by using the battle. In Xia Feizhou's opinion, these spiritual plants were the most important. Walk out some distance. It was only then that Kai Jinbao carefully took out an intact ground red plant from his arms. This earth red plant was something he took the opportunity to stuff into his arms when he was being pressed to the ground by the blasted wind leopard. Luckily, it was successfully brought out. So you got the ground red? Qin Shua was instantly relieved and smiled as he raised his hand to whack Kai Jinbao on the shoulder. Great. It's still you who's resourceful. On the side, Ministry Spring and Li Jinyan also had their faces relieved. With Earth Red, the coyote is saved. Just now you sent a message saying that the senior diagnostician is in Hyungnyung City? Well, I'm going to make another trip back to Xiangning City. Kai Jinbao tucked Earth Red back into his arms and asked, where are you planning to go? Still staying in Jining City to look for the golden egg? Qin Shu shook his head. I haven't found it for so long. I guess it has been picked up by someone. We are planning to go to Xiangning City with you. It just so happens that I have a cousin who is also there. I haven't seen him for several years, and it's strange that I miss him. By the time the four of them walked into the downtown area of Jining City and then took flight transportation to Hyangning City, it was already Monday afternoon. Kai Jinbao and other people came to the fighting house, but found that Qin Yan is not there. They asked the staff of the fighting house also did not find out where Qin Yan went. Wait, that senior diagnostician you mentioned his name is Qin Yan? He's quite young? Qin Shua was in a trance. His cousin was also young and also named Qin Yan. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Immediately afterward, Qin Shua secretly shook his head again. I don't think so. I remember my cousin working as a teacher at a high school. How could he be a senior diagnostician at a dojo? Definitely a rename. Just as several people were crouching at the entrance of the fighting hall, they were anxiously looking for someone. Qin Yan was teaching the class 8 students with a serious face. I just took 2 days off. Oh no, a day and a half. And got a class of teachers to come over and substitute. And that's how you guys learn? How's your theory grade? Don't you have any idea? The college entrance exam is tomorrow. And you're not interested in the theory exam on the basis that you've been specially recruited? What are you facing when you get to college? They are all Imperial Beast Masters of the same level. And in terms of Spirit Beast evolution as well as combat, the others do not lose to you. But theory-wise, you're still at the bottom of the heap. I'm telling you guys, it's no use even if the theory is bad battle power. Just yesterday, for example, there was a Royal Beast Master who brought a contracted spirit to my consultation. What kind of Spirit Beast? Rare grade Spirit Beast Song Wolf. Second level evolution. When he took his Spirit Beast out for wild practice, he did so because of his lack of theoretical knowledge. Qin Yan blah 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 spoke for half a day, and made a point of using yesterday's incident as an example. It was kinda productive. The pups have finally realized the importance of theory. It's nice to be able to settle down and keep reading. Tomorrow is the entrance exam. Qin Yan didn't expect them to improve their theory scores much in one day. After all, the class of 15 has been specially recruited. It doesn't really matter that much whether or not you improve your theory score tomorrow. His purpose was to make this group of students realize the importance of the Imperial Beast theory. After all, they were specially recruited because of the perfect evolution of the contracted spirit, and it would be extremely easy for them to become contemptuous of the theoretical aspect later on. So this lesson must be taught. Qin Yan only wished, when these guys went to college, they would all be able to have their own world. Chapter 62, Collaborating with No. 8 and No. 10 to refine potion. Evening. Qin Yan took the intercity shuttle bus to the Coliseum. He hadn't planned to come tonight, but just after work he got a call from Huang Xiaoqin saying that there was a kid waiting for him in front of the Coliseum. Kids? It's not the doll face, is it? Qin Yan got out of the car and walked over to take a look. It's still true. He sat on the stone steps in front of the Coliseum. His head little by little, he was falling asleep. Hey, wake up, Qin Yan said. Kai Jinbao's eyes snapped open at the sound. Upon seeing Qin Yan, he got up excitedly. Diagnostician Qin, I've finally waited for you. Where's Earth Red? Qin Yan asked. Over here. Kai Jinbao handed the intact ground red plant to Qin Yan. Just picked one plant? There's a success rate in pill making. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? It's okay if you don't ask, but when you do, Kai Jinbao's eyes are red. It's just this one plant. All the others have been taken. Hearing this, Qin Yan did not ask any more questions. After receiving it and looking at the rhizome, he nodded. This earth red, the vintage is enough. Are you going to the pill refining guild with me or are you going back to your place of residence first? I'll join you, Kai Jinbao said in a hurry. Let's go then. Wait, Kai Jinbao called out to Qin Yan before asking in embarrassment. Don't you need to pay first? How much does it cost in total for diagnosis plus pill refining? Hearing this, Qin Yan slapped his head. Why did he forget to charge again? It's not a good habit. In the long run, sooner or later, you will leak money. After calculating the cost, Qin Yan asked for a high price, 20,000. Kai Jinbao immediately stared with wide eyes. So, Qin Yan raised his eyebrows. It's going to be expensive? Kai Jinbao was surprised. Cheap, Qin Yan. This is the cost of the diagnosis. The pill refining plus 30,000. In addition, all the materials for the pill refining you buy yourself. No problem. Kai Jinbao nodded vigorously and honestly said, your price is much more affordable than over in the capital city. The diagnosis plus refining medicine is only $50,000. If you put it in the capital city, it shall not be less than 100,000. Qin Yan, a place for a price. This kid, should he be so honest? If you're so honest when you're out and about, it's a wonder people don't sit on your ass. Kai Jinbao finished transferring money to Qin Yan. The two of them first went to the spirit plant store in the center of the city and purchased the other materials needed to refine the antidote potion, and then headed to the pill refining guild. Qin Yan went straight to the No. 9 pill refining room in the backyard. Wait here for a moment. I'll be out soon. Kai Jinbao honestly sat in the yard and waited. This time, Qin Yan chose the same number 9 pill refining room. I used it cooked last time and didn't want to change it. Yard. Kai Jinbao had a sad face. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to successfully refine an antidote. After all, Earth Red had brought back just one plant, and if it failed, he wouldn't know where to find a second one to go. If it failed, it wasn't Qin Yan's fault. He has only himself to blame for being useless. Half an hour later, Qin Yan opened the door and walked out. Kai Jinbao got up, some tension in his eyes. He was afraid to ask for fear of hearing bad news. Qin Yan smiled and handed him a glass bottle. Here, antidote potion. Really succeeded? Kai Jinbao's eyes were filled with incredulity. He hurriedly summoned his contracted spirit, fed the antidote to the poison. Soon enough, the pale wolf awoke. It shivered and stood up, looking at its surroundings with a slight look of confusion in its eyes. After the Tsong wolf got up, Qin Yan also saw its full appearance, grayish-white in color, with beautiful silvery blue hairs on his limbs, tail, and forechest. He looks handsome and powerful if you ignore his intelligent blue eyes. Kai Jinbao happily stepped forward and hugged and rubbed the pale wolf's huge head. He thanked Qin Yan again and again before leaving. Hey, 9, interested in working together? Qin Yan turned around and saw two young men coming through the door, a thin and a stout one. They were none other than the No. 8 and No. 10 alchemists who were next door to him last time and had instructed him. Qin Yan's senses were not bad for either of these two, so there was no outright rejection of their invitation. How to cooperate? No. 8 came over and said mysteriously, we have recently received a large order and are short of manpower. I remember that you are good at quenching spiritual plants. Are you interested in coming to give us a hand? The profits we get our hands on can be shared equally between the three of us. That good? You'll get an equal share of the money just for doing a little work? Qin Yan, to tell you the truth, I've only quenched the materials for recovery potions and have no other experience. No. 8 stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, nodding, that's enough. What we're going to refine is the recovery potion. If you're not skilled in the area of quenching spiritual plants, it's fine for you to do the washing and drying job. Number 10 also said to Qin Yan, mainly we're really short of people. Alright then. Qin Yan agreed cheerfully. When do we start? It's tonight, and the finished product has to be turned in by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Qin Yan was curious. How many portions will be refined? No. 8, 500 copies. We all paid a deposit for these spiritual plants. If we can't finish tomorrow morning, not only will we not get the money, I'm afraid we won't even get our deposit back. Qin Yan can be really scrappy. Qin Yan pulled his own card. The three of them entered a large pill refining room. Qin Yan received a portion of the spirit plant and skillfully began to process it. Washing, drying. Seeing that Qin Yan was indeed as reliable as they thought, both No. 8 and No. 10 had a relieved look on their faces. The two of them had long been familiar with handling spiritual plants, so they chatted with Qin Yan. No. 8, this order. We also took a small piece of it that someone else split up. and there are a lot of alchemists in our city of Shangning who took it. Qin Yan was a bit surprised. Such a large amount? Number 8 nodded. Supposedly, it's for the south. South? Qin Yan asked curiously. What's wrong with the south? No, 10 said. The borders of Jifeng province haven't always been uneasy. The royal beastmasters from the Black Sun country in the south have always run into our Xia country's territory to abduct and sell spirit beasts, and there are constant clashes between the two sides. And I heard that the Jifeng province invited a group of royal beastmasters to prepare for traveling to the Black Sun country to free the spirit beasts that were abducted and sold. Qin Yan nodded. Got it. No wonder you need so many recovery potions. After the first batch of clean spirit plants were dried, the three of them stopped chatting. All of them began to focus on quenching the spirit plants. After the first batch of spirit plants were quenched, No, 8 and No, 10 came to the pill refining furnace and began to start refining. Of these parts, refining the potion takes the longest time. Both number 8 and number 10 are obviously veterans, going so far as to watch 3 potion furnaces each. No, 8 commanded. No, 9, seeing as you have good quenching speed and quality, I'll leave all the processing and quenching work to you. No problem, Qin Yan responded, just in time to practice his hand speed. It saves a lot of time to distribute them in this way. Making potions is an exhausting task. As a little bit of time passes, 8 and 10 are also getting slower. On Qin Yan's side, the processing and quenching speed was however getting faster and faster. The spiritual liquid accumulating on the quenching table was also increasing. About 4 in the morning, Qin Yan then finished quenching all 500 copies of the spirit plant. However, on the side of No, 8 and No, 10, only 200 or so copies were refined. After removing some of the depleted ones, there were still nearly half of the materials that hadn't been refined. At this time, there were only 3 short hours before delivery time. Chapter 63 Opening 6 furnaces at once. No, 8 and No, 10 were also gradually getting anxious. No, 8 yawned sleepily and asked No, 10, Gongzi, how much more can you refine? Number 10 wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. 50 copies max. Number 8 frowned. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't be finished. How about letting number 9 help? Number 10 suggested. Even if it will pull down the success rate, it's still better than not being able to deliver the goods. That's what number 8 thinks too. Immediately, Qin Yan was allowed to participate in the refining as well. Since the two of them were quite generous in distributing their benefits, Qin Yan did not refuse. After all, if he couldn't deliver the goods, he wouldn't get his share. Qin Yan prepared the quenched spirit liquid, opened the refining furnace, put in the spirit liquid step by step, and started refining. No, 8 and No, 10 were also observing Qin Yan from time to time, thinking that if it didn't work, they would make him stop in time. Only his hands were getting faster and faster. Without realizing it, the duo actually saw a hint of sophistication in Qin Yan's pill refining techniques. It shouldn't. Isn't he a rookie? This skillful maneuver. Each type of spiritual liquid was put in not too early or too late. What's amazing is the control of the fire. It's so perfect too. With this stance, I'm afraid I must have experience in refining thousands of recovery potions, right? Nos, 8 and 10 dropped their hearts at once. The two no longer continued to focus on Qin Yan, but instead focused on their 3 furnaces of potions. On Qin Yan's side, he had already started refining the second furnace. This time, he similarly opened 3 pill refining furnaces. Refining 3 potions at the same time was not as complicated as Qin Yan thought. Plus, when he had just quenched the spirit plant, he had been distractedly observing No, 8 and No, 10 to see how they refined the 3 furnaces together, and looking at them, it allowed him to summarize the doorway. It's easy, just stagger the opening of the oven a little so the whole process doesn't seem hectic. Instead, it's efficient. Under the burning of the spirit fire, Qin Yan placed the quenched spirit liquid into the 3 pill refining furnaces in turn. The movements are as silky as water, even swimming. Next, third installment. He opened 6 furnaces at the same time. The hands were getting faster and faster. The temperature in the pill refining room skyrocketed. All 3 were beginning to sweat. Unconsciously, the sky was already bright. Qin Yan finished refining the last batch and poured all the spirit liquid into the prepared potion bottle. Seeing that the medicinal potions in pill furnaces No, 8 and No, 10 still had a while to go before they could be refined, Qin Yan didn't disturb them and sat on the platform at the back with his eyes closed. When No, 8 finished refining this furnace in his hand, he habitually went to take the quenched spirit liquid, but it came up empty. He looked back and was shocked. Where's the spirit liquid? How come there's not a single bottle of spirit liquid left? Number 10 had just finished practicing a batch at this point as well, and looked over at the words, equally startled. Refined. Finished? The two looked at each other and both saw the surprise in the other's eyes. They also realized at the same time that it was definitely not the other side's doing. Is it hard to be number 9? The two turned back at the same time. looking over to 9. The mountain of medicine bottles in the yard caused the two of them to turn pale. No, 9 he, refined so much? Done. Those two words flashed through the minds of both of them at the same time. That's really not a bad speed or success rate for number 9 as a newbie. But the most important thing in refining medicine is the medicinal properties. He wouldn't be refining a bunch of things haphazardly just for the sake of speed and success rate, would he? This batch, is it 70% potent? The duo's heart sank. Does 9 even understand this? Turning to both men, they realized that number 9 was a novice and it was only natural that he didn't understand. The thought of it made number 8 cringe. I blame him for forgetting to tell the 9th ahead of time. Number 8 came to the pile of potions. Sullenly, he picked up a bottle. If the potency was really below 70%, then they would have no choice but to go to the market to buy the finished product, and deliver this batch of potions successfully no matter what, only in exchange for a long-term relationship with that client. Not really expecting much, 8 opened the cork of the bottle and a strong, clean scent hit his nose. Number 8 was stunned. This flavor, for experienced alchemists, the taste alone could determine the level of medicinal properties. It's definitely above 90%. Really? Number 10 also rushed over to open a bottle and inspect it. The cork had just been removed, and the rich, clean scent cleared his mind. How about that bottle of yours? This bottle too. The two of them opened a few more random bottles, and without exception, the medicinal properties reached over 90%. This result, to the surprise and delight of both men. That's not right. No matter how high his success rate is, it's impossible for him to refine it so quickly, right? No. 10 was puzzled. Looking at the number of potion bottles in this pile, one furnace can't finish it, can it? Immediately, the two seemed to think of something. Look toward the row of pill refining furnaces. Once again, I was shocked. He actually opened 6 pill refining furnaces at the same time. Holy, are all the newbies this good these days? No. 8 and no. 10 looked at Qin Yan with burning eyes. 4 words flashed through his mind at the same time. Dig the treasure. Qin Yan opened his eyes and was startled when he saw the eyes of the two men. What are you two doing? No. 8 and no. 10 hastily withdrew their gazes. Qin Yan looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. He still has to invigilate the school today. I haven't asked yet. How are we going to settle the bill? Qin Yan asked. Common sense would dictate that this kind of collaboration must be about getting the money first and then splitting it. However, after seeing how reliable Qin Yan was, no. 8 changed his mind again and said, half of the money will be paid to you first, and the rest will have to wait until we get the money for the goods. It's okay. Qin Yan nodded and reported his card number. After receiving half of the money, Qin Yan said, I have to go to work later. Let's leave a contact. The three exchanged contact information. Numbers 8 and 10 put the money together and gave half of Qin Yan's portion first, half of the rest. Call you by 7 o'clock at night. Qin Yan invigilated the exam in the morning and went home to sleep in the afternoon. Evening. The sound of money arriving woke Qin Yan. Plus the previous total came to $350,000. It's equivalent to Qin Yan's salary for many years. It had to be said that pill refiners were quite a lucrative profession. Unfortunately, Qin Yan's first goal was to become a royal beast master. Pill making, at best, is an art. After all, life is not easy and versatile. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Who would come at this hour? Is it the electric bill collector? Qin Yan yawned and walked to the door. I wonder if there's a potion that soothes sleepiness. Qin Yan is very much in need right now. Opening the door, a boy of 18 or 19 stood in the doorway, quite good looking, just a little dull-eyed. Who are you? This young man looked quite kind, but Qin Yan didn't recognize him at all. Qin Shua froze when he heard this, and some loss was visible on his face. Brother, you don't remember me? I am Qin Shua. Qin Shua? It was Qin Yan who froze this time. Why does that name sound a little familiar? Chapter 64, I came here for a meal, but I became a guest instead. Xiao Shua? After recalling for a long time, Qin Yan vaguely remembered. There was a starry glass ball ornament above his bed that seemed to have been given to him by a cousin named Qin Shua. As for why he knew, it was because Qin Shua had purposely written a long blessing on it and signed his name. Qin Yan, on the other hand, thought that since he was a member of Qin's family, he should have come from the capital city. It seemed that the Qin family did not all hold malicious intent towards Qin Yan. Hearing the familiar call, Qin Shua revealed a big smile, nodded vigorously, and said with a grin, It's me, brother. Thought you forgot about me. I didn't forget. I just didn't expect you to grow so tall. Come on in. Qin Yan greeted. No, brother. I'm just passing by. Came to give you something. Saying that, Qin Shua handed Qin Yan a package. This is what my dad told me to bring you. Brother, you keep it. I'm leaving first. My classmates are still waiting for me downstairs. Come all the way here. How can you not enter the door? Call your classmates to come up together. Before Qin Yan could finish his words, Qin Shua showed his teeth and waved his hand, running down the stairs in a puff of smoke. Qin Yan. Originally, Qin Yan had wanted to ask Qin Shua about the situation of the Qin family in the capital city. This guy slipped up real quick. Qin Shua, who ran downstairs, is now being moved by his own good understanding. I didn't realize that my cousin was living in such a shabby place. It seems that his living conditions are really bad now. It's a good thing I rushed off. Or wouldn't I have let my cousin break the bank? When that happens, my cousin's life will be made worse by buying me dinner. Qinyer, 6. Close the door. Qin Yan curiously opened the package. It contained an elixir bottle. The bottle was labeled with the words Space Nourishing Pill. Space Nourishing Pill? This is. Qin Yan's heart stirred. This was surprisingly a healing space elixir. The elixir for treating spatial fragmentation was simply not available on the market. Elixirs for healing space were also extremely rare. The nourishing pill is one of the best of the best. Although taking the nourishing embracing pill could not cure it, if it was taken for a long period of time, it would still have a certain healing effect. And having a healing effect is good enough. Rare-grade spatial healing elixirs like the nourishing embracement pill were extremely rare on the market, and could be said to have a price without a market. Someone from the Qin family was actually willing to find this kind of elixir for him? This was most unexpected to Qin Yan, though he didn't need it anymore. But this friendship, Qin Yan had to take it seriously. Not to mention, sooner or later, Qin Yan would have to confront that old demoness, and it was naturally important to have helpers within the Qin family. Ever since Qin Yan came to Shangning City, it was as if he had cut off all communication with the Qin family. The Qin family side of the matter, when Changxiu even never mentioned to Qin Yan, how many people are in the Qin family? Who is this Qin Shua's father? Should he call him uncle or uncle? Which branch of the Qin family is he from? Qin Yan was truly unclear. He didn't even know who to credit for this favor. We can only wait until after we go to the capital city. The streetlights are brightly lit, and even the snack bar becomes very atmospheric against the deep blue sky. There were a lot of people out catching the evening meal. There's an explicit rule in this kind of snack street that you can't release your contracted spirit, so at a glance, it was no different from the snack street Qin Yan used to frequent. Just walked past a barbecue place. Qin Yan then saw two familiar figures eating with their heads down. One thin and one strong. Very conspicuous. Isn't that number 8 and 10? Qin Yan's eyes lit up and he walked over. These guys just made a fortune. What's wrong with him rubbing his nose in it? The two of you are not righteous. The gathering does not call me. Halfway through the sentence, the rest of the words caught in his throat. No, 8 and no, 10, actually double chewing buns? Why come to the night market to eat buns? Excuse me. Qin Yan immediately turned his words around and turned away. The two of them, however, also saw Qin Yan and their eyes lit up. Wait, don't go. Qin Yan was gripped directly by both of them. Qin Yan looked down and saw two sad faces. You guys, what's going on here? It's something that came up. No. 8 sniffed the smell of roasted meat next to him and gulped, and immediately felt that the steamed buns didn't smell good anymore, and asked Qin Yan, can you treat us to a meal first, and tell you afterward? Number 10 was already so starved that his eyes were dull and all he did was nod. Qin Yan sat down helplessly. Seeing this, the two of them hurriedly greeted the boss and ordered food. That stance is like not eating for 3 days. Qin Yan was puzzled in his mind after paying the money. He came here to rub it in. How did he become a treat instead? However, after hearing what happened to the two of them, Qin Yan felt that he really had to invite this meal. No, 8 is called In Chun and no, 10 is called Lu Gang. These two guys made a $300,000 deposit to their handler in order to take that 500 copy order. Finally the medicine was made and has been delivered on time. What do you expect? The other person took the opportunity to go to the bank to transfer money. When the two people are not paying attention, take the potion and simply slipped away. Not only did I not get a penny of my money, but I even lost my deposit. And the scammer just disappeared. The two hitched up most of their savings to take the job. Upon learning of the scam, the two decided to take it on alone. They pooled their money with each other and transferred the other half of the rest to Qin Yan as agreed. Nowadays, they were indeed penniless and had not eaten all day, so they could only come to the night market and nibble on steamed buns with the smell of roasted meat. And Chun, there are extremely many frauds and abductions of spirit beasts over in the Black Sun Country. This time when we said that we would go against the Black Sun Country, we were very supportive. How could we have thought that we would come across this? Lu Gang stuffed a mouthful of meat into his mouth and chewed hard. We're not the only ones who have been cheated in Shangning City. It's estimated that there must be 7 or 8 pill refiners. Qin Yan heard, using the fight against fraud and abduction to scam. This scammer's scam is pretty original. Lu Gang summarized, any job where you pay a deposit, you can't do it at all. Anchuan nodded fiercely. That's right. Tee hee. Just now say more will not help, since the other side has the first move. there is no guarantee that there will not be a later move. Recovery, I guess, will be difficult. Did you call the police? Qin Yan asked. No, it's too embarrassing, Qin Yan advised. Is money or face important? Of course, money matters. After dinner, the three of them went to the police together. This scam, it's quite new. Even the police officer looked surprised. It's true that the fastest update in the world is a scam. We will investigate as soon as possible, and we will keep you informed if we have any news. Walking out of the police station, Qin Yan finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. Since we were all working together, Qin Yan felt that he was taking this money hot. I had a hand in this, and I gave you your money back. In fact, there was a moment before when Qin Yan suspected that this was a deception used by the two to target him, but after thinking about it, I don't think it's necessary. A crook will take advantage of a person's moral underpinnings, but will he gamble on a person's moral underpinnings? Apparently not. Chapter 65, Jining City. Jining City, Imperial Beast Square. In the distance, two men, one thin and one strong, walked at a very fast pace. The thin man looked more calm and introspective. His body was not frail, probably because he had stayed in the alchemist for a long period of time. The bottom of his skin was slightly pale, while the skin on his face was a bit dark red and dry. The strong one had a square face, determined eyes, beefy pecs and thick arms, and it was obvious at a glance that the man worked out regularly. Quail, how's the trace of that crook? Qin Yan greeted him and asked. These two, none other than Quail and Gonzo. Oh, the Quail is no. Aiton Chun. Lu Gang has always shouted that, and Qin Yan was led astray by him. The three had come to Jining City after that scammer, and the information had been provided by another alchemist who had also been scammed. It must be that at this time, the other few pill refiners who had provided the information had also arrived in Jining City. Quail came over and said in a low voice, we found out about an Imperial Beast troop called Companion Moon, and the crooks have been seen having contact with people from this Imperial Beast troop. The Imperial Beast Organization, whose full name is actually called the Registered Imperial Beast Corps Association, is a private organization registered through the Imperial Beast Masters Guild. It is considered to be under the direct jurisdiction of the Imperial Beast Masters Guild, not the official one. This type of organization, like an errand company, only the members within it were all Imperial Beast Masters, and most of the quests taken by the members were related to the Imperial Beast Masters, such as searching for various types of spiritual plants and materials. There were such organizations in every city, but other than the few major Imperial Beast Corps on the Imperial Beast Master Guilds list, the other small organizations were just not well known. This Companion Moon Imperial Beast Troop, is it registered in Jining City? Qin Yan asked. The corners of Quail's mouth pressed down in a breathless twitch for a split second before continuing. If it's really this Companion Moon Imperial Beasts Regiment that's responsible for this, then they really have a lot of guts. After Qin Yan's trio rejoined the other alchemists, the truth was astonishing. It was true that those recovery potions were ordered by the Companion Moon Imperial Beasts. However, the Companion Moon Imperial Beasts and that scammer were only in a purely transactional relationship. In order to explain this matter, one of the vice leaders of the Companion Moon Imperial Beast Troop had also come here together. This deputy chief was probably in his 30s, of medium build, and a fairly polite person. Hello everyone, I'm Monday, the vice leader of the Companion Moon Imperial Beast Troop. Saying that, Deputy Head Joe took out a piece of information. This is the information of that crook. He claimed to us that his name is Chong Qin, and it's also the first time we've worked with him. We didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. However, since this matter is related to the Companion Moon Imperial Beasts Troop, for the sake of the troop's reputation, we won't just ignore it either. Since Vice Regiment Master Zhou had made a statement, the attitudes of the alchemists were all much more polite. After an exchange of words, Deputy Troop Master Zhou said, I'll inform everyone as soon as there is any sign of him. Deputy Regimental Master Zhou's phone rang just at that moment. What? The man's been captured? We're on our way. Hanging up the phone, Vice Regiment Master Zhou smiled and told the crowd the news. You guys say it's a coincidence that the person has already been captured and is near the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Caught? So what are you waiting for? The pill refiners from Jining City immediately rushed over. Only a thin man was seen tightly surrounded by several people wearing Imperial Beast Master robes. After seeing people, that's him, Quail said, sullenly. The several young alchemists from Jining City also breathed a sigh of relief. Great! Finally got this one. Thanks to the Companion Moon Imperial Beast Corps. It went so smoothly. There were a few alchemists who expressed their gratitude to Vice Regiment Master Zhou in person. Vice Troop Master Zhou stated, there is no need for everyone to be too polite. Since the person has been found, then I hereby guarantee that the Companion Moon Imperial Beast Troop will continue to follow up on the subsequent investigations, and the money that everyone has been screwed with will be returned to the account within 12 hours. If you are not assured, you can find 2 people to supervise us. Thanks so much. The companion moon Imperial Beast Core is still quite reliable. Who's going to this? I'll go with Gunnar, Quail said. Quail and Gonzo are still the more reliable of the two, and the crowd agrees. After a few more thank yous, everyone was relieved to return to Hyungyung. Quail and Gundam, on the other hand, followed the companion moon Imperial Beast Core away on Monday. Qin Yan stood alone on the street, always feeling that things were going too well, came after them with great fanfare, just hit the sauce and got the desired result, smooth to the point of some weirdness. But when he thought of how everyone else was unquestioning, Qin Yan felt that he was being too paranoid again. Guess it's just me. After the little episode passed, only then did Qin Yan have the presence of mind to observe the streets and environment of Jining City. Jining City, the city as its name suggests, is quite a beautiful city. Qin Yan breathed in the scorching summer air and walked on the busy streets of Jining City, surveying everything around him with some surprise. It's a completely different place than Hyungyung. If the city of Xiangning was equivalent to the developed city in Qin Yan's memory, then everything in Jining City was beyond Qin Yan's imagination. The streets of the city of Jining are very wide, and just one pedestrian street is as wide as 6 lanes. Flying traffic is everywhere on Main Street. Spirit beasts are even allowed to appear outside of space. Presumably, this street was close to the Imperial Beastmaster Union, so the chances of spirit beasts appearing were even more outrageous. Running on the ground, flying in the sky, carrying in my arms, all kinds of spirit beasts dazzled Qin Yan. Everything here is so much more developed than in Hyungyung. Unlike the rule in countryside that does not allow the summoning of contracted spirits, here, contracted spirits are exposed outside of space, rather like a norm. On the contrary, a royal beast master like Qin Yan, who was alone and had no spirit beasts following him around, would appear to be extraordinarily alien. Seeing this, Qin Yan also summoned Black Obsidian. I'm not sure that the little guy is sleeping. Qin Yan then took it back into the Imperial Beast space again. As he walked, Qin Yan arrived in front of the door of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. The main reason he came to Jining City was for the alien space. It was just that to enter the alien space, one needed to check the Imperial Beastmaster badge, which Qin Yan did not have. He had come here to re-register as an Imperial Beastmaster. Coming to the registration desk, Qin Yan submitted the information to the staff. Hello, I'd like to re-register as a sentinel. Re-register? The staff gave Qin Yan a surprised look. Okay, Qin Yan, right. Please wait. What circumstances would normally lead to re-registration? Naturally, it would be after the death of a contracted spirit and the subsequent recontracting of a new spirit animal. The staff scrutinized Qin Yan's information and entered it into the computer. Suddenly, his eyes widened and a stunned expression appeared on his face. No wonder Qin Yan had to re-register as a Royal Beastmaster. It was surprising that it was because the space shattering had caused his Royal Beastmaster badge to be withdrawn. That's space shattering. Re-register? Sure you're not kidding? Chapter 66 Re-registering as a Royal Beastmaster. This discovery caused the receptionist to lose his voice and laugh out loud. He said to Qin Yan with a speechless face, "This Mr. Royal, please show your contracted spirit." He expected that Qin Yan would definitely not be able to take it out, so he had already picked up his walkie-talkie and was ready to call security. Qin Yan instantly summoned Black Obsidian, one of the legendary grade spirit beast's talents. It can transform its appearance. At this moment, Black Obsidian looked a bit like an ordinary black snake, and once again being called out and disturbing its sleep. Black Obsidian yawned and lazily coiled on Qin Yan's shoulder. Before leaving the house, Qin Yan had discussed with it that in the future, it would all have to hide the characteristics of belonging to the dragon race, and this current appearance would not cause unnecessary trouble. A regular little black snake? The receptionist had just lowered her head and did not witness the scene when the little black snake was summoned. Now he only looked up and instantly concluded that it was just an ordinary black snake. He skimmed his mouth and once again said breathlessly, "Sir, a pet cannot prove the identity of an Imperial Beastmaster. Don't be irrational. Security, come here for a moment. There are ordinary people coming to make trouble." Calls for security rang through the halls. This sound immediately caused all the people in this Imperial Beastmaster Guild Hall to look sideways in unison. Every day, there are people who presume to become a Beastmaster. Look, another one. Why isn't security here yet? He's not going to go crazy later, is he? Who knows? Stay away from him. The strange looks, the whispered comments. It made Qin Yan feel very uncomfortable. Is your Imperial Beastmaster Guild's attitude towards receiving guests always this haphazard? Qin Yan said unhappily. Before the staff member could say anything, an undisguised mocking voice suddenly came from the main entrance of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. The Imperial Beastmaster Guild receives Imperial Beastmasters, not spatially shattered wastrels like you. Qin Yan, you're a useless waste of space, and you're running to register as an Imperial Beastmaster? Oh, just rely on this ordinary little black snake of yours? Qin Yan frowned and looked over. See the doorway into a group of people. the leader of the middle-aged man wearing a brocade white shirt, black pants, exudes a refined and calm temperament of the superior. This person, surrounded by a crowd of people, slowly walked into the hall of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, and with a turn of his gaze, he landed on Qin Yan's body, and his complexion was suddenly stunned. Qin Chao, you've overstated your words. A slightly reproachful tone floated out faintly from the middle-aged man's mouth. Qin Chao's face changed. Just now he also didn't expect to meet Qin Yan here, this royal beast genius from back then, so he couldn't help but taunt a bit, but ignored this royal Beastmaster Guild's general president Zhang Xinghe beside him who had come along with him. Qin Chao immediately lowered his head and apologized to the middle-aged man. Chief Cheng, it's me who just slipped up. Qin Chao once again regretted that he did not restrain just now. How did he forget that President Zhang and Qin Yan's mother is a former friend? And how can he bear to see Qin Yan humiliated in front of him? Chief Chapter President? Heavens! Is that the General President of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild? Zhang Xinghe. It's him. That's him. The surrounding Imperial Beastmasters directly froze. How could they not expect to see Zhang Xinghe with their own eyes in their lifetimes? This is the one from the National Royal Beast Guild headquarters. What chapter president can't nod and bow when they see him? Qin Yan was also shaken after hearing the murmurs of the people around him, but when he locked eyes with that chapter president, he somehow felt that the other party should know him. Zhang Xinghe looked at Qin Yan with a soft gaze, as if recalling something, and when he realized the little black dragon coiled on Qin Yan's shoulder, a flash of difference could not help but flash through his gaze. The security personnel also finally walked in, only they sensed that there was something strange about the atmosphere in the hall, and they somewhat dared not act rashly. Meanwhile, the president of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild of Jinning City hurriedly rushed out after receiving the news. Then, with a face of joyful eagerness, he greeted towards Zhang Xinghe. General Manager, you came to visit. Our branch has missed the welcome. Welcome the General Manager to visit and guide. At this time, Zhang Xinghe spoke in a light tone. Don't say anything polite. I just came over to take a look. Don't delay the masses. Upon hearing this, the branch president immediately silenced his voice and waved his hand for everyone to continue working. Chief Cheng, then I will also go to the second floor to do my business first. Qin Chao finished speaking and led several people up to the second floor. Qin Yan also withdrew his gaze and turned to the staff. The staff fell not to live up to the previous indifference. A face of difficult to look at Qin Yan. There is no way for you to do In fact, whether it was Qin Yan's glow when he summoned the contracted spirit or Black Yao's appearance at this moment, as long as the other party took a serious look at it, they would not mistake it for an ordinary black snake. But this staff member was so preoccupied that he didn't even think that the shattered space could be repaired. At this time, Zhang Xinghe walked over to that staff member. He said, undoubtedly, this is indeed a spirit beast. Hearing this, the staff froze and scrambled to get up. Really a spirit beast? But his space shattered. Hearing this, the branch guild leader couldn't help but glare at him. Such an obvious spirit beast, and you had to say it was an ordinary snake? Did they even have someone so unprofessional in their branch guild? Zhang Xinghe gave Qin Yan a knowing smile and said, rather, one can still use skills to prove it. Qin Yan couldn't figure out the identity of the other party yet, so he could only suppress the confusion in his heart first. However, lighting up your skills on the spot is indeed a great way to prove yourself. With that, Qin Yan's palm moved slightly, and under his deliberate control, a tiny water tornado slowly rose from his palm. Qin Yan looked at the staff. So, can you prove it? Great Imperial Beastmaster. How can that be? How could someone whose space had completely shattered a year ago become a great Beastmaster in just a year? The staff member then snapped back to his senses and nodded in a panic. But, it can be proven. After some manipulation, the staff member wiped his cold sweat while handing Qin Yan a Grand Imperial Beastmaster badge. I apologize for my attitude just now. Qin Yan took the badge and put it directly into his pocket. Then he looked at Zhang Xinghe and thanked him. Thank you for the reminder. Zhang Xinghe laughed and very naturally patted Qin Yan's shoulder. Xiao Yan, haven't seen you for a few years. Why are you still raw with your Uncle Zhang? Uncle Chapter. Today is really a good day. Not only do I see you become a royal beastmaster again, but I also hear you call out to Uncle again. Nian, you're here for this opening of the other space, right? Is there any interest in joining my team? Me? Qin Yan looked at the several people following Zhang Xinghe. Judging from the Imperial Beastmaster badges they wore, there was a group of great Imperial Beastmasters, and even a higher level of Imperial Beastmaster Heavenly Masters. All of them were masters, so it must be that what this Uncle Zhan was trying to achieve by coming here was certainly not small. After Black Obsidian took the Blood Spirit Fruit, Qin Yan had already been promoted to a Royal Beast Celestial Master, and it wasn't impossible to get together. The staff had just mistaken him for a Grand Imperial Beastmaster, so he made the mistake. After all, it wasn't good to be too out there. The level of Grand Imperial Beastmaster was just right. It would neither be belittled nor too eye-catching. Only, Qin Yan originally intended to enter the foreign space after traveling alone to come. Chapter 67, gathering in front of the entrance to the alien space. Under the stunned gazes of the people around them, Qin Yan and Zhang Xinghe rode in the same car and headed directly to the temporary base at the descent of the foreign space. Qin Chao heard the commotion and hurried downstairs, riding in the General Director's car. Qin Chao naturally did not have this kind of treatment, and he rode in the same bus as the other Imperial Beast Masters who participated in this mission. Qin Chao, who was sitting in the bus, looked at the car in front from afar, and thinking of Qin Yan's good fortune, he couldn't help but show jealousy in his gaze. How could he not expect that Qin Yan would still have this kind of treatment even after he had fallen into this situation? Qin Yan was nothing but a waste of space. Would the general manager of the chapter really appreciate that? The atmosphere in the car was very cordial. Zhang Xing had turned his head slightly, his gaze as soft as a loving father's falling on Qin Yan beside him. Nian, since you've become a royal beast master again, do you have any thoughts on the next plans and arrangements? Work transfer, ready to go to the capital city. Qin Yan returned. Hearing this, Zhang Xinghe's complexion gave way. It's natural to return to the capital city, and you're planning to continue as a teacher? Qin Yan nodded. He hadn't put a lot of thought into this job this year, and probably put so much into it that he didn't think there was anything wrong with being a teacher. Teacher is not bad. Zhang Xinghe naturally didn't think so in his heart. In his opinion, being a teacher had a great deal of responsibility and very little personal time, so he was afraid that it would delay Qin Yan's talent for royal beasts. It's just that I'm afraid it's inappropriate to discourage it at this time. Come to the temporary base. It took Qin Yan to really see it. Alien space descends. Just how much insanity has been brought to this city? This piece of temporary base is located in the western outer ring of Jining City. It was once an industrial area, as evidenced by the remaining signage on the ground. But at this point, it was pushed right into an extremely wide flat area. Not far away there is new construction going on all the time. And on the flat, rows and rows of tents made up of various colors are like a long colorful dragon lying across the place, which can't be seen at the end of a glance. On the other side, there were several other areas where tents of the same color were stationed, and from the writing printed on the tents, it was clear that those were some of the more well-known imperial beast groups in the country. New exotic spaces appeared in Xia almost every year, and there were really very few that could attract the general president of the Imperial Beast Guild to come. When Qin Yan and Zhang Xinghe got off the bus together, it coincided with those leaders of the Imperial Beast Corps gathering to discuss the order of entering the alien space. The entrance to the alien space is basically small. An entry must come first. But none of these groups, none of them want to be left behind. Hence the argument. The general director of the chapter is here. Those managers of the Imperial Beast Corps unanimously revealed a look of respect. Although the Imperial Beasts Guild is not an official organization, it is always loyal to the official, because every chapter president is a special department of the official. The Imperial Beasts Management Department retired important people to serve. The chapter general president before serving as the general president of the Imperial Beasts Guild, but the Imperial Beasts Management Department's minister. With a background like that, who could not respect it when they saw it? It was only when they saw Qin Yan, who had gotten off the bus with Zhang Xinghe, that a puzzled expression appeared on the faces of the crowd. Although he looked extremely young, but surprisingly he could sit in the same car with the general president of the chapter. His identity must not be ordinary. This is, someone couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xinghe brushed his hand on Qin Yan's shoulder and was about to introduce his identity, but temporarily changed his words the moment he saw Qin Yan slightly shaking his head. One of my juniors, brought out to see the world. When they heard this, they misunderstood. So it's the young generation of the Zhang family. It looks excellent. That black snake coiled on his shoulder. It can't be the rare grade spirit beast Taming, right? Looks like, worthy of being the Zhang family. It's a rare grade out of the gate. Although rare grade spirit beasts were extremely rare, they were far inferior to legendary grade. The rarity level is so surprising to all these great people. If they knew that Black Obsidian was actually a legendary grade spirit beast, they were afraid that their jaws would drop in shock. And Qin Chao, who had just gotten off the bus, naturally caught up with this scene. Qin Chao looked incredulously at Qin Yan, as well as the Black Obsidian coiled on his shoulder, a wave of horror setting off in his heart. Outsiders didn't know, but as a member of the Qin family he knew how badly Qin Yan had been injured a year ago. Space shattered completely. Crushability, the kind that won't stick back together. After not seeing him for just a year, Qin Yan's space had miraculously recovered again, and contracted a rare grade spirit beast? How is that possible? Was it the undercooked mushrooms flown in from Jifeng province last night that poisoned him and made him hallucinate? It's not right. Something must be wrong. Qin Chao kept thinking carefully. If the space was only cracked, there was still a chance to recuperate and recover. It's impossible to repair space after it's completely shattered off. However, this explosive fact was placed in front of Qin Chao, so that he had to believe it. It is hard not to be wrong about the news that was sent back to the capital city a year ago. The administrators of the Imperial Beast Corps followed Zhang Xinghe into the large temporary tent, and Qin Yan also followed him in. What was everyone discussing just now? Taking his seat towards the center, Zhang Xinghe's body naturally exuded a majestic aura. I was just about to report to you. Everyone is slow to decide on the order of entry into the alien space, and we still need the general president of the chapter to come up with a constitution. There was also a limit to the number of people who could enter the alien space, only that this limit was very random, and no one was sure exactly how many people would be restricted from entering the newly descended Imperial Beast space. Therefore, anyone who wants to get ahead of the game. Zhang Xinghe nodded and mused. The top 10 ranked Imperial Beast regiments will be prioritized according to the ranking of the total points of the mission, and the number of pioneers for each regiment will not exceed 10, while those outside of 10 will enter with their individual Imperial Beast masters. Some people frowned and some rejoiced to hear this. Limiting the number of pioneers was naturally a bit of a disadvantage to the top-ranked Imperial Beast troop, and although the remaining members of the troop still had a chance to enter, and could enter as individual Imperial Beast masters, this was ultimately not safe. This rule, on the other hand, was extremely friendly to the lower-ranked Imperial Beast Corps, who might not have been able to squeeze in the past. Now that the top 10 Imperial Beast Corps had only made it into the 100, their chances were quite good. This mission is very dangerous. I'm sure you've all learned about the anomaly that occurred in the other space some time ago, where an adult giant spirit beast that is comparable to a level 5 evolution was chasing after a golden egg that may have reached a rare level. Zhang Xinghe paused and continued. This suggests that a rare grade adult spirit beast, or even two, may exist in this alien space. For the task of capturing an adult giant spirit beast, I hope that you will give it your best shot. After the task is successful, in addition to receiving a large amount of points, our Imperial Beast Guild will also have quite a generous reward to give away. And if you all capture a spirit beast of a rarer level or lower in the foreign space, our Imperial Beast Guild can assist in taming it. After saying that, Zhang Xinghe looked at everyone with a dignified expression on his face. Can assist in taming spirit beasts? Even the rare class. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but show a look of surprise on their faces. Chapter 68 Opening of the Foreign Space. Qin Yan's brows twitched. As far as he knew, there is a strict hierarchy among the primordial spirit beasts. Legendary rare common. Higher level spirit beasts with strong bloodline pressure contain lower level spirit beasts. In order to tame a rare grade spirit beast, it must be rare grade or higher. It was well known that Zhang Xinghe's contracted spirit beast was the rare grade. This perk brought joy to the faces of everyone present. Therefore, Qin Yan guessed that there was no one among those present who had contracted a spirit beast of rare grade or above, or else they wouldn't have been so surprised. Spirit beasts of rare grade or above were indeed rare. Because of this, the rarer the spirit beasts they possessed, the faster organizations such as the Imperial Beast Corps and other such organizations would grow. Qin Yan, on the other hand, possessed a legendary grade spirit beast. The dragon bloodline is inherently powerful and can directly tame all spirit beasts of the rare class and below. Think about it. During this trip to the other space, Qin Yan couldn't help but look forward to it once again for a few moments. Might as well tell everyone that this mission is officially required. Zhang Xinghe revealed. This mission was led by the official. The Imperial Beast Guild executed and sent out, and the Imperial Beast regiments received it, and it was considered to be an extremely large-scale official civilian cooperation mission. Please don't worry, Generalissimo, it's an honor to serve our country. We will certainly do our best. The crowd made their resolve known. We are all Xia people, and it is naturally incumbent upon us to serve our country. Not to mention, the Imperial Beast Guild's sincerity was huge and very enticing. Whoever completes the task will enjoy great points and rewards. So what if it's dangerous? For the sake of the country, and for the sake of profit, people will never back down. Zhang Xinghe nodded with satisfaction and then said, since everyone is determined, I'll wait and see, but I still have to remind one more thing. Foreign space belongs to the outer realm, in which you don't have to follow our country's laws. Killing is fine, but not abusive. The crowd nodded in response. It is not true that people who are injured and die in other dimensions are injured and die in reality. Rather, it's the equivalent of being eliminated from hyperspace in general, and will be ejected from the outside world at the moment of death. Though even if they were killed, there was no fear for their lives. But the foreign space is, after all, a dangerous place, and there are all kinds of spiritual plants and treasures. Under the scramble, there will inevitably be all kinds of conflicts, and someone in a fit of resentment may retaliate in an abusive manner. It is still difficult for the abused party to avoid suffering psychologically, even if they know they will not die. After returning to the outside world, It is also extremely easy for the two sides to form a feud. Although this extremely inhumane thing happened in every alien dimension, Zhangxing has still wished to avoid it in advance. After agreeing on the order of entry, the managers of the Imperial Beast Corps returned to their tents to rest. The Imperial Beast Masters who came over to look for opportunities in groups of 3 or 2 were also discussing ways and means to enter the space individually. Unconsciously, night fell. A beautiful aurora borealis with a campfire burning in the tent area. Some of them brought raw food to cook on site, while others just boiled water and ate instant noodles. Or even more frugal, just eat compressed crackers with cold water. The aromas of various types of food mixed together, making Qin Yan almost think that he had come not outside of an alien space, but to some large food plaza. Zhang Xinghe took out the instant noodles he had brought to entertain Qin Yan. Qin Yan saw that it was his favorite sour cabbage flavor, and immediately and generously took out the special ham of Xiangning City that he had brought with him. There's nothing much wrong with making a fire and roasting meat outside of the alien space, but if you go inside the alien space, it's still a bit more suitable to have instant noodles and compressed cookies. Zhang Xinghe carefully covered the bag of instant noodles over the bowl and placed chopsticks to press it down while teaching Qin Yan the experience of surviving in an alien dimension.